Chapter 1. The Lowly Protagonist and the Awakening of the System. Note: all characters in this book are over 18 years of age. This is a harem narrative, pure love warriors. Please be cautious. This narrative does not delve into dark villainy. It is not a tale of unrequited love, but rather a journey of both physical and emotional connection. This is a purely exhilarating story, devoid of intellectual pretensions. The style is abstract, employing various underhanded tactics against the fated child of fortune. With occasional explosive developments, proceed with caution if this is not to your taste. The protagonist does not begin at maximum level, yet there is absolutely no sense of frustration or gloom. It is a smooth journey to the end. I apologize if the writing does not meet expectations. Ding! Host has successfully captured the female lead. The system is now activated. As dawn broke and the sun ascended, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in Jiang Che's mind, rousing him from slumber. For a fleeting moment, he was bewildered. However, as he organized the newfound information in his mind, his expression swiftly morphed into one of peculiarity. System? Having lived a second life and unraveled the mysteries of his birth after the age of 10, Jiang Che had awakened memories of his past life. His years had been remarkably smooth. Initially, he had anticipated the arrival of a system, but after years of silence, he had long abandoned any hope. After all, given his current status and standing, the existence of system was of little consequence, merely a gilded embellishment. To his astonishment, awakening from slumber, the system miraculously activated. Wait, captured the female lead? Recalling the system's previous notification, Jiang Che instinctively turned his gaze toward the enchanting figure beside him, falling into contemplation. The petite lowly possessed a flawlessly exquisite visage, her skin as white as snow, delicate as silk. With brows like distant mountains and lips like cherry blossoms, she lay sprawled on the soft bed in a rather ungraceful manner, her sleeping face a vision of beauty. Adorably charming, she was the epitome of allure for all lowly enthusiasts. Lu Mingxi, the second young lady of the Lu family from Linjiang City, was also Jiang Che's little admirer. Since childhood, Lu Mingxi had been Jiang Che's devoted shadow, their bond akin to childhood sweethearts. Over the years, the little lowly had maintained an extraordinary attachment to Jiang Che. He recalled that they had indeed made a pact. If Lu Mingxi could gain admission to Linjiang University through her own efforts, he would agree to become her boyfriend. Initially, he had thought this was merely a whimsical promise, as her academic performance was only average, making the pursuit of such an ambition seem unrealistic. To his surprise, Lu Mingxi had truly managed to achieve this, securing an impressive score of 675 and gaining entry into Linjiang University. Once Lu Mingxi became a freshman at Linjiang University, Jiang Che was able to rekindle their connection. They spent time together shopping and watching movies, ultimately leading to a delightful culmination of their relationship. In response to the little lowly's fervent affections, Jiang Che naturally reciprocated. He was not one to remain aloof in the face of such devotion. After all, who could resist a sweet, adorable little girl whose eyes sparkled with admiration? Though the little lowly was rather flat-chested, Jiang Che bore no disdain. Small and utterly charming. Reflecting upon the enchanting moments of the previous night, Jiang Che licked his lips, gently draping a blanket over Lu Mingxi. Jiang Che donned his attire and quietly departed from the bed. Approaching the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed out at the view while engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. System, please elucidate your functions. Greetings, host. This system is known as the emotion harvesting system. By harvesting the myriad emotions of the protagonist and the heroine, you shall accrue emotional value. Emotional value can be utilized for a lottery. Harvest the protagonist? Are you implying that I am the antagonist? Indeed, host. You are the grand villain. Upon hearing the system's revelation, Jiang Che momentarily paused, contemplating his current identity, which rendered his expression somewhat peculiar. His grandfather resided far away in the imperial capital, one of the few surviving veterans of the past, holding a prestigious position among the 9 tripods, wielding significant power, with disciples scattered throughout the nation. His father governed Jiangzhou province, a paramount figure with immense authority. His mother was the eldest daughter of the Qin family, one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, presiding over a conglomerate valued in the trillions. His sister, Jiang Che, was a prodigious talent, possessing remarkable martial prowess and excelling in the arts. Having returned for her training in the mountains just days prior, she had begun her journey anew. Indeed, this world was inhabited by masters of ancient martial arts. As the sole legitimate grandson of the Jiang family, Jiang Che was acutely aware of matters unknown to the common folk. However, the arduousness of martial training, with its summer toils and winter hardships, coupled with his mediocre aptitude, rendered him indifferent to the pursuit of martial arts. In this second life, Jiang Che yearned to live freely and savor life's pleasures. Given his status, the realms of politics and commerce stretched before him like an endless horizon. Initially, Jiang Che aspired to inherit the family's political resources post-university, indulging in a few romantic entanglements, akin to his forebears, gradually ascending to the pinnacle of power. Yet, it now appeared that he could temporarily relinquish this grand ambition. System, does this world possess but a single protagonist, or do myriad fortunate sons roam freely? Shaking off the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Che continued his inquiries. Response: host, you currently inhabit a world amalgamated from countless urban novels, destined to encounter a plethora of fortunate sons, such as the returning Soldier King, the Dragon King whose wife and daughter reside in squalor, the Shura son-in-law, the retired war god 5 sisters of unparalleled beauty, the divine doctor descending from the mountains. Commencing with 18 marriage contracts, dismissed by the teacher's wife, I traversed the Flower City. Signing in as a wealthy magnate, the furious dragons released from prison, the reborn confession to the school bell, the perfect male deity. Or perhaps eavesdropping on inner thoughts, playing the role of a villain in the narrative, and so forth. According to the trajectory of destiny, even if the host refrains from provoking these fortunate sons, they are fated to target you in succession. The existence of the Jiang family has already obstructed their paths. To progress, the Jiang family stands as the ultimate boss in Jiangzhou province. Jiang Che. After absorbing the system's explanation, Jiang Che finally comprehended the situation. Initially, he harbored some doubts regarding how, given his current identity, he could possibly be suppressed by a mere fortunate son. It turns out that the Jiang family has been subjected to relentless targeting by these fortunate progenies. Yet they have not faced complete ruin, they merely exist in a diminished state compared to their former glory. In light of this, what hesitation remains? To ensure the continuation of a fulfilling life, the existence of these fortunate beings is rendered unnecessary. In his previous life, Jiang Che met his demise at merely 21, a nondescript university student whose greatest pleasure lay in indulging in web literature on the Tomato Novel Network. As for the system's mention of playing the role of a villain, he was no stranger to the inner thoughts of the male protagonist. Fellow travelers often find themselves at odds when encountering the antagonist. Jiang Che would not display an ounce of mercy. System, is there a novice gift pack available? Having calmed his racing thoughts, Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and continued his inquiry. Indeed, there is, esteemed host. Shall I activate the novice gift pack? Chapter 2. My temper is quite high. Activation. Ding. The novice gift pack has been successfully activated, rewarding the host with 10 lottery draws. Would you like to commence the lottery immediately? A reminder to the host, you are currently within the novice protection period, significantly enhancing the probability of receiving exceptional rewards. Draw. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Che complied. With the system's assurance, what was there to ponder? Congratulations to the host for acquiring a bodyguard of elite caliber, peak transformation. Congratulations to the host for mastering 18 languages. Congratulations to the host for achieving maximum charisma. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Destiny Villain Halo. The Destiny Villain Halo allows one to ignore luck protection and the intelligence decreasing halo, effortlessly eliminating the progeny of fortune. Congratulations to the host for attaining peak clarity in martial arts. Martial arts cultivation is categorized into clarity, obscurity, transformation, dantian, and gang. Congratulations to the host for receiving a century-old Ice Mountain Snow Lotus X10. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 9 Yang Divine Art. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Snow Tread. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a divine level piano skill. Skill levels are classified as beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and divine. Congratulations to the host for receiving an epic reward, the Qilin Kidney. the Chilean kidneys speak for themselves. Those who have experienced them sing their praises. Upon witnessing the array of rewards from the lottery, Jiang Che could not suppress the smile on his face, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration within. Peak clarity in martial arts, a century-old ice mountain snow lotus, the 9-yang divine art, a Chilean kidney, and an elite bodyguard. These are all extraordinary treasures. System. Bestow upon me the cultivation enlightenment. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Che commanded solemnly. Understood. As the system's prompt echoed, Jiang Che felt an inexplicable surge of pure, powerful energy within him. This energy coursed through his limbs and major acupuncture points, ultimately converging in the dantian area of his lower abdomen. This pure energy was transforming Jiang Che's body, enveloping him in warmth and comfort, akin to being immersed in a hot spring. Upon the completion of the Chilean kidney integration, Jiang Che sensed a subtle heat emanating from his kidneys, banishing all fatigue. In his current state, engaging in battle for an entire day and night was utterly feasible. Once the cultivation integration concluded, Jiang Che's physique underwent an extraordinary metamorphosis. His 8-pack abs became subtly visible, with smooth lines exuding a sense of power. Coupled with his handsome visage, he could easily captivate countless admirers. System. Display my attribute panel. Standing before the full-length mirror, Jiang Che admired his perfect physique and nodded in satisfaction. Host. Jiang Che identity. Destiny's great villain. The young master of Li Jiang age. 21 charisma. 99, maximum 100. Aside from the readers before the screen, who else could possess such full charisma? Cultivation. Peak clarity techniques. 9-yang divine art. Snow tread skills. Mastery of 18 languages. Divine level piano skills. Advanced tea art. Advanced investment acumen. Advanced management skills items. Century-old ice mountain snow lotus x 10 personal wealth. 136. 6 billion emotional value. 10. 086. After reviewing his attribute panel, Jiang Che pondered thoughtfully. The substantial emotional value of over 10,000 was, of course, contributed by the little lowly Lu Mingxi from the previous night. According to the system, accumulating 10,000 emotional points grants one opportunity for a lottery draw, guaranteeing a golden reward with 10 consecutive draws. At this rate, enhancing one's cultivation does not appear to be an exceedingly arduous task. System. Please elaborate on the 100-year ice mountain snow lotus. Immersed in contemplation, Jiang Che examined the 10 snow lotuses quietly arranged within the system's space with great interest. The 100-year ice mountain snow lotus is a rare spiritual herb that blossoms in the desolate extremes of the far north, producing a flower every decade and a lotus every century, possessing boundless miraculous uses. Whether for medicinal purposes, alchemy, or healing, it boasts tremendous efficacy, capable of reviving the deceased, mending broken bones, and curing various maladies. It can be employed to concoct longevity elixirs that preserve youth, refine cleansing elixirs to enhance martial potential, and create longevity pills that extend life by 10 years. Extend one's life by 10 years? Upon hearing the system's response, Jiang Che was genuinely astonished. The medicinal power of the 100-year ice mountain snow lotus is simply extraordinary. Realizing its capabilities, the first thought that crossed Jiang Che's mind was of his grandfather, Jiang Jiangguo. As a living veteran, Jiang Jiangguo is now 86 years old, frail, and aging. Although he still holds a significant position, the inevitability of death looms. If he could successfully refine 2 longevity pills, would it not grant the old man an additional 20 years, allowing him to reach 100? If I could enable my grandfather to maintain his authority for another 20 years. System. Can you assist me in refining pills? Indeed, host. Each expenditure of 1,000 emotional points will allow the system to refine a pill for you. Please produce 2 longevity pills, 3 cleansing elixirs, and 5 youth-preserving pills. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Che quickly reached a decision. Naturally, 2 longevity pills and 1 cleansing elixir would be gifted to his grandfather, while the remaining 2 cleansing elixirs would be bestowed upon his elder sister and Lu Mingxi. Given that he now possesses the system, the arduous training in martial arts is no longer necessary. He can consume the cleansing elixirs in due course when he has a sufficient supply. Everything I have achieved today is a result of diligent cultivation. Deep blue, and points. Ding. 10,000 emotional points expended, refining in progress. Despite the immediate depletion of 10,000 emotional points, Jiang Che felt no pangs of regret. Just last night, he had effortlessly garnered 1,000 emotional points from the little girl, Lu Mingxi. It seemed acquiring emotional points was not a daunting task. In the blink of an eye, the system space of Jiang Che was adorned with 10 golden pills, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. As the blazing sun streamed through the windows of the presidential suite, Lu Mingxi let out a delightful little murmur, slowly awakening to reveal her sparkling, watery eyes. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, a faint blush crept across her delicate visage. She had finally managed to win over her brother. How splendid! Turning her head, Lu Mingxi spotted Jiang Che, who sat at the edge of the bed with a gentle smile directed at her. "Brother, hug me." Lu Mingxi stretched out her slender arms, her large eyes blinking incessantly, her cherubic face adorned with soft dimples. "Mingxi, right now, your brother is quite fiery." Jiang Che responded not with words, but with an amused gaze at the little girl before him, clad in white silk. Chapter 3. The Little Girl's Heart and the Youth-Enhancing Pill. 2.5 hours later, after a refreshing bath and dressing impeccably, Jiang Che finally departed the presidential suite with the little girl. Before leaving, Lu Mingxi, having procured a pair of scissors from an unknown source, carefully snipped a corner of the red plum bed sheet and tucked it away. In the elevator, Jiang Che handed Lu Mingxi a cleansing pill and a youth-enhancing pill. "Brother, are these candies? They smell so good." Gazing at the two pills in her hands, Lu Mingxi's large, glistening eyes blinked in wonder, her delicate eyelashes fluttering gently. Raising her cherubic face, slightly rounded with baby fat, she inquired in a sweet, innocent voice. Standing at about 155 centimeters, she possessed a petite and exquisite figure. Her slender legs adorned with over-the-knee white stockings, her feet encased in black leather shoes. The upper half of her attire consisted of a pink Lolita long dress, and her silky hair was styled into twin ponytails. This adorable appearance could undoubtedly captivate any enthusiast of cute girls. Jiang Che, being an admirer of cute girls, mature women, and alluring ladies, found himself utterly enchanted by the little girl's charming demeanor. He reached out to gently pat Lu Mingxi's little head and smiled as he explained. "These are not candies, they are legendary pills. One is called the cleansing pill, which, when consumed, purifies and strengthens the body. The other is the youth-enhancing pill, which grants eternal youth and beauty." Eternal youth and beauty? Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Lu Mingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She immediately attempted to swallow both pills whole. From the young to the elderly, the allure of eternal youth is a temptation that no woman can resist. Just as Lu Mingxi opened her small, cherry-like mouth, Jiang Che swiftly intervened. Noticing the puzzled expression on Lu Mingxi's face, Jiang Che clarified, "These pills are best taken in the comfort of your home, ideally in the bathroom. Typically, consuming the cleansing pill results in certain undesirable effects. If taken now, the little girl would likely be too embarrassed to face herself afterward." "Okay, I'll listen to you." "Brother." Though puzzled by Jiang Che's suggestion, Lu Mingxi nodded cheerfully without further questioning. Leaning slightly backward, she naturally nestled into Jiang Che's embrace, breathing in his refreshing scent. Her smile was irresistible, and her eyelashes curled like crescent moons as she began to envision a beautiful life with her brother. Lu Mingxi had unwavering faith in Jiang Che, trusting him completely. Joyful and ecstatic, Lu Mingxi's emotional value. 6,666. Overjoyed and elated, Lu Mingxi's emotional value. 9,999. Deeply in love, Lu Mingxi's emotional value. 13,141. In silent companionship. With a soft chime, the elevator reached the first floor. Jiang Che led the little girl out of the Yunhai Grand Hotel. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by a dozen tall, serious bodyguards clad in suits and sunglasses, standing solemnly. Upon the appearance of Jiang Che and Lu Mingxi, a cadre of bodyguards bowed deeply and collectively exclaimed, "Young master." These were naturally Jiang Che's entourage, each a formidable martial arts expert in their own right. Leading the group was Lin Chong, a man in his 40s, possessing the pinnacle of transformation prowess, and serving as one of the Jiang family's loyal guardians. Jiang Che was not one to flaunt his status, yet as the sole legitimate grandson of the Jiang family, his safety was of paramount importance to the clan. Consequently, Jiang Qinzhou and Qin Mengxian were perpetually vigilant regarding Jiang Che's security. Witnessing the spectacle at the entrance of the Yunhai Grand Hotel, passers-by began to murmur and speculate, directing their glances towards the scene, conjecturing about which young master was so ostentatiously departing. Jiang Che was already accustomed to being the center of attention, remaining composed as he turned to the petite girl beside him, a smile gracing his lips as he extended an invitation. "Mingxi, would you care to accompany your brother home?" Should the opportunity arise, Jiang Che would not hesitate to share his residence with the little girl. "Perhaps another time, brother." My sister just called me several times and is waiting for me at home. Lu Mingxi initially contemplated acquiescing, but the icy visage of her elder sister, Lu Yunshuang, swiftly invaded her thoughts, prompting her to retract her response with a slight shake of her head. She indeed yearned to move into Jiang Che's Qingtung Mountain Villa and indulge in a carefree life of cohabitation with her elder brother. However, it was evident that her sister would never permit such a thing. Let us keep in touch. When I have time, I will take you out to play, Jiang Che. Though regretful, chose not to press the matter further. Understanding Lu Mingxi's plight, he was well aware of the reason behind her apprehension towards the cold and aloof Lu Yunshuang, often hailed as the foremost among the four renowned beauties of Linjiang. All right then, goodbye, brother. Lu Mingxi tiptoed, and as Jiang Che bent down, she gently placed a fleeting kiss upon his cheek, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, before waving goodbye and bouncing away towards a nearby gathering of solemn female bodyguards awaiting her. As the second daughter of the Lu family, Lu Yunshuang was immensely concerned about her sister's safety. Much like Jiang Che, Lu Mingxi was always accompanied by a cadre of female bodyguards whenever she ventured out. Once Lu Mingxi had entered her vehicle, Jiang Che, surrounded by his protective detail, boarded a Rolls-Royce Phantom. An Audi A8 led the way, followed by a Range Rover. As the convoy progressed towards Jiang Che's residence at Qingtung Mountain Villa, Jinxiu Villa, situated in the outskirts of Linjiang, was a serene locale characterized by fragrant blossoms and melodious birds, serving as the gathering place for the upper echelons of the Lu family, Lu Yunshuang and Lu Mingxi, as the eldest and second daughters, respectively, resided here. Unlike the Jiang family, the Lu family operated as a corporate entity valued in the hundreds of billions, and was one of the 6 prominent families of Linjiang. Upon returning to Jinxiu Villa, the procession halted before a central villa. After disembarking, Lu Mingxi hummed a tune, sauntering slowly with an endearing yet peculiar gait into the villa. As she made her way, the passing maids greeted Lu Mingxi with respect. Good day, Second Mississippi. Upon entering the grand hall, Lu Mingxi was eager to return to her room and examine the miraculous effects of the 2 elixirs gifted by her dear brother. Just as she approached the staircase, a voice, chillingly elegant, pierced the air behind her. Where are you going? Lu Mingxi stiffly turned her head, forcing a smile to grace her lips as she timidly responded, Sister. Chapter 4. The frigid CEO Lu Yunshuang observing her sister's icy demeanor, Lu Mingxi instinctively recoiled slightly. Ever since their parents tragically perished in a car accident 5 years ago, Lu Yunshuang had assumed the roles of both sister and mother, effectively raising Lu Mingxi single-handedly. Lu Yunshuang was renowned as the stoic CEO of Linjiang City, embodying an air of aloofness and icy pride, often adopting a stern approach in her guidance of Lu Mingxi. Thus, the little girl harbored a profound fear of her sister. You were with Jiang Che last night? Lu Yunshuang scrutinized her sister, who appeared noticeably altered compared to her usual self, her brows furrowing slightly. After a moment of silence, she slowly inquired. Her piercing eyes narrowed, scanning Lu Mingxi's expression and the peculiar gait of her legs. Noticing a hint of feminine allure in Lu Mingxi's demeanor, Lu Yunshuang began to form a conjecture in her mind. Although she lacked experience in such matters, her age and insight allowed her to perceive far beyond the innocent facade. Moreover, she was acutely aware of Lu Mingxi's intense infatuation with Jiang Che, bordering on obsession. Lu Mingxi had not returned home all night, her phone switched off. It was only through the bodyguard that Lu Yunshuang learned of her sister's escapade with Jiang Che at the Yuhai Grand Hotel. Initially, Lu Yunshuang had clung to a sliver of hope, but upon seeing her sister's current state, her heart sank completely. The recent days had been consumed by pressing business affairs, forcing her to work late into the night, leaving her unaware that her dear sister had seized the opportunity to completely abandon her innocence. Lu Yunshuang clenched her delicate fists, frustration and anger brewing within her. It was unbearable to witness the precious girl she had nurtured for 18 years so readily succumb to Jiang Che. Although she bore no disdain for Jiang Che himself, who had maintained an exemplary reputation in their circles, remaining virtuous and free of scandal, her sister had just turned 18. How could she so recklessly give away something so significant at the dawn of her beautiful life? Yes, sister. Mingxi spent the entire night with brother. And Mingxi and brother have already accomplished something wonderful. Sister will surely bless her little sister, won't you? Lu Mingxi's sparkling eyes darted playfully, her enchanting gaze fluttering as she spoke with an innocent charm. Observing that her sister did not immediately explode in anger, she sensed that there might still be room for negotiation. After all, she had already committed herself, What could her sister do if she disapproved? She has irrevocably committed herself to her brother for this lifetime, vowing never to part ways, aware that her sister would undoubtedly obstruct her intentions. The little girl decided to take decisive action first. Lu Yunshuang, feeling somewhat exasperated, rubbed her temples in frustration, grappling with her thoughts and experiencing a profound headache. How could such a shrewd individual like her have a naive and infatuated younger sister? The things that come too easily are seldom cherished. Does her foolish sister not comprehend this rudimentary truth? Or is it that her love for Jiang Che has blinded her to all else? Yet, her sister has just turned 18. Does she truly grasp the essence of love? With matters having reached this point, what more could she do? Though Lu Yunshuang has always been strict in her guidance of Lu Mingxi, she harbors a deep affection for this sister of hers. Fortunately, Jiang Che is not the type of frivolous playboy. Otherwise, she would have nowhere to lament her woes. Before school starts, you are to remain at home and reflect on your actions. You are not to go anywhere. I will have bodyguards monitoring you around the clock. With that cold admonition, Lu Yunshuang momentarily set aside her jumbled thoughts, turning to ascend the stairs and head to her study to attend to her work. As the president of the Lu Group, Lu Yunshuang faces an unending stream of paperwork daily, burdened with numerous tasks and lacking the time to bicker with her sister. She could neither scold nor strike her. Moreover, the little girl has grown somewhat immune to her current icy demeanor, no longer intimidated. The only solution Lu Yunshuang could conceive was to temporarily confine her sister, giving her the opportunity to calm down for a few days. Humph, my sister is such a villain. Lu Mingxi made a face at Lu Yunshuang's retreating figure, accepting the punishment with a sense of delight. With only half a month remaining until school begins, she could easily endure this. Jiang Che is also a student at Linjiang University, and she would have ample opportunities to date her brother then. Dreaming of the splendid campus life that lay ahead, the little girl hummed a cheerful tune as she returned to her room. Once back, following Jiang Che's instructions, Lu Mingxi first entered the bathroom before swallowing the cleansing and beauty pills. Previously, she had been puzzled by her brother's insistence on her taking the cleansing pill in the bathroom, but now it became clear. The pill melted in her mouth, and its effects swiftly took hold, revealing layers of impurities on her skin's surface. After freshening up, she donned a flowing white dress and stood before the full-length mirror, admiring her reflection with satisfaction. Lu Mingxi had always been confident in her appearance. After all, she had been dubbed the cutest lowly schoolbelle in high school, with countless admirers. Now, after taking the beauty pill, her skin had been nourished, appearing even fairer and more delicate, radiating a luster that surpassed that of high-end cosmetics. Noticing the transformation within herself, Lu Mingxi felt a surge of excitement. Reclining on the soft, plush bed, she playfully swung her delicate legs adorned in white silk, eagerly engaging in a casual conversation with Jiang Che through her phone, unable to contain her excitement as she shared the delightful news. Brother, the effects of this rejuvenating elixir are truly miraculous. My skin has become significantly fairer, and I shall hardly need any cosmetics henceforth. Hee, thank you, dear brother Moi. As long as you are pleased. I am absolutely elated. Jiangxi adores it. Brother, sister has become aware of our relationship. She has confined me to the house and will only allow me to go out when school resumes. I won't get to see you for another fortnight. Woe is me. It's merely a fortnight. It will pass swiftly. By the way, brother, do you have any more of that rejuvenating elixir? If I were to give sister one, she would likely cease to impede our affair. After sending these messages, Lu Mingxi anxiously gazed at her phone screen, quietly awaiting Jiang Che's response. With such a remarkable treasure at hand, her first thought was naturally of her sister, Lu Yunshuang. Moreover, she genuinely desired to use the elixir as leverage to gain her sister's consent. If sister were to be pleased, lifting her confinement would mean she could see her brother every day. Perhaps she could even seize the opportunity to move in with him at Qingting Villa for an extended stay. Lost in daydreams of a blissful future with Jiang Che, Lu Mingxi couldn't help but smile foolishly. As for whether her sister would refuse, that notion never crossed her mind. Lu Mingxi was confident that her sister could not resist the allure of the rejuvenating elixir. Chapter 5. The Arrival of the Elite Bodyguard. Bestowed the name Shao Yi not at the moment, but I shall reserve one for you next time. All right, thank you, brother Moi. At Qingting Villa, in the grand hall, Jiang Che leaned back against the sofa, reflecting on his conversation with the young girl, feeling a touch of nostalgia. What an adorable little one she is. Lu Mingxi epitomizes the sweet and obedient little girl, always compliant to his wishes and providing ample emotional value. Naturally, Jiang Che holds a fondness for such a charming companion. He was not at all surprised by Lu Yunchuang's decision to confine her sister. After all, upon his recent return to the villa, he had received considerable emotional value contributions from Lu Yunchuang. This was the perfect opportunity for him to interact with those protagonists. As he pondered these matters, a sudden chime from the system echoed in his mind. "Host, the elite bodyguard has arrived and is now outside the villa." "Already here?" Jiang Che's eyes lit up as he swiftly rose from his seat and made his way to the entrance of the villa. Although he had Lin Chong, a peak-level bodyguard by his side, one can never have too many skilled protectors. He was curious whether the system's bodyguard was male or female. A female would be even more favorable for personal protection. Despite having achieved peak mastery in his internal strength, he had yet to engage with those protagonists and was unaware of their true capabilities, so Jiang Che deemed it wise to remain vigilant. Upon arriving outside the villa, he quickly spotted a striking figure within the crowd, a girl clothed in a resplendent purple dress. Lin Chong and a group of bodyguards encircled her, each face etched with solemnity, resembling a formidable adversary. "Young master, this individual is extremely dangerous. It would be prudent to refrain from approaching," Lin Chong cautioned. His expression tense as he followed closely behind Jiang Che, who was resolutely advancing towards the violet-clad maiden in the distance. "There's no need for concern." Jiang Che waved his hand dismissively, stepping before the purple-haired girl, observing her intently. She donned a flowing violet gown that accentuated her petite and delicate figure. Her slender legs adorned with over-the-knee black stockings, and she wore dainty leather shoes. The maiden possessed a striking beauty. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her lips a radiant red, and her features exquisitely defined, exuding a remarkable three-dimensionality. Her violet eyes were cold and piercing, akin to a chilling spring, devoid of any emotion. Cascading violet hair framed her shoulders, dancing in the breeze, with a few strands falling gracefully across her forehead, presenting an aura of an elegant older sister. Despite her diminutive stature of just over 1.5 meters. Upon gazing at the girl for the first time, a multitude of memories flooded Jiang Che's mind, revealing her various backgrounds. She hailed from a shadowy realm, belonging to an assassin organization known as Shadows, characterized by her silence and icy demeanor. Having undergone exceedingly brutal training from a young age, her peak martial prowess had facilitated an unblemished career as a killer, with nary a defeat throughout the years. Although she resembled a 15 or 16-year-old high school student, her true age surpassed his own, as she was already 23. Upon Jiang Che's arrival, the girl knelt on one knee, silently expressing her loyalty. The surrounding bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. "Rise." Jiang Che gently assisted her to her feet, unperturbed by the situation, as he was well versed in her background. Due to an incident during training in her youth, her vocal cords had been damaged, rendering her mute for many years. "Do you have a name?" Jiang Che inquired, his curiosity piqued as he examined the girl before him. The memories transmitted by the system merely referred to the violet-haired little girl as Zero, devoid of any specific name. The girl shook her head slightly, remaining silent. "Then how about we call you Xiaoyi?" Jiang Che pondered briefly before continuing. The sight of this violet-haired girl inexplicably reminded him of a character from his past life. Xiao Si Ming, who was also a petite girl with purple hair and eyes, fond of wearing purple attire, and equally reticent. Aside from their differing appearances, the resemblance between the girl before him and his recollection of Xiao Si Ming was strikingly uncanny. While Xiao Si Ming had an oval face and willow-like eyebrows, the little girl possessed a finely sculpted visage typical of Western aesthetics, her features deeply defined and highly recognizable. The little girl nodded gently, her violet pupils betraying no emotion, as she graciously accepted Jiang Che's proposal. Through the system's memory infusion, she had already regarded Jiang Che as the master she would devote her life to, pledging her unwavering loyalty. Even if Jiang Che were to command her to die at this moment, she would not waver in the slightest. "Xiaoyi shall henceforth serve as my personal bodyguard. You need not worry, everyone may leave." Jiang Che dismissed the numerous bodyguards surrounding him and, accompanied by Xiaoyi, returned to the estate. Given that Xiaoyi was a top-tier bodyguard summoned by the system, Jiang Che had no doubt regarding her loyalty. With a curious heart, he cast a probing spell on the purple-haired little girl beside him. Character: Xiaoyi, cultivation, pinnacle of transformation, charisma, 97, identity, first assassin of the Shadow Organization. Hosts made, abilities, advanced disguise technique, master-level assassination skills, advanced hacking skills, loyalty, 100 indeed, her loyalty is at maximum value. Jiang Che pondered thoughtfully, then turned around to cast the same probing spell on his group of bodyguards. Lin Chang exhibited the highest loyalty at an impressive 94 points. After all, he had been cultivated as a death servant by the family for many years, so Jiang Che was not surprised by Lin Chang's elevated loyalty. Apart from Lin Chang, the loyalty of the other 10 or so bodyguards ranged between 80 and 90, which is already an exceedingly commendable figure. With Xiaoyi's exceptional loyalty and diverse skill set, he could confidently entrust his safety to her. Her peak transformation cultivation level made her more than adequate as his personal bodyguard. After all, according to the system, they were merely at the initial stage of the destined trajectory. No overly formidable protagonist would emerge in Linjiang City, at most, a martial artist comparable to Xiaoyi. Chapter 6. The daily life of the young master of Jiaozhou Qingding Manor spans approximately 100,000 square meters and was a birthday gift from Jiang Che's mother, Qin Meixian. On the occasion of his 18th birthday, nestled in the suburbs of Linjiang City, the manor is adorned with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, offering a serene and picturesque environment, complete with various standalone villas, swimming pools, gardens, and woodlands. The rear mountain features a shooting range for cultivation, a horse riding area, a golf course, and even a private airstrip for takeoff at any moment. Truly a comprehensive estate. When selecting the site, Qin Meixian extravagantly invested 10 billion to construct Qingding Manor, a claim that it is the most expensive, highest specification, and most luxurious estate in all of Linjiang City is hardly an exaggeration. Spending 10 billion solely for the construction of a manor is a feat that even the 6 prominent families would not dare to attempt, as it is somewhat absurd and extravagant. However, as a business queen who oversees the Starry Sky Group, valued at trillions, Qin Meixian regarded this 10 billion with indifference. After all, she allocates 1 billion each month as pocket money for Jiang Che and Jiang Wantong. Hence, 10 billion is merely the annual allowance for the 2 siblings. As she puts it, she built her company to such great heights solely to ensure her children live comfortably. What good is money if not spent? The Starry Sky Group stands as the foremost conglomerate in Jiangzhou province and ranks among the top 3 in the entirety of Long Country, engaging in sectors such as real estate, education, entertainment, electronics, renewable energy, chain hotels, hospitals, gaming, biopharmaceuticals, and aerospace, among others. It can be said that every inhabitant of Jiangzhou province, from birth to death, is inextricably linked to the Starry Sky Group. The Starry Sky Group single-handedly shoulders 70% of the responsibilities in the entire Linjiang City. Upon entering university, Jiang Che moved out of the Jiang family home and took up residence in the Qingting Villa. In addition to Jiang Che, there are over 100 maids residing here, tasked with managing his daily needs. As for Lin Chang and the bodyguards, they dwell in a villa cluster on the outskirts of the estate, overseeing security matters. Young master. The maids greeted Jiang Che enthusiastically as he walked by, their warmth palpable. Some of the bolder young maids even bent down, intentionally allowing him a glimpse of their alluring silhouettes, casting flirtatious glances his way. Each of these maids was of remarkable beauty, akin to goddesses in the eyes of the outside world, having been meticulously selected through rigorous processes. They earn a salary starting at 100,000, along with comprehensive benefits, including food and lodging. Their daily tasks are relatively simple, such as watering flowers, tending to fish, and maintaining cleanliness, rendering their work exceedingly leisurely. Should Jiang Che happen to take a liking to any of them, they could instantly transcend their social standing and soar to new heights. Consequently, the number of applicants for maid positions at Qingding Villa each year is countless. Upon entering the villa, Jiang Che instructed the maids to arrange for Xiaoyi's room to be adjacent to his own. Once dinner was prepared, Jiang Che and Xiaoyi proceeded directly to the dining table to begin their meal. "Why aren't you eating? Is the food unappetizing?" Jiang Che inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity as he noticed Xiaoyi merely standing silently before him, devoid of any movement. Logically, someone like Xiao should not be a picky eater. After all, as an assassin, she was accustomed to enduring hardships and could consider herself fortunate to have a full meal. Xiaoyi gently shook her head, her violet eyes shimmering with subtle emotions as she glanced at the maids standing nearby. "You are different from them. You are my personal bodyguard, thus naturally entitled to dine with me." Jiang Che discerned the meaning behind her gaze and commanded without hesitation. Although Xiaoyi was ostensibly his subordinate and bodyguard, Jiang Che did not merely regard her as such. Her striking beauty and unwavering loyalty intrigued him, igniting a desire to savor this delightful little companion. However, Xiaoyi had only just arrived at Qingting Villa today. There was no rush. He believed time was on his side. Despite the system awakening having occurred merely a day ago, Jiang Che's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Previously, his aspirations were focused on the political arena, akin to his forebears, striving step by step to reach the pinnacle. Now, he yearned for a tranquil existence as the Prince of Jiangzhou, to live life freely, to suppress the fated individuals, to charm the exquisite heroines, and to relish the joys of life. Upon hearing Jiang Che's invitation, Xiaoyi did not hesitate. She swiftly took a seat and began to fill her mouth with rice using chopsticks. Her cheeks puffed out adorably like a cute little hamster. Xiaoyi, a Westerner, had seldom used chopsticks before, primarily relying on knives and forks during meals. Consequently, her movements appeared somewhat clumsy, and grains of rice adorned the corners of her mouth. Don't just eat rice. Eat some vegetables too. Seeing Xiaoyi in this state, Jiang Che couldn't help but chuckle, casting a knowing glance at the maid nearby. The maid instantly understood, picking up a tissue to wipe the rice grains from the corners of Xiaoyi's mouth, her eyes filled with unabashed envy. Each of the maids had their own designated meals, yet none had ever dined at the same table as the young master. The sight of this little girl in purple, so recently arrived, sitting alongside the young master for a meal, suggested to anyone with even a hint of intuition that their relationship was undoubtedly intricate. At Jiang Che's prompting, Xiaoyi obediently resumed her meal, meticulously picking up vegetables with her chopsticks, her expression devoid of emotion, as if she were executing a task. Observing this, Jiang Che could only shake his head in resignation. Xiaoyi's aloof demeanor was clearly not something that could be easily altered overnight, and he held no extravagant hopes for change. After the meal, Jiang Che returned directly to his room. After refreshing himself, he comfortably lay on his 10-meter-wide bed, engaging in some light conversation with Lu Mengxi before succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, after completing his morning routine and donning his attire, Jiang Che opened his door. Just as he intended to head downstairs for breakfast, he spotted the purple silhouette standing at the entrance. Xiaoyi, have you been awake all night? Keeping watch here? Noticing the pronounced dark circles under her eyes, Jiang Che raised an eyebrow in surprise. Xiaoyi silently nodded, her expression remaining impassive. In her heart, she had already regarded Jiang Che as her master, thus feeling compelled to safeguard his safety. Even though she was aware that no unforeseen events would occur within the Qingting Villa, she still chose to quietly guard outside Jiang Che's room throughout the night. You silly girl, Jiang Che said with a smile, feeling a touch of warmth in his heart as he reached out to pat Xiaoyi's head. Xiaoyi's body stiffened slightly, a flicker of unease crossing her face, yet she did not reject his gesture. Like a docile kitten, she nuzzled her small head against Jiang Che's palm. However, it was evident that Xiaoyi lacked experience in playful banter, making her actions appear somewhat comical. All right, let us head downstairs for breakfast together, and then you should catch up on some sleep. I'll be going out soon, and you don't need to accompany me today. Jiang Che withdrew his hand and smiled gently. Xiaoyi shook her head lightly, extending her small hand to grasp the hem of Jiang Che's shirt, her meaning unmistakable. It was a command, and I'm merely going home for a short while. There is no danger. Jiang Che understood Xiaoyi's concerns and patiently explained. Chapter 7. The celestial sister Jiang Wantong. After breakfast, Xiaoyi ascended to rest, while Jiang Che made his way to the garage to drive a Pagani Huayra, then exited Qingtung Villa, steering towards Yunding Manor. The previous evening, his mother had contacted him, informing him that his grandfather had returned from the capital and would be resting at home for 3 to 5 days, urging him to come back. Jiang Che naturally would not refuse, for he had prepared a generous gift for his family. The Pagani Huayra surged along the highway, with no vehicle daring to approach within 10 meters. After all, with a supercar of such caliber, even a minor scrape could render one financially destitute for a lifetime. Moreover, the license plate reading Jiang 99999 made it abundantly clear that the occupant was not an ordinary individual. With a clear path ahead, after approximately an hour, Jiang Che finally returned to the Yunding Manor. Upon parking, he made his way directly towards the villa's grand hall, where his parents awaited his arrival. Welcome home, young master. The passing maids greeted him warmly as he walked through. Jiang Che smiled and nodded in response, soon entering the hall. Oh my, the young master actually smiled at me. Mom, I'm in love, exclaimed one maid, her heart fluttering. The young master seems even more handsome now. I envy those maids working at Qingting Manor. Witnessing the young master's exquisite countenance daily must be a delight. I'm about to burst. Someone help me. I need to use the restroom. Father, mother, grandfather, sister. I'm back. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Che quickly noticed the group gathered around the sofa, engaged in conversation, and greeted them with a smile. Ah, you rascal son. You're back. Come sit. Qin Mingxian's eyes sparkled upon hearing Jiang Che's voice as she patted the sofa beside her. Mother, I am not a rascal. Jiang Che retorted playfully as he took a seat next to her. Seeing Jiang Che daring to retort, Qin Mingxuan's expression shifted to one of mock indignation. She reached out her delicate hand and playfully tugged at Jiang Che's ear, her voice laced with feigned irritation. How dare you say that? Do you even realize the last time you came home? It has been a full 54 days. 2 months without a visit to see your mother. Are you planning a rebellion? Qin Mingxian glared at her precious son, her grip tightening as her expression conveyed a mixture of annoyance and affection. In that moment, her usual icy demeanor, characteristic of a powerful matriarch, melted away, revealing a tone filled with longing. Qin Mingxian, with her curvaceous figure, had maintained her beauty remarkably well as a lady of high society, appearing to be in her early 30s, devoid of any signs of aging, her face smooth and wrinkle-free. Hee. Jiang Che chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to argue further. During the summer, he had been traveling extensively, exploring various landscapes across the country, and had only recently returned to Linjiang City. Upon reflection, he acknowledged that it indeed had been quite a while since he last visited home. Across from him, Jiang Qinzhou observed the playful banter between mother and son with a warm smile, appreciating the tender family atmosphere. Despite the Jiang family being the foremost aristocracy in Jiangzhou province, their lineage had been passed down through 3 generations without the imposition of any so-called aristocratic rules, allowing them to interact as naturally as any ordinary family. You possess martial arts prowess, little brother? Jiang Wantong, who had remained silent until now, suddenly inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Jiang Che, imbued with a hint of curiosity. Jiang Wantong possesses exquisite features, with cascading black hair, enchanting phoenix eyes, delicate arched brows, ruby red lips, and pearly white teeth. Her high nose and slender, soft lips complement her tall stature, approximately 1.75 meters. Dressed in an elegant Chanel-inspired dress, she exudes grace and refinement, embodying an air of noble beauty. She moves like a startled swan and flows like a wandering dragon, entirely deserving of the phrase a beauty capable of captivating a nation. As the senior sister in the divine beauty of the campus goddess and my 7 exquisite senior sisters, Jiang Wantong is the unattainable white moonlight in the heart of the protagonist, Lin Yi, whose beauty requires no further elaboration. Jiang Wantong's martial arts talent is exceptionally remarkable. At a tender age, she has already reached the pinnacle of the Dan realm, allowing her to easily perceive Jiang Che's uniqueness. Yes, sister. I have attained the peak of the Ming realm, Jiang Che replied with a smile, not intending to conceal this fact. Before Jiang Wanong, he felt no need for any secrecy. Observing his familiar elder sister, Jiang Che subtly communicated with the system and performed a probing technique on Jiang Wanong. Character, Jiang Wanong. Identity, young miss of the Jiang family, the foremost talented woman of Linjiang. Age, 26. Charm, 99. Cultivation, pinnacle of the Dan realm. Skills, master level in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, master level in poetry, wine, flowers, and tea, advanced investment abilities, advanced business management, related plot, Phoenix Emperor Supreme, the divine beauty of the campus goddess and my 7 exquisite senior sisters. Upon reviewing Jiang Wantong's attribute panel, Jiang Che could not help but be astonished. With a charm value of 99, it matched his own prowess. Over the years, he had encountered numerous beautiful women, yet none could compare to his celestial sister in terms of looks and temperament. A 26-year-old martial artist at the pinnacle of the Dan realm. Such a feat is truly terrifying. In the realm of martial arts, every step is a significant advancement, rigorously testing the practitioner's aptitude and comprehension. An ordinary martial artist, even if they begin training at 6, would find it nearly impossible to reach such heights in a lifetime. Even those favored by fortune struggle to attain the pinnacle of the Dan realm before the age of 30. This illustrates just how extraordinary Jiang Wantong's martial arts talent is. She is merely half a step away from the legendary Grandmaster of the Gang realm. After completing her university education at the age of 19, she was taken to the mountains by her master to train, marking exactly 7 years since then. System: I wish to access the plot concerning Jiang Wantong. Jiang Che immersed himself in thought, directly communicating with the system. To understand oneself and one's adversaries is the key to victory in 100 battles. Since he intended to counter these favored ones, it was essential to be forewarned about their narratives. This would facilitate his strategic planning. Ding, deducting 2,000 emotional points. Beginning information infusion. As the system's prompt resonated, an array of plot introductions flooded Jiang Che's mind like a whirlwind. After absorbing the narrative, he observed Jiang Wantong's countenance with a hint of curiosity. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon something truly remarkable? Chapter 8. The enigma of Jiang Wantong's heritage. Is it possible that Jiang Wantong is not actually her biological sister? Upon receiving this astonishing revelation, Jiang Che found himself utterly bewildered. This was simply preposterous. Had it not been for the narrative of the Supreme Phoenix Emperor that he gleaned from the system regarding Jiang Wantong, he might have remained oblivious to her true identity forever. The storyline of the Supreme Phoenix Emperor provides a rather detailed exposition of Jiang Wantong's background. 25 years ago, Jiang Che and Qin Mingxian were newlyweds, deeply enamored with one another. The youthful Qin Mingxian, desiring to relish the experience of motherhood without hastily bearing children, proposed that they adopt an orphan together, to which Jiang Che readily acquiesced. The following day, amidst a heavy snowfall, they ventured out to enjoy the wintry landscape and stumbled upon an abandoned infant in the blizzard on Wudong Mountain near Linjiang City. The infant, merely a few months old, bore a piece of ancient jade around her neck. In that era, surveillance cameras were scarce, and after fruitlessly searching for the child's family, Jiang Che and Qin Mingxian resolved to adopt her. The serendipitous nature of their encounter led Qin Mingxian to believe it was a divine arrangement. The girl was named Jiang Wantong and grew up gradually within the Jiang household. The couple consistently proclaimed her as their biological daughter, a secret known only to Jiang Che, Qin Mingxian, and Jiang Jiangguo. As Qin Mingxuan's first child, her affection for Jiang Wantong was no less than that for Jiang Che, demonstrating an unwavering sense of equality. As for Jiang Wantong's true identity, it could only be described as extraordinary. She was destined to be the protagonist of fate, surpassing the so-called children of fortune. Reincarnated as the Empress, she was inherently supreme. By the later stages of the Supreme Phoenix Emperor, Jiang Wantong had fully matured and emerged as a formidable force within the Blue Star, capable of standing alone. Following Jiang Jiangguo's gradual demise, the Jiang family faced oppression from many formidable children of fortune and rival factions. It was Jiang Wantong's presence that prevented the family from crumbling entirely, ensuring its continuity. Little brother, what troubles you? Noticing Jiang Che's dazed stare fixed upon her, Jiang Wantong furrowed her brows and hesitated to speak. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating some other matters, Jiang Che replied, shaking his head and speaking vaguely, soon coming to terms with this newfound reality. After all these years, whether Jiang Wantong was truly their mother's biological daughter had become inconsequential. She would forever remain his sister, the one who loved and cared for him unconditionally. Moreover, his elder sister was destined for greatness, her narrative woven with themes of supremacy, ensuring that in every storyline concerning her, she would never betray the Jiang family. Instead, she had consistently safeguarded the family's legacy, and thus Jiang Che harbored no resentment. The bond cultivated over 2 decades could not be feigned. He vividly recalled the countless moments shared with his sister during their upbringing. Although she had spent the past 7 years honing her skills on the mountain, seldom returning home, the region of Fengming Mountain was not entirely isolated from the world. Jiang Che and Jiang Wantong have maintained constant communication through their mobile phones, fostering a naturally profound relationship. He was well aware of her 6 junior sisters and 1 junior brother. Prior to the awakening of the system, Jiang Che had given little thought to these matters. However, upon reflection, he now perceives a web of intricacies. Rascal, did you not express disdain for martial arts? How is it that you suddenly possess the prowess of Mingjing? Qin Mingxian narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression solemn as she scrutinized her beloved son. Naturally, she was well acquainted with Jiang Che's situation, understanding that he lacked any remarkable talent for martial arts and had always shown minimal interest in practice. Yet, after 2 months apart, he unexpectedly boasts the peak cultivation of Mingjing, which appears undeniably suspicious. As her words fell, both Jiang Che and Jiang Jiangguo turned their inquisitive gazes towards Jiang Che. Their eyes filled with curiosity. Mother, am I truly the type of person you describe? Jiang Che found himself at a loss for words at his mother's imaginative conclusions. Too weary to engage in a debate over her choice of labels. A myriad of tropes from web novels swiftly flashed through his mind, and he spoke without hesitation. The situation is as follows. I have been traveling across the country, and during one visit to Wudong Mountain, I encountered a venerable sage. You mean to say that you met a mystical old Taoist on Wudong Mountain, who claimed a connection with you and assisted in elevating your cultivation with elixirs, while also imparting 2 martial arts techniques. Upon hearing Jiang Che's explanation, Jiang Jiangguo appeared contemplative, having already bought into a considerable portion of the tale. Having held a high position for many years, Jiang Jiangguo possessed a discerning perspective, aware of truths that ordinary individuals could never grasp. Some reclusive masters genuinely prefer to dwell in remote mountains, cloaked in the guise of seeking solace from worldly distractions. After all, Jiang Wanong herself serves as a prime example of this phenomenon. Ah, so that is how it is. You truly possess extraordinary luck, my son. Qin Mingshuan's furrowed brow began to relax, and she clicked her tongue in amazement. Her affection for Jiang Che has always been evident. Now that she realized he had not practiced any malevolent arts to hastily enhance his skills, she ceased to dwell on her previous concerns. Indeed, that is the case. Furthermore, I have returned bearing gifts for you all, Jiang Che declared, as he proceeded to distribute the various elixirs he had prepared in advance, offering brief explanations. Xiao Che, are you saying that after consuming these 2 elixirs, I will directly extend my life by 20 years? Jiang Jiangguo scrutinized the golden, fragrant longevity elixir in his hand, skepticism dripping from his tone. Although he acknowledged that his grandson had encountered fortuitous circumstances and met an extraordinary figure, he remained doubtful about the efficacy of the longevity elixir. Can a single elixir truly prolong life by 10 years? Even with my experience, I have never heard of such a thing. Of course it is true, grandfather. Why not try it and see for yourself? Are you truly afraid that your grandson would bring you harm? Jiang Che responded with a grin, playfully teasing. You rascal! Jiang Jiangguo chuckled in jest, then without hesitation, swallowed 2 elixirs, beginning to chew them. He was well aware that Jiang Che was merely teasing him. After a lifetime, how lamentable it would be to distrust even his own grandson. The moment the elixirs entered his mouth, Jiang Jiangguo underwent a transformation almost instantaneously. The wrinkles on his face vanished entirely, his once white hair regained its lustrous black hue, and his vitality surged to extraordinary heights. Sitting on the sofa, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and exhilaration, as if he had returned to his prime. Indeed, as his eldest grandson had stated, he felt rejuvenated by 20 years. Jiang Shenzhou stared in disbelief at his father. Despite having anticipated this change, he was still taken aback by Jiang Jiangguo's remarkable transformation. Truly miraculous. So, dear son, does this elixir truly allow your mother to remain eternally youthful and radiant? Qin Mingshuan's eyes sparkled, her breath quickening, and her hands trembled slightly. Witnessing her father-in-law's transformation left her with no doubt regarding Jiang Che's claims. Chapter 9. A family of protagonists. Am I the sole antagonist? Indeed, it is true. As long as you consume this elixir of youth, even when you reach the venerable age of 70 or 80, you will maintain this youthful visage. However, the elixir will purge impurities from your body, so it is advisable to use it in the bathroom. With a pause, Jiang Che's gaze shifted to the cleansing elixir positioned before Jiang Wantong. Continuing, the cleansing elixir can refine one's muscles and marrow, enhancing physical constitution and martial talent. Sister, after consuming it, you may very well break through your current limitations and ascend to the realm of a martial grandmaster. Thank you, Xiao Che, Jiang Wantong replied. Her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, her voice soft and gentle, radiating warmth. The cleansing elixir, which could fundamentally alter a martial artist's innate abilities, had previously been something she only encountered in ancient texts. Now, seeing the genuine elixir before her ignited a wave of excitement within her, and her gaze toward Jiang Che became increasingly tender, filled with affection. Regardless of its potential efficacy, she sincerely appreciated her brother's heartfelt gesture. Jiang Wantong's heart blossomed with joy. Emotional value, $99.99. Jiang Jingguo felt immense relief. Emotional value, $99.99. Jiang Qinzhou felt gratified. Emotional value, $66.66. Qin Mingxian was overjoyed. Emotional value, $5,555. Upon hearing the sudden system notification in his mind, Jiang Che was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. The The system had previously stated that he could only harvest the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the protagonists and the heroine. The stronger the aura of fate surrounding the protagonists, the greater the emotional value he could reap. Jiang Wanhong was the destined heroine, a fact Jiang Che was already aware of, so he was not surprised by the emotional value he could collect from her. However, what was the situation with his father, mother, and grandfather? With a sense of skepticism, Jiang Che cast a probing spell on the 3 individuals. Character: Jiang Jiangguo. Age: 86. Charm: 93. Cultivation: none. Skill: master-level manipulation technique. Plot: glorious life. Character: Jiang Che. Age: 49. Charm: 95. Cultivation: none. Plot: smooth ascent. Character: Qin Mengxian. Age: 46. Charm: 97. Cultivation: initial stage of qi. Plot: a blissful life. Spoiled by my husband. Upon reviewing the attributes of these individuals, Jiang Che's lips twitched, leaving him utterly speechless. To his astonishment, it seemed that apart from himself, the destined antagonist, the rest of this family were all characters of great fortune. What was he? A legitimate evil? Haha. Indeed, the Jiang family has produced a prodigy. Jiang Jiangguo burst into hearty laughter, his face glowing with vitality, exuding an air of vigor that belied his 86 years. His mood was genuinely uplifting. Perhaps the best it had ever been. His body felt rejuvenated, and his grandchildren were excelling impressively. He had meticulously arranged his son's career, and his daughter-in-law's enterprise was flourishing, soon to become the foremost in Longhua. The entire Jiang family radiated prosperity and vitality. How could his spirits not soar? Indeed, Xiao Che is becoming increasingly outstanding. Jiang Che chimed in, his gaze towards Jiang Che growing ever more approving. The meal is ready in the kitchen. Let us dine and converse, Qin Mengxian declared, ushering everyone to take their seats at the dining table. At the table, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. The 3 generations of Jiang Che raised their glasses in joyful camaraderie, while Jiang Wanhong and Qin Mengxian engaged in hushed conversations. By the way, Xiao Che, have you been seeing anyone lately? When will you bring her home? When do you plan to marry and have children? After a satisfying meal, Qin Mengxian suddenly recalled something and inquired unexpectedly. She was genuinely pleased with her beloved son, yet over the years, she had never heard of him being in a relationship, which left her feeling somewhat anxious. After all, a young man in his early 20s is in the prime of his youth. It was perplexing that such an exceptional son had never dated, naturally leading her to wonder if there were unspoken issues at play. In an instant, Qin Mingxuan's imagination ran wild. There is someone, and you know her too, Miss Luer from the Lu family, Lu Mingxi, Jiang Che casually interjected while raising another glass. If he were to discover the thoughts swirling in his mother's mind, he would undoubtedly find it both amusing and exasperating. Desire and affection are intrinsic to human nature. How could he have never dated? In the outside world, he bore numerous illustrious titles: the young master of Linjiang, the first philanthropist of Linjiang, the elegant young Jiang, and the charismatic senior Jiang, the god of investment. One could assert that Jiang Che's life thus far had been utterly unblemished. Over the years, Jiang Che has been particularly mindful of his reputation, cherishing his image in order to pave the way for a future in politics. Thus, he has conducted himself with a degree of restraint. However, in the present context, such caution seems entirely unnecessary. Is the second daughter of the Lu family, the little girl who used to follow you around in childhood? She could, with some effort, be deemed a suitable match for your status. Qin Mingxian pondered, setting aside her numerous speculations. She indeed recalled Lu Mingxi, who often visited their home during Jiang Che's youth. Although the Lu family is one of the 6 prestigious families of Linjiang City, in Qin Mingxuan's eyes, they hardly held any significance, since he now has a girlfriend. It's time for the Jiang family to expand. I've even arranged a marriage for you in the capital. When the opportunity is right, you two shall meet. Jiang Jiangguo interjected, his face radiating warmth. He never envisioned Jiang Che living a life of monogamy like his son, Jiang Qinzhou. As the sole heir of the Jiang family's 3rd generation, the glorious yet formidable task of propagating the family lineage naturally fell upon Jiang Che. We will heed your arrangements, grandfather. Jiang Che replied with a smile, showing no resistance. Given that this marriage was orchestrated by his venerable grandfather, the prospective partner could hardly be lacking. At the very least, she would be his equal in status, and quite possibly an unknown female lead. Jiang Che certainly had no inclination to decline. The presence of a female lead is always welcome, the more, the merrier, as he has never been one to embody a lovesick persona. Chapter 10, Lingxiao Capital, strategizing against the protagonist after spending a night at Yunning Mountain Villa the next morning. Following breakfast, Jiang Che bid farewell to his family and departed in his car, having garnered the storyline involving the soldier bodyguard from Lumingshi. Jiang Che was eager to meet this so-called soldier protagonist. According to the plot's progression, the soldier, Xiao Chun, had only just returned to Linjiang City, possessing minimal influence and a cultivation level merely at the late phase of Mingjing, slightly inferior to Jiang Che himself. He was the perfect candidate for practice. Xiao Chun, the leader of a mercenary group called the Wolf Tooth in a small nation of Black Continent, was notorious for his nefarious deeds. The Wolf Tooth's operations included the trafficking of slaves, organ trade, assassination of small nation leaders, and arms smuggling. How could such a person become the protagonist? Jiang Che found it hard to comprehend. Aside from the slave trade, the other actions Xiao Chun had committed warranted execution 1,000 times over. This individual was hardly virtuous, and Jiang Che would bear no psychological burden in eliminating him. After all, he was no saint. Taking a life was not foreign to him. Since these fated children of fortune would inevitably target the Jiang family in accordance with the trajectory of destiny, Jiang Che would show no mercy. To be merciful to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. As for the descending mad dragon, according to the plot, Lenny still had some time before descending the mountain. Jiang Che had ample time to arrange matters, and he would surely prepare a grand gift for him. After departing from the Cloud-Top Villa, Jiang Che did not return directly to the Qingding Villa but instead made his way to Lingxiao capital in the city center. The Pagani, like a windblown sun, raced swiftly along the road, causing other vehicles to yield. After approximately an hour, Jiang Che arrived at the entrance of the Lingxiao capital building. "Good day, Mr. Jiang," the employees greeted him as he walked through the lobby. Some female staff members blushing with admiration, their legs elegantly crossed, embodying a poetic charm. Jiang Che smiled in acknowledgement before stepping into the exclusive elevator for the president, which ascended directly to the 26th floor. Lingxiao Capital is an investment company owned by Jiang Che. Upon reaching adulthood, his mother allocated a monthly allowance of 500 million yuan. After covering his daily indulgences, a surplus naturally remained. Jiang Che accumulated several months' worth of this allowance and casually established an investment firm. Over 3 years, Lingxiao Capital has grown into a premier entity in Linjiang City, boasting a substantial scale and a market value in the hundreds of billions, holding shares in numerous prestigious enterprises. It is precisely due to these accomplishments that Jiang Che has earned the moniker of the God of Investment. However, this title is largely a superficial accolade. The reason he has managed to oversee Lingxiao Capital so effectively is primarily due to the insider information he receives from his father, Jiang Qinzhou. Being a step ahead in every matter makes it nearly impossible not to profit. Standing at the forefront of opportunity, even a pig could take flight. After a chime announced the elevator's arrival at the top floor, Jiang Che issued a command and proceeded directly toward his office. Seated in the spacious executive chair, Jiang Che drummed his fingers on the desk, awaiting patiently. After about 10 minutes, a series of knocks echoed in his ears. "Come in," he replied nonchalantly. The office door creaked open, revealing a tall man in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, the very embodiment of a refined rogue. "Mr. Jiang, here is the project proposal regarding the investment in Lanzi Group that you requested," the man stated, respectfully presenting the document onto the desk. "Xiaohan, how long have you been with the company?" Jiang Che inquired, not immediately opening the file. He lightly tapped his fingers on the surface, suddenly posing a seemingly irrelevant question. "Well, Mr. Jiang, I have been at Lingxiao Capital for 1 year, 3 months, and 24 days, Han Yang cautiously responded, covertly gauging Jiang Che's expression, a surge of anxiety rising within him. Typically, when a boss engages in such conversation, it often heralds misfortune, perhaps a demotion or even outright dismissal. However, there exists the possibility that the boss, recognizing one's contributions, may wish to promote them. Uncertain of Jiang Che's intentions, Han Yang felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that a moment of dissatisfaction could lead to his termination. After all, as Jiang Che's secretary, his monthly salary starts at 100,000, along with comprehensive benefits and housing provisions. If he were to be dismissed, finding a comparable position would be a lifelong challenge. 1 year, 3 months, and 24 days? You remember that so precisely? Have you ever considered switching job positions? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and continued to speak. Han Yang, a master's graduate from Oxford University, is indeed the kind of overseas returnee with genuine credentials. When he initially applied for a position at Lingxiao Capital, Jiang Che found him to be quite astute and diligent, thus appointing him as his secretary to handle some trivial documents, and his work performance was commendable. "Mr. Jiang, what do you mean?" Han Yang asked, momentarily taken aback. Probing cautiously, "The marketing department is in need of a manager. You should take that position. Additionally, please assist me in recruiting a new secretary. The salary and benefits will remain unchanged, but the requirements are as follows: female, a bachelor's degree, a height of at least 168 centimeters. With pleasing features and no tattoos, Jiang Che replied casually, flipping through an investment proposal without lifting his gaze. As for the position of secretary, Jiang Che expressed his own desire to explore it. Who knows, he might encounter a captivating heroine along the way. A secretary is to be engaged when there are tasks, and when there are none. Understood, Mr. Jiang. I comprehend. Han Yang took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, his voice quivering slightly. Finally, the lavish fortune had come his way. Grateful to his parents, his country, and Mr. Jiang, Han Yang understood the implications behind Jiang Che's words. He knew that his young and capable boss was looking to indulge in a bit of office play, and he certainly would not be foolish enough to expose that directly. Pleasing features? What kind of woman qualifies as having pleasing features? Naturally, the more beautiful, the better. Han Yang secretly resolved to personally oversee the secretary recruitment this time, determined to live up to Mr. Jiang's trust in him. Notify Lanzi Group. I shall meet with their president tomorrow to discuss investment project matters. Jiang Che instructed after finishing the contents of the investment proposal. The plan for investing in Lanzi Group had been submitted by the Asset Management Department a month ago. However, due to various disagreements among the team members, it had yet to be approved, awaiting his decision. Understood, Mr. Jiang. I will make the arrangements immediately. Han Yang nodded slightly. After brewing a cup of coffee for Jiang Che, he left the office to attend to the relevant matters. Once Han Yang had departed, Jiang Che took out various documents that had accumulated over the past 2 months and began to meticulously review and approve them. Chapter 11. Young man, you have paved your own path to demise. Lanzi Group, President's Office. Lung Qingqiu was engrossed in handling group documents when the phone on her desk rang unexpectedly. She furrowed her brows slightly. Although the sudden interruption of her thoughts was somewhat displeasing, she did not hesitate to answer the call. The individuals who had her office number were at the very least wealthy entrepreneurs, and it was likely that they wished to discuss a collaboration project with her. So she did not dare to be negligent, due to being jointly pressured by competitors and the recent stagnation of their research products. Lanzi Group's financial chain was on the verge of breaking, clearly at a critical juncture of survival. Therefore, at this moment, Lung Qingqiu could not afford to miss any opportunity. Hello, this is Lung Qingqiu, president of Lanzi Group. What? Lingxiao Capital is poised to invest in Lanzi Group. Upon hearing this exhilarating news, Lung Qingqiu was so overwhelmed that she stood up from her seat. Very well, I shall await you at the Yuexin dining hall tomorrow at noon. Thank you. Taking a deep breath to steady her somewhat chaotic breathing, Lung Qingqiu hung up the phone and managed to quell her excitement, promptly messaging her secretary, Li Yanran, to come to her office. After approximately 5 minutes, a knock resonated in Lung Qingqiu's ears. Come in. Upon receiving permission, a tall and exquisitely beautiful woman, clad in a fitted black skirt, entered the office. President, you summoned me? Li Yanran placed a stack of documents on Lung Qingqiu's desk, patiently awaiting instructions. Dressed in a cream-colored blouse, her long, slender legs encased in black stockings, and adorned with high heels, she epitomized the image of a modern urban professional. While her beauty may not quite rival that of Lung Qingqiu, she was undeniably a strikingly beautiful woman. Outside the door, Xiao Chun, leaning against the wall, pressed his ear to it upon seeing Li Yin and enter the office, eager to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two women. At 24 years of age, Xiao Chun had ventured abroad immediately after graduating high school at 18, serendipitously becoming a mercenary. With remarkable courage and a fair share of luck, he had thrived over the years, establishing his own mercenary group. Having grown weary of a life on the edge, Xiao Chun returned to Longhua, to the city of Linjiang, which had long occupied his thoughts. Upon his return, his initial intention was to seek out his childhood sweetheart at the orphanage. However, a chance encounter with Lung Qingqiu led him to fall head over heels for her at first sight. He had already considered Lung Qingqiu to be his beloved, prompting him to apply for the position of her bodyguard at Lanzi Group. Despite his various attempts to make an impression on her over the past few days, Lung Qingqiu, true to her name, maintained an aloof demeanor, embodying the essence of a dedicated workaholic. Consequently, Xiaochen struggled to find an opportune moment to connect with her. Yet, he remained undeterred. Her distant and icy aura only intensified his desire for conquest. After all, subduing an icy facade was a challenge that promised immense satisfaction. Furthermore, upon learning of the recent financial troubles faced by Lanzi Group, Xiaochen realized that his opportunity to showcase his worth had arrived. By investing in Lanzi Group and aiding in its revival, how could he not earn the favor of this industrious woman? Over the years, through clandestine operations involving the assassination of small nation leaders and the trafficking of arms and slaves, he had amassed considerable wealth, easily in the billions, making it feasible for him to assist in the resurrection of Lanzi Group. However, Xiaochen understood the importance of timing, choosing to patiently await the perfect moment to make his move. As the group arrived at a moment of life and death, it would become an indelible experience for Lung Qingqiu. The Lanzi Group was filled with stunning beauties, and Lung Qingqiu's secretary, Li Yanran, was undoubtedly a captivating woman of exceptional grace, which piqued Xiaochen's interest. He had long regarded the Lanzi Group as his future harem, repeatedly affirming to himself that children make choices. He, Xiaochen, would have them all. In his heart, both Lung Qingqiu and Li Yanran were already his women, destined to submit to his prowess. Postpone tomorrow's schedule. Accompany me to the Yuexin restaurant at noon, Lung Qingqiu instructed, casting a glance at Li Yanran. To Yuexin restaurant? Has the president secured the financing? Li Yanran expressed her surprise, instantly grasping her superior's intentions. Having been Lung Qingqiu's secretary for 3 years since graduating from university, she had come to understand her boss exceptionally well. Typically, Lung Qingqiu chose this venue for discussions with company executives. Outside, upon hearing the news, Xiaochen's mood turned tense, an unsettling premonition taking hold of him. Indeed, Lingxiao Capital just called. Their chairman wishes to discuss investing in the Lanzi Group in detail tomorrow, and you will accompany me. Lung Qingqiu stated, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The chairman of Lingxiao Capital, the so-called investment god, Jiang Che? Li Yanran blinked, clearly recognizing the significance of his name. After all, Jiang Che's achievements over the past 3 years had been nothing short of remarkable, creating quite a stir in high society, of which she was well aware. It was said that any project he invested in had nearly never incurred losses. Within 3 years, he had transformed Lingxiao Capital from a modest 50 billion company into a colossal enterprise valued at $1 trillion, earning him the title of investment god. Yes, with Lingxiao Capital's involvement. If this partnership succeeds, the group could experience a miraculous revival. Lung Qingqiu nodded gravely, fully aware that this was her only opportunity. She would seize it without fail. Understood. President, I will arrange the details for tomorrow, Li Yanran replied with a slight nod before gracefully departing the president's office. Meanwhile, outside, Xiaochen's expression darkened as he eavesdropped on their conversation, his body trembling with rage. He struck his fist against the corridor wall, leaving a deep crack. Xiaochen had initially planned to intervene in the faltering Lanzi Group in 3 days, but unexpectedly, an unforeseen competitor had emerged. Damn it. No matter who the owner of Lingxiao Capital is, I am determined to eliminate him. Tomorrow, I will find a way to accompany Lung Qingqiu to the dinner. Daring to disrupt the schemes of the Blood Wolf, young man, you have paved your path to demise. Chapter 12. Early stage of dark energy, shadow secret guards, disguised talismans. Lung Qingqiu harbors gratitude towards you. Emotional value. 999. Li Yanran feels curiosity towards you. Emotional value. 999. Xiaochen is filled with impotent rage. Emotional value. 999. Xiaochen is so furious he nearly disintegrates. Emotional value. 3,399. After attending to a pile of documents accumulated by Lingxiao Capital, Jiang Che drove directly back to the Qingding villa. Upon his return, a series of system notifications resonated in his mind. Having completed the storyline of the cold and elegant CEO's personal soldier, Jiang Che was acutely aware of Xiaochen's schemes and understood precisely why the fellow was so enraged. With a sly smile, Jiang Che commanded the system, grant me 5 draws. Over the past few days, he had amassed over 50,000 emotional points. And being still within the beginner protection period, the likelihood of obtaining epic rewards was significantly heightened, an opportunity Jiang Che would not let slip by. Deducing 50,000 emotional points. The draws commenced. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the god-level hacking skill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Disguised Talismans X10, capable of altering one's physical appearance to transform into anyone for a duration of 12 hours. which can be deactivated at any time. Note: the disguise is intended to deceive the protagonist, ensuring no issues arise with the mask consumed with confidence. Congratulations, host. You have received a cultivation enhancement card. X1 can elevate one small realm of martial cultivation, usable solely by the host. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Shadow Secret Guards. X10, assassins of the night, utterly loyal to the host, their cultivation advancing alongside the host, always remaining one realm beneath. Congratulations, host. You have secured the Golden Desert Eagle. X1, infinite ammunition for the sole use of the host. Upon reviewing the array of rewards from this draw, Jiang Che could hardly conceal the smile upon his face. All were exceptionally practical items, delightful indeed. System: summon the Shadow Secret Guards and utilize the Cultivation Enhancement card. Ding. The Cultivation Enhancement card has been successfully activated. As the system's notification faded, Jiang Che felt a sudden surge of warmth emanating from the dantian in his lower abdomen, coursing through his limbs and meridians. Under the influence of this force, the barrier between the pinnacle of bright energy and the realm of dark energy was swiftly shattered. With energy flowing back to his dantian, Jiang Che's martial cultivation directly ascended to the initial stage of dark energy. With a casual wave of his hand, the air reverberated with the sound of rupturing space, akin to thunderclaps. There exists a stark distinction between practitioners of bright energy and those of dark energy. Bright energy practitioners endure a continuous process of refining their physical bodies and condensing true energy. Once true energy is successfully consolidated, a natural breakthrough to the dark energy realm follows. Practitioners of dark energy can channel the true energy from their dantian into their hands and legs, allowing each strike to unleash formidable power. Coupled with Jiang Che's training in the 9 Yang divine skill, even the simplest of his techniques would yield an exceptionally powerful effect, effortlessly shattering stones and slicing through iron. Transformational energy practitioners can release their true energy, plucking flowers and leaves, striking without a trace. With the system at his side, as long as he continues to harvest emotional points from the protagonist and the leading lady, Jiang Che's advancement to the realm of transformational energy is merely a matter of time, and that time is destined to be short. System: review my attribute panel. Host: Jiang Che. Identity: the destined great villain, the foremost young master of Linjiang. Age: 21. Charm: 99. Cultivation: initial stage of dark energy. Techniques: 9 Yang divine skill, snow treading without a trace. Skills: proficient in 18 languages, godlike piano expertise, exceptional hacking abilities, advanced tea artistry, superior investment acumen, advanced management skills. Items: 10 disguise talismans. Golden Desert Eagle. Personal wealth: 136. 6 billion. Emotional value: 3366. Having acknowledged the master, after reviewing his attribute panel, Jiang Che turned his gaze towards the 10 figures kneeling nearby. Raising his head, Jiang Che spoke indifferently. As his words fell, the 10 individuals simultaneously raised their heads, their eyes ablaze with unrestrained admiration and fervor directed at Jiang Che. From now on, you shall reside at Qingtung Mountain Villa. Should any matters arise, I will instruct you to address them, Jiang Che declared with a satisfied smile as he observed their countenances. It must be said that the system was indeed considerate. These 10 shadow guards were all female, devoid of any males, and each possessed a beauty rating of approximately 70. Absolutely loyal to him, their cultivation would rise in tandem with his own. Was this not the foundation for his future dominion over Linjiang? Any unsavory or laborious tasks that he could not personally attend to could be delegated to these shadow guards. At your command, Master. The group responded in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. Master's command? This inexplicable feeling of youthful exuberance was somewhat disconcerting. You may all leave now. Let the maid arrange your accommodations. From now on, refer to me as young master or young sir. There is no need to address me as master. Jiang Che's eyelid twitched as he waved his hand, dismissing the 10 shadow guards. In playful moments with Lu Mengxi or Xiao Yi, Jiang Che did not mind adding a touch of flirtation by being addressed as master. However, having a group of women earnestly address him as such felt rather peculiar. Yes, young master, the women acknowledged, then bowed and departed. Jiang Che summoned a maid to arrange housing for the 10, distributing weapons and living supplies. Qingtung Mountain Villa was vast, accommodating not just these 10 shadow guards, but even 1,000 more would pose no challenge. After settling the 10 shadow guards, Jiang Che continued towards his villa. As he stepped across the lawn and approached the entrance, his eyes immediately fell upon a figure clad in purple, silently standing before the villa. It was Xiaoyi. Upon noticing Jiang Che's return, Xiaoyi quickly approached him, stepping lightly, and remained silent. "How long have you been waiting for me here?" Jiang Che inquired. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, Xiaoyi extended 8 fingers, silently indicating the duration of her wait. "In the future, when I am not home. You need not wait at the door for my return. Live your life as usual," Jiang Che said, handing Xiaoyi a copy of Snow Treading Without a Trace that he had transcribed from the system for her cultivation. "In the future, one is destined to confront various fated children of destiny, and it is impractical to keep the cold-hearted girl, Xiaoyi, by one's side indefinitely. Thus, it becomes necessary to occupy her with some tasks." According to the system's classification, the martial arts techniques of this world can be broadly divided into 4 grades: celestial, earthly, profound, and yellow. The technique Stepping on Snow Without a Trace is classified as a low-grade celestial technique and is a rare form of lightness skill in this realm. Upon breaking through to the Dan level, mastering Stepping on Snow Without a Trace to perfection would allow one to traverse 3,000 miles effortlessly, leaving behind traces like the call of a wild goose. For those Dan-level martial artists who have not trained in lightness skills, achieving such feats is utterly impossible. Xiaoyi received the technique with both hands and then knelt on one knee, clasping her fists together to express her loyalty. Her demeanor is often cold and uncommunicative. She struggles to articulate her feelings and can only convey her gratitude in this manner. "Rise, let us dine," Jiang Che said, extending his hand to assist the petite girl to her feet, and together they made their way into the opulent villa's hall. Chapter 13. Capturing Xiaoyi. The uniquely charming girl. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Jiang Che beckoned Xiaoyi to ascend the staircase, returning to his room. After freshening up, he took out his phone to establish a connection with Lu Mingxi, exchanging sweet nothings that cost nothing, thus garnering several thousand emotional points from the little girl. As the second young lady of the Lu family, Lu Mingxi has lived a life of luxury since childhood, characterized by her innocent and endearing nature. For such a charming little girl, providing a modicum of emotional value is sufficient to ensnare her ever deeper. Having concluded his conversation with Lu Mingxi, Jiang Che waved to the silently standing Xiaoyi. Upon her approach, he enveloped the violet-haired girl in his embrace, encircling her delicate waist with his arms. Nestling his head in her fragrant purple locks, he inhaled the sweet scent of her hair. Years of martial training have rendered Xiaoyi's physique remarkably supple. Though she is a petite and exquisite girl, her figure embodies the golden ratio. Her long, slender legs are fair and delicate, with plump thighs and dainty calves, accentuated by over-the-knee black stockings that enhance her pure allure. Held in Jiang Che's arms, Xiaoyi maintained her impassive expression, her heart betraying not a flicker of emotion. As she lay softly against him, "Sweetheart, you truly are a soft, sweet little cake," Jiang Che whispered into her ear, his heart brimming with myriad sentiments. Indeed, little girls like her should be cradled like kittens, cherished by their masters. Xiaoyi's expression momentarily stiffened, clearly taken aback by Jiang Che's unexpected remark. But she quickly regained her composure. Had Jiang Che not been attentive to the subtle shifts in her emotions, he might have overlooked it. Ding, Xiaoyi feels flustered. Emotional value 3344. Listening to the system's real-time notifications, Jiang Che could not help but smile inwardly. He had long anticipated Xiaoyi's identity as the protagonist. After all, with her celestial beauty, a rarity among mortals, how could she merely be an inconsequential passerby in this intertwined world of narratives? However, the system did not provide any plot introduction regarding Xiaoyi, leaving Jiang Che unaware of which book her story belongs to. Of course, this was of little consequence to Jiang Che. It was already quite late. "Xiaoyi, it is time for you to rest. Do not harbor any hidden sorrows or resentments." Silence at this moment speaks louder than words. Xiaoyi's heart was stirred. Emotional value 4455. Xiaoyi's emotions surged. Emotional value 6666. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Che prepared to venture out for business discussions, suggesting that Xiaoyi stay home to rest. If she found herself bored, she could practice the art of moving silently through the snow. His gaze was tender as he placed a gentle kiss on her blushing cheeks. Last night, Jiang Che had merely wished to hold the soft, fragrant little girl and drift peacefully into slumber. Yet, Brother Yun had expressed strong objections to this. Thus, somewhat reluctantly, Xiaoyi underwent her transformation from girlhood into womanhood. Though the occurrence was rather abrupt, Jiang Che felt little regret within his heart. Xiaoyi had always been on his list. It was merely that the timing had shifted. Now that she had become his woman, it would be inappropriate to involve her in perilous endeavors. Perhaps in the future, he could have her train the shadow guards at the villa, providing the delicate little girl with some engagement. After all, as the foremost assassin of the shadows, Xiaoyi had diligently honed her skills from a young age, possessing mastery in the art of assassination, making her perfectly capable of instructing those shadow guards. Xiaoyi raised her gaze to meet Jiang Che's eyes, silently nodding in acknowledgement, her expression reflecting a newfound depth. She had anticipated such matters when she arrived at Qingting Villa yesterday and felt no surprise. After all, she had long regarded Jiang Che as her lifelong protector, naturally believing that all she possessed belonged to him. Such a good girl. I will accompany you properly when I return tonight. Jiang Che pinched Xiaoyi's tender cheek and smiled gently, covering her with a blanket before departing the room. Once he left, Xiaoyi exhaled a breath of pent-up air, curled up her petite body, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Indeed, the little girl was extraordinary. After descending the stairs, Jiang Che savored the moment, feeling a sense of reflection. Xiaoyi's protagonist aura was even more potent than that of Lu Mengxi last night. He had harvested over 20,000 emotional points from her. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Jiang Che glanced at his wristwatch. It was nearing noon, and the time agreed upon with the aloof Chiu was fast approaching. It was time for him to meet with this martial king. Summoning 3 bodyguards at the mid-level of Mingjin, Jiang Che drove a LaFerrari directly towards the direction of Yuexin restaurant. Before setting off, he had already assigned tasks to the 3 bodyguards, planning to significantly outmaneuver Xiaoqun today and reap another wave of emotional points. At the Lanzi Group, in the president's office, after finishing her tasks, Lung Qingqiu glanced at the time, realizing it was already 10:40, nearing her scheduled meeting with Lingxiao Capital. Rising from her executive chair, she gracefully strode towards the adjacent lounge, intending to apply a light touch of makeup to present herself in the best possible manner before meeting Jiang Che. Once prepared, she summoned Li Yanran, guiding her out of the Lanji Group building. On their way, Lang Qingxiu turned back to observe Li Yanran, who was cradling documents, her expression solemn and her tone serious. Yanran, today's collaboration must be flawless. Upon meeting, it is imperative to show Mr. Jiang the utmost respect. Over the past 3 years, Li Yanran had demonstrated exceptional diligence and capability, earning Lung Qingqiu's considerable esteem. However, the significance of today's negotiations was paramount, impacting the very survival of the Lanji Group, which prompted Lang Qingqiu to issue her stern reminder. Should they successfully secure the partnership today, with Lingxiao Capital's investment, the Lanji Group could experience a miraculous revival. Conversely, failing to attract Jiang Che's backing could lead to catastrophic consequences. The financial chain of the Lanji Group was precariously close to breaking, teetering on the brink of survival. Rest assured, President Long, I understand, Li Yanran replied with a firm nod, signaling her comprehension of the gravity of the situation. At the Lanji Group's security office, upon spotting Lung Qingqiu and Li Yanran, Xiaoqun's eyes lit up as he hurried over to greet them. Qingqiu, I heard you're heading out to discuss a partnership today. Allow me to accompany you. It will ensure your safety. Approaching Lang Qingqiu, he spoke with a playful grin, his demeanor exuding a casual charm. Gazing at the exquisitely made-up Lung Qingqiu, Xiaoqun could not help but feel a twinge of hidden greed. Swallowing hard as he admired her beauty, Lung Qingqiu was already a stunning beauty, and her careful adornment radiated an indescribable allure. In his years in Hezhou, he had never encountered someone of her caliber. The place was only home to women of a more robust physique. Though Xiaoqun had been with numerous women over the years, they were all of a different sort, and he had never had the pleasure of associating with someone as refined as Lang Qingqiu. Call me President Lang. Should you wish to avoid dismissal, you will address me properly. Lang Qingqiu frowned slightly, her gaze icy as she regarded Xiaoqun, her beautiful eyes flickering with disdain, deeply dissatisfied with his behavior. Xiaoqun had been at Lanji Group for 7 days, consistently seeking opportunities to curry favor with her, and Lang Qingqiu was well aware of his intentions. Had he not possessed genuine skills, capable of holding his own against 10 opponents and proficient in combat, she would have long dismissed this boundaryless bodyguard. In the past, she had indeed contemplated firing Xiaoqun, yet for various inexplicable reasons, she had been compelled to relent. Reflecting on it now, Lang Qingqiu remained puzzled, unaware that it was entirely due to Xiaoqun's magnetic presence that such thoughts had been thwarted. If she were to casually dismiss Xiaoqun, how might the story unfold? Very well, CEO Lang. Allow me to accompany you. After all, the men outside harbor ulterior motives. Without my presence by your side, you may face unforeseen dangers. Faced with Lung Qingqiu's frigid gaze, Xiao Chun promptly changed his stance, earnestly persuading her. He understood that this was a prelude to Lung Qingqiu's impending fury. If he continued to act obstinately, it could very well backfire. Xiao Chen's approach to winning over women was marked by relentless perseverance, eschewing superficiality. As the saying goes, a fierce woman fears a persistent suitor. Xiao Chen firmly believed that if he remained steadfast, he would eventually unlock the heart of this icy CEO. The crisis at Lanzi Group presented an excellent opportunity. If he could emerge at a critical moment to turn the tide and rescue the company from peril, he would undoubtedly leave a profound impression on Lung Qingqiu. Yet, fate had other plans. Before he could make his move, Lanzi Group inexplicably entered into negotiations with Lingxiao Capital. The fortuitous turn of events left Xiao Chen deeply frustrated, prompting his desire to accompany Lung Qingqiu and harbor a strong animosity toward the unfamiliar Jiang Che. If possible, he wished to covertly sabotage the negotiations, positioning himself to intervene later. There's no need. Just keep an eye on your entrance. Lung Qingqiu cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Chen, her tone as cold as ever, and chose not to engage further. She proceeded with Li Yanran towards the nearby parking lot. Today's negotiations were of utmost importance to her, and she certainly would not bring along anyone of dubious character. Moreover, Jiang Che had an excellent reputation within the upper echelons of Linjiang. Polite, unassuming, and impeccably presented, he was known as an economic magnate, an investment guru, and a philanthropist. These were all epitaphs of Jiang Che. A person's reputation often precedes them. Although Lung Qingqiu had never interacted with Lin Jiang's most distinguished heir before, it did not hinder her innate favorable impression of him. Compared to Jiang Che, she found Xiao Chun, with his lack of boundaries, to be rather dubious in character. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Lung Qingqiu handed the car keys to Li Yanran and then took her seat in the back of a Maserati Quattroporte. With a roar, the Maserati surged forward like a wild stallion, speeding away into the distance. What an ungrateful woman, yet I find her intriguing. Watching the Maserati fade from view, Xiao Chen excitedly licked his lips. Lung Qingqiu's aloof and icy demeanor only intensified his desire to conquer her. As the Maserati disappeared from sight, Xiao Chen resolved not to hesitate any longer. He swiftly approached his own modest vehicle, a dilapidated model he had purchased for 2,000 yuan from the second-hand market, and set off in pursuit. Yuexin Restaurant. After Li Yanran parked the car, Lung Qingqiu led her directly into the restaurant's grand hall. As the autumn chill descended, the attention of numerous patrons around was inadvertently drawn to the elegant figure of Lung Qingqiu. Accustomed to the gaze of the masses, she maintained an expression of serene composure, her eyes sweeping across the room. A portly, balding middle-aged man clad in a suit hurriedly approached her. He was none other than the manager of the Yuexin restaurant. President Lung, your private dining room is ready. Please, this way, he said, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, bowing and nodding incessantly. Lung Qingqiu nodded lightly, and under the respectful guidance of the manager, she ascended towards the private room on the upper floor. Once she departed, the diners on the first floor began to murmur among themselves. What is her status that even the manager greets her so obsequiously? Wow, she is truly stunning. If I could marry such a woman, I would gladly drive a luxury car and reside in a villa. You're hilarious, man. Do you even own a mirror? With your looks, President Lung wouldn't even glance your way. President Lung? Could she be one of the 4 renowned beauty CEOs of Linjiang City? At 10:50 a.m., after parking his car, Jiang Che, accompanied by 3 bodyguards, entered the grand hall of the Yuexin restaurant. His appearance, too, predictably captured the attention of all present. Several women sparkled with interest, their legs crossed, gazing at Jiang Che with an intense fervor, as though they longed to leap into his arms. Some recognized Jiang Che's identity and eagerly approached to extend their greetings, while others, intimidated by his status, hesitated to come forward. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Wang Dalai, the president of Cha Tian Technology. Good day, young Master Jiang. I am. The 3 accompanying bodyguards swiftly blocked anyone attempting to approach Jiang Che, ensuring no one could encroach upon his space. Although the bodyguards possessed only mid-level martial prowess, they easily deterred ordinary individuals who lacked such abilities. With a smile that felt like a breath of spring, Jiang Che nodded slightly to the crowd. Surrounded by his 3 bodyguards, he ascended the staircase towards the VIP room on the 2nd floor. True villains never wear their intentions on their sleeves. They lurk in the shadows, calculating and delivering devastating blows to their foes when the moment is ripe, striking with lethal precision. Moreover, having maintained the persona of a privileged young master for so long, Jiang Che would continue to uphold that facade. Chapter 15. The significance of persona upon entering the private room. Jiang Che immediately surveyed the surroundings and quickly noticed two figures seated within. Taken aback for a moment, he had initially assumed that Lung Qingqiu would bring the protagonist, Xiao Chun, along for their collaboration discussion. However, it appeared that the situation was somewhat different. Xiao Chun had not accompanied her, but rather, her personal secretary, Li Yanran, was present. Though slightly surprised internally, Jiang Che's outward demeanor remained unruffled as he extended his hand with a smile, making a light jest. I have long admired your reputation, President Lung. I hope I'm not late. Gazing at the serene and chilly figure of Lung Qingqiu before him, Jiang Che was momentarily captivated by her stunning presence. Previously, he had only seen her photographs in various newspapers and magazines, yet today marked their first encounter. True to her name, Lung Qingqiu epitomized the archetype of an icy beauty, exuding a cool and ethereal charm. Clad in a perfectly tailored suit that accentuated her tall, graceful silhouette, she showcased an alluring hourglass figure. With a slender waist and curvaceous hips, her long legs elegantly enveloped in black stockings and adorned with high heels. Her features were exquisitely refined, her skin as flawless as freshly fallen snow, her nose elegantly sculpted, brows reminiscent of distant mountains, and her lips a perfect shade of crimson, framed by a classic oval face. She embodied the kind of breathtaking beauty that leaves an indelible impression, a true ice goddess. It was evident that as a formidable figure under the protection of a military elite, Lung Qingqiu's allure was indeed formidable. Beside her, Li Yanran was no less a rare gem, with bright, captivating eyes, a smile like blooming dawn, and a visage that resembled a peach blossom. Her features harmoniously soft and beautifully arranged with meticulous makeup. While Li Yanran's beauty might slightly pale in comparison to Lung Qingqiu's, her figure was undeniably more voluptuous, boasting curves that commanded attention. The phrase "a woman whose beauty leaves one speechless" aptly describes someone like Li Yanran. Poised with grace, her black stocking-clad legs were subtly apart, her thighs radiating a sense of fullness characteristic of a curvaceous beauty. No, Mr. Jiang arrived just in time. I have only just arrived myself, Lung Qingqiu interjected, extending her delicate hand to shake Jiang Che's. Just as Jiang Che was taken aback by Lung Qingqiu's beauty, she too found herself somewhat astonished by his striking appearance. Although she had heard of the illustrious Jiang Che, meeting him in person left her momentarily stunned by his extraordinary looks. She never imagined a man could possess such breathtaking beauty, his visage resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens, devoid of any flaw. Even she, who prided herself on being indifferent to all men, felt a flicker of admiration upon encountering Jiang Che. This was not to suggest that she had fallen for him at first sight, but rather an instinctive appreciation for something beautiful, just as men are drawn to stunning women. Women too cannot help but admire handsome men. After all, visual appeal plays a significant role in human interactions. Exceptional looks can elevate one's presence in any setting. It was evident that Lung Qingqiu's first impression of Jiang Che was exceedingly favorable. Meanwhile, Li Yan observed Jiang Che with curiosity, her eyes reflecting an enigmatic glimmer. Lung Qingqiu, filled with astonishment, emotional value, 999. Li Yanran, intrigued, emotional value, 888. After their handshake, they each took their seats. Following their orders, Jiang Che and Lung Qingqiu engaged in casual conversation, subtly employing their skills of observation. As Jiang Che perused the character profiles of Lung Qingqiu and Li Yanran, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Astonishingly, these two women were entwined in entirely divergent storylines, one as the formidable war god, Hu Shui, and the other as a divine healer descending from the mountains. Thus, what significance did the soldier Xiao Chun hold? Even without his intervention, it seemed inevitable that Xiao Chun would fail to secure the affection of a beauty, given the trajectories dictated by fate. Whether it be the returning war god or the descending healer, subduing a mere mercenary captain would be a trivial endeavor. Therefore, to spare Xiao Chun from further humiliation, it would be prudent for these two women to accept him themselves. After all, be it the healer or the war god, Jiang Che held no trepidation. Since President Lung had not brought bodyguards, Jiang Che signaled to his own retainers to exit once the dishes were served. After the three bodyguards had departed, Lung Qingxiu uncorked a fine bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for Jiang Che, and gently proposed, "President Jiang, shall we dine and converse?" Despite the noticeable age difference, Lung Qingxiu regarded Jiang Che with profound respect rather than disdain. Renowned as the investment deity of Lingjiang, Jiang Che commanded great admiration from the diligent workaholic, Lung Qingxiu, who was well aware of his remarkable ability to create commercial miracles. She, however, remained oblivious to the insider narratives of Lingxiao Capital and the advantageous circumstances that facilitated Jiang Che's success. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment," Jiang Che replied with a smile, raising his glass elegantly to clink with hers. "To your health, President Lung." Without hesitation, Lung Qingxiu drained her glass. Having navigated the complexities of business for years, she understood the subtleties of social interactions at such gatherings. Although Lingxiao Capital had expressed interest in investing in her company, the power dynamic was skewed. She was the one in need. Thus, it was essential to extend goodwill and adopt a humble demeanor to cater to Jiang Che's subtle sense of superiority. Only by ensuring Jiang Che's satisfaction could the financing dilemma be resolved. Consequently, Lung Qingxiu refrained from directly inquiring about Jiang Che's investment plans at the outset, choosing instead to sip wine leisurely. With Li Yanran accompanying her, who abstained from alcohol, and given Jiang Che's impeccable reputation as a refined gentleman, Lung Qingxiu felt assured that no unforeseen complications would arise from her indulgence in wine. It is indeed Jiang Che. Had any other man arrived today, Lung Qingxiu would certainly not have resorted to such means to attract investment, but would have addressed matters directly. After all, none of those other men possessed the multitude of illustrious titles that Jiang Che holds. At this very moment, the significance of a flawless persona is manifest. Chapter 16. No Business Without Deceit. Xiao Chun enters the trap after 3 glasses of red wine. A faint blush began to grace Lung Qingxiu's delicate face, resembling a ripe apple, utterly enticing. Jiang Che, without hesitation, followed suit, downing his glass of red wine in one gulp. He could surmise Lung Qingxiu's thoughts with considerable accuracy. Logically speaking, given that the Longji Group had made little progress on its recently developed products and was on the verge of a financial collapse, it was hardly a worthy investment. Yet, Jiang Che was acutely aware of the immense potential that the Longji Group harbored for the future, destined to become one of the prominent enterprises in Linjiang. In the narrative, Xiaochen had secured $1 billion in financing for the ailing Longji Group, acquiring a 10% stake, which subsequently yielded a tenfold return, allowing him to gradually launder the illicit funds abroad. Even if he did not secure financing today, Xiaochen would undoubtedly re-emerge in the future. The Longji Group was certain to attract investment, yet Jiang Che was not the sycophantic type. He was, above all, a businessman. And in the realm of commerce, one must be shrewd to maximize profits. Achieving this required cooperation from Xiaochen. Thus, as Lung Qingxiu remained silent on the matter of financing, Jiang Che maintained his composure. At the entrance of the Yuexin restaurant, after parking his car, Xiaochen hurriedly exited and made his way into the establishment. "Good day, sir. Are you here to dine? How many in your party?" A waiter approached Xiaochen, who appeared to be scanning the restaurant, seemingly searching for someone. Despite Xiaochen's attire not suggesting he could afford a meal in such an upscale venue, the waiter, exhibiting commendable professionalism, refrained from any overt mockery. "I am looking for Lung Qingxiu. Where is she?" Xiaochen inquired, his voice low and his expression darkening. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition lingered within him, as if something unfortunate were about to transpire. "President Lung is in the VIP room on the 3rd floor." Although somewhat perplexed by Xiaochen's inquiry, the waiter offered the information without further contemplation. Upon receiving the desired answer, Xiaochen wasted no time and swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor. After a brief search, he quickly located the VIP room as described by the waiter. Just as he intended to enter, he was abruptly halted by 3 imposing figures clad in black, standing at the doorway. "Young man, our master is currently negotiating with President Lung inside. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry," the lead figure stated, casting a dismissive glance at Xiaochen, his tone cold and unyielding. Prior to this encounter, Jiang Che had already coordinated their task for the day, to intercept this unremarkable youth and engage in ridicule, which he was to endure. Though the absurd demands of their young master seemed inexplicable, as loyal guardians nurtured by the Jiang family, they dutifully obeyed Jiang Che's commands without question. "I am the personal bodyguard of Lung Qingxiu. Allow me to pass." Xiaochen's gaze was icy as he regarded the 3 burly figures in black before him. his fists unconsciously clenching. These individuals, with their unremarkable appearances, appeared far from reputable, and Xiao Chun naturally surmised that the CEO of Lingxiao Capital, who was negotiating with Lung Qingqiu, was likewise untrustworthy. Even if you were the king of the heavens, you shall not enter through this door today. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Jiang Che faintly detected a commotion outside, indicating that Xiao Chun had indeed arrived. Without further ado, he presented the meticulously prepared investment proposal to Lung Qingqiu, smiling as he spoke. President Lang, here is the investment endorsement. Please have a look. If all is satisfactory, we can proceed to sign immediately. The soundproofing of the private room was exceptionally effective, and neither Lung Qingqiu nor Li Yanran noticed anything amiss. However, Jiang Che, as a martial artist at the initial stage of dark energy, possessed keen senses and easily discerned these subtle disturbances. Upon hearing Jiang Che address the matter at hand, Lung Qingqiu shook her slightly dazed head, forcing herself to regain composure as she began to scrutinize the contract presented by Jiang Che, word by word. Mr. Jiang, do you intend to acquire a 15% stake in the Lanzi Group through financing of 1 billion? After reviewing the document, her brows knitted in contemplation. She found herself in a quandary. Despite the Lanzi Group teetering on the brink of collapse, as long as the company had not declared bankruptcy, its stock price remained intact. Based on market valuation, the 15% stake was worth at least 1.5 billion. However, Jiang Che was offering only 1 billion, clearly attempting to take advantage of the situation. Had Jiang Che proposed an even lower acquisition price, Lung Qingqiu would have unhesitatingly rejected it. Yet, this sum of 1 billion could revitalize the Lanzi Group's financial chain, leaving her in a state of indecision. Indeed, President Lung should be well aware of the current predicament of the Lanzi Group. Investment carries risks, and my offer of 1 billion for a 15% stake reflects my sincerity. Jiang Che nodded, his demeanor calm. Of course, if President Lung is unwilling, you are entirely free to deliberate further. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Jiang. Lung Qingqiu took a deep breath, resuming her seat as she plunged into contemplation, weighing various outcomes. Observing her persistent indecision, Jiang Che recognized that it was time for him to take action. Placing his hand upon the circular dining table, he channeled his internal energy, unleashing his dark strength. In an instant, the entire table began to tremble slightly. The high-stemmed glass before Lung Qingqiu inadvertently toppled, spilling wine that cascaded onto her dress. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Lung Qingqiu instinctively let out a sharp cry. Beside her, Li Yanran reacted swiftly, hastily grabbing a napkin to assist in wiping the wine from Lung Qingqiu's attire. Outside the door, Xiao Chun observed the 3 burly men before him, who stood their ground unwaveringly. His heart, already simmering with anger, was further ignited by the piercing scream of Lung Qingqiu emanating from within the private room. Instinctively, he feared for her safety, his mind swirling with countless unsettling speculations. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he bellowed, "Get the hell out of my way." With a powerful left hook and a sweeping kick from his right leg, he struck with ferocity, resembling a force of nature. In an instant, the 3 men in black were sent sprawling to the ground, groaning in agony. Bystanders, taken aback by the spectacle, began to murmur amongst themselves, while some concerned individuals hastily dialed the authorities. However, Xiao Chun paid them no heed, decisively kicking open the door to the private room. With a resounding bang, he halted in his tracks upon witnessing the scene inside, utterly bewildered. How had the reality diverged so starkly from his expectations? Chapter 17. The rift between Lung Qingqiu and Xiao Chun. The warrior in trouble. Are you all right, cold CEO? Despite the dissonance between the unfolding scene and his heroic fantasies, Xiao Chun's concern for Lung Qingqiu prompted him to inquire with genuine care. What could possibly be wrong with me? Xiao Chun, how did you end up here? Were you following me? Lung Qingqiu questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion at his insinuation. The notion that he had trailed her only fueled her growing disdain. I was merely passing by. Indeed, that is the case. Xiao Chun stuttered, rendered speechless by the unmistakable contempt in her gaze. Although he had indeed been shadowing her, he could hardly confess to such a thing. Passing by. Do you take me for a fool? Xiao Chun, you are terminated. You need not return to the Lanzi Group tomorrow. Lung Qingqiu scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she delivered her verdict. Her patience had reached its breaking point. Witnessing Xiao Chun disrupt her negotiation with Jiang Che was the last straw. Despite Xiao Chun's commendable skills, Lung Qingqiu refused to indulge him any further. It was clear now that he was nothing more than an emotionally oblivious brute, a revelation that made her regret ever having held him in any esteem. Not so, Qingqiu. Allow me to explain. Xiao Chen attempted to defend himself, but Lung Qingqiu disregarded him entirely, turning her attention to Jiang Che instead. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. Perhaps we could reconvene at a later time to discuss the collaboration? Initially inclined to agree to the partnership with Lingxiao Capital, her enthusiasm was thoroughly extinguished by Xiao Chen's unexpected intrusion, leaving her too embarrassed to broach the subject of financing any further. Before Jiang Che could utter a word, 3 bruised and battered men clad in black appeared at the door of the private room, lamenting their plight with pitiful expressions. What has transpired? Jiang Che's countenance darkened as he feigned curiosity. It was him. Young master, we have been guarding the door all along, and the moment this fellow arrived, he unceremoniously assaulted us. One of the men sobbed, tears streaming down his face, demonstrating remarkable acting skills as he pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Chen, who stood beside the cold and composed President Long. President Long, I require an explanation, Jiang Che demanded, his tone frigid and devoid of the previous warmth. Without even sparing a glance at Xiao Chen. It's not what you think, Jiang Zong. I had no inkling that the situation would escalate to this degree. Lung Qingqiu stammered, her mind racing with disdain for the reckless Xiao Chen, her fury mounting. How could this fool dare to lay a hand on Jiang Che's men? A dog must heed its master. By striking these 3 bodyguards, who were all Jiang Che's associates, he was essentially slapping Jiang Che himself across the face. At this juncture, it was inconceivable to think of negotiating a partnership. If the Lanzi Group were to provoke the wrath of Lingxiao Capital, it would be a testament to Jiang Che's leniency if they escaped unscathed. Although the Lanzi Group boasted a market value of billions, it paled in comparison to Lingxiao Capital. Moreover, Jiang Che was backed by the formidable Jiang family. To entirely offend Jiang Che would render her an outcast throughout Jiangzhou and even the entire Dragon Nation. Xiao Chen, in his ignorance of Jiang Che's formidable identity, was a fool indeed, but Lung Qingqiu, as a member of the elite society in Linjiang, could not possibly be oblivious to Jiang Che's status as the crown prince of Jiangzhou. Qingqiu, what are you even trying to explain to him? You need not fret over the financing. I can assist you with that. Xiao Chen interjected disdainfully, interrupting Lung Qingqiu's defense. Shut your mouth. Lung Qingqiu, fuming with rage, struck Xiao Chen across the face with a resounding slap. The crisp sound reverberated through the room, a testament to her fury, as expletives escaped her lips. Were it not for the law, she would have relished the opportunity to rid herself of this burdensome fool once and for all. How had she ever found a semblance of admiration for such a dim-witted imbecile? The force of her blow left Xiao Chen in a daze, utterly bewildered. At that moment, a group of police officers appeared at the entrance of the private room. The leading officer, a middle-aged man, paused upon recognizing Jiang Che, then hurriedly approached him, taking 2 steps at a time. Young Master Jiang, I am Wang Mu, the captain of the criminal police team from the West City branch. We received a report from the public regarding a brawl occurring here. Is everything all right? As he spoke, Wang Mu cautiously scrutinized Jiang Che's expression, feeling a tumult of anxiety within. Should any misstep occur with this esteemed individual, not only would he be held accountable, but so too would his superiors face dire consequences. Greetings, comrade. I was just engaged in negotiations for a collaboration with the esteemed President Lung Qingqiu of the Lanzi Group when an individual intruded, assaulting my bodyguard without provocation. Jiang Che shook his head, briefly elucidating the situation to Wang Mu. As long as you are unharmed, leave the rest to us. Upon hearing Jiang Che's response, Wang Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him, wiping away the non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. He turned to the side, addressing the coldly poised Xiao Chen, and commanded his 2 subordinates behind him, take him away. The matter was straightforward, essentially a common instance of public brawling. Such occurrences could escalate or diminish, largely dependent on the attitudes of those involved. Wang Mu astutely recognized this as a prime opportunity for his own advancement. Eager to make a favorable impression on Jiang Che, given that the situation concerned Jiang Che, this reckless youth would never escape unscathed. As he watched 2 officers place handcuffs on him, Xiao Chen yearned to resist. After several moments of hesitation, he ultimately relinquished the impractical notion. In Longhua, resisting arrest is a grave offense, and he had no desire to find himself on a wanted list. This incident was merely a trivial scuffle, at worst. It would result in a financial settlement, and Xiao Chen was hardly in want of funds. Consequently, he remained unperturbed. Moreover, he possessed some connections in higher circles, which bolstered his confidence in emerging from this ordeal unscathed. Before being taken away, Xiao Chun cast a cold, piercing glare at Jiang Che, his fists clenched in anger. His face flushed with rage, wishing nothing more than to eliminate the despicable figure before him. He had begun to grasp the reality of the situation. Everything was an elaborate trap designed to ensnare him within the police precinct. After all, how could the authorities have arrived within mere minutes? Furthermore, the three men in black possessed formidable strength, and it was evident that they had staged the encounter. Chapter 18. Good girls shouldn't miss out. Bad girls shouldn't let go. Once Xiao Chun was escorted away by the three officers, Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath to steady her erratic breathing, compelling herself to regain composure. Her gaze shifted cautiously to Jiang Che as she tentatively spoke. Mr. Jiang. Regarding the collaboration, at this moment, Lung Qingxiu was no longer concerned about Jiang Che's audacious demands. She merely wished to finalize the partnership with Lingxiao Capital. Initially, she had felt a semblance of confidence, but after the disruption caused by Xiao Chen, her resolve had waned. Leaving her exceedingly anxious in her dealings with Jiang Che, perhaps we should address this matter at another time. The priority now is to ensure the injured party receives medical attention. What do you think, President Lung? Jiang Che replied ambiguously, neither explicitly rejecting nor accepting her proposal. His message was clear. While he was open to discussions, her leverage was insufficient. Having spoken, Jiang Che chose not to linger further, casting a meaningful glance at Li Yanran before departing with his three bodyguards. Take care, Mr. Jiang, Lung Qingxiu called after his retreating figure. Once he vanished from sight, she slumped into her seat, her expression one of despair, her mind adrift. President, I believe this matter may not be devoid of hope. Although General Jiang did not acquiesce, he also did not outright refuse. It is likely that our bargaining chips are simply insufficient, which explains his demeanor. Upon seeing the utterly despondent expression on Lung Qingxiu's face, Li Yanran could not help but offer words of comfort. Those embroiled in the situation are often blinded, while onlookers see clearly. Lung Qingxiu, having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, found his mind a bit muddled. Coupled with the irritation caused by Xiao Chen's recent antics, his thoughts became increasingly chaotic, which is why he did not immediately discern the implications of Jiang Che's words. A single statement can awaken a person lost in slumber. Listening to Li Yanran's analysis, Lung Qingxiu's thoughts began to coalesce, and he nodded thoughtfully. Yanran, you are indeed correct. Although this investment matter was interrupted by Xiao Chen's foolishness, General Jiang did not explicitly refuse, indicating there is still room for negotiation. So, what do you think General Jiang desires as leverage? Greater shares? Lung Qingxiu turned his gaze toward his secretary, eager for her insight. That should be the case, Li Yanran replied vaguely, refraining from expressing her own opinion and merely echoing Lung Qingxiu's sentiments. In truth, she wanted to convey that Jiang Che was interested in her as a person. However, considering Lung Qingxiu's current feelings of guilt towards Jiang Che, she doubted he would believe her, thus she remained silent. As one of the four renowned beauty presidents of Lingjiang City, Lung Qingxiu was well known and pursued by countless admirers, including scions of prominent families. Although Jiang Che had exhibited nothing but polite and refined behavior, giving no indication of any intentions toward Lung Qingxiu, Li Yanran sensed an underlying motive in this man's demeanor, a feeling rooted in the intuition of a woman. Is that so? Then let us return to the company. Draft a new contract and pay a visit to Lingxiao Capital. We must ensure General Jiang perceives our sincerity. Taking a deep breath, Lung Qingxiu calmly issued her directives to Li Yanran, determined to salvage the potential collaboration. After departing from Yuexin restaurant, Jiang Che summoned Lin Chong and instructed him to bring 3 injured bodyguards to the hospital for injury assessment reports. He then retrieved a bank card from his pocket and commanded, "This card contains 3 million. Consider it your compensation for the beating you took. The password is 6 zeros. Each of you will receive 1 million. After visiting the hospital, have the doctor fabricate an injury report. Chong, take the company's lawyer and file a lawsuit against Xiao Chun. If this fellow wishes to settle privately, demand 10 billion as the settlement fee. If he refuses to negotiate, then let us ensure he is incarcerated." Jiang Che was well aware that Xiao Chun currently possessed a clean 10 billion, which he intended to utilize to salvage the Lanzi group. However, with Jiang Che in the mix, Xiao Chun would not have such an opportunity. As for the legality of the 10 billion compensation fee, that was of no consequence. Lingxiao Capital boasted a top-tier legal team, and armed with the injury assessment report, Manipulating Xiaochen would be a trivial matter. If Xiaochen refuses to reconcile, then he should prepare to spend the rest of his life in prison. Given Jiang Che's understanding of Xiaochen, it is inconceivable that he would willingly endure a lifetime behind bars. Ultimately, even if extremely reluctant, he would have no choice but to obediently relinquish that sum of 1 billion. 1 billion? Upon hearing Jiang Che's directive, Lin Chang and the 3 bodyguards exchanged astonished glances. Taken aback by Jiang Che's audacity, although they internally felt that Xiaochen would never acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand, they refrained from further discussion and simply took their leave. By the way, Jiang Che called out to the departing group, continuing with further instructions. Should Xiaochen agree to a settlement, he must still remain in custody for a minimum of 7 days. Understood, young master. After parting ways with Lin Chang and the others, Jiang Che did not venture elsewhere, but returned directly to the Qingtung Manor. Having just subdued Xiaoyi, it was essential for him to provide companionship at this moment, a simple truth Jiang Che was well aware of, intending to spend more time with the purple-haired little girl. As for Lung Qingqiu and Li Yanran, by tomorrow at the latest, Lung Qingqiu would undoubtedly come knocking, and Jiang Che felt entirely confident. At that point, the negotiating power would rest firmly in his hands, allowing him to easily maneuver Lung Qingqiu. Regarding Li Yanran, he had his own methods to exert influence. Despite her flawed character, Jiang Che had no intention of letting her slip away. Good girls should not be missed, while bad girls should not be overlooked. Moreover, Li Yanran's figure was undeniably curvaceous, undeniably enticing in its allure. Chapter 19. Enforcement with compassion, batons with strength. After leaving the Yuexin dining house, following Jiang Che's orders, Lin Chang drove a Maybach, heading straight towards the First People's Hospital of Linjiang City with the 3 injured bodyguards. At this moment, in the detention room of the city's West Division, the officer inquired, Name? Xiaochen. Age? 24. Gender? Male. Place of origin? A local from Linjiang City. I am an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage. Xiaochen answered the officer's questions honestly. Despite harboring numerous grievances, he dared not voice them, for his identity could not withstand scrutiny. This brawl was a mere trivial matter. Should the police uncover his true identity as the leader of the Wolf Fong mercenary group, he would find himself imprisoned for life. Now, tell me, why did you intentionally cause harm? What was your motive? Wang Mu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiaochen before him. Moments ago, a lawyer from Lingxiao capital had visited, holding 3 injury assessment reports. The reports indicated that the 3 black-clad bodyguards beaten by Xiaochen suffered multiple fractures, classified as serious injuries of the 2nd degree. With such evidence in hand, it would be exceedingly simple to incarcerate Xiaochen. I did not intentionally harm anyone. They insulted me first. Furthermore, I controlled my strength. It was impossible for me to injure them. Xiaochen asserted vehemently, his words ringing with conviction. Though not particularly astute, he was not entirely reckless. In a public setting, how could he genuinely inflict severe harm upon those 3 individuals? Did you not intend to cause harm? Take a good look at this. Wang Mu let out a cold laugh and contemptuously tossed 3 injury assessment reports onto Xiaochen's face. Upon examining them, fury surged within Xiaochen, nearly overwhelming him with rage. How dare they declare me severely injured at level 2? I could easily incapacitate a mid-stage martial artist with merely 30% of my strength. When did I become so formidable? This is nothing but slander, outright slander. They are defaming me. I demand legal representation. Xiaochen shouted, his face reddening with indignation, and in a fit of anger. He broke free from his handcuffs and stood up from his seat. Noticing this, Wang Mu's expression hardened as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Those in his line of work were well aware of the existence of martial artists, though encounters were infrequent. Martial artists who break the law must face the consequences. Yet conventional methods could hardly subdue them. Thus, the police station had long established a specialized system for dealing with martial artists. Wang Mu calmly stepped back, exiting the room. However, Xiaochen remained oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, continuing his loud protests. When Wang Mu returned, he brought 2 officers with him and discreetly turned off the body camera, exchanging knowing glances with his subordinates. In unison, they brandished electric batons charged with 100,000 volts and struck at Xiaochen without hesitation. A piercing scream echoed through the interrogation room, only to be abruptly silenced. After relocating Xiaochen to a specialized interrogation chamber for martial artists, Wang Mu delivered a few sharp slaps, and Xiaochen soon came to, dazed and disoriented. His appearance was utterly disheveled, his hair singed and standing on end, his complexion as dark as coal, and his eyes bloodshot and unsettling. "Now, are you ready to cooperate?" Wang Mu sneered, raising the electric baton as a warning, although they were merely ordinary individuals lacking martial prowess. Wielding specially designed batons charged with such voltage rendered them a formidable threat to Xiao Chun. This was the police station. If Xiao Chun dared to resist, there were countless ways to subdue him. I will speak," Xiao Chun stammered, genuinely fearful. These relentless individuals had no qualms about attacking him with electric batons. Did they think he was made of iron? Even an Iron Man could not withstand such treatment. If this continued, he genuinely feared for his life in this place. He realized that these people were intent on forcing a confession. All he could do was comply for now, seeking an opportunity to contact a lawyer and his connections. Otherwise, he feared he might never leave this place. "I am the bodyguard of Lung Qingqiu, the president of the Lanzi Group, and I followed her discreetly because..." Xiao Chun divulged the truth about his association with Lung Qingqiu, yet resolutely denied having injured the three men in black. He was not ignorant of the law. He refused to bear this unjust blame. Once he signed the confession and penalty document, it would be game over. Since you are unwilling to speak the truth, it would be wise for you to engage in some self-reflection here. After collecting the confessions provided by Xiao Chun, Wang Mu prepared to leave with his two subordinates. "Wait. I need to make a phone call." Observing Wang Mu and his companions departing, Xiao Chun hastily voiced his request. "Of course, that is your right." Wang Mu replied without further comment, promptly returning the phone to Xiao Chun. Upon receiving the device, Xiao Chun finally felt a sense of relief. Dialing a number to articulate his demands, what seemed to be a trivial matter quickly escalated, as the individual on the other end refused to assist him, no matter how hard he implored. Several calls later yielded the same discouraging result, leaving Xiao Chun in a state of existential doubt. Why were these influential figures shunning him over such a minor issue? Could it be that the owner of Lingxiao Capital possessed a more formidable background than he had anticipated, causing his connections to fear offending him? At that moment, Xiao Chun fully grasped the gravity of his predicament, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. If he were to be imprisoned, he would likely never see the light of day again. "I wish to negotiate a settlement." Taking a deep breath and forcing himself to regain composure, Xiao Chun spoke with a steady voice. Given the circumstances, with no one willing to rescue him, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Would it be possible for Qingqiu to intervene on my behalf? Xiao Chun had considered this. But after one attempt to call, he discovered he had been blocked by Qingqiu. As for other friends, having returned to the country for a mere 7 days, he had spent the entirety of that time revolving around the Lanzi Group in Qingqiu. Without even a visit to the orphanage, there were no other friends to reach out to. Very well, the other party demands 10 billion in medical expenses. If you can accept this, the matter can be resolved privately. How much? 10 billion. Xiao Chun's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising in pitch as he felt utterly overwhelmed. Are you kidding me? Even if I were dealing with the most powerful figure, I wouldn't owe 10 billion in medical fees. Moreover, it was glaringly evident that Jiang Che was extorting him. Why weren't these individuals taking action? This was undoubtedly a case of collusion between officials and businessmen. Chapter 20. Xiao Chun, infuriated and teasing Xiao Yi, were colluding with officials and businessmen. Xiao Chun seethed with rage, his eyes bulging, teeth clenched, and his dark complexion tinged with a hint of crimson, nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. This world is truly corrupt. With no power or influence, should he simply allow this scoundrel Jiang Che to oppress him? Please watch your words. Otherwise, the body camera may very well run out of battery. One of the officers behind Wang Mu coldly interjected, raising his stun baton as a warning. They had encountered individuals like Xiao Chun numerous times before and had developed a method of handling such obstinate characters. Insulting a public official will only exacerbate your situation. Another officer chimed in. The statement left Xiao Chun momentarily speechless, despite the boiling fury threatening to consume him. Yet, faced with such an unfavorable situation, he had no choice but to endure the indignation. Having once endured the excruciating jolt of 100,000 volts from a stun baton, he had no desire to experience it again. I wish to apply for legal representation. Taking a deep breath to suppress the fury boiling within, Xiao Chun spoke in a low voice. Are you jesting? Expecting me to compensate Jiang Che a staggering 1 billion in medical expenses? Absolutely not. Even if I were to squander that entire sum, I would never bestow it upon that scoundrel, Jiang Che. By now, Xiao Chun had fully grasped the situation. It was evident that Jiang Che had meticulously devised this trap to ensnare him. Yet, Xiao Chun remained unconvinced that the lawyers would be incapable of extricating him from this predicament. With sufficient funds, there are always individuals willing to act. Of course, this is your right. Upon returning to the Qingtung villa, as he parked the car, a series of system notifications echoed in Jiang Che's mind. After Xiao Chen's incarceration, he had unwittingly contributed 30,000 points of emotional value to Jiang Che. This clearly illustrated the extent of Xiao Chen's current outrage. Faced with the exorbitant demand for 1 billion in compensation, Xiao Chen was not about to capitulate easily, yet Jiang Che remained unfazed. He possessed ample means to ensure Xiao Chen's compliance. Depriving Xiao Chen of that 1 billion was merely the initial stage of his plan. The real spectacle would commence once Xiao Chen emerged from the station. With just 50,000 emotional points remaining, he was on the brink of a tenfold draw, and thus he needed to persevere. Reflecting on his achievements of the day, Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction, his spirits elevated. He retrieved his phone and directly dialed his grandfather. Since their last parting, the elder had returned to the capital due to pressing matters. Now, with a request needing the old man's assistance, Jiang Che would not be polite. After a series of busy signals, the call was soon connected, revealing a robust voice on the other end. "Hello? My dear grandson, what brings you to call your grandfather? Spit it out quickly. I'm quite busy at the moment." Jiang Jiangguo spoke in a boisterous manner, showing no hint of formality towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che, accustomed to this, understood the elder's time was valuable, thus he wasted no time in articulating his thoughts. "Grandfather, how much influence does our family wield overseas?" He was aware that the Xingqiang Group, as one of the foremost conglomerates in the 9 provinces, had established numerous subsidiaries globally. However, the extent of the Jiang family's influence abroad remained somewhat ambiguous to him. "Why do you inquire about this?" There was a brief silence on the line before Jiang Jiangguo's voice emerged, laced with hesitation. "It's nothing of great concern. There is an individual named Xiao Chen who has crossed me. He is the leader of a mercenary group known as the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps in Black Continent. My intention is to leverage our family's power to eliminate this Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, hence my inquiry." Jiang Che did not hold back, revealing all the nefarious activities Xiao Chen had been involved in abroad. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was notorious for its malevolence in the Black Continent, comprising mercenaries who were nothing but ruthless fugitives from various nations. Eradicating this group would not weigh on Jiang Che's conscience in the slightest. Though the Jiang family's influence abroad may not rival that of the Jiuzhou nation, extinguishing a mere mercenary group poses no challenge. Await my news on this matter. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Grandfather, do remember to send me a copy of Xiao Chen's file," Jiang Che quickly interjected. Possessing extraordinary hacking skills, he could theoretically infiltrate official institutions to access classified documents. However, Jiang Che refrained from such actions, adhering to his moral boundaries. "Understood. I shall have someone deliver it to you," Jiang Jiangguo replied before promptly ending the call. "Xiao Chen, oh Xiao Chen, are you prepared to receive the grand gift I have in store for you?" Jiang Che chuckled ominously to himself before dialing Qiangzi, issuing a few instructions. "This evening, once Xiao Chen arrives, ensure he is introduced to several masters of swordsmanship, allowing him to experience the thrill of facing challenges head-on. Rest assured, young master, I shall ensure Xiao Chen has an unforgettable night." After finalizing the arrangements, Jiang Che proceeded directly towards the villa. Upon entering the hall and bedroom, he found no trace of Xiaoyi. After inquiring with a maid, he learned that the little girl was practicing in the back garden. Without hesitation, he made his way to the garden. The sun hung low in the sky, casting its golden rays upon the earth, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, with her hair dancing in the breeze, Xiao Yi's demeanor was serene as she diligently practiced the intricate footwork of the snow trackless technique. In the glow of the sunset, her exquisite form resembled a butterfly fluttering gracefully, executing each movement with effortless elegance, captivating anyone who beheld her. Jiang Che remained silent, simply savoring the moment. Once her practice concluded, Xiao Yi paused and, casting a casual glance behind her, finally noticed Jiang Che's presence. A flicker of inexplicable emotion danced in her violet eyes as she approached him with delicate steps. Despite her typically aloof nature, she was still human. Following the events of the previous night, a peculiar attachment to Jiang Che had begun to blossom within her. "How is your training? Is it going smoothly?" Jiang Che asked naturally, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and smiling warmly. Xiao Yi gently shook her head. The snow trackless technique, being an advanced form of lightness skill, was not something one could master in a day. Even with her considerable talent, after an afternoon of practice, she had only scratched the surface, not yet reaching the threshold of proficiency. Training is not a matter of a single day. One must balance work with rest. Jiang Che leaned down, whispering softly into her ear, his voice low and soothing. He concluded with a gentle kiss on her delicate earlobe. Although Xiao Yi maintained her calm exterior, her heart raced beneath the surface, a whirlwind of emotions stirring within her. Her cold demeanor belied her inability to express her feelings. Yet she undeniably experienced a range of emotional fluctuations. The system in Jiang Che's mind chimed with a notification. Xiao Yi's emotional value has risen to 3,344. Hearing the sound, Jiang Che smiled softly. Teasing this aloof, unassuming young girl always brings a sense of amusement to Jiang Che, who finds the experience quite entertaining. As the hour grows late, he decides it's time to return for dinner. After enjoying their evening meal, Jiang Che picks up the little princess in purple attire, making his way directly to his room upstairs. In his arms, Xiao Yi remains expressionless, seemingly indifferent. However, her slightly trembling eyelashes betray her inner tension. In the hall, as they depart, the maids begin to whisper amongst themselves. Oh, is the young master going to dote on Xiao Yi again? I wonder about his prowess in battle. Can she withstand it? How enviable it would be if the young master could treat me with such affection. One maid, dressed in a bunny-eared uniform, gazes dreamily towards the staircase. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun is enduring a night he will never forget, as he refuses to negotiate privately. The lawyer he hired is fiercely disputing with the legal team from Lingxiao Capital. Until a resolution is reached, Xiao Chun cannot leave the precinct. Classified as a criminal case, he is directly detained in a holding cell. You will reside here henceforth, 0077. Avoid any conflicts with others, otherwise, you will face the consequences. A prison guard warns him after escorting him to cell number 3 before swiftly departing. Surveying his new surroundings, Xiao Chen, with his issued supplies in hand, settles into an empty bunk, lost in thought. Hello there, young man. Would you be interested in getting to know me? A burly man, upon seeing the delicate newcomer, swallows hard, his eyes glinting with interest as he sweetly greets Xiao Chen. Not interested, keep your distance. The deep, effeminate voice of the man nearly makes Xiao Chen retch. Filled with disgust, having spent many years abroad, Xiao Chen is no stranger to the likes of sword masters. After all, during his time in Black Continent, he had encountered such individuals before. Therefore, upon seeing the man's affected demeanor, he is instantly certain of his identity. At that moment, Xiao Chen's heart sinks in despair. There must be a hidden agenda. If it weren't for that scoundrel Jiang Che pulling strings behind the scenes, I would never have found myself in such a fortuitous encounter with a group of masters. Although the other 5 do not approach him directly, their gazes are decidedly unsettling. As a martial artist at the late stages of Mingjin, Xiao Chun is acutely aware of this. Thinking of Jiang Che, his eyes blaze with fury, his face flushed, and his chest heaving, on the brink of exploding with rage. He vows that if he can escape this place, he will flay that treacherous scoundrel, subjecting him to a fate most cruel. Don't be so cold, young man. The night is long, and sleep eludes us. Why don't we have a proper conversation? Regarding Xiao Chen's refusal, the burly man did not exhibit anger. Rather, his interest intensified. He reached out and slapped Xiao Chen on the shoulder. Get lost, you perverted freak. Xiao Chen could no longer endure the provocation and swiftly retaliated with a resounding slap to the man's face. Although his heart was ablaze with fury, Xiao Chen consciously tempered the force of his strike. After all, with his prowess at the late stage of the Mingjing realm, a single slap could have easily dispatched the man. Killing someone here would entangle him in insurmountable troubles, and Xiao Chen was not foolish enough to act recklessly. You dare to strike me, you little brat, truly a fool who refuses to drink the wine offered and instead seeks punishment. The burly man bellowed, rallying his 5 companions to join him in a furious assault on Xiao Chen. The force of Xiao Chen's slap had left the man momentarily dazed. But once he regained his senses, a sinister grin crept across his face as he beckoned the others to unleash their fury upon Xiao Chen. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes, his expression one of utter contempt. Confronting such ordinary individuals was child's play for him, and he was more than capable of handling them with ease. His pent-up anger found a release in this confrontation, and he had no qualms about assisting these fools in loosening their bones. The 6 burly men soon engaged Xiao Chen in a scuffle, but they were no match for his strength. In no time, they were left battered and begging for mercy, sprawled on the ground. Please, stop hitting us. We were wrong. Despite their pleas, Xiao Chen continued his relentless assault on their faces, the wretched cries soon drawing the attention of patrolling security guards. 2 guards, wielding electric batons, swiftly arrived on the scene, shouting, "Stop this at once." However, Xiao Qin seemed entranced, unheeding of their commands, driven by the need to vent his fury. Having finally found an outlet for his rage, how could he easily cease? After all, he had already crossed the line. What harm could a few more strikes do? Seeing the situation escalate, the guards refrained from further discussion and swung their tasers at Xiao Qin. Wang Mu had already briefed them on Xiao Qin's identity as a martial artist, and they had been equipped with high-voltage batons to deal with such a troublemaker. The searing pain pierced through Xiao Qin's very soul, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Once Xiao Qin was subdued, the guards turned their attention to the sprawled burly men, frowning as they inquired, "Are you all right? Do you need to visit the infirmary?" "No, no." The lead man quickly waved his hand, a bright smile plastered on his face. Though it concealed an underlying thrill as he fixed his gaze on the now unconscious Xiao Qin, his teeth clenched in hatred. This man had humiliated him so thoroughly. Now that he had finally succumbed, he was determined to exact a severe revenge. Thus, despite the pain coursing through his body, he adamantly declined the guard's offer. "What about you?" Two security guards turned their attention to the remaining few individuals, receiving a unanimous response. "We are all fine. Indeed, no need to visit the infirmary." They were all acutely aware of their leader's intentions. After all, it had been explicitly instructed to them beforehand to take good care of someone named Xiao Qin. "That's good. Help him to the bed, and don't cause any trouble." The two security guards issued a few commands before turning away to continue their patrol. Knowing Xiao Qin's martial artist status, they harbored no concerns about his physical condition. After all, this establishment had seen martial artists before, and they had gained experience in dealing with such individuals, understanding that martial artists were tough and rarely encountered serious issues. Once the guards had departed, the burly man instructed his subordinates to place Xiao Qin on the bed, a sinister grin plastered across his face. "I'll go first. You all line up behind me." Chapter 22. If she is naive, let her witness the splendor of the world. The following morning, the blazing sun streamed through the window, illuminating the confines of the cell. Xiao Qin leaned against the wall, dazed, his eyes vacant and pupils unfocused. The spark that once resided in his gaze had vanished completely, as if life itself had lost all its color. Recalling the unforgettable experiences of the previous night, Xiao Qin felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his complexion shifting dramatically. How could he, the illustrious leader of the Wolf Fong mercenary corps, have been subjected to such humiliation by 6 burly men? If others were to learn of his disgraceful exploits, how could he continue to exist in this world with any semblance of dignity? If his enemies were to discover this situation, would they not revel in his ridicule? Despite having awoken this morning and severely reprimanded that group, even changing his cell, the humiliation inflicted upon him by those 6 men could not be so easily erased. "Jiang Che, I will kill you." The thought of all the indignities he faced being instigated by Jiang Che ignited a furious rage within Xiao Qin, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed in anger. He vowed that once he escaped this place, he would seize the opportunity to exact a brutal revenge on Jiang Che, compelling him to endure the very torment he had inflicted upon Xiao Qin. He would not rest until Jiang Che had been thoroughly punished. "What's all this noise? The cell prohibits loud disturbances. Do you wish to receive a beating again?" Just as Xiao Qin was consumed by rage, a security guard swung open the cell door, ushering in 6 burly men. Casting a glance at Xiao Qin, he admonished them sharply. "Understood." Xiao Qin took a deep breath, striving to quell the impending eruption of his emotions. His face flushed and fists clenched tightly. "Endure, I must endure. A moment's patience brings peace. A step back opens up the horizon." Desperately reminding himself to refrain from acting out, Xiao Qin gradually regained his composure. "These will be your new roommates. Ensure to coexist amicably. If any further altercations occur, you will bear the consequences." The security guard was quite pleased with Xiao Qin's submissive demeanor and, after issuing a final warning, turned to resume his patrol. Xiao Qin felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding linger within him. Upon awakening, Jiang Che once again led Xiao Yi to the bathroom, where they indulged in a luxurious hot bath for 2.5 hours. It was not until midday that they finally emerged, impeccably dressed, into the grand hall on the first floor. At this moment, Xiao Yi radiated a rosy glow, her delicate features adorned with a hint of allure and an air of cool elegance, yet her countenance remained frosty. However, in her gaze towards Jiang Che, there lingered an inadvertent softness that betrayed her feelings. Observing the petite figure before him, Jiang Che was filled with a myriad of emotions. Indeed, as a philosophical master once remarked, the most direct path to a woman's heart lies in genuine understanding. "Xiao Yi, initially an emotionless and frigid girl, had undergone subtle changes over the past 2 days. This was a promising sign. Jiang Che firmly believed that through unwavering and fervent expressions of love, he could eventually thaw this icy demeanor. Moreover, Xiao Yi's perpetually stoic expression occasionally harbored an inexplicable allure that profoundly stirred Jiang Che's heart. "Xiao Yi, would you care to accompany me for a stroll?" he proposed, playfully twirling a strand of her purple hair. If she was yet unacquainted with the world, he would show her its splendor. If she had weathered much, he would take her for a ride on a carousel. To truly unlock the heart of this enchanting girl in purple, tender companionship was essential. Though Xiao Yi exhibited unwavering loyalty, it was more a reflection of a subordinate's unconditional obedience to her superior. While there might be a hint of romantic feelings intertwined, they were far from predominant. In Jiang Che's eyes, despite her tumultuous past, Xiao Yi remained somewhat naive to the world's wonders, desperately needing to experience both its magnificence and the simple joys of life. Having been raised as an assassin, Xiao Yi possessed masterful skills in stealth and combat, having faced countless life-and-death situations. Yet, her existence had been consumed by missions, leaving little room to truly appreciate the world around her. Standing there, she appeared to be an enigma, disconnected from the mundane. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of interest sparkled in Xiao Yi's eyes as she nodded gently in agreement. She had always adhered to Jiang Che's commands without hesitation. Since he wished to take her out, she readily consented. In her years of wandering across the globe, she had merely brushed past places without ever pausing for anyone or anything. Now, having successfully distanced herself from her former organization, Xiao Yi yearned to embrace change. "Then let us go," Jiang Che said, taking her delicate hand in his own as they departed the villa, surrounded by a throng of maids. Upon reaching the garage, Jiang Che chose a Koenigsegg and drove away from the Qingtung Manor, heading towards the bustling center of Linjiang City. In their wake, Xiangzi trailed behind with a dozen men clad in black, following in 5 luxurious Maybachs. The Koenigsegg sped down the highway, weaving through traffic as other vehicles made way. After an uninterrupted journey of approximately an hour, Jiang Che arrived at the most opulent shopping complex in the entire Linjiang City, the Nebula Building. This edifice, a proud member of the Xinxiong Group's portfolio, stands as a testament to luxury. Within its walls, one can find virtually every imaginable luxury item. Young girls often find themselves irresistibly drawn to beautiful dresses. Since Jiang Che intended to take Xiao Yi on a leisurely outing, shopping for clothes was an essential part of the day. The building thrummed with life, bustling with countless visitors. Xiao Yi seemed somewhat overwhelmed by the lively atmosphere. Instinctively reaching out to grasp Jiang Che's hand, he held her delicate hand firmly, their fingers entwined, as he led her towards the clothing section on the 6th floor. Upon their arrival, Jiang Che entered a high-end women's clothing store and cheerfully inquired, "Let us see if there's anything here that catches your eye." He beckoned to a nearby female sales associate, who promptly approached with a respectful demeanor. "Young master," she greeted, her tone imbued with deference. The Nebula Building, being part of the Xinxiong Group, had trained its staff to be intimately familiar with Jiang Che's preferences during their orientation. Whenever he visited, they strived to provide him with impeccable service. Having previously accompanied other women here for shopping, the sales associates were quite familiar with him. "Help her select a few suitable outfits," Jiang Che indicated toward Xiao Yi. "Of course, young master. This way, please," the sales associate said with a sweet smile, casting an envious glance at Xiao Yi before guiding her towards the clothing area. Before departing, Xiao Yi glanced back at Jiang Che, saying nothing, yet conveying everything with her eyes. "Rest assured, I shall wait here for you, and will not leave." Jiang Che understood the unspoken sentiment in her gaze, gently ruffling the hair of the little girl in her purple attire and smiling. He was pleasantly surprised to discover this endearing side of the otherwise cool and aloof assassin girl. After receiving Jiang Che's reassurance, Xiao Yi followed the sales associate towards the clothing section. Once she was away, Jiang Che declined the advances of several women seeking to exchange WeChat information, his gaze meandering aimlessly around the vicinity. Just as his interest began to wane and he considered looking elsewhere, a scene nearby captured his attention. Lin Ming. "Let us break up." A strikingly beautiful woman, adorned with heavy makeup, nestled blissfully in the arms of a man clad in an Armani suit, declared to a delivery boy in a yellow uniform. "Yeah, why? Please don't do this. What did I do wrong? You can just tell me. How can I live without you?" Upon hearing the chilling and piercing words escape Li Yu's lips, Lin Ming was momentarily stunned, his expression fraught with anxiety as he implored her to reconsider. Lin Ming was an ordinary junior from the computer science department of Linjiang University, hailing from a humble rural background. After entering university, he developed a profound affection for his classmate Li Yu and fervently pursued her. After 3 years of relentless devotion, he finally managed to win the heart of his desired goddess. However, before he could even hold her hand, she turned and embraced another. Who could endure such betrayal? Even if they were to part ways, should he not at least be afforded the chance to experience love? Otherwise, what did his 3 years of dedication amount to? A mere joke? Why? Can you provide me with the happiness I seek? I desire a Chanel handbag. Can you afford it? I long for the latest model, the 16. Can you give that to me? If you cannot offer me these, why should I be with you? Li Yu spoke with a tone laced with derision, her expression dripping with disdain. As she spoke, her demeanor softened, and she nestled affectionately into the arms of the man clad in an Armani suit. Her eyes shimmering with longing, her voice sweet and delicate. Only Sun Xiao can provide me with what I desire. Lin Ming, we belong to entirely different worlds. Let us part amicably. My heart has always belonged solely to Sun Xiao. Is it merely because of wealth that you choose to end our relationship? What do you make of my sacrifices over the past 3 years? Li Yu, do you not realize that this fellow is a notorious playboy, a scion of debauchery? After hearing Li Yu's response, Lin Ming was utterly dumbfounded, his voice trembling as he pointed accusingly at Sun Zi, his face flushed with barely contained rage. What does it matter? You are nothing but a foolish dog, destined to chase after women for eternity. Li Yu's tone remained dismissive as she leaned in closer. For 3 years, she had toyed with Lin Ming as if he were a mere puppet. She was certainly no virtuous woman. Morality? Such qualities were foreign to her. Lin Ming's face reddened with indignation, his voice quivering ever more violently. Previously, Li Yu had always presented herself as a coy university girl in his presence. Where had this audacious side emerged from? It was entirely his fault for being blind, for clinging to such a woman for 3 years. Had he known this, he would have been better off serving as a sycophant to the campus beauty, Xiao Wanjiao. Not to mention, Xiao Wanjiao's beauty eclipsed Li Yu's by at least tenfold. A sight far more pleasing to behold. What do you want? Kid, Yaya is now my woman. If you have any sense, you'll leave at once, or I'll make you regret it. Sun Zi stepped forward, nostrils flaring in arrogance, exuding a demeanor of superiority, casting Lin Ming not a single glance, an archetypal villain. Although Sun Zi harbored little genuine affection for Li Yu, she was still his woman, and he would not permit a pauper like Lin Ming to covet her. He and Li Yu had met at a campus exchange event. Sun Zi was a moderately affluent second-generation rich kid at Linjiang University, his family possessing several billion in assets. And over the years, he had dallied with numerous younger female students. Upon first laying eyes on Li Yu, Sun Zi felt an immediate attraction towards her, secretly resolving to win her heart. He casually spent several thousand yuan on a Chanel handbag for Li Yu, and that very evening, he successfully seduced her. Sun Zi was well aware that Li Yu had a boyfriend. Initially, he entertained the idea of having her keep this fact hidden from the pitiful man, a notion that satisfied some of his more frivolous inclinations. However, now that Lin Ming had caught them in the act, he saw no need to continue the charade. To Sun Zi, Lin Ming was merely a worthless individual. In the past, he had stolen girlfriends from men like Lin Ming countless times. One could only say that this fellow truly lived up to his name, embodying the essence of a fool. He never engaged in anything remotely resembling a relationship. You dare to insult me today? Rest assured, I shall repay you 100-fold in the future. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Observing Sun Zi's arrogant demeanor, Lin Ming could no longer contain his fury and retorted with a classic comeback. Ha! You've utterly cracked me up. You, a mere delivery boy, think you can repay me 100-fold? What a cheeky little brat. Do you intend to make me laugh myself to death and inherit my bank balance? At Lin Ming's audacious display of bravado, Sun Zi was briefly taken aback before erupting into a raucous laughter, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. It was truly a farce. A rural delivery boy dared to seek revenge on him? Even if Lin Ming spent 10 lifetimes as a delivery person, he could never attain what Sun Zi possessed at present. Such presumption was laughable. Indeed, today's youth, having never faced the harsh realities of life, boldly utter words without the weight of experience. Who understands our struggles? Encountering yet another mediocre man while shopping today, some bystanders murmured amongst themselves, their words dripping with mockery and disdain for Lin Ming. Let us wait and see. Enduring the scornful glares from those around him, Lin Ming's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he huffed defiantly and withdrew from sight. Not far away, Jiang Che, having witnessed the entire scene, fell into deep contemplation. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with such melodramatic scenarios. And upon hearing Lin Ming's classic retort, he knew this was bound to become a significant moment. A dedicated admirer for 3 years, only for the goddess to turn her affections towards a rogue? Was this not the quintessential tale of a protagonist destined for greatness? Chapter 24, One Night and One More. Do you think you're choosing a consort? Instinctively, Jiang Che directed a probing spell towards the distant Lin Ming. Protagonist Lin Ming, age, 21, charm, 67, cultivation, none, plot. After the breakup, I awakened a godly delivery system. After reviewing Lin Ming's information, Jiang Che pondered thoughtfully and promptly issued a command to the system. In a vibrant urban world interwoven with countless online literary narratives, the protagonists may vary widely, though the likes of a resurrected celestial emperor will not appear. Thus, when Lin Ming, a financially struggling junior student who moonlights as a food delivery worker, suddenly awakens a system, Jiang Che is not the least bit surprised. Ding! Deducting 1,000 emotional points, initiating the infusion, the system announces. In an instant, Jiang Che has absorbed all the plot concerning Lin Ming. As he had previously speculated, it unfolds much as expected. Following a breakup with the seemingly innocent Liu, Lin Ming returns home that evening to drown his sorrows in alcohol. The next day, he awakens to the extraordinary god-level delivery system, which propels him toward the pinnacle of success. By simply delivering food, he can earn a multitude of rewards, including vast sums of cash, luxury sports cars, corporate shares, and opulent villas. With newfound wealth, Lin Ming embarks on a life of ostentation and self-aggrandizement. However, while the god-level delivery system facilitates his rapid ascent, it also harbors significant drawbacks. Should Lin Ming fail to meet his delivery deadlines, he faces various punitive measures from the system. From Jiang Che's elevated position, it would be exceedingly simple to crush a minor character like Lin Ming. With a mere command, 2 major delivery platforms could instantly blacklist Lin Ming, rendering him unable to fulfill any orders. Yet, Jiang Che has no intention of outright annihilating Lin Ming. Instead, he plans to toy with him. This fellow is undoubtedly a ripe opportunity for his own growth. First, he will establish the system's authenticity for Lin Ming, then ensnare him in a web of endless despair stemming from the system's punishments. How delightfully intriguing. With this thought in mind, Jiang Che beckons to a figure 20 meters away. Noticing Jiang Che's gesture, Qiangzi swiftly approaches, beaming with an ingratiating demeanor. Young master, how may I serve you? Whatever your command, I shall brave any peril. Enough with the flattery. Find a few individuals to keep an eye on that Lin Ming. Starting tomorrow. Once he begins his deliveries, devise ways to thwart him, ensuring he cannot complete a single order. Do you understand? Jiang Che chides with a smile, gesturing toward Lin Ming's distant silhouette. The thought of Lin Ming facing punishment from the god-level delivery system amuses Jiang Che greatly. As long as Lin Ming is engulfed in despair and questions his existence, emotional points will surely flow in abundance. Jiang Che feels confident in Qiangzi's abilities. Despite his rugged appearance, he is meticulous and can undoubtedly handle this minor task. Understood, young master. I will ensure the task is accomplished. Although Qiangzi finds Jiang Che's orders somewhat perplexing, wondering why his master suddenly takes an interest in a down-and-out delivery boy, he refrains from questioning further and readily agrees. Always straightforward in his obedience, Qiangzi prepares to depart, having recognized that his master is out today to accompany the young mistress on a shopping spree. And he certainly does not wish to be a third wheel. By the way, how is Xiaochen faring inside? Has he made any progress? Jiang Che seemed to recall something and suddenly inquired. Upon awakening this morning, he discovered that he had harvested an additional 20,000 emotional points from Xiaochen the previous night. Without much thought, Jiang Che understood that Xiaochen must have experienced an extraordinarily enchanting evening, one that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Haha. As Jiang Che mentioned Xiaochen, Qiangzi excitedly rubbed his hands together, a lecherous grin plastered across his face. Young master, I arranged for 6 masters of swordsmanship to attend to Xiaochen last night, ensuring he had a truly delightful experience. However, the lad is quite stubborn and has yet to relent. Tonight, we shall send 7 individuals to pay him a visit, and should Xiaochen continue to resist, we shall add another each night. Jiang Che nodded in approval, encouraging Qiangzi with a few words of praise. At this rate, it would not be long before Xiaochen would be compelled to reconcile with him. How could a valiant warrior endure such a profound humiliation? One must admit, Qiangzi was indeed a remarkable talent. An additional guest each night? Does he think this is a selection of a consort? Xiao Qin must be contemplating his own demise at this point. The thought of Xiao Qin's furious and helpless demeanor in the station brought a smile to Jiang Che's face. After Qiangzi departed, Xiaoyi soon reappeared before Jiang Che, having changed into a different outfit, typically adorned in a purple gown. She now wore a pure white dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, exuding elegance and charm, resembling a celestial fairy descended from a painting. Indeed, quite beautiful, Jiang Che remarked. In addition to this and that, pack everything else up and send it to Qing Tung Mountain Villa. He nodded in satisfaction, instructing the sales attendant beside him. Since it was all his own property, Jiang Che felt no need for modesty. Certainly, young master, the attendant smiled sweetly, bowing slightly before proceeding with the arrangements. Witnessing Jiang Che's extravagant spending, some passers-by were drawn to the scene, astonished. What shocked them most was the attendant's demeanor. Referring to this man as young master, could he possibly be the heir behind the Nebula building? After humiliating Lin Ming, Sun Zi felt a surge of clarity and vitality. Just as he intended to drag Liu back to the hotel for another round, he was distracted by the conversations of those around him and instinctively turned to see who this influential figure was that had commandeered the entire clothing store. To take all the garments in one go? It was known that such a feat in the Nebula building required several million. Upon catching a glimpse of Jiang Che's face, Sun Zi paused momentarily, then was overtaken by exhilaration. He swiftly abandoned the affectionate Liu beside him and hurried in Jiang Che's direction. Jiang Xiao, it's been a while. You still exude the same charm. Jiang Xiaojun, indeed, lives up to the title of the foremost young gentleman of Lingjiang. Exuding an elegance akin to a majestic tree swaying in the wind, strikingly handsome and charming, an epitome of sophistication, truly a rare gem among millions. Abundant in wealth and talent, Sun Zi, with an excessively sycophantic smile, seemed to have exhausted every compliment he had ever learned throughout his life, bowing and scraping with deference. Is there something you need? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, regarding Sun Zi, who was incessantly chattering before him like a sycophant, his expression somewhat peculiar. Although he was also a prominent figure at Lingjiang University, having been crowned the campus heartthrob, he found himself unfamiliar with this Sun Zi. Chapter 25, Brother Jie. Please don't. It's nothing. I merely noticed you here, Jiang Xiao, and thought to come over and greet you. This is all part of the arrangements from Boss Chenfeng, who instructed us to extend our greetings to you at any occasion we might encounter you. Sun Zi kept nodding and bowing, his smile radiant. Stealing a glance at the ethereal beauty clad in a white dress beside Jiang Che, Sun Zi quickly averted his gaze and lowered his head, his heart filled with admiration. Truly, Jiang Xiao has exquisite taste. The stunning maiden before him could effortlessly rival the renowned beauties of Lingjiang University, perhaps even surpassing them in allure. It seemed that only someone of Jiang Xiao's stature could have the privilege to bask in her grace. Were he in Jiang Che's position, such thoughts would be beyond his wildest dreams. Sun Zi, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, recognized his own limitations. Despite his substantial wealth, he was nothing more than a trivial figure in the presence of genuine elites. He relished in bullying the ordinary, yet only targeted those of lesser means. Boss Chenfeng. You mean Li Chifeng? Jiang Che pondered. Li Chifeng was one of his subordinates, a callous second-generation rich kid with a tarnished reputation at Lingjiang University. Known for his debauched lifestyle and a circle of hedonistic companions, it appeared that Sun Zi was one of them. Indeed, that's the one. Jiang Xiao, unless you have further instructions, I shall take my leave. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Zi intended to depart. He merely sought to familiarize himself with Jiang Che. And having fulfilled that purpose, he deemed it inappropriate to linger. He was not so oblivious as to remain and become an unwelcome presence, hindering Jiang Che's pursuits. It seems that evading the fate of being humiliated was not meant to be. Watching Sun Zi's retreating figure, Jiang Che felt somewhat speechless. Although his storyline did not intersect with Lin Ming's, following the conventions of urban novels, if he were to disregard Lin Ming and allow him to grow unchecked, he would likely find himself facing the consequences of his inaction. After all, Sun Zi, this minor antagonist, had already crossed paths with Lin Ming. As the superior of his superior, according to the typical dynamics of such narratives, how could he possibly remain unscathed? Antagonists often take down the minor players, only for stronger adversaries to emerge. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Che chose not to dwell further. Instead, taking the delicate hand of Xiao Yi and embarking on a shopping spree. In that moment, Jiang Che transformed into the embodiment of a domineering CEO. Everything that Xiaoyi glanced at was swiftly seized by Jiang Che. As time passed, it soon transitioned into the evening. Let's discuss this tomorrow. I am presently a bit occupied. All right, he replied, hand in hand with Xiaoyi, strolling down the bustling street. After ending the call, a flicker of inexplicable brilliance flashed in Jiang Che's eyes. The collapse of the Lanzi group had occurred in an instant, marking a perfect opportunity for him to enter the fray. Initially, Jiang Che merely intended to acquire 15 of the shares of the Lanzi group for 1 billion. However, that 15 no longer sufficed to satiate his appetite. From the very beginning, Jiang Che's target was not the Lanzi group, but rather the enigmatic Long Qingqiu. Among 5 sisters, she stood out as the epitome of refined femininity, a 29-year-old ice queen and president. How could Jiang Che possibly let the chance to pursue someone like Lang Qingqiu slip away? Tomorrow would be his moment to reap what he had sown. Let us go watch a movie, Jiang Che said, his spirits elevated as he led Xiaoyi into the nearby cinema. By the time they returned to Qingding Villa, the clock had struck 10. Throughout the day, Jiang Che had traversed the city with the enchanting little girl in purple, indulging in nearly every romantic activity a couple could enjoy. How do you feel? Are you happy? He asked, cradling the little girl in his arms. Resting his head on her delicate shoulder, inhaling the fragrant strands of her hair with a look of bliss, Xiaoyi emanated a subtle yet elegant fragrance, mingled with the aroma of lavender shampoo, captivating and intoxicating. She nodded gently, willingly snuggling into Jiang Che's embrace. Though her expression remained composed, waves of emotion stirred within her, shattering her previously tranquil demeanor. Being held by Jiang Che instilled an unparalleled sense of security in Xiaoyi. It was as if Jiang Che was her eternal harbor, a sanctuary for her soul, shielding her from the tempest of life. Such a good girl, he remarked. It's getting late. Off to bed now. Tonight, I wish to see you in white stockings. Jiang Che placed a tender kiss on the flawless, delicate profile of the little girl before carrying Xiaoyi upstairs to revel in the enchanting night that awaited them. As Jiang Che savored the gentle warmth of Xiaoyi's presence, Xiao Chun was also experiencing an unforgettable second night. At this moment, within the confines of cell number 7, Xiao Chun leaned against the wall, his face marked with vigilance as he observed 7 burly men seated nearby, whispering amongst themselves. Following the harrowing events of the previous night, Xiao Chun had no intention of sleeping tonight. He was genuinely frightened, fearing that these men might take advantage of his slumber, just as others had before them. As a late-stage martial artist, Xiao Chun possessed keen senses, easily discerning the unsettling discussions of the men, nearly driving him to despair. These scoundrels truly intended to force him? Moreover, they sought to stifle the fury rising within him. Tightening his eyes and covering his ears, Xiao Chun resolved to disregard their conversations. He feared that if he continued to listen, he would be unable to restrain himself from erupting in violence once more. The thought of that electrifying baton sent a chill down Xiao Chun's spine, causing him to tremble involuntarily. If it were to happen again, he genuinely feared he might meet his end on the spot. Xiao Chun believed that as long as he refrained from sleeping and denied these brutes the opportunity to prevail, he would be safe. However, the reality proved his assumptions to be utterly misguided. These men were dispatched with a specific purpose, intent on ensuring his compliance, and they would not easily relent. After a brief exchange of glances, the 7 men devised a plan of action and, without further ado, approached the bed where Xiao Chun lay. 4 of them seized his limbs, while the remaining 3 bore sinister smiles, eagerly anticipating their task. Please, don't come any closer. Xiao Chun's eyes widened in terror as he began to struggle desperately. His previous encounters with the electrifying baton had inflicted significant internal injuries that had yet to heal, leaving him with little strength to muster. Thus, his struggles appeared utterly futile, a mere shadow of resistance. At that moment, Xiao Chun's heart brimmed with frustration and anger, nearly driving him to madness. Hey, handsome, don't be so cold. Be a good boy and let me have a look, the leader of the group sneered, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Xiao Chun was engulfed in dread, his heart heavy with despair. Jiego, please now? Chapter 26, Late Stage of Hidden Strength. Peculiar system rewards. The following day, morning light filtered into the villa. Jiang Che reclined on the sofa in the hall, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The myriad of emotional values from Xiao Chun the previous night had caused his system to surge, yielding substantial rewards. Coupled with the over 10,000 emotional points accumulated from his interactions with Xiao Chun, he had amassed a total of 100,000. Enough to indulge in a tenfold draw. Given Xiao Chun's current emotional turmoil, it would not be long before he willingly offered up 1 billion hands. At that moment, He envisioned using Xiao Chen's funds to finance the Lanzi group and pursue the woman he desired. What a delightful prospect. System, grant me a tenfold draw. Suppressing the myriad of wicked thoughts vying for his attention, Jiang Che focused his mind and directed his commands to the system. Ding. Deducting 100,000 emotional points. Commencing the lottery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Shadow Guard X10. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Shadow Guard X10. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Destiny Child Locator Card X3. This card can identify the child of fortune yet to be encountered by the host, unlocking related storylines. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Cultivation Enhancement Card X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Cultivation Enhancement Card X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Bad Luck Talisman X10 by silently invoking another's name. You can cause them to experience 3 days of continuous misfortune. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Hummingbird Robot X10. This robot, a product of technology from a century hence, is 3 millimeters in size, capable of stealthy operation in darkness, silently monitoring and transmitting high-definition 4,360 frame images, powered by sunlight and moonlight. Note, undetectable by beings below the level of celestial martial artists. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Crazy Sao 100, the Centenary Ice Mountain Snow Lotus 10, and the Jet Warrior Package Experience Card 3. Utilizing this experience card allows one to transform into a Jet Warrior, unleashing uncontrollable chaos, a relentless surge for 7 days. Note, once activated, this experience card cannot be halted, so please use it with caution. Upon reviewing the various rewards acquired from this lottery, Jiang Che's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Crazy Sao? Jet Warrior Package? Goodness, it seems this absurd system is becoming increasingly outrageous. However, these items could certainly be arranged for those favored by fortune. When they attempt to show off, presenting them with a Jet Warrior package might just redirect their emotional energy towards me. As for the Hummingbird Detection Robot, it is quite a valuable asset. It could be dispatched to Xiao Chen's location, capturing footage to upload to both the surface web and the dark web. If such videos were to reach Xiao Chen's adversaries, they would surely be utterly amused. Over the years, Xiao Chen has reigned dominantly in a small nation on the Black Continent, creating numerous enemies. Soon, the name of the Wolf Fang mercenary corps leader would echo throughout the world. Oh, wait, I mean the former leader. Jiang Che glanced at his phone, where a report titled "The Wolf Fang Mercenary Corps Massacred Overnight" was currently being displayed. A slight smile crept onto Jiang Che's lips, hoping that when Xiao Chen saw this report, his mental state would remain stable. System, please use the Cultivation Enhancement card. Without further thought, Jiang Che continued to issue commands to the system. Ding. Activation in progress. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Jiang Che felt an immense pure energy inexplicably surge within his lower abdomen. It began to flow through his limbs and major acupoints, cycling continuously before converging back to his lower abdomen. A warm, comforting sensation enveloped him, prompting him to slightly close his eyes and revel in a moment of tranquility. After a while, once this pure energy had fully integrated, Jiang Che experienced a significant breakthrough, advancing 2 realms from the early stage of dark strength to the late stage. Indeed, this method of cultivation suits me perfectly, he mused, feeling the tremendous energy coursing through him. System, open my attribute panel. Host Jiang Che, identified as the destined antagonist. The foremost young man of Linjiang, aged 21, possesses an irresistible charm of 99. With his cultivation at the late stage of dark energy, he has mastered the techniques of the 9-Yang Divine Art and the Snow Trackless Tread. His skills encompass fluency in 18 languages, exceptional piano proficiency, advanced hacking capabilities, refined art, superior investment acumen, and advanced management expertise. His possessions include 10 Hummingbird Detection Robots, a Desert Eagle, 3 Destiny Sun Positioning Cards, 100 Crazy So tokens, 3 Jet Warrior Experience Cards, 10 century-old Ice Mountain Snow Lotuses, and 10 Bad Luck Talismans. His personal wealth amounts to 136.6 billion, with an emotional value of 1314. Gazing at his attributes panel, Jiang Che smiled with satisfaction. With a mere thought, he retrieved 2 Hummingbird Detection Robots from the system space. One was dispatched to surveil Xiao Chen, while the other monitored Lin Ming, the protagonist on the verge of awakening his system. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Che indulged in a soothing massage from the delicate hands of his maid, patiently awaiting developments. He was confident that by noon at the latest, Xiao Chen would willingly present him with 10 billion. In the detention center, Within the isolation chamber, Xiao Chen found himself confined due to incessant brawls. This was only a temporary measure. By nightfall, he would have to return to cell number 7 and face the inhumane torment once more, albeit with a new set of tormentors. At that moment, Xiao Chen leaned against the wall, devoid of hope, his eyes vacant and unfocused. Having succumbed to a prolonged state of stupor, his legs trembling uncontrollably, he yearned to crouch and rest, but was unable to do so for various reasons. Forced to prop himself against the corner. The harrowing experiences of the past 3 days had inflicted severe psychological damage on Xiao Chen, causing his once vibrant spirit to wane. At this juncture, thoughts of capitulating to Jiang Che began to surface in his mind. He would rather relinquish 10 billion to that despicable scoundrel than return to cell no. 7. His resolve to resist vastly diminished. Perhaps surrendering was the only option? After all, his offshore account still held a surplus of 30 billion. After laundering through various channels, he could secure 25 billion, more than sufficient to finance the company of Lung Qingqiu. Thinking of Lung Qingqiu, Xiao Chen's indecision gradually transformed into determination. The Lanzi Group was teetering on the brink, and remaining trapped here meant Jiang Che could exploit the situation, severing his connection with Lung Qingqiu entirely. No, that must not happen. In Chapter 27, Xiao Chen was engulfed in despair to the point of wishing for death. Merely envisioning Lung Qingqiu nestled in Jiang Che's embrace caused him excruciating heartache. Guard, I demand to be released. I consent to reconcile with Jiang Che. Let me out at once. Thus, Xiao Chen was escorted back to the interrogation room. In the presence of both parties' attorneys and several police officers, the settlement agreement was signed. At the moment of signing, Xiao Chen's fingers trembled uncontrollably, and his heart felt as though it were bleeding. 1 billion. A staggering sum. How many arms would he and his comrades need to sell to recoup such a loss? Very well, 0077. You have made a judicious choice. Wang Mu smiled slightly, expressing his admiration for Xiao Chen's perceptive behavior. Although he was utterly astonished at the prospect of Xiao Chen being able to produce 10 billion in liquid assets, Wang Mu felt no inclination to probe further. After all, this was someone esteemed by young Master Jiang. How young Master Jiang chose to manipulate the situation was beyond his purview. He merely needed to follow orders and execute tasks. Please proceed with the transfer. Here is the bank account number, stated the legal representative of Lingxiao Capital, revealing the company's public account. Xiao Chen was restrained by several officers as he completed the transfer procedures. At the moment of confirming the remittance, Xiao Chen's fingers trembled violently, and his heart continued to bleed. Observing this, the chief attorney exited the interrogation room and called Jiang Che. Upon receiving a positive affirmation, he returned, smiling as he bid farewell to Wang Mu. Captain Wang, since the matter has been resolved, we shall take our leave. Please do, Wang Mu replied. Once all the representatives of both parties departed, Xiao Chen looked at Wang Mu with eyes full of hope. Having signed the settlement agreement, would he finally be allowed to leave? Meeting Xiao Chen's eager gaze, Wang Mu smiled faintly, embodying professional decorum. Yet his words left Xiao Chen in a state of utter shock, his mind momentarily blank. According to Article 36, Clause 2 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, you are required to remain at the detention center for an additional 4 days. What? Another 4 days? At this revelation, Xiao Chen's eyes widened, his complexion shifting from pale to deep red, his features contorted in anger, trembling with rage. He had already paid an exorbitant settlement fee of 10 billion. And now he was to be detained? Where was the justice in that? Once more it was Jiang Che. The more Xiao Chen contemplated, the angrier he became. His face flushed crimson. Ultimately, after expelling a mouthful of blood, he fainted. At Qing Tung Villa, beneath the radiant sun and gentle breeze, Jiang Che felt elated after receiving Xiao Chen's billion-dollar transfer. Dressed in a tailored suit and adorned with a limited edition Vacheron Constantine watch, he made his way to the parking lot, flanked by a bevy of maids. He had a business meeting scheduled with Lung Qingqiu at 2:30 in the afternoon, and Jiang Che had no intention of reneging on that commitment. After all, with Xiao Chen's funds successfully transferred, there was no longer any need for delay. Armed with Xiao Chen's money, he intended to finance Lung Qingqiu's Lanzi Group in his own name. In doing so, it would afford Xiao Chen a semblance of involvement, wouldn't it? Ah, what a benevolent soul I am. As the roar of the engine echoed, the Pagani Zonda surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. 40 minutes later, Jiang Che arrived at the headquarters of Lingxiao Capital. After parking his vehicle, he entered the building and took the private elevator reserved for the president. ascending directly to the 26th floor. Upon entering the president's office, Jiang Che summoned Han Yang, reclining in the spacious executive chair, and casually inquired about the progress of the secretary recruitment. In response, Mr. Jiang, the recruitment fair has been scheduled and will officially commence in approximately 7 days. Han Yang, adeptly preparing coffee for Jiang Che, simultaneously reported on the advancements regarding the secretary recruitment. Although Jiang Che did not explicitly articulate his intentions, Han Yang had already discerned his true motives and was naturally diligent in his efforts. After all, merely seeking a female secretary should not entail such complexity. Well done. You may leave now, Jiang Che remarked appreciatively, casting a glance at Han Yang. It is indeed a relief to work alongside an astute individual. He greatly favored subordinates who could intuit his thoughts. With time still on his side, Jiang Che dismissed Han Yang and turned his attention to the accumulation of documents and various investment proposals that had piled up over the past few days. As the legitimate heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Che had received the highest caliber of education from a young age, delving into finance, investment, and talent management. One could say he was well-versed in many aspects. Familiarizing himself with the myriad processes of the company was undoubtedly beneficial as he prepared to inherit the entire Xingqiong group. Before he knew it, time slipped away, and it soon approached the appointed hour of 2:30 for the meeting with Lang Qingxiu regarding their collaboration. After completing his tasks, Jiang Che glanced at his watch and instructed someone to invite Lang Qingxiu from the reception room. Shortly thereafter, Lang Qingxiu appeared in the president's office, donned in a tailored suit. After bringing her in, Han Yang nodded slightly to Jiang Che and discreetly exited, closing the office door with consideration. Apologies. I just finished my work. It has been quite hectic these past few days. Please, take a seat, President Lung, Jiang Che said with a hint of a smile, gesturing for Lang Qingxiu to sit across from him. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, she replied, gracefully settling into her seat, though a faintly forced smile graced her lips. Compared to 3 days prior, Lang Qingxiu appeared somewhat haggard. Dark circles under her eyes and a pallor to her complexion suggested she had not rested well. After years of hard work, the imminent bankruptcy of her self-established group had indeed robbed her of sleep. Once seated, Lang Qingxiu took a delicate sip of the coffee prepared by Han Yang, seeking to invigorate herself, feeling slightly more at ease thereafter. Mr. Jiang, regarding the planned investment, she began, taking a moment to gather herself, her red lips lightly pursed, her captivating gaze fixed on Jiang Che, cautiously broaching the subject. The fact that Jiang Che had invited her indicated that there was still room for discussion about the investment, a relatively positive sign. Nevertheless, she felt a palpable sense of anxiety and uncertainty. Shouldn't President Long first demonstrate some sincerity? Jiang Che replied, his expression playful, a hint of a smile lingering on his lips as he regarded Lang Qingxiu. With the initiative and the negotiations firmly in his grasp, Jiang Che felt no rush. During their last encounter at the Yuexin restaurant, he had given Lang Qingxiu a rather evident hint, and he was confident that this striking president would not miss his underlying message. This is nature. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Lang Qingxiu felt a slight sense of relief in her heart. She directly produced the contract she had prepared in advance and presented it to Jiang Che, speaking softly. To express my sincere apologies to you, Mr. Jiang, should you wish to continue investing in the Lanzi Group, I am willing to relinquish 20 of my shares. Despite maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, Lang Qingxiu's heart was, in truth, bleeding profusely, pained by the sacrifice. Given the unpleasantness of their previous encounter, she understood that in order to continue courting Jiang Che's investment, she must surrender some of her interests. With this thought in mind, her heart grew heavy, and her resentment towards that scoundrel Xiao Chen intensified. Had it not been for his abrupt interference last time, she would not have found herself in such a passive predicament. Lang Qingxiu personally held 67 of the shares in the Lanzi Group, granting her absolute control. It could be said that the company was essentially her domain, where every decision, great or small, was dictated solely by her. Naturally, she wished to avoid selling any of her shares unless absolutely necessary. While transferring 20 of her shares to Jiang Che would still leave her as the primary shareholder with considerable influence, it would inevitably constrain her actions. Henceforth, any significant decisions would necessitate consultations with Jiang Che, the secondary shareholder. As for the remaining 33 of shares in the Lanzi Group, they were held by various members of the board, with each possessing only a minor stake. I can sign this contract. But it requires President Lung's agreement to one small request first, Jiang Che stated after reviewing the document and ensuring it contained no hidden pitfalls. What request? Long Qingxiu replied. Eager to accommodate, please, Mr. Jiang, speak freely. I shall not shy away from anything within my capabilities. Seeing Jiang Che's agreement brought a flicker of joy to her heart. Her lips curved upward slightly, and a breathtaking smile graced her delicate features, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It is quite simple. If President Lung agrees to be my woman, I shall consent to the financing. How does that sound? Jiang Che articulated boldly, revealing his true intentions. At this moment, the Lanzi group had reached a critical impasse, making Jiang Che her sole beacon of hope. With such a prime opportunity before him, he was determined not to let it slip away. As for whether this constituted taking advantage of a desperate situation, Jiang Che had long since discarded any semblance of morality upon discovering his own villainous identity and felt no qualms about it. After all, what need was there for ethics when one was already the antagonist? In dealing with a strong-willed and ambitious president like Lung Qingxiu, he recognized the necessity of presenting himself as even more formidable. Conventional methods of pursuit would simply not suffice for someone of her caliber. Having built a billion-dollar group from scratch in just a few years post-university, Lung Qingxiu had encountered all manner of individuals throughout the years. To truly captivate such an aloof and strikingly ambitious president would require unconventional tactics. He would not be like those other sycophantic rich heirs, persistently pursuing her with relentless devotion. In the present day, the mercenary king, Xiao Chun, has fallen victim to his own machinations, imprisoned and subjected to humiliation, leading to an irrevocable rift with Lung Qingxiu. The objective has been achieved. The relationship between the protagonists is irreparably severed, leaving no glimmer of hope for reconciliation. Furthermore, the office is devoid of any onlookers, allowing Jiang Che to finally shed his facade. As for the question of Lung Qingxiu's lack of feelings towards him, it is a matter easily resolved. Affection can blossom over time. What? Are you certain, Mr. Jiang, that you are not jesting? Upon hearing this, the smile on Lung Qingxiu's face vanished abruptly, her eyes widening in disbelief, followed by a surge of anger. The delicate curves of her chest began to rise and fall, betraying her inner turmoil. How could she have once harbored a favorable impression of Jiang Che, believing him to be a refined gentleman? This was merely their second encounter, and he had discarded all pretenses so readily? Indeed, the world is filled with deceit, and men are often untrustworthy. Despite her innate fondness for Jiang Che, had he pursued her through conventional means, she might have considered a relationship with him. Alas, he chose to exploit her vulnerability, employing underhanded tactics to coerce her, which only fueled her indignation. Of course not. I am utterly sincere, Jiang Che replied, shaking his head with utmost seriousness. In that case, there is no need to discuss the investment any further. Lung Qingxiu shot him an angry glare and rose from her seat, her elegant legs and black stockings poised to depart. Jiang Che, however, remained unperturbed, taking a leisurely sip of his coffee, his demeanor calm and laced with mockery. President Lung, should you choose to leave this office today, the Lanzi group will undoubtedly face its demise by tomorrow. If I were to spread the word, do you believe anyone in Linjiang would dare to finance you? Lung Qingxiu's steps faltered, and with great reluctance, she sat back down, her heart brimming with frustration. She understood all too well that Jiang Che spoke the truth. He possessed the power to obliterate her company in an instant. Neither Lingxiao Capital nor Xingqiong Group were adversaries she could afford to provoke. Before a figure of Jiang Che's stature, even a billionaire president such as herself had no choice but to lower her haughty head. Lung Qingxiu is overwhelmed with frustration. Emotional value, 999. Lung Qingxiu perceives you as insufferable. Emotional value, 2,233. In this moment, Lung Qingxiu felt a wave of despair wash over her, regretting her initial agreement to negotiate with Lingxiao Capital. It was solely Jiang Che's exceptional ability to conceal his true self that had led her to this predicament. Who could have anticipated that this esteemed gentleman, renowned throughout Linjiang, harbored such a duplicitous nature beneath his polished exterior? Are you now willing to sit down and engage in a serious discussion with me, President Lung? Observing her vexed and indignant demeanor, Jiang Che found the situation quite amusing. The beauty's fleeting anger, a blend of reproach and charm, was captivating. Even in her fury, she radiated an enchanting allure, truly a testament to her reputation as the icy yet alluring president, a name well deserved. Have you, perhaps, had your sights set on me all along? In the chill of autumn, Lung Qingqiu cast a vexed glance at Jiang Che, her teeth clenched in irritation. The sight of his carefree grin stirred within her a desire to deliver a couple of punches. With such remarkable beauty and charm, how could he engage in such base behavior? Chapter 29. Lung Qingqiu's surrender. Having come to terms with the narrative surrounding her, Lung Qingqiu, though it was merely their second encounter, found that Jiang Che had already developed an astute understanding of this aloof CEO, a veritable workaholic. Lung Qingqiu was singularly focused on her career, devoid of romantic entanglements. The Lanzi Group held profound significance for her, its importance weighed heavily in her heart, and she would acquiesce to her own demands. What are you laughing at? As Jiang Che's smile grew ever more radiant, Lung Qingqiu's expression darkened further. She rolled her eyes in exasperation and asked, "What nonsense is this?" "Nothing. I just find your question rather foolish. You are the renowned cold CEO of Linjiang City, admired by many, and it is only natural that I would have my sights set on you. After all, the desire for beauty is universal. A graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal. Using cooperation as leverage to compel me to yield, can you truly call such behavior gentlemanly?" Lung Qingqiu responded with a cold laugh, her words laced with scorn. Indeed, when Jiang Che laid forth his demands, she had realized that today, she was likely trapped. Regardless of her struggles, surrender seemed inevitable. In Linjiang City, was there truly a woman Jiang Che could not attain? Perhaps if she maintained a steadfast demeanor, he would refrain from taking any drastic measures. Yet the Lanzi Group would undoubtedly be rendered obsolete. This enterprise, which she had devoted years to building, was the culmination of her efforts since university, embodying her life's work. Beyond her 4 younger sisters and her little brother, the Lanzi Group was the most significant aspect of her existence. Jiang Che's coercion of Lung Qingqiu via the Lanzi Group struck directly at her vulnerabilities. He rose from his seat, inching closer to her. "What do you intend to do?" "I am not prepared yet. Could you grant me a few days?" Upon witnessing Jiang Che's approach, Lung Qingqiu initially assumed her taunts had thoroughly angered him. Startled, she instinctively shielded her chest with her arms, a wary expression adorning her face, her voice trembling with a plea. "So, you are acquiescing to my request?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. Lung Qingqiu pressed her lips together in silence, wishing to retort, but fearing that any further provocation might infuriate him completely. At this juncture, Lung Qingqiu began to grasp the situation. Just as Jiang Che had openly confessed, it appeared he had long set his sights on her with ulterior motives, which explained his sudden interest in investing in the Lanzi Group. He had first instilled hope within her, then dangled that hope as a means to deprive her of other financing opportunities during this critical period, ultimately aiming to compel her compliance through his investment proposal. Lung Qingqiu even suspected that her feelings of guilt toward Jiang Che over the past few days had all been part of his meticulous scheming. Driven by a sense of guilt for being abruptly interrupted by the foolish Xiao Chun and fearing retribution from Jiang Che, she had long anticipated a collaboration with Lingxiao Capital, refraining from seeking funding from others. Step by step, she unwittingly walked into the trap laid by Jiang Che, ultimately finding herself alone at Lingxiao Capital, like a lamb entering the tiger's den. But why would Xiao Chen assist Jiang Che in orchestrating such a charade? Could it be that he was Jiang Che's pawn from the very beginning? If that were the case, everything would make sense. No wonder this scoundrel had barged into the private room without hesitation. This had all been meticulously planned. In that instant, Lung Qingqiu's mind raced with numerous thoughts. Her anger towards Xiao Chun, the traitor, intensifying, her teeth gritting in fury. It was absurd that she had once harbored a modicum of admiration for him, only to discover he repaid her kindness in this manner. Simultaneously engulfed by a profound chill, she swallowed hard, apprehensive. Had he gone to such lengths to force her compliance? All while she remained blissfully unaware? Could she truly escape the clutches of the formidable Jiang Che? If Jiang Che were to uncover her thoughts, he would undoubtedly find it amusing, readily admitting, "Ah yes, Xiao Chun, that fool, is indeed my man. He is a crucial part of my scheme to ensnare you." Lung Qingqiu's hatred for Xiao Chun reaches 99.99. Lung Qingqiu's fear of you reaches 33.44, listening to the notifications echoing in her mind. Jiang Che felt a peculiar sense of bewilderment. What had this woman conjured in her mind? Why had she suddenly developed such a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Chun? Although somewhat perplexed, Jiang Che chose not to delve deeper. After all, this was entirely advantageous for him. Observing Lung Qingqiu's silence and hesitation, he raised an eyebrow and pressed further. "What is the matter, President Lung? Have you not yet made up your mind?" I can't agree to be your woman," she finally conceded, taking a deep breath to steady her tumultuous emotions. However, I have 3 small requests. With a heavy heart, she sighed, realizing she had no alternative. Could she truly stand by and watch her years of hard work crumble? Such a fate was unacceptable to her. Thus, she felt compelled to acquiesce to Jiang Che's demands. Determined to maximize her gains, Lung Qingqiu, a shrewd businesswoman and an ice-cold CEO, could not ignore her interests. Despite her overwhelming frustration, she had no choice but to accept Jiang Che's rather unconventional pursuit. Moreover, she had always regarded romantic relationships with indifference and had never intended to seek a boyfriend. She harbored a subtle fondness for Jiang Che, making it not entirely unreasonable to agree to his proposal. After all, boyfriends were of little significance to her. Resolutely convincing herself, she forced herself to accept the reality before her. "Oh, what are your requests? Please, do share," Jiang Che encouraged, intrigued by her stipulations. Chapter 30. Please let Lung Qingqiu have a lollipop. Firstly, once the contract is signed, I shall publicly proclaim your investment in the Lanzi Group without any intent to conceal it. Secondly, when you are with me, your sole company must be mine. Thirdly, I request a span of 10 days. After this period, I will wholly surrender myself to you." Lung Qingqiu contemplated for a moment, her delicate lips parting as she slowly articulated her demands. To avoid any potential misunderstandings from Jiang Che, she continued to elucidate, "During these 10 days, I will endeavor to truly fall in love with you, so rest assured." With these words, her slender eyelashes fluttered gently, her expression tense as she gazed at Jiang Che. The reasoning behind her 3 requests was meticulously considered. Jiang Che's standing in Lingjiang City is well known. Should the news of his investment in the Lanzi Group be made public, it would undoubtedly attract numerous collaborations with the company. After all, it is said that one must look upon the Buddha's face rather than the monk's. Once Jiang Che's investment is firmly established, countless business leaders will seek to partner with her. As for her second request, it serves to fulfill a youthful fantasy of romance. Upon realizing Jiang Che's true nature, Lung Qingqiu comprehended that he could not possibly be devoted solely to her. She is an astute woman, possessing a clear understanding of her own position, and she would never resort to the theatrics of younger girls, crying, throwing tantrums, or even resorting to drastic measures. She merely wishes for Jiang Che to be devoid of other women during their time together. As for the possibility of keeping Jiang Che at bay, denying him any opportunity to take advantage of her, she had indeed contemplated this. However, she quickly dismissed the notion. Jiang Che is a ravenous wolf. If deprived of sustenance for too long, who knows what desperate measures he might resort to. Thus, Lung Qingqiu resolved to compel herself to genuinely love Jiang Che within those 10 days. Even if she could not completely fall for him, at the very least, she aimed to cultivate some fondness to ease her resistance when the time came for intimate moments. Moreover, she recognized the necessity of a transitional period to accept this new reality. After all, having been single for a full 29 years, the abrupt introduction of a boyfriend, coupled with the prospect of intimate encounters, was quite overwhelming for her. "Very well, I can agree to your terms," Jiang Che replied, his smile radiant, accepting Lung Qingqiu's proposal without a second thought. 10 days was a small price to pay, and besides, Lung Qingqiu had only stipulated that he refrain from taking the final step within that time frame, not from engaging in other activities. Therefore, it seemed entirely reasonable for him to indulge her in the affectionate pursuits typical of a romantic relationship. "Does that mean I am now your girlfriend?" As Jiang Che acquiesced, Lung Qingqiu's previously pale complexion flushed slightly, her finely shaped earlobes also tinged with a hint of pink. She bit her lip, her voice softening, losing the coldness it once held. Although, in her rare moments of leisure outside of work, she had occasionally fantasized about a sweet romance, it had always remained a mere thought, never materializing into action. Despite having numerous admirers, Lung Qingqiu had never felt a flutter of affection for anyone. By a twist of fate, she found herself reluctantly becoming Jiang Che's girlfriend, which inevitably stirred a sense of shyness within her. For a woman who had never experienced romance in her 29 years, this was indeed a significant upheaval. Having acknowledged the uniqueness of her relationship with Jiang Che, and with the determination to fully embrace her feelings for him within 10 days, Lung Qingqiu resolved to take action. After all, she was known for her decisive nature. With this thought in mind, Lung Qingqiu quickly made up her mind. In the midst of Jiang Che's astonished gaze, she leaned in, offering her luscious, crimson lips. Though her actions were bold, She had never kissed anyone before, resulting in a rather clumsy and inexperienced attempt. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Just as Ling Qingxiu thought she might suffocate, Jiang Che finally released her. Breathless, her cheeks flushed with a deeper hue, her eyes glimmering with a soft pink. She melted into Jiang Che's embrace, inhaling his scent, her mind a blank slate. Seated in his spacious office chair, Jiang Che lifted her elegant, black-stockinged legs, inviting the stunning beauty to nestle closer. He playfully twirled a strand of her hair, a smile dancing on his lips. How was the kiss? It was rather pleasant. A bit sweet, she replied instinctively, licking her lips, her expression slightly awkward. This was her first intimate encounter with a man, and she felt an instinctive sense of confusion. Previously, she had never imagined that kissing could be such a delightful experience, much like the sweet descriptions found in books. Could it be that she was genuinely developing feelings for this rogue, Jiang Che? As the system notification chimed in her mind, indicating that Ling Qingxiu's heart had been slightly stirred, Jiang Che smiled, feeling a surge of joy. Though it was merely a flicker of affection, it was certainly a promising sign. He desired not only Ling Qingxiu's presence but her heart as well. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with an icy demeanor that ignited a primal urge for conquest within men. Everyone possesses a touch of vanity, and Jiang Che was no exception. Seeing the once untouchable ice queen nestled so obediently in his arms filled him with a bittersweet sense of accomplishment. You've stolen my first kiss, he thought, as his thoughts began to settle. With a playful pout, Ling Qingxiu shot Jiang Che a sidelong glance. Logically, given his coercive tactics, she should harbor resentment towards him. So why did she instinctively utter such a teasing remark? Had his charm truly grown to the extent that it could subtly influence her? Unable to comprehend her own transformation, Ling Qingxiu attributed it to Jiang Che's extraordinary good looks. This was my first kiss as well, Jiang Che replied with a solemn expression. Really? Ling Qingxiu regarded him with skepticism, unable to believe his declaration. Certainly, today marks the occasion of the first kiss. Jiang Che nodded, pondering whether such a moment does not refresh itself at the stroke of midnight. How absurd. Ling Qingxiu, with a playful punch of her delicate fist against Jiang Che's chest, found herself at a loss for words, caught between laughter and tears. Very well. I shall cease my teasing. Now that you have become my girlfriend, I shall not be stingy. Today, allow me to treat you to a sweet lollipop. Jiang Che grasped Ling Qingxiu's slender hand, a smile dancing upon his lips. Upon hearing his words, Ling Qingxiu momentarily paused, quickly grasping the underlying meaning. Although she had remained single and inexperienced in romance, her maturity revealed that she was no naive girl, and she understood Jiang Che's intentions. Despite her inner reluctance, she found herself with no option but to acquiesce to his whims. Chapter 31. The Allure of Ling Qingxiu. Ahem. Ling Qingxiu shot Jiang Che a fierce glare, stumbling hurriedly towards the nearby bedroom, her back appearing somewhat flustered. Jiang Che's office was opulently furnished, complete with a dressing room, bathroom, and kitchen, all maintained by dedicated cleaning staff. The bathroom was stocked with every conceivable necessity, and Ling Qingxiu intended to brush her teeth a few times before anything else, as she felt rather uncomfortable. What was originally intended for Jiang Che's brief respite had now inadvertently served Ling Qingxiu's needs. Ling Qingxiu felt utterly humiliated. Emotional value. 3,344. Ling Qingxiu thought you were insufferable. Emotional value. 2233. Observing Ling Qingxiu's flustered retreat and hearing the system's alert in his mind, Jiang Che's lips curled into a smile, his spirits lifted. It must be said, the thrill of teasing the aloof CEO was immensely enjoyable. Watching Ling Qingxiu's unwilling yet compliant demeanor, filled with reluctant disdain, was exceedingly amusing to Jiang Che. System, concoct 5 soul-cleansing pills and 5 youth-preserving pills. Jiang Che communicated with the system in his mind, feeling quite pleased. Since Ling Qingxiu had fulfilled his minor wish, he would not withhold rewards. This captivating CEO was destined to remain within his grasp, and the pills were certainly to be offered. Presenting her with the youth-preserving pills would not only alleviate her internal grievances but also enhance her affection towards him, igniting a sense of curiosity that would lead to her gradual infatuation. Once a woman develops curiosity towards a man, she becomes irresistibly drawn to him, and the distance to complete surrender diminishes. Jiang Che was well aware of this simple, yet profound truth. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Ling Qingxiu, her countenance as frosty as ice, returned to her seat opposite Jiang Che. Her gaze was filled with resentment, her elegant eyes narrowed slightly, and she remained silent, fixated upon Jiang Che. Are you upset? Jiang Che chuckled softly, Rising from his seat, he leaned slightly forward, lifting her exquisitely flawless chin. What do you think? Cold Xingqiu cast a sharp glare at Jiang Che, her demeanor momentarily shattered by his playful teasing. The usually composed and icy CEO felt her cheeks puff up in irritation, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. As the conversation progressed, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, she was not like Jiang Che, a man devoid of decorum, and could not respond to such matters with indifference. It was a topic that left her tongue-tied. Shall I offer you my sincerest apologies? Jiang Che uttered the words of contrition, yet his smile grew ever more radiant. No need for that. Just hasten to sign the contract. I have work to attend to this afternoon. Cold Xingqiu shot him a charming yet exasperated look, now possessing a deeper understanding of Jiang Che's mischievous nature. This man, while appearing outwardly earnest and upright, harbored a cunning mind, full of ulterior motives. Should she fall for his words, she would undoubtedly find herself the target of his pranks on numerous occasions. With this peculiar relationship established between them, Cold Xingqiu's tone had taken on a newfound firmness. Jiang Che, not one to linger, seized a pen and inscribed his name upon the documents she had meticulously prepared, exclaiming, "The 10 billion funds will be transferred to the Lanzi Group by our finance department shortly." Seeing Jiang Che's unwavering commitment as he effortlessly signed the contract, Cold Xingqiu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The heavy burden that had weighed upon her heart now lifted. For this contract, she had reluctantly accepted Jiang Che's unconventional declaration of affection, enduring much in the process. Even now, her jaw ached slightly from the strain. Had Jiang Che reneged on his promise at this juncture, she would have had no solace in which to weep. Fortunately, her worries were unfounded. Despite his lack of principles, Jiang Che's character and integrity were commendable. "Well, if all is well, I shall take my leave," Cold Xingqiu stated succinctly as she stood from her seat. Adjusting her tailored suit, she regarded the impeccably groomed Jiang Che, her expression a tapestry of complexities. Regardless of her frosty demeanor, he was the first man with whom she had shared such intimate proximity, and their peculiar interactions had left an indelible mark on her. Even if coerced, Cold Xingqiu could not help but feel a burgeoning fondness for Jiang Che. His striking appearance was undeniably captivating. He embodied the archetype of the Prince Charming she had envisioned, though the means he employed to achieve closeness were far from agreeable. Deep down, Cold Xingqiu understood that she was likely to be entangled with this man for the foreseeable future. "This is for you." Jiang Che inclined his head slightly, producing a rejuvenating elixir and a beauty pill, which he handed to Cold Xingqiu while offering a brief explanation. Though she harbored skepticism towards his claims, suspecting him of mere fabrications, she refrained from voicing her doubts, silently accepting the gifts. After casting one final glance at Jiang Che, she prepared to turn away. "Mustn't a couple share a parting kiss?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, his words laden with implication. The enigmatic Cold Xingqiu paused in her steps, taken aback by Jiang Che's earnest demeanor. Amusement flickered within her, yet she offered no resistance. With a graceful movement of her slender legs, she approached Jiang Che, arms outstretched. Embracing him, she bestowed a gentle kiss upon his perfect profile, then leaned closer to his ear, her voice low and alluring. "Darling, I must return to work. We'll meet again tomorrow, my dear." Without granting Jiang Che a moment to respond, Cold Xingqiu swiftly departed from his strong, welcoming embrace, casting him a triumphant glance, her face adorned with a victorious smile as she elegantly exited the CEO's office. That man only knew how to tease her, but at last, she had turned the tables. Delight surged through Cold Xingqiu, her lips curving upward, her lovely face tracing a stunning arc. Ah, what a captivating enchantress she is! Once Cold Xingqiu had left, Jiang Che took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. He had to admit that he had indeed been stirred by her presence, especially when Cold Xingqiu had uttered such suggestive words in her enchanting, frosty voice. He felt as if his very bones had melted, instantly intoxicated. She was a formidable woman, exuding endless charm with every smile and frown. It was hard to fathom just how enticing she would be once that icy exterior was entirely thawed. Jiang Che reached out, gently touching the cheek that Cold Xingqiu had kissed, then brought his fingers to his nose to savor the scent. Ah, a sweet, soft fragrance, tinged with a hint of toothpaste's subtle freshness, devoid of anything peculiar. After instructing the finance department to transfer 10 billion to Cold Xingqiu's Lanzi Group, and having dealt with the accumulated paperwork from Lingxiao Capital, Jiang Che exited the building. The Pagani Huayra sped along the highway, and after approximately half an hour, he returned to Qingting Manor. Despite the evening rush hour, teeming with vehicles, it hardly concerned Jiang Che. After all, when others caught sight of his globally limited supercar, they would instinctively steer clear, as if avoiding a plague. Even those unfamiliar with automobiles recognized that the license plate reading Jiang 99999 signified the presence of a personage of great significance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the land, Jiang Che parked his car upon returning to Qingting Manor and made his way directly to the villa at the center of the estate. Upon entering the grand hall, his gaze swept the room, quickly locating the figure of little E. The petite girl was enveloped in an elegant white dress, her purple hair cascading down her shoulders. Her delicate legs adorned in white stockings, casually reclining on the sofa, her expression intent as she fixated on the television screen in the living room. Little E watched with utmost seriousness, her demeanor focused, completely oblivious to Jiang Che's approach. Until she was suddenly enveloped in someone's embrace, Xiao Yi snapped back to reality. Her entire body tensed as she instinctively sought to escape. However, upon catching a whiff of Jiang Che's distinctive fragrance, she quickly relaxed. Not resisting, she nestled softly against him, slightly lifting her gaze to meet his, revealing her youthful, flawless visage, her eyes tranquil, devoid of any emotional turbulence. After spending several days in his company, Xiao Yi had come to thoroughly understand Jiang Che, realizing that this young master relished holding her as if she were a child. Though internally perplexed by his behavior, she acquiesced without hesitation, never rejecting his affection. Just enjoy watching the television. You need not concern yourself with me. Jiang Che chuckled softly, his hand gently caressing Xiao Yi's silky, purple locks, inhaling the delicate fragrance of the little girl. He took out his phone to chat with another young girl, Lu Mingxi. As for the television program, he merely glanced at it before losing interest entirely. The unwholesome romantic drama was only suitable for someone like Xiao Yi, a cool and enigmatic little assassin, to find intriguing. Brother, I really miss you. Unfortunately, that wicked woman, my sister, won't let me go out, boo-hoo. Brother, once school starts, let us live together directly. Can I stay at your Qingting Manor? As long as your sister agrees, I have no objections. After school starts, I will gift you a beauty pill. Reading the messages from the little girl on his screen, Jiang Che smiled lightly and swiftly typed a response. The prospect of embarking on a delightful cohabitation with Lu Mingxi was something he would certainly not decline. After all, his manor was spacious enough to accommodate 100 women without any issue. He had previously promised Lu Mingxi a beauty pill, and he would certainly not go back on his word. While he could be untrustworthy with outsiders, Jiang Che was steadfast in his commitments to the women in his life, embodying the responsibility expected of a man. Really? Wow, I love you the most, brother. With the beauty pill, my sister will surely not prevent me from being with you. Hiki. After a light-hearted chat with Lu Mingxi, and having gained several thousand emotional points from the little girl, Jiang Che set his phone aside and turned Xiao Yi to face him. Retrieving the beauty pill and cleansing pill from his system space, he handed them to Xiao Yi, providing a brief explanation. Since Lang Qingxiu had received these items, Xiao Yi was equally deserving, and Jiang Che was more than capable of treating both fairly. After all, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Whether it was the cool and alluring CEO Lang Qingxiu or the killer little girl Xiao Yi, Jiang Che cherished them dearly. Moreover, Xiao Yi had reached a bottleneck in her cultivation, being on the verge of breaking through to the Dan realm. After consuming the cleansing pill, which would refine her essence and enhance her martial aptitude, she would undoubtedly progress to the Dan realm seamlessly. Upon hearing Jiang Che's explanation, although her expression remained unchanged, a tempest stirred within her heart, creating ripples of emotion, and she initiated a passionate kiss with Jiang Che. She struggled to articulate the gratitude that resided deep within her heart, yet she was acutely aware of her young master's fondness for kissing her. Thus, she opted for this most unadorned and sincere expression of affection. After their passionate kiss, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, yet her expression remained cool and aloof, creating a striking contrast of beauty. Head to the bathroom and take your time. This time, you can undoubtedly break through to the realm of Danjing, Jiang Che remarked, playfully pinching the tender, flawless face of the little girl. He was not surprised to see no change in Xiao Yi's expression. After all, this purple-haired little girl was quite the stoic, her emotions shifting without a hint of external manifestation. Moreover, Xiao Yi consistently maintained her icy demeanor, her expression devoid of any hint of emotion, which was particularly captivating to Jiang Che. If her eyes bore even a hint of disdain, that would be even more delightful. Xiao Yi nodded slightly, and after rising from Jiang Che's embrace, she took small, delicate steps toward the room upstairs. Once Xiaoyi had departed, Jiang Che retrieved a tablet and began using a hummingbird reconnaissance robot to monitor the status of the two protagonists, Xiao Chun and Lin Ming. Xiao Chun remained as he always was, lost in a daze, slumped against the corner of cell number 7, his expression one of utter despondency, his eyes vacant and unkempt, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Not far from him, a group of 8 burly men huddled together, whispering and casting furtive glances in Xiao Chun's direction, their intentions laden with significance. Xiao Chun seemed to have grown accustomed to this scenario, his expression numb as he feigned ignorance, attempting to dull the ache within his heart. The hummingbird robot transmitted a high-definition feed of 4,360 frames, capturing even the hushed exchanges of the men, and Jiang Che could clearly discern their discussions. Unable to contain his amusement, Jiang Che erupted into laughter, finding the situation absurdly entertaining. A formidable warrior, yet upon returning home, he faced such a dismal existence. Truly, it was utterly fascinating. One must admit, Qiangzi was indeed a remarkable talent. Jiang Che found himself perplexed by how this individual had managed to gather so many philosophical masters. Could it be that he had raided the local philosophical enclave? After today, Xiao Chun would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Following tonight's events, once the hummingbird robot recorded everything, and Xiangzi had someone edit the footage for distribution on the internet and the dark web with a $100 influx of views. The former leader of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps would surely achieve unprecedented fame. Imagining Xiao Chun's complete breakdown in tears brought a wicked smile to Jiang Che's face. But he did not linger on that thought, shifting his attention instead to Lin Ming's condition. After all, the forthcoming scenes were bound to be quite shocking, and Jiang Che had no desire to witness them. Chapter 33. Do all men adore blackstockings? The scene shifted, and Jiang Che's tablet displayed Lin Ming's retime status. After a day of delivering takeout, Lin Ming confirmed the authenticity of the super delivery system. He had acquired a Ferrari worth $5 million and received $3 million in cash. At that moment, Lin Ming lay in his somewhat shabby rental apartment, his gaze fixed intently on the bank notification on his phone. His eyes sparkled with excitement, breath quickening, and he radiated an extraordinary exuberance. It is truly real. Ha! From this day forward, I, Lin Ming, shall soar to greatness. Liu, you will soon learn what a magnificent tycoon you have overlooked. Lin Ming began to laugh heartily, his smile radiant, as if to dispel the shadows cast by 20 years of impoverished living. Once his excitement subsided, Lin Ming compelled himself to regain his composure and think seriously. As a struggling college student from the lower echelons of society, Lin Ming had few friends. Besides his relentless pursuit of Liu, he often indulged in reading tales of wealth online, dreaming of a day when he, too, could embrace a life filled with love and abundance. The concept of a system, a staple in such novels, was not foreign to him. It was the hallmark of the protagonists. Now, having unexpectedly ascended to success with the awakening of the super delivery system, he truly embodied the fate of a story's hero. After just half a day of delivering takeout, he had received a supercar worth $5 million and a cash reward of $3 million. If he continued delivering, would he not soon become a billionaire? Would the campus beauties of Linjiang University not be entirely within his grasp? Xiaowan, Yimengao, Chuyiwechan, prepare yourselves to welcome your future husband. Lost in a reverie of fantasies about a splendid future with these beauties, Lin Ming hummed a cheerful tune as he walked into the bathroom. Meanwhile, at Qingting Villa, upon seeing Lin Ming enter the bathroom, Jiang Che immediately turned off his tablet, a sneer curling his lips. Soaring to greatness? A useless person will forever remain a lowly dreamer. With me around, this kid's aspirations of greatness will have to wait until his next life. Now that Lin Ming had confirmed the system's authenticity, Jiang Che could begin to lay his plans and reap the rewards. By leading Lin Ming into despair and subjecting him to continuous system punishments, the emotional energy would undoubtedly flow toward him. Jiang Che had already made arrangements for this. He had complete faith in Xiangzi's abilities. When Lin Ming's fortune waned and could no longer provide him with emotional value, it would mark the end for him. Previously, Jiang Che had inquired about the system. Those favored by fortune are born with immense luck, and when their luck runs dry, they would naturally lose their status as the fortunate and descend into mediocrity. If Lin Ming followed the path Jiang Che had set, he might prolong his existence for a bit longer. However, should Lin Ming step outside the trap Jiang Che had laid, he would not hesitate to send him on his way prematurely. After all, the sensation of being out of control greatly displeased Jiang Che. With the formidable aura of a destined antagonist, Jiang Che could effortlessly annihilate these favored children of fortune, disregarding the protagonist's halo and the protection of fate. The night was as profound as ink. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after concluding a full day of work, Lung Qingqiu drove back to her villa in Lanwan Yufu. Over the years, aside from occasional reunions with a few close friends, Lung Qingqiu lived a solitary existence. She dined alone, read alone, worked alone, and slept alone. Such a life might seem monotonous and dull, yet Lung Qingqiu found joy in it, deeply immersed in her solitude. It was precisely this that cultivated her current character, ambitious, assertive, and decisive. Upon returning to her villa, Lung Qingqiu illuminated the hall with light, braced herself against the doorframe, lifted her elegantly clad leg in black stockings, and removed her high-heeled shoes, revealing a pair of exquisite, flawless, porcelain-like feet. She retrieved a pair of pink bunny ear slippers from the nearby shoe cabinet and donned them. As she passed through the foyer, she placed the takeout meal from her return journey on the dining table in the living room. After washing her hands, Lung Qingqiu gracefully seated herself, legs crossed, and summoned the artificial intelligence to activate the air conditioning in television, tuning into the news channel. As a billionaire CEO, she naturally paid close attention to any governmental developments. Each night, she dedicated an hour to reviewing significant events occurring in Linjiang City, Jiangzhou Province, and even throughout the entire Zhejiang nation, including various international political affairs. As she delicately fed herself grains of rice, her gaze was fixed on the news being broadcasted. Upon seeing Jiang Che, accompanied by a group of leaders inspecting the neighboring Tianhai city, she was suddenly reminded of that scoundrel Jiang Che, the lecherous rogue. It perplexed her how the son of such a revered father could be such a lascivious knave. Murmuring under her breath, she set down her utensils and instinctively reached for her long, elegant leg clad in black stockings, savoring the smooth, delicate texture of the high-end fabric. Did these men truly have such a penchant for stockings? Lung Qingqiu mused aloud, recalling how Jiang Che's gaze lingered on her legs multiple times that afternoon. Though she chose not to address it, she enjoyed wearing black stockings for their flattering fit and anti-static properties, yet she comprehended the allure they held for men. In her leisure moments, she would occasionally scroll through short videos and was well acquainted with various internet trends. What good does it do to like it? One can only look, not touch. How maddening. Humph. Lung Qingqiu huffed with a hint of pride, seemingly envisioning Jiang Che's disgruntled expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. How peculiar it was that she could think of that scoundrel. Mustn't think of him, mustn't he think of him? Focusing on her meal, she endeavored to shift her attention. Yet the image of Jiang Che in her mind only solidified further. After all, everything that transpired today at Lingxiao capital has proven to be quite overwhelming for Lung Qingqiu. A solitary flower in her advanced years, Jiang Che forcefully intruded upon her heart, leaving her no opportunity to respond. Reflecting on the passionate kiss from the afternoon, Lung Qingqiu unconsciously licked her lips, savoring the moment. Chapter 34. Meeting the King of Soldiers moonlight after dinner and watching the news. The clock had struck 11. Stretching languidly and tidying the dining table, Lung Qingqiu gracefully ascended the stairs, her shapely, fair legs clad in black silk, swiftly returning to her bedroom on the second floor. Upon removing her fitted suit and black stockings, she intended to step into the bathroom when suddenly, she recalled the 2 elixirs Jiang Che had gifted her earlier that afternoon. Instinctively, she took dainty steps to retrieve the 2 crystalline pills, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Could they truly possess the miraculous qualities as described by that mischievous rascal? As she examined the elixirs, curiosity sparkled in her eyes, though a sense of hesitation lingered within her. Rationality whispered that Jiang Che's claims were mere deception. Yet she found herself irresistibly drawn to the idea of trying them. What if he wasn't lying after all? He had bestowed upon her first kiss. Surely they couldn't be poison. Am I being overly concerned? She murmured to herself, suddenly bursting into laughter, realizing her thoughts were perhaps unwarranted. No longer hesitating, she placed the 2 pills in her mouth and chewed them before turning to enter the bathroom. After her bath, wrapped in a towel and with her hair dried, she stood before the full-length mirror in her room. This was truly extraordinary. Gazing into the mirror, Lung Qingqiu was left speechless, her expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. The reflection revealed a flawless, enchanting visage, capable of captivating all who beheld it. Delicate features, ruby lips, pearly teeth, inky hair, brows like wisps of smoke, and skin as white as snow, seemingly tender enough to break with a gentle touch. Lung Qingqiu keenly observed that her complexion had improved significantly, becoming remarkably fair and smooth. akin to a freshly shelled egg. The dark circles under her eyes had vanished completely, and her beauty and aura had undergone a striking enhancement. She extended her slender hand, forming a fist, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through her. Carelessly striking the vanity, the surface instantly fractured, revealing deep cracks. So, the little rogue spoke the truth? These two elixirs truly have the power to grant me eternal youth and rejuvenate my vitality? After experiencing these miraculous changes firsthand, Lung Qingqiu could no longer harbor disbelief. Her expression grew complex, emotions swirling within her. In that moment, she fully grasped the extraordinary fortune she had acquired. As a billionaire CEO, Lung Qingqiu's perspective and vision were undoubtedly unparalleled, yet she remained utterly ignorant of such wondrous elixirs, having never heard of their like. Thus, the true value of these two pills became abundantly clear. Jiang Che, however, is willing to bestow upon himself a potion that could drive all the women in the world to madness. Does this not speak volumes? Originally, Lung Qingqiu believed that Jiang Che's interest in her was merely a fleeting fancy, a passing amusement. Yet, her thoughts have quietly shifted. If Jiang Che was merely seeking to toy with her, there would be no need for such extravagant expenditure. A warm current surged within Lung Qingqiu, and her fondness for Jiang Che began to soar, as the melancholic emotions brought on by the afternoon's tribulations were swiftly cast aside. A stunning smile blossomed on Lung Qingqiu's delicate face, her spirits soaring, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. This little rascal. It seems my allure as an older lady has not waned with the years. I find myself somewhat anticipating our next encounter. The following morning at the Qingtung Manor. In a second-floor bedroom, Xiao Yi's cheeks flushed, her hair slightly disheveled as she nestled comfortably in Jiang Che's embrace. Her small head rested upon the man's chest. Her eyes closed in feigned slumber, relishing a moment of tranquility. Rest quickly if you are tired, Jiang Che murmured gently, wiping away the traces of tears from the corners of Xiao Yi's eyes. Although Xiao Yi had already reached the initial stage of danqi, she still felt somewhat inadequate before Jiang Che, the formidable figure. Despite the vast difference in their cultivation levels, Jiang Che's mastery of the nine-yang divine art, with its ceaseless and flowing true energy combined with his powerful physique, allowed him to easily suppress the violet-haired girl. With a soft stretch, Xiao Yi let out a barely audible, delightful sigh, and in a spontaneous gesture, pressed a gentle kiss upon Jiang Che's cheek before curling back into the silk quilt to rest. After an entire night, she was utterly exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber. Once Xiao Yi had drifted off, Jiang Che quietly extricated himself from the soft bed. He entered the bathroom to freshen up, donned a casual outfit from the wardrobe, and exited the bedroom. Descending to the hall on the first floor, he indulged in a delicious breakfast while casually perusing his phone. Soon, he noticed several messages from Lung Qingqiu sent late the previous night. Filled with expressions of gratitude and admiration, a stark contrast to her earlier aloofness. It seems I must seize the moment and strive to pluck this rare flower. Jiang Che smiled softly, casually replying to a few messages before dialing a number for Qiangzi. Young master. The call was swiftly answered, Qiangzi's voice dripping with respect and flattery. The plan is set in motion. Target Lin Ming. Ensure that he fails to deliver even a single takeout. Understood, young master. After hanging up, Jiang Che finished his breakfast and leisurely reclined on a comfortable sofa, enjoying the gentle massage of the young maid's tender hands. Dealing with a loser like Lin Ming did not necessitate Jiang Che's personal involvement. Qiangzi could easily manage to bring him to his knees, questioning his very existence. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen remained in custody, with 3 days left until his release, so there was no need for undue haste. The execution of Lung Qingqiu's strategy proceeded remarkably well. At their next encounter, he planned to continue their flirtation, armed with an endless repertoire of charming tactics. Jiang Che was entirely confident that he could persuade Lung Qingqiu to breach the so-called 10-day agreement and willingly ascend to his bed. As for Li Yanran, the troublesome girl, Jiang Che had his own schemes and was in no hurry. She was destined to remain within his grasp. Now, it was time to meet Xiao Chun's ethereal muse. What expression would Xiao Chun wear upon his release from prison when he saw the unattainable white moonlight nestled in his embrace? Merely imagining it brought Jiang Che amusement. By then, he would harvest the final wave of emotional currency, and Xiao Chen, the protagonist warrior, would be set to exit the stage. Following the narrative's trajectory, the divine healer and the wild dragon were soon to descend from the mountains, leaving Jiang Che with little time to indulge Xiao Chen in his fantasies. With a resolution in his heart, Jiang Che ascended the stairs and retrieved a classified dossier containing detailed information about Xiao Chun from his study before leaving the villa's grand hall. Upon reaching the periphery of Qing Tung Villa, Jiang Che entered a Rolls-Royce Phantom, with a Maybach leading the way as the grand convoy set forth towards the Sunshine Orphanage. Chapter 35. The sentiments of youth are always poetic. After an hour and a half of travel, the convoy finally halted before an orphanage under construction. The bodyguards adeptly parked the vehicle and respectfully opened the rear door for Jiang Che. Stepping out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and surveying the scene before him, Jiang Che frowned, feeling a sense of peculiarity. In the narrative of the bodyguard of the cold and elegant CEO, there indeed was mention of the Sunshine Orphanage undergoing renovations. But that occurred only after Xiao Chun's reunion with Shen Yuxuan. As far as Jiang Che knew, Xiao Chun had been preoccupied with Lang Qingxiu upon his return and had recently found himself incarcerated. Who could possibly be funding the renovation of this dilapidated orphanage? Could it be that another protagonist had set their sights on Shen Yuxuan, seeking to win her favor through such means? Lost in contemplation, Jiang Che mused over the multitude of protagonists in this urban tale. It was entirely plausible for Shen Yuxuan, as the second female lead of the warrior bodyguard, to attract the attention of other characters. What type of protagonist was most prevalent in urban novels? Undoubtedly, it was the various wealthy characters. As a protagonist, it was inconceivable to lack funds. Contributing millions to renovate an orphanage was a perfectly ordinary endeavor. Go and inquire who financed the renovation of this orphanage. Jiang Che instructed his bodyguard with a wave of his hand. Sir, the funds for this renovation came from the Rainbow Charity Foundation registered under your name. Furthermore, several other orphanages in Linjiang City are also undergoing renovations, the bodyguard replied, casting a curious glance at Jiang Che before responding respectfully. The Rainbow Charity Foundation? Upon hearing this, Jiang Che was taken aback. Had the fool been himself all along? The Rainbow Charity Foundation was a philanthropic organization Jiang Che had established 3 years prior, managed by professional managers appointed by the Jiang family. Jiang Che was solely responsible for the annual disbursement of 10 billion yuan, leaving all other matters unattended. After all, his initial motivation for this endeavor was merely to cultivate a commendable reputation, earning him the title of the foremost philanthropist in Linjiang. Moreover, Jiang Jiangguo often instilled in him the importance of giving back to society and contributing to the nation. Influenced by his elders' teachings, Jiang Che was inspired to establish the Rainbow Charity Foundation. With professional managers appointed by the family overseeing the fund, he harbored no concerns about potential misappropriation of the funds, which could be utilized to support impoverished regions and orphanages, thereby improving the lives of underprivileged children. However, Jiang Che was taken aback to discover that the Sunshine Orphanage, where Xiao Chun and Shen Yuxuan resided, was also included in the foundation's plans. What a remarkable coincidence, Jiang Che mused, dismissing other thoughts as he proceeded deeper into the orphanage. With this connection, approaching Shen Yuxuan and sowing discord between her and Xiao Chun would become significantly easier. After all, the Rainbow Charity Foundation was his enterprise. Whether or not he personally funded the renovation of the Sunshine Orphanage, it was still under his aegis. Upon entering the orphanage, Jiang Che surveyed the dilapidated surroundings. Due to ongoing construction, the children had all been relocated, leaving only a cadre of workers diligently toiling away. May I inquire whom you are seeking? As Jiang Che was about to turn and leave, a soft, melodious voice reached his ears. Instinctively, he turned to look, and a striking figure came into view. The young girl, approximately 18 or 19 years old, wore a short-sleeved shirt adorned with cartoon patterns and faded jeans. Her beauty was exquisite, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, lips like blooming flowers, and delicate, arched brows that resembled distant mountains. Her nose was elegantly shaped, and her long, slender eyelashes framed her watery gaze. A hint of shyness in her demeanor evoked a protective instinct in others. With a petite and graceful figure that possessed gentle curves, her presence radiated a sweet, demure essence reminiscent of a pure and innocent neighbor girl. Upon beholding this graceful maiden, Jiang Che needed no confirmation to know that she was indeed the target of his visit, Shen Yuxuan. Without any overt display, he activated his communication system and employed a probing technique on Shen Yuxuan. Character: Shen Yuxuan. Age: 20. Identity: sophomore at Linjiang University. Charm: 94. Cultivation: none. Story: the bodyguard of the cold and glamorous CEO. Urban adventures of seduction. After reviewing Shen Yuxuan's attribute panel, Jiang Che smiled faintly. Before he could utter a word, Shen Yuxuan spoke first, her tone brimming with excitement. "Why, your senior Jiang?" Gazing at the man before her, familiar yet strange, her voice quivered with anticipation, and her cheeks were flushed with uncontainable exhilaration. Shen Yuxuan's mood is stirred. Emotional value, 999. Shen Yuxuan's heart is elated. Emotional value, 3,344. Junior knows me? Jiang Che feigned astonishment, though inwardly he remained unperturbed. After all, being a prominent figure at Linjiang University, it is quite natural for Shen Yuxuan to recognize him. However, previously, Jiang Che had never crossed paths with this innocent, bunny-like heroine, as they belonged to entirely different worlds. Observing Shen Yuxuan's overwhelming excitement, even a hint of exhilaration, and hearing the system prompt echo in his mind, Jiang Che's expression grew somewhat peculiar as he pondered silently. Could it be that his Rainbow Charity Foundation's investment in the renovation of the Sunshine Orphanage had endeared him to this naive heroine? Apart from this, Jiang Che could think of no other reason, considering that today marked only their first encounter. His true identity as an ordinary university student at Linjiang was unknown to her. Yet she might have heard of his other accolades, such as being an investment mogul and a philanthropic tycoon. These matters Jiang Che had previously publicized with great fanfare to establish his persona. Should Shen Yuxuan wish to inquire, she would find it rather easy to uncover. Yes, Senior Jiang. Shen Yuxuan's fair cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her beauty radiating as she nervously tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, her speech slightly stammering. At that moment, she realized the impropriety of her enthusiastic demeanor. Displaying such excitement, akin to the infatuated girls at school, would surely leave a poor impression on Senior Jiang. Wouldn't he it? With this thought, Shen Yuxuan felt a twinge of annoyance and an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing she might have left an unfavorable impression in Jiang Che's mind. Although it was their first meeting, she had long been aware of this campus heartthrob, frequently following the exploits of this radiant man in private. Jiang Che embodied all the desirable qualities of a wealthy and handsome gentleman, affluent, exceptionally talented, charmingly suave, amiable, erudite, and compassionate. Young girls often harbor romantic notions, and in the face of a man like Jiang Che, few women could resist. Like many other blossoming young women, the adolescent Shen Yuxuan had fantasized countless times about her destined prince, envisioning him as none other than Jiang Che. Now, with her dreams materializing, this little Cinderella found herself inexplicably intertwined with Jiang Che. How could her heart not race with excitement? Moreover, Jiang Che had financed the renovation of the Sunshine Orphanage, which she held dear as her sanctuary, intensifying her admiration for him. Chapter 36. Unveiling his true self before Xiao Chen's white moonlight. After the initial thrill, Shen Yuxuan quickly subdued her tumultuous emotions, forcing herself not to entertain any wild thoughts. Jiang Che, exalted and radiant, was far beyond the reach of someone like her. A mere lowly Cinderella. Only in fairy tales do Cinderellas truly unite with their princes, despite knowing she was not lacking in beauty. Having been recognized as one of the campus flowers at Linjiang University, she instinctively felt a sense of inferiority and timidity in Jiang Che's presence. After all, they belonged to two entirely different worlds. After casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, Shen Yuxuan lightly bit her red lips and tentatively inquired, "Senior Jiang, do you have some business at the orphanage?" Instinctively, she assumed Jiang Che's visit was to inspect the progress of the renovation project, for in her impression, Jiang Che was a refined and compassionate individual. She had occasionally heard her female classmates mention his philanthropic endeavors. "I am looking for the director. Do you know where she is?" Jiang Che pretended to ponder for a moment before slowly articulating his purpose. "I do. Allow me to guide you to meet Grandma Director," Shen Yuxuan replied. Though somewhat surprised by Jiang Che's statement, she merely thought he wished to discuss renovation matters with the elderly director. With a sweet smile, she proactively suggested, "That works. It would be my pleasure to assist you." "Not at all, not at all. Senior Jiang has done so much for the children at the orphanage. It is only fitting for me to help." Shen Yuxuan gently shook her head, then turned and led Jiang Che and a group of suited bodyguards in a specific direction. After approximately 20 minutes, Shen Yuxuan brought Jiang Che to a residential building in an older neighborhood and halted. "Senior Jiang, Grandma Director resides here. Let me take you to see her." Jiang Che nodded slightly, exchanged glances with his bodyguards, and followed Shen Yuxuan into the building, stopping before a resident's door. Shen Yuxuan pressed the doorbell, and shortly thereafter, an elderly voice emanated from within. "Who is it?" The door opened swiftly, revealing an elderly woman with graying hair and a kindly demeanor, appearing to be around 70 years old. Xian, is that you? Come in. Upon seeing Shun Yuxuan at the door, the director's smile grew warmer, welcoming her enthusiastically into the house. Grandma, I have come to seek your assistance. Shun Yuxuan supported the elderly woman and gestured towards Jiang Che. This is Jiang Che, the investor behind the orphanage's renovation. Ah, so you are Mr. Jiang. Please, come in. The elderly woman said, not daring to delay, and promptly ushered Jiang Che inside. Once in the room, Shun Yuxuan poured a cup of warm water for Jiang Che. Her expression tinged with apology. Senior Jiang, we only have plain water here. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. It's all the same to me. Jiang Che replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head, and accepting the paper cup without a hint of disdain. After taking a small sip, he spoke. I have come to confirm something with the director. What is it that Mr. Jiang wishes to confirm? The elderly woman asked, slightly puzzled by Jiang Che's inquiry. Does the director remember someone named Xiaochen? Jiang Che retrieved a file from his briefcase and placed it on the table, speaking in a calm tone. Xiaochen. Indeed. I remember. May I inquire why Mr. Jiang is seeking information about him? The elderly director cautiously questioned. 6 years ago, after the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Xiao Chun vanished without a trace, leaving no word for years. However, the old director's impression of Xiao Chun remains remarkably vivid. After all, Xiao Chun was a child raised in the orphanage and one of the few who managed to attend high school. The sudden disappearance of Xiao Chun left the director in a prolonged state of melancholy. Having watched these children grow, she harbors deep emotions for them. And Xiao Chun is no exception. Shun Yuxuan, with a curious gaze, turned her attention to Jiang Che, patiently awaiting his continuation. In their childhood, Xiao Chun was the leader among the children in the orphanage, often leading a group of little ones in games, with Shun Yuxuan among them. As they grew up together, attending school and emerging from the orphanage side by side, their bond deepened, and she regarded him as an elder brother. When Xiao Chun disappeared, Shun Yuxuan mourned for an extended period. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Che mention the missing Xiao Chun after 6 years, her interest was instantly piqued. Jiang Che lifted his paper cup, taking another sip of plain water before speaking calmly. A week ago, I represented Lingxiao Capital in discussions about a collaborative financing project with the president of Lanzi Group, Lung Qingqiu, and encountered Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun is one of President Lung's bodyguards. During a pivotal moment in our negotiations, Xiao Chun suddenly appeared, injuring several of my bodyguards severely, disrupting the cooperation between Lingxiao Capital and Lanzi Group. After the police were alerted, Xiao Chun was taken away, prompting me to investigate his background, which yielded unexpected revelations. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Che glanced at the old director and Shun Yuxuan, whose expressions had suddenly turned tense, and continued. My investigation revealed that Xiao Chun is the leader of a mercenary group known as the Blood Wolf Brigade in Black Continent. Over the years, this group has been involved in the trafficking of black slaves, smuggling human organs and arms, and assassinating leaders of small nations in Black Continent, committing heinous acts without remorse. According to the Skynet system, the leader of the Blood Wolf Brigade is none other than Xiao Chun, who left the Sunshine Orphanage in Linjiang 6 years ago. Xiao Chun is exceedingly dangerous and ruthless. I am here today to inspect the renovation progress of the Sunshine Orphanage and to remind you that should you encounter Xiao Chun, it is imperative to keep your distance and preferably report to the authorities. With that, Jiang Che opened a sealed file, which contained a detailed account of Xiao Chun, the leader of the Blood Wolf Brigade. He then retrieved 3 forged reports of severe injuries from his briefcase, opened his phone, and played videos of Xiao Chun assaulting individuals and being apprehended, his expression grave. After absorbing Jiang Che's account, Shun Yuxuan's mind went blank. Her expression suddenly numb as she grasped the file placed on the table, trembling. Character: Xiao Chun. Identity: leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Danger level: involved in smuggling human organs, assassinating leaders of the Jihuan Nation, eliminating high-ranking officials from multiple countries, and trafficking arms with the intent to incite conflict in Black Continent. The highly confidential dossier meticulously documents the various crimes committed by the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps in Black Continent, along with a detailed biography of its leader, Xiao Chun. At the bottom of the file, the stamp of the Jiangzhou Provincial Public Security Bureau verifies the authenticity of this classified document. The dossier slipped from Shun Yuxuan's fingers with a soft thud, her already pale complexion turning ghostly white, terror flickering in her eyes. She stumbled backward, seemingly unable to accept the grim reality before her. Although she was uncertain how Jiang Che managed to procure a sealed classified document from the Provincial Bureau at this moment, Shen Yushuan harbored no doubts regarding Jiang Che's assertions. The vestiges of her wishful thinking dissipated, and the burden that had weighed heavily on her heart was finally lifted. An unprecedented wave of fear and desolation began to spread within her. 6 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Everything had changed beyond recognition. Shen Yushuan had often fantasized about what Xiao Chun might have been doing during his absence. Yet she could never have imagined he would become the leader of a foreign terrorist organization, transforming into the very type of person she most feared and loathed. The phrase "the world kisses me with pain, yet I respond with song" encapsulates Shen Yushuan's character perfectly. Despite the numerous adversities she faced over the years, she remained steadfastly optimistic, nurturing hope for life. Shen Yushuan was profoundly grateful to the orphanage that had taken her in, appreciating the old director, which is why she had wholeheartedly embraced Sunshine Orphanage as her true home. A girl of blossoming youth, possessing a sound moral compass, a cheerful disposition, yet tinged with timidity and insecurity, would naturally harbor no fondness for an evil organization like the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. In the original narrative, after reuniting with Shen Yushuan, Xiao Chun dared not reveal his true identity, concealing it for a long time, only confessing after winning her affection. However, he no longer had that opportunity. Shen Yushuan holds an extreme aversion towards Xiao Chun. Emotion value 6,666. Shen Yushuan harbors deep-seated hatred for Xiao Chun. Emotion value 9999. Alas, it is hard to believe that Xiao Chun has ended up in such a state. After reviewing the various pieces of evidence presented by Jiang Che, the old director's expression became exceedingly complex, and she let out a deep sigh. Xiao Chun was a child she had watched grow up. She never imagined that the once sunny and cheerful boy would evolve into a heartless killer. Her heart was in turmoil, struggling to find peace. Thank you, Boss Jiang, for revealing these truths to us. If Xiao Chun truly returns to the orphanage, I will assuredly alert the authorities immediately. Having lived a long life, the old director quickly composed herself, her tone filled with gratitude as she slightly bowed to Jiang Che in acknowledgement. The venerable director was excessively modest. Jiang Che offered a faint smile as he assisted the elderly woman to her seat before turning his gaze towards Shen Yushuan, offering her words of comfort. People inevitably change. The current Xiao Chun is no longer the person you remember from your school days, dear junior. There is no need for you to dwell too heavily on it. Observing Shen Yushuan's disheartened demeanor, Jiang Che realized that his plan had succeeded beyond his expectations. He now eagerly anticipated the day when Xiao Chun would be released from custody and rush back to the orphanage to reunite with his childhood companion, only to find her intent on calling the authorities to send him back. What a sight it would be to witness Xiao Chun's expression at that moment. Thank you, Senior Jiang, Shen Yushuan sniffled, managing a faint smile, her gaze softening as she looked at Jiang Che. Senior Jiang truly is an exceptionally gentle soul. Not only has he generously funded the renovation of the Sunshine Orphanage, but upon learning of Xiao Chun's intricate ties to the orphanage, he did not withdraw his support. Rather, he took the time to inform them of Xiao Chun's true identity, offering a gentle warning. It is ironic that while Senior Jiang embodies kindness and compassion, Xiao Chun seems intent on targeting him. At this moment, Shen Yushuan's resentment towards Xiao Chun intensified. Simultaneously, due to Xiao Chun's actions, Shen Yushuan felt a twinge of guilt whenever she faced Jiang Che. He was so dedicated to charitable endeavors, yet he was being antagonized by Xiao Chun, who had emerged from the orphanage only to become a ruthless figure. Is this the fate of good people, never to receive their just rewards? Contemplating this, the sensitive Shen Yushuan felt a deeper pang of guilt within her heart. Noticing that there was little else to discuss, Jiang Che decided to take his leave. After some casual conversation and glancing at his watch, he realized it was already 5 in the afternoon. Having thoroughly tarnished Xiao Chun's image in Shen Yushuan's eyes and rendered any future connection between them impossible, Jiang Che saw no reason to linger further. Capturing the heart of a delicate soul like Shen Yushuan is not a task to be rushed. Patience is key. After all, the most delectable porridge is made with a slow simmer. Different strategies are required to win over different women. With the aloof Qing Xiao, he must be sufficiently domineering, leaving a strong impression to initiate his pursuit. In dealing with a mischievous girl like Li Yan, a combination of coercion and persuasion would suffice. However, with the innocent Shen Yushuan, Jiang Che need not exert himself. Maintaining his persona as a refined gentleman would suffice, and the sweet little rabbit would eventually find her way into his embrace. After all, Shen Yushuan already harbored feelings for him. With his investment in the orphanage and their recent interactions, her affection would only grow. Having just garnered 2,000 emotional points from Shen Yushuan, Jiang Che could hardly contain his excitement to return to Qingting Manor for a tenfold draw. Moreover, the scene from last night where Xiaoqin was humiliated has been recorded by the hummingbird robot. Jiang Che still needs to arrange for someone to edit and publish it, ensuring this fellow becomes a sensation on the internet. Indeed, it is not only the surface web that requires this release, but also the dark web and various dubious sites. Jiang Che, with a hint of wicked amusement, pondered how, after Xiao Chan's release from prison, he would find himself in the dead of night, feeling lonely and restless, only to stumble upon a website prominently featuring himself, making waves in the prison drama. Wouldn't that be enough to drive the warrior to the brink of despair? Chapter 38. The Little White Rabbit as a Maid. After bidding farewell to Shen Yuxuan and the old dean, Jiang Che turned and exited the room. Watching his departing figure, Shen Yuxuan felt an urge to speak, her thoughts on the tip of her tongue, yet she could not find the words. Xiaoxian, if you like someone, you must bravely confess your feelings. Some opportunities, once missed, may never return, the old dean advised, observing Shen Yuxuan's conflicted expression, reminiscent of his own youthful days. Upon hearing the dean's candid remarks, Shen Yuxuan flushed crimson, her cheeks blooming like delicate petals, her dainty hands clenched tightly, her heart racing with uncertainty. Was her affection truly that apparent? How could the dean see through her so easily? Xiaoxian, this Mr. Jiang is clearly a man of considerable affairs and will not visit the orphanage frequently. If you let this chance slip, you may not know when you'll meet again. The old dean continued, perceptive as ever. Understanding the gravity of the dean's words, Shen Yuxuan felt her heart skip a beat. Realizing the truth in her grandmother's advice, she no longer hesitated, taking quick, determined steps to pursue Jiang Che. Upon exiting the apartment building, Jiang Che signaled to his entourage of black-clad bodyguards to leave. Just as he began to move, he heard Shen Yuxuan's soft, melodious voice approaching. Jiang Xuezhang. Instinctively, Jiang Che turned to see Shen Yuxuan running towards him, her adorable, flushed face resembling a beautiful egg, prompting a gentle smile to grace his lips, one that felt like a breath of spring. Junior, is there something on your mind? Jiang Xuezhang, I have something to discuss with you, Shen Yuxuan stammered, her long, delicate eyelashes fluttering nervously. What is it? Feel free to speak openly, Junior. Seeing her flustered demeanor only deepened Jiang Che's smile, his patience unwavering as he inquired, finding the situation exceedingly entertaining. In this world, sweet whispers of love are rare, and a girl's blush speaks volumes beyond grand declarations. Upon encountering the youthful and infatuated demeanor of Shen Yuxuan, Jiang Che had already harbored his suspicions. Senior Jiang, may I serve as a maid at your villa? I am adept at laundry and cooking, as well as maintaining cleanliness, watering plants, and caring for fish. Shen Yuxuan mustered her courage, suppressing her inner shyness, to finally voice her request. The remuneration for maids at Qingting Villa was exceedingly generous, and numerous university students who secretly harbored feelings for Jiang Che contemplated applying upon graduation, striving to pass various assessments to secure a position at his villa. Shen Yuxuan had once entertained such fantasies, having gleaned this information from her female peers. Before Jiang Che could respond, she continued to justify her aspirations. My desire to work as a maid at your Qingting Villa is primarily motivated by the attractive salary you offer. I wish to earn money to improve the lives of the children at the orphanage. After speaking, she timidly glanced at Jiang Che, her heart racing, her cheeks flushing, before quickly lowering her gaze and clutching the hem of her clothing, awaiting his verdict. Although her words were somewhat transparent, hinting at deeper intentions, Shen Yuxuan could conjure no better excuse. After all, serving as a maid at Qingting Villa would bring her closest to Jiang Che, and indeed, she genuinely wished to use her earnings to enhance the quality of life for the children at the orphanage. Previously, she had planned to apply for the maid position only after her university graduation. Now this ambition had merely been expedited. The group of bodyguards clad in black standing behind Jiang Che exchanged glances, stifling their laughter, striving to maintain their serious demeanor. Trained professionals, they typically refrained from laughter unless utterly compelled. The sight of Shen Yuxuan's bashful and tender disposition, awakening emotions of first love, was evident even to the most stoic of men. To serve the young master as a maid in order to better the meals for the children at the orphanage? One could only hope so. In light of these circumstances, the bodyguards could only inwardly marvel at the young master's unparalleled charm. An inspection of the orphanage had serendipitously led to capturing the heart of a pure and innocent maiden. Well, since you possess such intentions, I, as your senior, shall not decline. However, be forewarned, Being a maid under my care is rather arduous. Jiang Che replied with a smile, imparting a subtly profound warning. A little white rabbit volunteering to serve as a maid? Such an opportunity would be foolish for me to refuse. Senior has agreed. I shall pack my belongings at once. As Jiang Che acquiesced, a look of surprise illuminated Shen Yushuan's face. Under his peculiarly enigmatic smile, her shyness deepened. With a quick acknowledgement, she turned and hurried away, eager to escape. As for Jiang Che's warning, she scarcely paid it any heed. Over the years, she had frequently worked during her summer and winter breaks to support her studies, enduring various hardships. Shen Yushuan was entirely confident in her ability to excel in the role of a maid. Gazing at the elegant figure of Shen Yushuan as she fled in disarray, Jiang Che let out a soft chuckle, momentarily lost in thought, and directly communicated with the system within his mind. System, initiate a tenfold draw. Ding. 10,000 emotional points deducted, commencing the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 Shadow Stealth Guards, 10 centuries-old Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, 1 Cultivation Enhancement Card, 1 Cultivation Enhancement Card, 100 million in cash, legally transferred to the host's account. 3 Madness and Foolishness Talismans. Those marked by this talisman will fall into a state of madness daily, with their intelligence reduced to 0, engaging in actions incomprehensible to ordinary people for 3 hours, followed by a 3-hour period of clarity, repeating this cycle for 3 days. Note, this effect is ineffective for martial artists of the transformation stage and above. An upper-grade Earth-level martial skill, Flame Blade Technique, a divine-level stock trading skill, a globally limited supercar. Koenigsegg, a lower-grade heaven-level sword, Qing Shuang Sword Chapter 39, Achieving Transformation, offering flowers to the Buddha. Verification of 80,000 has been initiated. Kindly assist in adding tags such as system, antagonist, school beauty, multiple female leads, and starting point to this book. Thank you very much. A reminder to the host, the novice protection period has concluded. Subsequent tenfold draws will revert to normal probabilities. Surveying the various rewards he had acquired, Jiang Che smiled with satisfaction, his expression radiant. He paid little heed to the system's reminder, for after utilizing the Cultivation Enhancement Card, he could easily elevate his cultivation to the initial stage of transformation in one fell swoop. Transformation martial artists can project their true energy outward, traverse walls with ease, pluck flowers and leaves from the air, and kill invisibly. Currently, he was merely at the initial stage of the destined trajectory of fate, and it was unlikely that any formidable heirs would emerge in Lingjiang City, with most being of the same initial transformation stage as himself. Armed with the cultivation of the initial transformation stage, combined with the perfected 9-yang divine skill and the snow-walking technique, Jiang Che was confident that he could remain undefeated against these heirs of fortune. System, endow me with the Flame Blade Technique. Utilize the Cultivation Enhancement Card. Suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling within, Jiang Che focused his mind and commanded the system. Ding. Usage successful. As the familiar prompt echoed in his mind, a wave of energy surged through his body, pure and powerful, flowing through his limbs and meridians, ultimately converging at his lower abdomen's dantian. With this immense energy flooding in, Jiang Che smoothly ascended through 2 realms without encountering any bottlenecks, instantly reaching the initial stage of transformation. After mastering the Flame Blade Technique, Jiang Che's proficiency in this martial art reached perfection, and his mind was filled with various techniques associated with it. With profound mastery, he felt the overwhelming energy within him. Jiang Che concentrated, channeling his true energy to gather at his fingertips, forming a sword with his fingers, and pointed toward the distant ruins. In an instant, a fierce and blazing crimson blade of light erupted from Jiang Che's fingertips, racing forth with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. Whoosh! The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated, sending ripples through the atmosphere. A massive wall, situated 20 meters away, was instantaneously obliterated, collapsing into a whirlwind of flying sand and dust. Observing this, Jiang Che remained unfazed, his expression betraying little emotion, while the group of bodyguards behind him exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting profound shock. The display of qi manipulation, the ethereal flow of energy, these were clearly techniques possessed only by a practitioner of transformative martial prowess. Having accompanied Jiang Che for many years, they were well aware of his background and knew that their young master had never trained in ancient martial arts. Being a veritable novice in cultivation, how could he suddenly possess the strength of a transformative martial artist? In the mundane world, martial arts experts were scarce. And a practitioner of transformative strength was indeed a remarkable figure, having to endure years of rigorous training coupled with serendipity to achieve such feats. Could it be that their young master had been concealing his true abilities all along? Jiang Che, sensing the myriad gazes of his bodyguards, was disinclined to offer explanations. Instead, he continued to command the system. System, display my attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che identity, the fated villain. The first young master of Lin Jiang age, 21 charm, 99 cultivation, early stage of transformation skills, 9 yang divine skill, snow tracking footsteps, flame blade technique abilities, proficient in 18 languages. Godlike piano skills, unparalleled hacking abilities, expert stock trading skills, advanced tea artistry, superior investment acumen, high-level management skills items, disguise talismans X10, golden desert eagle, hummingbird detection robot X8. Destiny Sun locator cards X3, crazy so X100, jet soldier experience cards X3, century-old ice mountain snow lotus X10, bad luck talismans X10, madness and foolishness talismans X3. Qing Shuang sword personal wealth, 136. 6 billion emotional value. 10, 124 noticing the Qing Shuang sword among his items. Jiang Che pondered thoughtfully, immersing himself in contemplation as he examined the heavenly grade sword that floated serenely within the system's space. The Qing Shuang sword measured approximately 3 feet and 2 inches in length. Its entire body a pristine white, the blade elongated and crystal clear. Upon closer inspection, a chilling aura emanated from it, glinting with cold brilliance. The hilt bore the inscription Qing Shuang, carved with strength and majesty. As a low-grade heavenly sword, the Qing Shuang sword could undoubtedly be regarded as a divine weapon, a rarity in the world. However, despite its sharp blade, the sword exuded an air of delicate elegance, its scabbard adorned with faint azure patterns depicting picturesque landscapes, clearly indicating it was a weapon meant for a woman. It would be fitting to present it as a gift to his elder sister. After a thorough appraisal, Jiang Che gathered his thoughts and quickly arrived at a decision. Currently, he had not trained in any sword techniques, rendering the Qing Shuang sword useless in his hands. Furthermore, for a man of 186 meters, wielding such a dainty sword would indeed be quite an eyesore. Jiang Wantong, endowed with exceptional martial talent, was well versed in the arts of music, chess, literature, and the nuances of life, and undoubtedly possessed considerable skill in swordsmanship. The Azure Frost sword, in her hands, could truly realize its utmost value. Such an exquisite and ethereal treasure could only be deemed worthy by her sister, who was as beautiful as a celestial being. Standing apart from the world. After a wait of approximately 20 minutes, Shen Yushuan reappeared before Jiang Che. Senior Jiang, I am all set. Shall we go? Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her tone laced with shyness, her heart a tumult of emotions. The thought of residing at Qingting Villa and serving Jiang Che as a maid, attending to his daily needs, filled Shen Yushuan with anticipation, her heart blooming with joy and delight, even though she understood that there could never be anything between her and this refined senior. Simply being able to see Jiang Che every day and admire his unparalleled beauty was enough for her, and she asked for nothing more. Jiang Che smiled and nodded, glancing at the suitcase Shen Yushuan was holding. He said nothing further and led her towards the nearby Rolls-Royce Phantom. After instructing the bodyguard to place Shen Yushuan's luggage in the trunk, they finally took their seats in the back of the luxurious vehicle. As the roar of the engine echoed, the convoy swiftly departed from the Sunshine Orphanage, heading grandly towards Qingting Villa. Seated in the back of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Shen Yushuan sat upright, her expression earnest, her posture dignified, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. Having little knowledge of luxury cars or their brands, she could only surmise that, since this was one of Jiang Che's vehicles and so opulent, it must be worth at least several million. It was her first time riding in such a super luxury car, and naturally, she felt quite tense. Observing Shen Yushuan's demeanor, Jiang Che found it amusing and instinctively called out to her. Shen Yushuan? Yes. With a start, Shen Yushuan, as if responding to a teacher calling roll, instinctively blurted out her reply. Realizing the context of her surroundings, she blushed deeply, feeling quite embarrassed and shyly lowering her head. Chapter 40. Lin Ming becomes a eunuch. 2 flowers bloom, each on its own branch. Jiang Che returned, enriched, accompanied by the little white rabbit heroine, while Lin Ming was left utterly questioning his existence. Breaking down in tears, everything began with the morning. At 8 o'clock, Lin Ming had washed up, leaving without even having breakfast, embarking on his delivery journey. With the start of school drawing near, he envisioned himself driving a luxury car to Linjiang University, flaunting his wealth, putting various spoiled rich kids in their place, and encountering numerous campus beauties, embracing them left and right. Lin Ming brimmed with enthusiasm. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even dream of such things. Now, not only did he dare to dream, but he also dared to act, bolstered by the formidable super delivery system. Setting a modest goal, he aimed to earn $1 billion. With immense excitement, Lin Ming donned his yellow delivery uniform and swiftly headed downstairs. Upon arriving at the community entrance, he noticed a crowd gathered around his Ferrari, pointing and discussing something. Wow, is that really a Ferrari sports car? Is it possible that our community harbors such extravagant luxury vehicles? I had not noticed this before. Could it be that a wealthy individual has recently moved in? As various discussions echoed in his ears, Lin Ming felt a surge of delight, a smile blooming on his face. If it weren't for the fact that he had already accepted a delivery task from the system, he would have been eager to flaunt his status before this group of less fortunate individuals. Suppressing the urge to show off, Lin Ming hummed a tune as he made his way towards the electric scooter parked nearby. Though he had contemplated the idea of delivering takeout in his supercar, relishing the attention it would garner, that thought was fleeting and soon dismissed. The elite delivery system imposed time constraints on his tasks. Failure to complete them within the designated period would result in penalties. Clearly, riding the electric scooter was far more suitable for completing tasks promptly, as it could navigate any terrain with ease, offering greater convenience. Although he was unaware of the nature of the system's penalties, Lin Ming instinctively resisted them, harboring some resentment. Yet he dared not voice it. In this day and age, incurring penalties for unfinished tasks was absurd. What a wise system indeed. Nevertheless, despite his slight dissatisfaction, Lin Ming felt fortunate to have awakened the system, merely allowing himself a moment of complaint. After mounting the electric scooter and exiting the old community, Lin Ming arrived at his first pickup point, a Wallace burger meal, after a 10-minute ride. Glancing at the delivery information, he packed the order and departed from the burger shop, heading towards the delivery address. Having been in the delivery business for 2 months, Lin Ming had become quite familiar with the surrounding terrain, always managing to find various shortcuts. While waiting at a red light, Lin Ming had just parked his scooter when an elderly lady, leaning on a cane, suddenly collapsed right before him, much to his bewilderment. "Oh dear, that hurts. At my age, being bumped like that could cost me my life. How can you ride like this without any regard for others?" The elderly woman lamented, sprawled in front of Lin Ming's electric scooter, quickly drawing the attention of passers-by who began to point and whisper. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Ming regained his composure, his expression darkening with frustration, his nostrils flaring in irritation. What an unfortunate turn of events, encountering such nonsense on his very first delivery. Did this woman really lack awareness? What wealth could a mere delivery boy possess? Although he currently had $3 million in cash flow, Lin Ming refused to be intimidated by such antics. "Get up. I did not hit you. You fell on your own," he retorted, a scowl plastered across his face. "Oh, you young man, do you dare to act without taking responsibility? Are you even a man?" The elderly woman, upon hearing Lin Ming's words, launched into a tirade, her face reddening with indignation, clearly displeased with his refusal to acknowledge her claims. What a lack of civic duty. At her age, does she really have the audacity to feign injury for compensation? Why not request the relevant authorities to retrieve the surveillance footage? Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, despite feeling deeply frustrated and stifled, Lin Ming found himself utterly powerless at that moment, resigned to his fate. It could only be said that the old woman had chosen the perfect time to extort him, engaged in a systematic task. Any attempt to review the footage would undoubtedly jeopardize his delivery assignment, leading to potential punitive repercussions from the system. Not wishing to endure such punitive measures, Lin Ming swallowed his grievances and proceeded. After dismounting from his electric scooter, Lin Ming retrieved his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to the old woman. Upon receiving the money, a radiant smile spread across her face, and she departed unaided, the crowd gradually dispersing as if nothing had transpired. Just then, the traffic light turned green, and without a second thought, Lin Ming mounted his scooter and sped towards the delivery address. A mere 10,000 yuan was insignificant compared to the bonuses he could earn from completing a delivery task, so he reassured himself with such thoughts, alleviating his frustrations. In his indignation, Lin Ming accepted 5 more delivery orders from the system. Observing that the delivery time was still ample, he made his way to the first drop-off location. Upon arriving at the residential complex, Lin Ming opened the delivery box at the back of his scooter, and in an instant, he was rendered speechless. What on earth? Who could be so unscrupulous as to steal his delivery? It was undoubtedly that a shameless individual had surreptitiously taken his order while he was being extorted. Before Lin Ming could ponder further, the system notification echoed in his mind, shattering his composure. Ding! The system detected that the host had failed to complete the delivery task within the stipulated time, and a penalty was imposed. The host was to experience a 60-second high-voltage electric shock package. Before Lin Ming could utter a plea for mercy, the system's punishment descended upon him with swiftness. In an instant, he was struck by a surge of electricity, a pale blue current enveloping his entire being. In the blink of an eye, his skin turned charcoal black from the chaotic energy coursing through him. Lin Ming's eyes rolled back, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his hair stood on end as he succumbed to the electric shock, losing consciousness. Once the 60-second punishment concluded, Lin Ming lay rigidly on the ground, unconscious. As an ordinary individual lacking any extraordinary strength, he was ill-equipped to endure the system's high-voltage punishment. Time passed slowly, and approximately an hour later, a passerby discovered Lin Ming lying on the ground and promptly alerted the authorities, calling for an ambulance. Emergency! Emergency! Half an hour later, when the ambulance finally arrived, a team of nurses exited the vehicle and lifted the still unconscious Lin Ming onto the stretcher, transporting him to the First People's Hospital of Linjiang City. Simultaneously, the elite delivery system imposed penalties upon Lin Ming for his failure to complete the delivery tasks on time. Prior to losing consciousness, Lin Ming had accepted 5 delivery assignments, and correspondingly, he was to face 5 separate penalties for his shortcomings. Ding! The host has failed to complete the food delivery task within the stipulated time, initiating a penalty. The host's immediate relatives shall be halved. Ding! It has been detected that the host has no immediate relatives left. The host's Ferrari supercar and 3 million cash reward are hereby confiscated. The host is to be punished by running naked in the streets for 10 minutes. With a deadline of 7 days, should the host refuse, the system will enforce the punishment. The host's IQ is reduced by 50. Chapter 41. Lin Ming's defenses crumbled. Where's my second brother? After being transported to the First People's Hospital of Linjiang City by ambulance, the doctors conducted a thorough examination of Lin Ming, ultimately discovering that he had merely fainted due to an accidental encounter with high-voltage electricity. Generally speaking, a normal person would perish upon contact with high-voltage current. Yet Lin Ming miraculously survived, leaving the doctors and nurses utterly baffled. However, before the doctors could continue pondering this anomaly, they stumbled upon an even more astonishing revelation. "Oh my, doctor, this patient appears to be female," exclaimed one wide-eyed nurse, covering her mouth in surprise. "Nonsense. This gentleman exhibits unmistakable male characteristics in both appearance and hormonal profile. How could he possibly be female?" The lead doctor, clad in a white coat, frowned, his tone tinged with displeasure as he corrected her. He was a man of integrity and would never jest about a patient. "But doctor, he doesn't have a..." "You know," the female nurse blinked innocently, her voice laced with confusion. At this, the lead surgeon nearly stumbled to the ground, instinctively following the direction indicated by the nurse's finger. What he beheld was astonishingly flat. The muscles in the doctor's face twitched violently, his astonishment palpable. Having practiced medicine for many years, he had encountered all manner of individuals, feminine men, philosophical masters, and even transgenders, but Lin Ming's case was unprecedented. Through various examinations, the doctor could unequivocally ascertain that the individual lying on the hospital bed was, in every physiological aspect, male. The only mystery was the absence of certain anatomical features. Typically, such a situation would imply that the patient had voluntarily opted for surgical removal. Otherwise, even the slightest vestige would remain. After the shock subsided, the doctor quickly regained his composure, his gaze igniting with fervent curiosity as he fixated intently on Lin Ming's smoothness, exclaiming, "Incredible! There are absolutely no scars. Not even the faintest trace. It is nothing short of a miracle, a masterpiece." Who was the master behind this? As a urologist, he frequently performed minimally invasive surgeries to remove skin, and thus he could appreciate the exceptional skill of the surgeon who had operated on Lin Ming. Feeling a profound sense of admiration, "If possible, I would dearly like to meet this esteemed predecessor to exchange experiences and enhance my own expertise. Shall we? You will remain here to care for this patient. Notify me immediately when he awakens." Taking a deep breath to suppress the surging emotions within, the doctor solemnly instructed. intending to personally inquire with Lin Ming upon his awakening to ascertain which esteemed master had performed the procedure, subsequently planning a visit. Very well, Dr. Liu. By the way, please ensure the patient's privacy is protected. Do not disclose this matter to anyone. Before departing, Dr. Liu reiterated his concerns. Although he was uncertain what had compelled the patient to undergo such a drastic surgical procedure, he wished to preserve the last vestige of dignity for the individual. Understood. Dr. Liu, the young nurse replied, her demeanor exuding a charming obedience. Once Dr. Liu left the ward, however, Xiaoli swiftly altered her expression, pouting as she took out her phone to snap several pictures of Lin Ming, then opened the group chat filled with green bubbles. Everyone. Today I encountered yet another utterly disappointing man. It was quite revolting. What happened, Xiaoli? Did some patient take advantage of you again? Is it that old director again? Still harboring thoughts of making you his mistress? Neither. Today's disappointing man is quite special. He is devoid of any little conical appendage. As she spoke, Xiaoli promptly shared all the photos in the group chat. After a brief silence, the chat erupted into a fervent discussion. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Ming, having been in a coma for an entire day, finally stirred awake. Where am I? Gazing at the ceiling, Lin Ming appeared utterly bewildered. His mind still lingering on the moment he was punished by the system's electric current. You're awake? I'll go call Dr. Liu. Xiaoli, who had been vigilantly watching over him, cast a peculiar glance before rising from her seat. What a beautiful creature! Watching the nurse depart, Lin Ming excitedly licked his lips, his thoughts becoming quite distracted. Though the nurse's beauty was slightly overshadowed by Li Yu, her figure was indeed captivating. Yet, Lin Ming soon noticed something amiss. This was strange. Previously, he had been vibrant and full of vigor, but now he felt utterly unresponsive. A wave of foreboding washed over him, and disregarding the pain in his body, he threw off the covers. Upon realizing his current state, his eyes widened in shock, his mind blank as he was rendered speechless. What the hell? Where is my second brother? How could he have vanished without a trace? Damn system, where have you taken my brother? Lin Ming was nearly driven to madness. His complexion shifting between shades of green and purple, his face trembling with rage as he glared into the air, venting his frustration. Only the system possessed the ability to silently sever the bond with his own brother without inflicting any pain. Returning to the host. Your tools of mischief have been confiscated by the system. The system's cold, emotionless voice reverberated in Lin Ming's mind, dutifully enumerating the various punishments he had previously endured. In the presence of the system, Lin Ming was utterly overwhelmed by various punishments imposed upon him, his face flushed with rage, his neck thickening, and his eyes bloodshot as he lost all semblance of reason. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he leapt from his sickbed, unleashing a torrent of furious roars and curses into the air. While he could begrudgingly accept the reduction of his intelligence by 50 points, the system's cruel decree that rendered him a eunuch was beyond his endurance. After 2 decades as Shao Chunan, he had awakened to a system that promised to elevate his life to one filled with beauty and luxury, surrounded by admirers. Yet, just as the prospect of such a splendid existence began to unfold, the vile system confiscated his means of pleasure, leaving Lin Ming in utter despair. Unfortunately, the Supreme Delivery System was merely an unfeeling program, devoid of any emotional response, issuing tasks, rewards, and punishments without regard for Lin Ming's anguished outbursts. System, damn you! Lin Ming seethed, his fury clouding his judgment, utterly disregarding the potential for further punitive measures. The abrupt absence of his brother, who had accompanied him for 20 years, left him in turmoil. Return, host, you wretched system. In a fit of rage, Lin Ming felt his spirit fracture, his face shifting through a myriad of expressions before he expelled a mouthful of crimson blood and collapsed, rendered unconscious by the system's oppressive tyranny. Upon returning to the Qingtung villa with Shun Yuxuan, after arranging accommodations and familiarizing her with her tasks, Jiang Che reclined on the plush sofa in the hall. He retrieved his tablet to check on the conditions of Lin Ming and Xiaochen. Xiaochen remained as he always was, despondently slumped in the confinement room. His eyes vacant, as if life had drained of all its hues, his expression numb. Following days of relentless torment, Xiaochen had grown somewhat accustomed to his plight. Initially, he had fought back fiercely, but now he could hardly muster the energy to resist, knowing that any act of aggression would summon the security personnel wielding electrifying batons. One could only commend Xiaochen for his resilience, a true child of fortune and protagonist of the martial world. Most would have succumbed to despair in such circumstances. Yet he bore his humiliation with fortitude, gritting his teeth, and enduring. This sheer willpower was beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. After reviewing Xiao Chen's situation, Jiang Che sent the footage captured by the hummingbird reconnaissance robot to Qiangzi, instructing him to arrange for editing and dissemination across the external network, dark web, and other less reputable platforms. He also transferred 10 million in operational funds to ensure that Xiao Chen would gain notoriety across these 3 domains. Despite a burning curiosity, Jiang Che ultimately refrained from pressing play on the video, fearing it might compel him to regurgitate his previous meal. After all, as a man of integrity, he had no interest in such content. Concluding his review of Xiao Chen's circumstances, Jiang Che turned his attention to Lin Ming's tribulations that day. After being extorted, having his meal stolen, facing punishment from the system, and having his tools of mischief confiscated, Lin Ming ultimately fainted from the sheer frustration brought on by the delivery system. Upon reviewing Lin Ming's calamities throughout the day, Jiang Che could not contain his laughter. It was no wonder that Lin Ming had suddenly contributed a staggering 20,000 points of emotional value to him. Encountering such misfortunes, it would be impossible for anyone to remain composed. Moreover, the delivery system had the audacity to mandate that Lin Ming run naked in the streets for 10 minutes. Jiang Che found himself quite looking forward to it. With a few people strategically positioned to capture the moment on video, Lin Ming was destined to become a viral sensation. After all, as the last eunuch of the 21st century, the topic alone promised to draw immense attention. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Che engaged in a chat with the 2 young women, Lang Qingxiu and Lu Mingxi, to strengthen their bond. Next to him, Xiaoyi sat, her delicate feet swaying playfully, her eyes glued to the television screen. Suddenly, a soft and timid voice, imbued with shyness, called out, "Jiang, Senior." Jiang Che instinctively turned to look. Before him stood Xin Yuxuan, clad in a pink bunny ear uniform, her youthful figure resplendent. A rosy blush adorned her cheeks, her earlobes glowing with warmth, and her slender, delicate eyelashes fluttered gently. Her exquisite, fair neck was revealed, with clearly defined collarbones adding to her allure. Her long, shapely legs were sheathed in knee-high white stockings, enhancing her charm and innocence. The drooping bunny ears atop her head, coupled with the uniform that perfectly hugged her curves, showcased her graceful and alluring physique, adding an extra layer of temptation. Though her bosom may not have been grand, it was of little consequence. For Jiang Che was never one to be fastidious in his tastes. "Junior, you look delightful," he remarked, his gaze filled with wonder as he openly admired Shen Yuxuan's enchanting form. Given that Shen Yuxuan had gone to such lengths to present herself to him, what was there to hesitate about? He could simply appreciate the view. It must be said that Shen Yuxuan, as a charming bunny girl, exuded a unique allure, captivating and enchanting. Could it be that she too possessed an unexpected contrast? Xiaoyi was equally drawn in, her eyes appraising Shen Yuxuan before swiftly returning to the mindless romantic drama on the screen. When Jiang Che had brought Shen Yuxuan home, Xiaoyi had already sensed that this woman must share a special connection with him. However, she remained unconcerned, harboring no feelings of jealousy. Despite their deepening relationship, Xiaoyi had always regarded Jiang Che as her master. A servant, after all, would not meddle in the affairs of their lord. "Senior Jiang instructed me to dress this way for my maid duties," Shen Yuxuan softly murmured, biting her lip and speaking in a voice barely above a whisper. Under Jiang Che's unabashed gaze, she felt a mix of bashfulness and a flutter of joy. After all, the very way Jiang Che looked at her was a clear indication that he held some interest in her as well, was it not? If it were any other man gazing at her in such a manner, Shen Yuxuan would undoubtedly feel a sense of displeasure. However, since this man is Jiang Che, the situation is entirely different. Women adorn themselves for those they wish to please. Her meticulous preparations were solely for the purpose of presenting herself before Senior Jiang. Suppressing her inner shyness, Shen Yuxuan delicately tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, her eyes radiating bashfulness and tender affection. "Indeed, this outfit compliments you splendidly. In the future, while working at the villa, you should dress like this. Like everyone else, your monthly salary will be 100,000, with a year-end bonus of 1 million, along with 13 insurances and 8 benefits. If you perform well, there will also be performance bonuses. You should strive diligently, Junior." Jiang Che replied with a smile, his words laden with significance. 13 insurances and 8 benefits, a year-end bonus of 1 million? Upon hearing Jiang Che's offered conditions, Shen Yuxuan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her lips parted in shock, her small mouth forming an oas. A wave of dizziness washed over her. Previously, she was only aware that working as Jiang Che's maid would earn her a monthly salary of a full 100,000. but she had no inkling of such hidden perks. 13 insurances and 8 benefits? Such compensation was beyond her wildest dreams. In the outside world, companies that provide social insurance and contribute to 5 insurances and 1 fund are considered benevolent employers. Does this mean that from now on, she would be a social elite earning $2 million annually? For Jiang Che, $2 million might be a mere trifle, yet for Shen Yuxuan, a girl who had endured hardship since childhood, it was a staggering revelation that left her utterly speechless. Chapter 43. Shen Yuxuan's Self-Reflection ISNT. This a bit excessive. Senior Jiang? Shen Yuxuan blinked her beautiful eyes, gently pressed her red lips together, and murmured softly. To her, receiving a monthly salary of 100,000 already felt like an astronomical sum, rendering her sense of reality quite surreal. Upon hearing Jiang Che mention such generous compensation, her first reaction was one of disbelief. She felt entirely unworthy of such a high salary. After all, she was merely an ordinary junior student. Still yet to graduate, what merit did she possess to deserve such remuneration? Everyone else receives a year-end bonus of 500,000. You were different. Jiang Che lifted the hot tea prepared by the maid, took a sip, and casually affirmed this notion. I'm different. What does senior mean? Hearing Jiang Che's somewhat ambiguous words, a faint blush crept across Shen Yuxuan's delicate face, her heart fluttering with shyness, yet a gleeful excitement bubbled within her. Does this imply that she holds a position of significance in his eyes, superior to that of the other maids? Or could it be that Senior Jiang harbors feelings for her as well? Perhaps he wishes to draw closer to her? With these thoughts racing through her mind, Shen Yuxuan's heart raced, her emotions in turmoil, as she pondered the myriad interpretations of Jiang Che's words. What do you think? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, his words tinged with insinuation, and playfully winked at Shen Yuxuan. Senior, I will be heading to work now, Shen Yuxuan stammered, utterly at a loss on how to respond to the question. Under Jiang Che's intensely ambiguous gaze, her heart raced with shyness, causing her bunny ears to droop. She hastily concocted an excuse and fled like a startled rabbit. Observing Shen Yuxuan's somewhat flustered retreat, Jiang Che's lips curled upwards, and he felt a tinge of contemplation. Indeed, it was the innocent charm of a little rabbit girl like Shen Yuxuan that truly captivated him. A mere flirtation could yield thousands of emotional points, making it all too effortless. Teasing the little maid brought greater delight than crafting elaborate schemes against the protagonist. Calculating the time, he realized that Xiao Chan would be released in 2 days. Are you prepared to receive the grand gift I have in store for you, dear King of Soldiers? Imagining the utterly broken and life-questioning expression Xiao Chan would wear upon his release elicited a sinister chuckle from Jiang Che. Just the thought filled him with anticipation. The following morning, Jiang Che awoke as usual from Xiao Yi's side. After soothing the purple-haired lowly, he took a hot shower and donned a clean, tailored suit before hastily making his way downstairs. Good morning, Senior. Shen Yuxuan greeted him with a sweet smile, slightly bowing as she did so. A courtesy instilled in her during her training with the maids. Being dependent on Jiang Che's generous salary, she naturally adhered to his every word. Good morning, Yuxuan. Jiang Che replied with a smile, discreetly withdrawing his appraising gaze. Indeed, she was a typical little rabbit, slightly more refined than Xiao Yi and Lu Mingxi, yet still lacking in comparison to the poised Qing Qing. Jiang Che understood completely. After all, Shen Yuxuan had grown up in an orphanage, enduring poverty and hunger, which had understandably stunted her development. However, that was all in the past. Once at the Qingting villa, Jiang Che was determined to nurture Shen Yuxuan into a plump and healthy young lady. Breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat now? Shen Yuxuan beamed, her voice soft and gentle, filled with warmth. After a night had passed, she was no longer as embarrassed as the previous day. Though her eyes still darted away from Jiang Che, unable to meet his gaze directly, Jiang Che nodded slightly and took a seat at the expansive dining table, ready to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast prepared by the little maid. Did you make all of this? He asked, surprised as he took a sip of the millet porridge. Jiang Che was quite familiar with the flavors of his own chef's cooking. While today's breakfast might not quite measure up to that of the royal chef, it possessed a unique flavor that was thoroughly delightful. Yes, Senior. Is it to your liking? Shen Yuxuan inquired, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes as she awaited his feedback. Quite good, indeed. I enjoy this millet porridge. It's good for the stomach. Let us sit together and eat. Jiang Che offered an evaluation and gestured for Shen Yuxuan to join him for a meal. Although her culinary skills fell short compared to the state banquet chefs at her own home, they were nonetheless quite commendable compared to those so-called master chefs outside. It then dawned on Jiang Che that when he previously examined Shen Yuxuan's attribute panel, it indeed indicated her mastery in the culinary arts. It is only natural. To be the daughter of fortune, one must possess more than mere beauty. Beyond her striking appearance, these daughters of destiny typically excel in specific fields beyond the ordinary. Long Qingxiu was a testament to this, as was Shen Yuxuan. No need, senior. I had a working meal with my sisters earlier. Shen Yuxuan gently declined Jiang Che's kind offer with a shake of her head. Jiang Che did not insist. After breakfast, he drove off in the Koenigsegg he had won through a system lottery, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, directly leaving the Qingting Manor. Shen Yuxuan gazed longingly at the receding figure of the supercar until it vanished from sight, slowly retracting her gaze. Why does it feel like Senior has become even more handsome today? Is this what they mean by beauty in the eyes of the beholder? She murmured to herself, following Jiang Che's instructions to grab a breakfast and turning to ascend the stairs towards Xiao Yi's room. Shen Yuxuan may seem somewhat naive, but she was far from a foolish beauty. In fact, having worked various part-time jobs since the age of 14, she was more mature than her peers in university and possessed a keen sense of observation. Though she had only just arrived at Qingting Manor the day before, her brief observations had already led her to discern the unusual relationship between Jiang Che and the little girl in purple attire. When she had secretly watched Jiang Che last night, she noticed the warmth and affection in his gaze whenever he looked at the little girl. It felt akin to a domineering CEO gazing at his beloved young wife. Naturally, Shen Yuxuan assumed that Xiao Yi was the mistress of Qingting Manor and sought to cultivate a good relationship with her. While she deeply yearned for Jiang Che's affection, she was also self-aware, content to remain by his side in the capacity of a maid. After all, as an orphan, there existed a vast chasm of social standing between her and Jiang Che. The idea of truly standing beside him in the limelight felt unattainable. If possible, Shen Yuxuan merely hoped to receive a fragment of Jiang Che's love in the future, even if it was just a sliver. One could say she embodied the essence of a heroine from an urban fantasy, possessing an inherent acceptance of the idea of sisterly companionship and sharing a man. Before Jiang Che even exerted himself, Shen Yuxuan had already begun to delve into her own thoughts. If Jiang Che were to discover her endearing musings, he would undoubtedly cherish her deeply. Chapter 44. Li Yanran's devoted boyfriend. After driving the Koenigsegg for an hour along the highway, Jiang Che finally arrived at the Lanzi Group's skyscraper. Once he parked the sports car, he proceeded directly into the building. Good day, sir. May I inquire if you're here to see me? Not quite. May I ask, sir, is it you? The front desk receptionist stammered, realizing her faux pas. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she cast a starry-eyed glance at Jiang Che. Wow, he is so handsome. Oh my, I have encountered my very own Prince Charming. Jiang Che, the chairman of Lingxiao Capital, is here to see your president, Long Qingxiu. Please inform her. Jiang Che smiled gently and explained a few things, displaying no airs of superiority. In truth, possessing excellent upbringing, Jiang Che was a remarkably easygoing individual, quite distinct from the typical spoiled offspring of affluent families. Very well. After the announcement, it was not long before Li Yanran appeared at the elevator entrance, clad in a cream-colored blouse, a gray pencil skirt, and high heels. Mr. Jiang, President Long has been waiting for you in her office, she said, gliding gracefully towards Jiang Che, her long, elegant legs accentuated by sheer black stockings, extending a warm invitation. Having already heard about the impending collaboration between Lanzi Group and Lingxiao Capital, Li Yan naturally displayed utmost respect towards Jiang Che, the second shareholder of Lanzi Group. Although President Long had been somewhat vague in her remarks the previous day, Li Yanran felt an instinctive sense that there were undisclosed secrets behind the collaboration between Jiang Che and her president, merely a woman's intuition. Jiang Che nodded and entered the exclusive elevator for presidents alongside Li Yanran, ascending to the top floor. Xiaohua, please keep an eye on things. I need to use the restroom. Once Jiang Che and Li Yanran had departed, the receptionist's blush deepened, and she hurriedly exclaimed something to her colleague before scurrying towards the restroom. Upon entering the elevator and selecting the floor, a palpable silence enveloped them, neither party daring to break the stillness. Li Yanran struggled to find the right topic to initiate conversation, while Jiang Che quietly admired her alluring and voluptuous figure. Li Yanran was undoubtedly the most beautifully proportioned woman Jiang Che had encountered thus far. Even 5 Lu Minxes combined would not compare. After a prolonged gaze, Jiang Che finally withdrew his eyes and took the initiative to spark a conversation. I heard that Secretary Li is dating Mu Feng, the heir of Mu Group. Mr. Jiang, do you know my boyfriend? Li Yinran's complexion shifted slightly at the mention of Mu Feng, but she quickly masked her expression. Her curiosity piqued. Mu Group, valued at 5 billion, was a real estate conglomerate, and Mu Feng was its dashing heir, having pursued Li Yinran throughout their university years. Li Yinran had never harbored any feelings for Mu Feng, yet for reasons unknown, she felt compelled to acquiesce to his advances. Even after 3 years of being together, she found herself devoid of any interest in him. The mere sight of his face made her feel nauseous. Yet she could not allow even a hint of her true feelings to surface. Consequently, Mu Feng had devoted 7 years in total, spending millions. Yet he had never even held Li Yinran's hand. Despite this, he remained blissfully oblivious, thoroughly immersed in his pursuit. In the narrative of the divine doctor descends the mountain with 18 marriage proposals, it is not an exaggeration to claim that Mu Feng is the foremost sycophant. I had heard whispers of it, yet I was astonished that this fellow could actually win the favor of Secretary Li. It truly seemed like a miraculous stroke of fortune. Jiang Che chuckled softly, shaking his head in jest, with an undercurrent of disdain. Indeed, Mu Feng's status is unattainable for the average person, but before Jiang Che, he is utterly insignificant. Moreover, Jiang Che had no previous interactions with the sycophant and had no desire for any. Mu Feng belonged to the protagonist S faction, a target for Jiang Che's future reckoning, and he harbored no favorable impressions of this obsequious individual. However, with the divine doctor yet to descend, there was no urgency to settle accounts with Mu Feng. Jiang Che had long since devised a series of schemes, all hinging on the woman named Li Yinran. Hee. Li Yinran forced a smile, unsure of how to respond. She had certainly detected the sarcasm and disdain in Jiang Che's words, yet she refrained from retorting. Fortunately, at that moment, a soft chime signaled that the elevator had reached the top floor. Li Yinran silently exhaled in relief, eager to escape the awkward atmosphere, and quickly shifted the topic. Mr. Jiang, President Lung has been waiting for you in the office for quite some time. Please follow me. With that, she stepped out of the elevator, leading Jiang Che toward the office of Lung Qingqiu. President, Mr. Jiang has arrived. After knocking and receiving permission from Lung Qingqiu, Li Yinran opened the door, ushering Jiang Che inside before discreetly closing the door behind her. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. My dear cold beauty, have you missed your beloved husband? Jiang Che pulled up a chair and sat opposite Lung Qingqiu, his demeanor playful and his words frivolous. You rascal. How dare you take advantage? I have yet to acknowledge you as my husband. Lung Qingqiu set down her pen, casting Jiang Che a charming glare, her tone mockingly reproachful. Seeing Jiang Che's playful expression, Lung Qingqiu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had not anticipated this light-hearted side of him. It truly caught her off guard. Isn't this an inevitable outcome? Come now, bestow your beloved husband with a warm kiss. Jiang Che shrugged, speaking as though it were the most natural request. Gesturing towards his lips. The swiftest way to foster intimacy between a man and a woman is through physical contact, without exception. It is not solely about engaging in certain acts. Embraces, kisses, and hand-holding are equally effective. As long as both individuals can tangibly feel each other's presence, their hearts will draw closer together. Of course, this presupposes mutual affection. Otherwise, like Mu Feng, who had fawned for 7 years, would Li Yinran still remain unmoved? You little lecher, Lung Qingqiu mumbled, yet did not refuse. After experiencing the effects of the beauty pill and the cleansing pill, and genuinely feeling Jiang Che's affection, she found her initial resistance to him waning. Moreover, the memory of their last passionate kiss lingered in her mind, leading her to ponder it day and night. After rising from her seat and facing Jiang Che's eager gaze, Lung Qingqiu lowered her head and leaned in, willingly offering her sultry red lips to kiss him. Her eyes gradually becoming hazy. Following their passionate embrace, Lung Qingqiu nestled softly in Jiang Che's arms, her eyelids gently fluttering, long and delicate lashes quivering lightly. A rosy hue blooming on her fair cheeks, her expression languid and alluring, as if savoring the moment. Little rascal, the efficacy of the beauty elixir is truly astonishing. Do you have any idea about the formulation's principles? Immersed in thought, she suddenly looked up at Jiang Che, her ruby lips parting as she inquired slowly. Having personally experienced the miraculous effects of the beauty elixir, Lung Qingqiu naturally entertained certain thoughts. After all, the potency of such a potion was indeed extraordinary. If it could be mass-produced, one could hardly fathom the upheaval it would create in the cosmetics market. Are you contemplating deciphering the efficacy of the beauty elixir for mass production? Jiang Che teased, lifting Lung Qingqiu's exquisitely flawless chin with a playful tone. Lung Qingqiu's thoughts were entirely within Jiang Che's expectations. After all, the Lanzi Group was in the business of cosmetics, and if the beauty elixir could truly be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly sweep across the entire country, becoming a sensation from north to south. The allure of wealth was undeniable, and for someone as career-driven as Lung Qingqiu, the prospect of leading the Lanzi Group to unprecedented heights was an irresistible temptation she could hardly refuse. Indeed. So, what are your thoughts? Lung Qingqiu openly acknowledged her intentions with a confident nod. The herbs required to produce the beauty elixir are exceedingly rare, only available here, and in limited quantities. So do not harbor any notions about it. However, I have already tasked the researchers at the Qingqiu Group to analyze the beauty elixir. Once diluted several times over, we will still be able to develop complementary cosmetics. Jiang Che shared his thoughts. Naturally, Jiang Che could anticipate what Lung Qingqiu was considering. The purchasing power of the female demographic was evident, particularly in the lucrative cosmetics industry. Once the researchers at Qingqiu Group successfully modified the diluted beauty elixir, Jiang Che would commence large-scale production. Even the diluted version of the beauty elixir would outshine 99 of the cosmetics available on the market. When the enhanced version of the beauty elixir began to soar in popularity, generating billions within a year would be well within reach. Do you have a preferred candidate for the product's agent? Lung Qingqiu gazed intently at Jiang Che, her starry eyes brimming with anticipation, as if she were ready to inscribe the words "Give me the agency" upon her face. You desire this agency? Jiang Che chuckled lightly, playfully pinching Lung Qingqiu's tender, flawless cheek. Of course. This is clearly a golden opportunity. How could I possibly not want the agency for the beauty elixir? Lung Qingqiu retorted, casting Jiang Che a teasing glance, her tone entirely justified. Granting you the authority as an agent is not out of the question, my dear President Lang. However, you must understand that in this world, nothing comes without a price. To attain something, one must first be willing to give. Jiang Che spoke with a knowing smile, his expression ambiguous. Lung Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the underlying implication of his words. Her cheeks flushed with a deeper hue. Having previously experienced Jiang Che's audacity during their time at Lingxiao Capital, she had developed a newfound understanding of his shamelessness, clearly grasping the innuendo in his statement. After a brief hesitation, the pragmatic Lung Qingqiu decided to prioritize her career. Half an hour later, she playfully struck Jiang Che's chest with her hand, her tone slightly irritable as she asked, "So, can you grant me the agency rights to the youth elixir now?" To which Jiang Che responded with a smile, "Of course. After all, this was prepared for you by your loving husband." He nodded in agreement, his tone as if it were a matter of course. "At least you still have a semblance of conscience," Lung Qingqiu silently retorted, fully aware that she could not trust Jiang Che's words. Without her substantial contribution earlier, would he have so readily acquiesced? "It's getting late. Shall we go for lunch?" Jiang Che suggested, glancing at his watch. "Wait for me while I change." Lung Qingqiu replied without refusal, heading towards the changing room next door to freshen up. Once Lung Qingqiu had changed, the two left the Lanji building hand in hand. Unfazed by Jiang Che's overtly affectionate display of possessiveness, she accepted it without resistance. After all, she had already engaged in far more intimate actions. Merely appearing in public with Jiang Che was hardly significant. As they exited the president's office, employees passing by paused to observe, whispering among themselves, "Wow, our President Lung is in a relationship? What a surprise." One remarked, "By the way, who is that handsome man beside her?" Another queried, "He has no mere pretty face." "This gentleman is Jiang Che, the chairman of Lingxiao Capital. I heard the company recently secured financing from Lingxiao Capital, which must be why President Lang is with him." A match made in heaven. The domineering president and his cool and elegant counterpart. What a power couple. A commercial alliance? The murmurs of admiration and excitement rippled through the crowd. In a corner, unnoticed, a bespectacled young man with striking features wore a somber expression, his face dark with discontent. After leaving the Lanji building, Jiang Che drove his Koenigsegg towards a well-known Couple South restaurant on Tianbei Road. The AG&C restaurant, an upscale dining establishment, boasted a stylish yet understatedly luxurious decor. Upon entering, Jiang Che requested a table by the window, and they sat together. Before long, as the waiter presented a series of exquisite dishes, Jiang Che and Lung Qingqiu enjoyed their meal, while sharing stories and experiences from their lives. After lunch, Jiang Che did not immediately escort Lung Qingqiu back to the Lanzi Group, but instead took her on a leisurely stroll around Lingjiang City. They bought flowers, strolled, shared intimate conversations, indulged in shopping, and watched a movie. The two resembled an ordinary couple, engaging in the mundane activities typical of lovers. Naturally, this led to various affectionate gestures, such as kisses, hugs, and playful lifts. Lang Qingxiu showed no resistance to these displays of affection. Rather, she reveled in the moments. Reluctant to part ways, during their kisses, the overwhelming sensation of breathlessness and the intoxicating taste of their lips left her utterly enchanted. As night enveloped the world in its inky depths, Jiang Che drove Lang Qingxiu back to her villa at Lanwan Yufu after dinner. Beneath the glow of the streetlights, the handsome young man held the steering wheel with one hand, his smile as warm as spring. In that moment, witnessing such a scene, Lang Qingxiu felt her heart skip a beat, ripples of emotion surging within her, prompting her to speak impulsively. "Since we're here, why not come up for a bit?" A mere moment after uttering those words, regret washed over her. Jiang Che was like a greedy wolf. If they shared a room tonight, would she not be completely consumed by him? After spending 3 days together, she had developed a considerable fondness for this charming yet wicked man. Thus she was not entirely averse to the idea. However, she was still just a woman nearing 30 who had never even dated before. Instinctively, she felt a mix of resistance and fear towards such matters. This was why she had initially agreed to a so-called 10-day pact with Jiang Che, a negotiation she deemed the maximum boundary she could accept. "Are you sure you want me to come up?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with intrigue. Lang Qingxiu hesitated, stumbling over her words, unsure of how to respond. If she were to retract her invitation now, would it leave a negative impression on Jiang Che? Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to pay special attention to her image in his eyes. Jiang Che opened the car door and stepped closer to her. Lang Qingxiu's heart raced, just as she feared he would forcibly carry her home and ravish her. His deep, alluring voice whispered near her ear, "No need to explain, I understand. Your heart tells me you are not entirely ready yet, and I am not in a hurry." As he spoke, Jiang Che gently touched her soft, red lips with his finger, signaling her to be silent. "Thank you, but it's getting late. I should head back to sleep. Please drive safely." Lang Qingxiu's cheeks flushed, her voice quivering as she dared not meet his enchanting gaze. With that, the poised CEO hurriedly retreated, her demeanor somewhat flustered. The words of Jiang Che warmed the heart of Lang Qingxiu, who felt a profound sense of gratitude as he effortlessly perceived her embarrassment, showing great consideration and sparing her any discomfort. He did not force her into a corner, which deeply touched her heart, leading her to believe she had encountered her fated soulmate, completely surrendering her heart. Women are inherently emotional beings, and sometimes it takes but a fleeting moment for them to fall irrevocably in love. Just like in this very instant, amidst this particular scene. Even years later, when Lang Qingxiu reminisces about this moment, a smile will surely grace her lips, and her heart will stir with ripples of affection. Observing the hasty retreat of Lang Qingxiu, and hearing the system prompts echoing in his mind, Jiang Che felt a twinge of surprise. He understood the meaning of being completely captivated. If he could assess Lang Qingxiu's feelings towards him, the aloof yet striking CEO's affection would surely exceed 90. In his earlier pursuits of capturing Lu Mingxi and Xiaoyi, he had not encountered such rewards. The fortune surrounding Lu Mingxi was less potent than that of Lang Qingxiu. Hence her enchantment did not yield as much emotional value. As for Xiaoyi, she was still a step away from complete surrender. While Xiaoyi remained utterly loyal and obedient, her demeanor was detached and cool, lacking the depth of emotional reliance that Lang Qingxiu and Lu Mingxi possessed. What a delightful surprise it was. As he watched Lang Qingxiu enter the villa, Jiang Che chuckled softly and turned to his car. The Koenigsegg raced away, vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. The following day, in the early morning, 0077, today marks your day of departure. Please come to complete the formalities. Xiao Chen lay on the broad bunk of the dormitory, recovering his body, a pallid visage, as white as snow, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. In a daze, he heard the safety officer's voice resound, and suddenly, a surge of emotion overtook him, tears unconsciously spilling from the corners of his eyes. After 7 long days, he was finally able to leave this wretched place. As a seasoned soldier, Xiao Chen had faced countless life-threatening situations over the past 6 years, developing an unyielding demeanor akin to a mountain, yet he now found himself shedding tears without warning. This clearly illustrated the severe psychological and physical toll that the past week in confinement had inflicted upon him. That night, Xiao Chen had no time for sleep. Nor could he find rest, as the pain coursing through his body constantly reminded him of the humiliation he endured. Only during the day could he steal brief moments of respite. Gritting his teeth against the waves of pain, Xiao Chen, with the kind assistance of two fellow inmates, shakily approached the safety officer, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Boss, am I truly able to leave today?" The current state of Xiao Chen was a stark contrast to his arrival at the prison. Initially filled with youthful exuberance and arrogance, life had dulled his edges, and now he stood humbled, his tone imbued with meekness. "Certainly. Accompany me to complete the necessary formalities, and you shall be free," the security officer said with a sympathetic glance towards Xiao Chen, his tone unconsciously softening. It was evident that he was well aware of Xiao Chen's plight over the past 7 days. Thus, upon his release, Xiao Chen staggered out of the security bureau's grand entrance. As he beheld the bustling scene across the street, filled with throngs of people and the ceaseless flow of vehicles, he was suddenly struck by a sense of disconnection, as if he had emerged from a different era. During his time in prison, 2 of his cellmates, unable to bear their conscience, had discreetly informed him about Jiang Che's formidable identity and background. It was at that moment that Xiao Chen fully comprehended the terrifying nature of the forces he had provoked, having offended the Prince of Jiangzhou. His survival without being directly annihilated by Jiang Che was indeed a sign of mercy on the latter's part. Despite feeling humiliated and harboring a desire to dismantle Jiang Che piece by piece to alleviate his fury, Xiao Chen could only entertain such thoughts in silence. This ordeal had inflicted an unparalleled blow upon him, shattering the indomitable spirit he once possessed. Now, faced with Jiang Che, all that Xiao Chen felt was profound fear, leaving no room for thoughts of revenge. Jiang Che's influence was far too vast, and extinguishing Xiao Chen was as effortless as crushing an ant. Even with a tempest of rage boiling within him, he could only swallow his pride in silence. A gentleman avenges himself, but not until 10 years have passed. With this mantra echoing in his mind, Xiao Chen managed to quell the tumult of emotions within him, leaving the security bureau with faltering steps and great difficulty. Intending to visit the Sunshine Orphanage first, it was precisely due to his weariness of the blood-soaked life in Hezhou and his longing for his childhood companion, Shen Yuxuan, that Xiao Chen had returned to the land of Jiuzhou. Now he held no hope for Lung Qingqiu, leaving Shen Yuxuan as his final flicker of aspiration. At Qingtung Villa, Jiang Che reclined on the sofa, relishing the gentle massage from a maid, while attentively monitoring Xiao Chen's every move through his tablet. Upon seeing Xiao Chen hail a cab heading towards the Sunshine Orphanage, a sly smile curled upon Jiang Che's lips. He set aside his tablet and beckoned Shen Yuxuan, who was diligently cleaning nearby. "Senior," Shen Yuxuan exclaimed as she dropped her cleaning tools and hurried to Jiang Che, her face beaming with sweetness and her voice soft as silk. "Go change your clothes. We are going to the Sunshine Orphanage to check on the progress of the demolition work," Jiang Che said, ruffling her hair affectionately. He intended to harvest another wave of emotional value from Xiao Chen, and it was time for this soldier to step back. After all, the divine healer and the raging dragon were soon to descend from the mountains, and with the school year approaching, Jiang Che would have little time to indulge Xiao Chen in his games. Jiang Che had a premonition that the main characters at Linjiang University would be anything but scarce. There would be various protagonists flaunting their wealth, from spending lavishly on women to systems for winning over goddesses, arriving in Lamborghinis for their first day of college, boasting of military training as veterans, and even security guards, not to mention the potential of their instructors being children of fate. After all, in his previous life, Jiang Che had encountered countless urban novels filled with various tropes. Thus, he felt a considerable sense of anticipation. The more children of fortune there were, the greater the emotional value he could harvest, which was undoubtedly a boon for him. As the Prince of Jiangzhou, what did he have to fear in this small territory? As long as the Northern War God, who wielded great power and commanded 1,000,000 troops, did not return, Jiang Che could easily dominate. "Senior, why are you so concerned about the orphanage?" Shen Yuxuan blinked her starry eyes in confusion, gazing at Jiang Che. In her perception, Jiang Che should be the type of busy individual, deeply engrossed in myriad affairs. Since moving into the Qingding Villa, he had been leaving early and returning late, appearing quite occupied. Therefore, when Jiang Che suddenly mentioned going to the orphanage, Shen Yuxuan felt a hint of puzzlement. "Because Sunshine Orphanage is your home, of course I should care about it," Jiang Che replied calmly, as if elucidating a trivial matter, his peach blossom eyes fixed upon Shen Yuxuan. "Because it is my home?" Upon hearing Jiang Che's response, Shen Yuxuan's delicate face flushed a rosy hue, even the tender lobes of her ears blushing crimson, her heart racing like a startled deer. "How can you say such things, senior? It's so embarrassing," she thought. "Is this a form of unconventional confession?" In that instant, various romantic tropes from novels she had read flooded her mind. I need to change clothes. Stammering out a sentence, Shen Yuxuan blushed deeply and hurriedly fled, disappearing in an instant. Shen Yuxuan was still too easily embarrassed. Even a casual remark from Jiang Che sent ripples through her heart, awakening her youthful feelings. Shen Yuxuan's heart fluttered, emotional value 3344. Listening to the system notification echoing in his mind, Jiang Che secretly chuckled, excitement coursing through him as he licked his lips. Today, he would let Shen Yuxuan face the king of soldiers, and tonight would be the time to reap the fruits of victory. The little white rabbit was adorably charming, truly irresistible. Beside him, Xiaoi sat gracefully on the sofa, swinging her slender legs, intently watching a television drama. Noticing Shen Yuxuan's hasty retreat, Xiao shook her head in secret, feeling that the girl was rather too shy. Although she too occasionally found herself flustered by her young master's teasing, she never reacted as intensely as Shen Yuxuan did. At that moment, at the Sunshine Orphanage, Xiao Chen suppressed his inner pain and handed the taxi driver the last remaining 100 yuan in cash. After paying the fare, he stepped out of the vehicle. In the past, given Xiao Chen's brash personality, he might have boldly ridden without paying, but now he harbored no such thoughts. One learns from experience. If he were to be caught over such a trivial matter, he would surely weep. Although he was currently broke, it was merely a temporary situation. Once he charged his phone, he could contact his brothers abroad at any time, asking them to send him some money to tide him over. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Chen furrowed his brows, striving to maintain a stoic expression as he trudged towards the orphanage that lingered in his memories. Despite the passage of 6 years since his last visit, Sunshine Orphanage remained the place that had nurtured him, evoking a sense of attachment within him. After taking 100 steps, upon finally discerning the scene before the orphanage, Xiao Chen found himself in a state of bewilderment. Why had the orphanage been demolished? Where were the matron and his dear sister Yuxian? A wave of inexplicable fury surged within him, igniting an overwhelming sense of agitation. He hastened forward and intercepted a man who appeared to be a foreman, questioning him in a grave tone. Who authorized the demolition of the orphanage? Who are you? Are you out of your mind? This is a construction site. Unauthorized personnel must leave immediately. It's dangerous. The foreman, caught off guard by the sudden confrontation, responded with irritation. Answer me. Xiao Chen's expression darkened, his voice cold as ice, his gaze radiating a chilling intensity that would send shivers down anyone's spine. Over the past 6 years, he had taken countless lives in the Dark Continent, and the aura of death that surrounded him was far beyond what this foreman could withstand. It's Changhong Construction Company. The foreman nearly lost control of himself, his voice trembling with fear as he swallowed hard. My God, this young man's gaze is terrifying. Changhong Construction Company? Why did you demolish the orphanage? Xiao Chen's tone grew even more frigid as he grasped the foreman by the throat, demanding answers with increasing pressure, causing the foreman's face to turn crimson as he struggled for breath. We misunderstood. We're not demolishing it forcibly. We're here for renovations. The foreman, engulfed by a sense of impending doom, painstakingly managed to utter a complete sentence. Renovations? Hearing this, Xiao Chen's brow furrowed, abruptly releasing his grip and casting the foreman to the ground, signaling him to clarify. Cough. Cough. The foreman coughed violently, failing to respond to Xiao Chen. Instead, raising his voice to call out behind him, trembling and near tears, Boss Jiang, help. Someone is trying to kill me. Upon seeing Jiang Che arrive with a cadre of bodyguards clad in black, the foreman scrambled to his feet, stumbling towards the safety of the crowd as if he had found a beacon of hope. Changhong Construction Company was a subsidiary of the Rainbow Charity Foundation, and the foreman had encountered Jiang Che on occasion, leaving a profound impression on him. Upon hearing the title Boss Jiang, an ominous premonition washed over Xiao Chen. Damn it, why did it feel like this rotund man as Boss Jiang referred to that despicable Jiang Che? Could it be mere coincidence? With a tumult of emotions swirling within him, Xiao Chen turned to discern the identity of this Boss Jiang. As the scene unfolded before him, his pupils constricted, rage boiling within as he ground his teeth in fury, feeling an overwhelming urge to unleash his wrath. Chapter 48. The pain, too much pain. Jiang Che. Upon witnessing Jiang Che and Shen Yuxuan hand in hand, Xiao Chen's eyes turned bloodshot, his anger surging to a boiling point. As he had anticipated, this Boss Jiang was indeed the despicable Jiang Che. He had landed himself in jail, squandered his 10 billion cash flow, endured humiliation and torment, and now, he had the audacity to steal his home? What a wretch. Utterly devoid of humanity. Naturally, Xiao Chen surmised that Jiang Che's interest in Shen Yuxuan was undoubtedly due to him. After all, there could be no conceivable connection between a top-tier young master like Jiang Che and someone like Shen Yushuan. With Jiang Che's background, uncovering his personal history would be a trivial task, even though Jiang Che and Shen Yushuan merely held hands without any inappropriate conduct. Xiao Chen's mind was already conjuring up a myriad of dramatic scenarios. The balcony, the bathroom, the sofa, oh, the pain. It was excruciating. Merely contemplating it left Xiao Chen breathless, his eyes bulging with fury, his heart bleeding profusely. Seeing Xiao Chen's bloodshot eyes, his ashen face, and his impotent rage, Jiang Che couldn't help but chuckle. Was he truly unable to withstand this? If Xiao Chen were to learn that his Blood Wolf mercenary group had been completely annihilated and that his serialized videos had become a sensation online, would he not be driven to the brink of despair? Before Jiang Che could utter a word, Shen Yushuan spoke first. Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? Who permitted you to return to the Sunshine Orphanage? Her expression was indifferent, her words icy, her gaze towards Xiao Chen filled with wariness and disdain, as if she were looking at the most repugnant garbage in the world. Despite not having seen him for 6 years, she recognized Xiao Chen at once. After all, they had grown up together in the orphanage, sharing many years, leaving a profound impression. Yushuan. The moment Xiao Chen sensed the disdainful look akin to viewing refuse and heard the profoundly cold words, his heart ached even more. He longed to speak. But before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Shen Yushuan. Do not call me Yushuan. You are not worthy. Her voice carried an icy chill that pierced the soul, her eyes radiating further contempt. Shen Yushuan had witnessed Xiao Chen's unprovoked assault on the contractor, his premeditated acts of violence, all of which remained etched in her mind. Having personally witnessed Xiao Chen's brutality, any lingering affection she had for her childhood companion had evaporated. Faced with such a callous and ruthless executioner, Shen Yushuan was left with nothing but boundless loathing. Reflecting on the past, the mere thought of having such a scoundrel in her life made her feel physically ill, nauseated to the core. Xiao Chen found himself genuinely questioning his existence. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not fathom why Shen Yushuan's attitude towards him had soured so drastically. The once melodious tone of her voice now rang cold as ice. Yushuan, I took a few deep breaths, forcefully suppressing the urge to unleash my fury upon Jiang Che. Xiao Chen attempted to continue speaking. Do not call me Yushuan. Xiao Chen. Miss Shen, that guy Jiang Che is no good. It would be wise for you to distance yourself from him. He is akin to a ravenous wolf, preying on the unsuspecting. Despite the turmoil within, I refrained from leaving a negative impression on Shen Yushuan, opting instead for an alternative form of address. Is the senior not a good person? Then are you? The illustrious leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, a paragon of virtue? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Shen Yushuan let out a cold laugh, her tone laced with sarcasm, particularly emphasizing the words Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. If Jiang Che cannot be deemed a good person, then do true good people even exist in this world? You know everything? At this revelation, Xiao Chen stood frozen, as if struck by a thunderbolt, his voice trembling unprecedentedly. It was then that he finally comprehended why Shen Yushuan had regarded him with such disdain and distance from the moment they met. After all, although his position as the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps came with prestige, it was equally accompanied by infamy, notorious in the international arena. To remain unaware, one must refrain from wrongdoing. You are most aware of the sordid deeds you have committed. Shen Yushuan's words dripped with mockery, her gaze growing ever colder. No, it cannot be. It was you. That bastard Jiang Che must have divulged all this to Yushuan. Xiao Chen mumbled to himself, suddenly coming to a realization. His face reddening with fury, his chest heaving, his eyes filled with menace, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a lion on the brink of rage, he roared. Given Shen Yushuan's background, uncovering details of his past was nearly impossible, yet she had learned of his identity as the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. It was undoubtedly that scoundrel Jiang Che who had revealed everything to her. Xiao Chen understood in that moment that any potential he had with Shen Yushuan had evaporated. The image he had in her mind was forever cemented as that of a mercenary chief, one who engaged in all manner of wickedness. With this thought, Xiao Chen could no longer contain his seething rage, his demeanor transforming as an aura of lethal intent radiated from him. In an instant, he vanished, his left hand forming a fist, the wind from his punch howling as it hurtled toward Jiang Che's face. At that moment, all of Xiao Chen's internal injuries healed, and even his cultivation advanced, breaking through to the pinnacle of the Mingjing realm. It can only be said that one cannot measure the Son of Fortune by ordinary standards. They are entities devoid of reason. Senior, Be careful, Shen Yushuan exclaimed in alarm, her heart leaping to her throat. Although Xiao Chen's assault was ferociously swift and domineering, it was regrettable that he faced Jiang Che. There was no need for Jiang Che to personally intervene. With a mere flick of his hand, Strongzy effortlessly dismantled Xiao Chen's entire offensive. Kid, if this is all the strength you possess, you might as well return home and train for another 2.5 years. Strongzy cackled eerily, swiftly seizing Xiao Chen's arm, channeling his inner energy, and instantly shattering Xiao Chen's dantian. For a martial artist at the pinnacle of transformation, subduing Xiao Chen, who merely stands at the peak of the Ming realm, should be a trivial endeavor. Even if Xiao Chen possessed extraordinary fortune, it was inconceivable for him to transcend 2 major realms and engage in a battle beyond his means. In the hands of a formidable opponent, he was akin to a fledgling chick, vulnerable and defenseless. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Chen felt his internal organs misalign. A surge of blood and energy overwhelming him, rendering his complexion ashen and causing beads of sweat to cascade from his forehead. A violent pain enveloped his entire being. His body trembling uncontrollably, lips turning a shade of purple, unable to articulate a single coherent thought, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness from agony. Before Xiao Chen could react, Shen Yushuan, filled with wrath, strode forward and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Chapter 49. He appears like a dog, suppressing the waves of pain coursing through him. Xiao Chen looked up in astonishment, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Shen Yushuan. His voice was a desolate whisper, his eyes dimmed with despair, his skin quivering incessantly. The greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has ceased to hope. As he beheld Shen Yushuan's frigid gaze, a profound ache gripped his heart, suffocating him as if abandoned by the entire world. Xiao Chen could scarcely fathom that his childhood companion, Shen Yushuan, would turn against him. Stirred to action by that wretched scoundrel, Jiang Che, inflicting upon him yet another devastating blow to his already battered spirit. If he surmised correctly, Shen Yushuan had only known Jiang Che for a mere handful of days. How could such a brief acquaintance inspire her to act in such a manner? What insidious charm had Jiang Che cast upon the radiant light of his life? Why did it seem that all of this should have been his? He was the one who had stood by Shen Yushuan throughout her formative years. Was it true that childhood bonds could never rival the allure of sudden affection? In his heart, Xiao Chen had always cherished Shen Yushuan, believing that she too had harbored feelings for him in silence. During his years as a mercenary in Hezhou, he had contemplated reconnecting with her, yet he feared that she might become entangled with his adversaries, leading to her harm, thus he hesitated to act. Despite not reaching out to her, he had kept a watchful eye on her life, aware that she had not engaged in any romantic relationships over the past 6 years. Hence, he harbored a profound illusion that she had been waiting for him all along. What sorcery had Jiang Che employed to elicit such deep affection from Shen Yushuan in such a brief span? Was he akin to the legendary Liao AI, a master of manipulation? The pain was unbearable. His mind conjured unspeakable images, and suddenly, his face flushed crimson as he coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. His already pallid complexion grew even more ashen, his breath frail, as though he were on the verge of departing this world. The physical torment he endured paled in comparison to the emotional anguish inflicted by Jiang Che. Xiao Chen's eyes, bloodshot and frigid, fixed a steely gaze upon the man before him, Jiang Che, who appeared more beastly than human. If a gaze could kill, Jiang Che would have perished 1,000 times over. Xiao Chen wished fervently to reduce him to mincemeat for the dogs, his emotional state reaching an astonishing level of 33. 333. Jiang Che was acutely aware of the seething hatred emanating from Xiao Chen's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Che found himself at a loss for words. How absurd that he had not uttered a single word since his entrance. Yet Xiao Chen longed to obliterate him. Had this fellow conjured some unspeakable imagery in his mind? Bah! Truly a wretched soul. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his voice as frigid as the winter's chill, resembling a mad dog from the depths of hell. Just as Xiao Chen had gathered enough resolve to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Shen Yushuan. Xiao Chen, you are forbidden from speaking to your senior. A vile creature like you is unworthy of such interaction. Shen Yushuan's expression was devoid of warmth, her emotionless words shattering Xiao Chen's defenses. Xiao Chen found himself momentarily speechless, utterly uncertain of how to respond. He struggled to cover his aching heart with trembling hands, his lips turning a shade of purple. Just leave, get out of my sight. Otherwise, I shall call the police. Observing Xiao Chen's pitiable state, the kind-hearted Shen Yushuan felt no flicker of compassion, her voice cold and resolute. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone, poised to dial for help. In Shen Yuxuan's view, Xiao Chen's current plight was entirely self-inflicted, devoid of any merit for sympathy. He should have anticipated the consequences of his actions before choosing the path of a mercenary leader and committing countless misdeeds. Xiao Chen's face turned ashen, despair washing over him as he closed his eyes, refraining from further justifications. He was acutely aware that any explanations at this juncture would be futile, for Shen Yuxuan would never believe him. Summoning a breath, he shakily managed to rise from the ground, his silhouette desolate as he staggered away into the distance. Under the blood-red sunset, Xiao Chen's figure appeared particularly forlorn. "Yuxuan, look at him. He resembles a stray dog," Jiang Che remarked casually, grasping Shen Yuxuan's delicate hand with a mocking smile, his tone laced with derision. In fear that Xiao Chen might not hear, Jiang Che deliberately raised his voice. He did not attempt to impede Shen Yuxuan's decision to let Xiao Chen depart. This night marked the end for Xiao Chen. What difference would a few extra hours make? Moreover, they were in a public setting, with several workers from the orphanage just finishing their shifts. To execute Xiao Chen before the eyes of the crowd would undoubtedly cast a shadow on their reputations. With his dantian crippled, Xiao Chen was now nothing but a powerless shell, unable to stir any trouble. One could easily send a shadow guard to dispose of him effortlessly. Indeed, the senior speaks true. This creature is lower than a beast. Shen Yuxuan eagerly chimed in, her voice sweetening and returning to a soft, melodious tone. With a gentle lift of her gaze, Shen Yuxuan looked at the man before her eyes brimming with an unshakable tenderness and affection. Not far away, Xiao Chen, who had just departed, overheard their conversation and could no longer contain the tumult of emotions within him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground, losing consciousness. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Che couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feeling no desire to linger any longer. "It's getting late. Let's head home," he declared. Having thoroughly shattered Xiao Chen, who had expended over 50,000 emotional points on this elite soldier, Jiang Che had no intention of prolonging their entanglement and turned to leave with Shen Yuxuan. If Xiao Chen were to be driven to the brink of death, it would be nothing short of delightful. Given his severe injuries, even if he managed to escape death by a stroke of luck, he was fated not to survive until dawn. "Okay, I'll listen to you, Senior," Shen Yuxuan replied obediently, her delicate features tinged with shyness as she instinctively grasped Jiang Che's large hand tightly. Without casting a glance at Xiao Chen, she accompanied Jiang Che out of the Sunshine Orphanage. "Huh, you arrogant brat, where's that bravado of yours now?" After Jiang Che's convoy had departed in grand fashion, the previously irate contractor approached Xiao Chen, spat on him, and delivered several harsh kicks. "Don't anyone call for medical help for this guy. Let him fend for himself." Chapter 50. Senior, please be gentle at Qingting Villa. When Jiang Che returned with Shen Yuxuan, the clock had struck 8 in the evening. In the hall, a little girl named Xiao Yi, dressed in a purple dress, stood in a corner with an expressionless face, observing the diligent maid as if she were learning something. Upon seeing Jiang Che and Shen Yuxuan return hand in hand, a flicker of barely perceptible joy crossed her violet eyes, and she nodded slightly in greeting. "Sister Xiao Yi," Shen Yuxuan said with a sweet smile, returning the greeting. Having resided in Qingting Villa for several days, Shen Yuxuan had come to know this purple-haired little girl quite well. She recognized that Xiao Yi was taciturn and rarely spoke, although her exterior appeared cool and aloof. She was, in fact, quite easy to get along with. Xiao Yi was a few years older than her and had arrived at Qingting Villa before she did. Thus, Shen Yuxuan's address of Sister Xiao Yi was heartfelt and sincere. Gazing at Xiao Yi from a distance, Shen Yuxuan felt a deep sense of admiration. Captivated by the little girl's ethereal beauty, her features were exquisitely sculpted, fair and flawless, with eyes like paintings and skin as pure as snow. Previously, Shen Yuxuan had seen numerous Western beauties on her phone and television, yet those pale in comparison to Xiao Yi. Jiang Che approached Xiao Yi and naturally enveloped her delicate, seemingly boneless form in his embrace. Leaning down slightly, he planted a kiss on her soft, smooth cheek, inhaling the faint, enchanting fragrance that wafted from her. His eyes narrowed in contentment, reveling in the moment. Regarding the notion that some women inherently possess a natural fragrance, Jiang Che initially dismissed such claims, believing them to be mere embellishments by admirers glorifying their goddesses. However, after encountering these fortunate women, he realized the extent of his error. Whether it was Xiao Yi, Shen Yuxuan, Lu Mingxi, or Lang Qingxiu, each bore a unique scent, more or less. Xiao Yi's fragrance was pure and refreshing, accompanied by a subtle hint of lavender, while Lu Mingxi exuded a delightful milky aroma. It was impossible to determine who was superior, each had their own distinct charms. "Xiao Yi, my dear," "This evening you shall be left alone in your chamber," Jiang Che remarked with a light chuckle after feeling content. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi glanced at him before turning her gaze towards Shen Yuxuan, biting her lip and silently nodding. Understanding Jiang Che's implication, Xiao Yi realized that Shen Yuxuan was likely destined for an inevitable fate that night. She had anticipated such a development and chose not to voice her thoughts. Moreover, she had long desired to sleep separately from her master, yet was unsure how to decline Jiang Che's advances. Jiang Che appeared to be inexhaustible, but she did not possess such extraordinary stamina and was beginning to feel overwhelmed. After escorting Shen Yuxuan back to the second-floor bedroom, Jiang Che found amusement in the sight of the adorable, anxious girl before him. "Senior, I'll take a shower first," Shen Yuxuan stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment, before hastily retreating into the bathroom. Though Jiang Che had not mentioned anything prior, Shen Yuxuan was fully aware of the unspoken understanding between them. After all, she was a 20-year-old junior, not an innocent girl unaware of the implications of Jiang Che bringing her to his room. In truth, she could not refuse. Nor did she wish to, for this was precisely what she had always longed for. What a charming little creature. Jiang Che mused with a gentle smile as he removed his shirt, revealing his chiseled physique, and comfortably reclined on the soft bed. He engaged in casual conversation with Lung Qingqiu and Lu Mengxi over his phone, passing the time until Shen Yuxuan re-emerged approximately 20 minutes later. As he beheld the enchanting figure of the young woman before him, Jiang Che swallowed hard, feeling a rush of desire. Having just bathed, Shen Yuxuan's cheeks were flushed, her skin emanating a delicate pink hue, radiant and exquisite like blossoming flowers. Clad in a pink short skirt, she showcased her delicate collarbone and porcelain-like shoulders, her long, fair legs adorned with knee-high stockings, exuding an innocent allure. The ensemble perfectly accentuated Shen Yuxuan's graceful curves, highlighting her alluring silhouette. Noticing Jiang Che's silence, Shen Yuxuan asked long. Delicate eyelashes fluttered as she fought against her own bashfulness. With graceful steps, she approached him, her voice soft and endearing. "Senior, in the deep of night." With a gentle breeze and a starry sky, the silvery moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the earth below. At this moment, within the confines of the Sunshine Orphanage, a sudden gust of the evening breeze sent a chill through Xiao Chen, startling him into consciousness. "Where am I?" As he slowly opened his eyes, his thoughts were somewhat hazy. He stood there, lost in contemplation for 3 seconds before gradually recalling the events leading to his unconsciousness. "Jiang Che, you despicable wretch." Recollections of Jiang Che's myriad insults ignited a surge of blood to Xiao Chen's head, instantly exacerbating his injuries and unleashing a searing agony that engulfed his entire being. His cries of anguish echoed starkly in the stillness of the night. After an outburst of torment, as the all-consuming pain gradually ebbed, Xiao Chen shakily rose from the ground, dragging his battered body away from the Sunshine Orphanage. The endless humiliation inflicted by Jiang Che ignited a tempest of rage within Xiao Chen, a fierce desire to see him suffer 1,000-fold. Yet, amidst the turmoil, a sliver of rationality remained. He understood that he was powerless to enact any change at this moment. His cultivation had been obliterated. How could he seek vengeance against Jiang Che? Patience. For now, he could only bide his time, waiting for the opportunity to strike back. His cultivation may have been lost, but he could always start anew. If 10 years weren't enough, perhaps 20 or 30 would suffice. This humiliation of today would, one day, be repaid to Jiang Che 100-fold. Reassuring himself with these thoughts, Xiao Chen stumbled away from the Sunshine Orphanage, making his way towards his rented accommodation. With no money to hail a cab, he was forced to walk, step by painstaking step. By the time he returned to his rented room, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. With trembling fingers, he opened the drawer and, after consuming a mysterious elixir, felt a significant alleviation of the previous torment that had ravaged his insides, though he remained grievously injured. Taking a deep breath, he charged his phone and immediately reached out to his overseas companions, hoping they could assist him financially. A series of unanswered calls filled him with an ominous premonition. Having been deceived by Jiang Che so many times, he had developed an instinctual response. Frowning, Xiao Chen instinctively accessed the internet to peruse recent international news. Before long, an article titled "Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps Massacred Overnight" captured his attention. After reading the entire report, Xiao Chen's composure shattered, veins bulged on his forehead, and his face contorted in rage as he let out a furious roar. Jiang Che, Chapter 51, The Tragic Demise of Xiao Chun. Jiang Che, you vile cur. After digesting the news report, Xiao Chen hurled his phone to the ground, his fury transforming him into a tempestuous creature, akin to a rabid dog, barking uncontrollably and wreaking havoc upon the furnishings of his room. Tables, chairs, and laptops succumbed to his wrath, shattering into fragments. Xiao Chen felt as though he were on the brink of madness, his mind in a state of disarray, his eyes bloodshot and veined, and his vision slightly blurred. Despite the absence of any concrete evidence, he was utterly convinced that his Blood Wolf mercenary corps had been obliterated by that scoundrel Jiang Che. With Jiang Che's formidable background, annihilating a mercenary group in the Black Continent would be child's play. Apart from Jiang Che, Xiao Chen could scarcely conceive of anyone else capable of such an act. While numerous dark organizations existed within the shadowy realm, few bore a deep-seated grudge against his Blood Wolf mercenary corps. Even if those rival factions joined forces, they could never hope to eradicate the Blood Wolf mercenary corps in a single night. "Oh, brothers, it is I, Xiao Chen, who has wronged you," he sobbed, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks as he trembled and knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing his head. It seemed that only in this manner could he alleviate the guilt that weighed heavily upon his heart. His actions were vigorous, the ground resonating with the sound of his repeated bows, and soon his forehead became stained with blood. Yet, Xiao Chen appeared oblivious to the pain coursing through his head, continuing to bow fervently. After a considerable time, when the blood had thoroughly blurred his vision, Xiao Chen finally staggered to his feet, feeling parched and dry. He hastily seized a bottle from the table and took a large swig. Coughing, the intense heat surged through him, and he belatedly realized that he had not drunk water but rather a bottle of 96 proof vodka. Xiao Chen was indeed a connoisseur of spirits, after all. In the war-torn Black Continent, every mission was fraught with peril, leaving him in a state of heightened tension. After each task, he would indulge in a deep intoxication, followed by revelries with a few brothers, enjoying the company of the local women. This bottle of vodka had been a parting gift from his brothers before his return to the Dragon Kingdom. Consuming it now evoked a bittersweet nostalgia within him. Upon sighting the vodka, Xiao Chen's defenses crumbled once more. Disregarding his various injuries, he opened his mouth wide and drank deeply. In no time, the entire bottle of vodka was emptied, and his gaze grew increasingly dazed. In a haze, he seemed to see his deceased brothers beckoning to him. "Brothers, I will soon join you," he murmured, shaking his head vigorously, which restored a modicum of clarity to his mind. With his intense fury lacking an outlet for release, Xiao Chen felt as though he were about to explode. The alcohol coursed through him, awakening his innermost desires. For a mercenary king like Xiao Chen, who thrived on carnal pleasures, a fortnight without a woman's touch was more torturous than death itself. Before returning to his homeland, he could indulge in the company of several women. Now, in the Dragon Kingdom, he found himself utterly alone and devoid of any means. Even seeking out a streetwalker was beyond his financial reach. "It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Self-reliance leads to self-sufficiency, and the sentiment remains unchanged." Taking a deep breath, I silently urged myself on. Xiao Chen trembled as he bowed his head, picking up the phone he had carelessly thrown, now in a sorry state. Though the screen was somewhat shattered, watching a video was still feasible. Xiao Chen languidly reclined upon the bed, first opening an app to scroll through a few alluring dance performances by female streamers. As his interest peaked, he swallowed hard with excitement, trembling fingers opening an orange-hued application. Initially, he was filled with anticipation. However, upon glimpsing the main promotional video on the app's homepage, a wave of fury surged within him, igniting his anger. "Jiang Che." Xiao Chen erupted into a tirade, his face flushed crimson, then ashen and purplish. The video highlighted his harrowing experiences in prison, with a close-up of his anguished expression, titled "Prison Storm." Numerous comments from others in similar predicaments flooded the section below, praising his physique and expressing a desire to experience it for themselves. Infuriated by the humiliating remarks, Xiao Chen felt as if his lungs would burst. Already grievously injured, and with his dantian destroyed, combined with the influence of alcohol, his fury caused an uncontrollable surge of energy to flow downward. Upon reaching a critical point, a deafening explosion echoed, his male member had ruptured. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the pain intensified tenfold, enveloping Xiao Chen completely. He watched in horror as his own tool of destruction shattered, his expression a tapestry of colors, turning red, then blue, then purple. Unable to contain his grief and rage, he coughed up mouthfuls of crimson blood, collapsing onto the bed. The excruciating agony compelled him to writhe upon the board, ultimately losing his balance and tumbling to the ground, shards of glass piercing his eyes, rendering him utterly incapacitated. "I will not accept this," he bellowed in despair, fueled by an overwhelming hatred for Jiang Che. Ultimately, he succumbed to excessive blood loss, his demise tragically gruesome. Meanwhile, the phone on the bed continued to play the video, his anguished cries echoing endlessly. Thus, the saga of a once great soldier came to a somber close. In the early hours, the night was profound. The bright moon concealed by clouds, plunging the world into utter darkness. Under the cover of night, 5 shadowy figures, clad in dark attire, received Jiang Che's orders. After disabling the surrounding surveillance, they stealthily infiltrated Xiao Chen's rental apartment. Upon entering through the window, the 5 shadowy figures surveyed their surroundings. Quickly spotting Xiao Chen lying on the ground in a pitiful state, they exchanged glances, and the leader, a woman, approached Xiao Chen, checking for signs of life. Confirming that he was indeed lifeless and had passed no more than an hour prior, she inquired, "What shall we do now?" A petite shadow guard, her expression icy, inquired about the young master's intentions. It seemed he wished for them to stealthily infiltrate and eliminate Xiao Chen in the dead of night. However, upon their arrival at Xiao Chen's rented abode, they discovered he had already succumbed to his fate. Did this count as fulfilling their mission? After capturing a photograph, they swiftly departed. The leading shadow guard made a decisive choice, adeptly snapping a picture and recording a brief video before vanishing into the night with her companions. Meanwhile, the very target of Xiao Chen's unrelenting thoughts, Jiang Che, was busy chiseling away at his white moonlight. Chapter 52. The Divine Doctor Descends. Beginning with 18 marriage proposals the following morning, as dawn broke, Senior Shen Yuxuan nestled in Jiang Che's embrace, her gaze towards him brimming with tenderness and affection. Her small head nuzzled against him repeatedly, resembling an endearing little kitten. "How do you feel?" Jiang Che arched an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips as he looked down at the girl in his arms. "Senior, you are truly mischievous." Shen Yuxuan's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she lightly punched his chest with her tiny fist, her tone teasing yet shy, feeling a wave of bashfulness wash over her. How could she, as a young woman, respond to such ambiguous inquiries? Men are bad, women love them, Jiang Che teased. "Do you love your senior?" he asked, playfully twirling a strand of Shen Yuxuan's silky hair, maintaining his jesting demeanor. "Perhaps I do," she stammered, her voice soft and airy, much like a bewildered little rabbit. Utterly charming. Just as Jiang Che had remarked, Shen Yuxuan found herself more enamored with his current roguish persona. After all, if he were to maintain a perpetually serious, upright image, she would never have a chance to prevail. What a scatterbrain, Jiang Che chuckled at her ambiguous response, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He refrained from further teasing her, instead gently holding her delicate hands, caressing them softly. Due to her years of part-time work, Shen Yuxuan's hands were noticeably rougher than those of most girls. Though fair-skinned, her palms bore calluses, a testament to her laborious efforts. Individuals engaged in strenuous work inevitably develop such calluses, and Shen Yuxuan was no exception. The gentle touch revealed a rugged beauty. "Senior, please don't stare," she uttered, her long, delicate eyelashes fluttering in shyness, coupled with a hint of insecurity. She could exhibit all her attributes before Jiang Che, be it her figure or her beauty. Yet her hands remained a flaw she had always endeavored to conceal. "Don't worry, my dear, I would never disdain you," Jiang Che reassured, having perceived Shen Yuxuan's discomfort. He tenderly scooped her up and carried her into the bathroom. Now that Shen Yuxuan had become his woman, he would ensure she possessed the same elixirs of beauty and rejuvenation that other women enjoyed. Furthermore, Jiang Che intended to consume a pair of pills himself, aiming to fundamentally transform his martial arts aptitude. After indulging in a luxurious hot bath for 2.5 hours, Shen Yuxuan emerged, having undergone a remarkable transformation. Her skin had become more radiant, fair and translucent, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow. Shen Yuxuan, already possessing extraordinary beauty, had seen her allure elevated to unprecedented heights after consuming the youth elixir. Her features became even more exquisite and three-dimensional, embodying the notion that a single glance could be eternal. Any man who had laid eyes on Shen Yuxuan would find it nearly impossible to forget this enchanting beauty. As delicate as a flower. As Jiang Che observed the ethereal beauty standing before him, he fell into deep contemplation. The previous night, he had received various alerts from the system, becoming aware that Xiao Chun had met his demise. Although Xiao Chun had passed away, Shen Yuxuan still bore the fate of a fortunate female lead, naturally attracting the attention of other protagonists. This phenomenon is akin to how a meat bun invariably draws the attention of hungry dogs. In order to avert potential dangers, Jiang Che deemed it essential to bolster the security surrounding Shen Yuxuan, for he could not remain by her side perpetually. Aside from Xiaoyi, he recognized the necessity of augmenting the protective detail for Lu Mingxi and Lung Qingxiu as well, to guard against unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, the significance of the shadow guards came to the forefront. Previously, Jiang Che had acquired 40 shadow guards through a system lottery, all of whom had attained peak dark energy cultivation, more than sufficient to safeguard Shen Yuxuan and her companions. Under Xiao Yi's tutelage, these shadow guards had mastered numerous assassination techniques, and their combined strength could rival formidable opponents, with loyalty being an absolute certainty. Having contemplated these matters, Jiang Che candidly expressed his thoughts to Shen Yuxuan. "Just follow the arrangements of your senior," she replied, her delicate brows arching in a gentle smile, the corners of her lips curving upwards, her lovely visage reflecting a stunning grace. She felt enveloped in a profound sense of security, overwhelmed by happiness. Jiang Che's affectionate demeanor was palpable to her. "Shen Yuxuan has completely succumbed to your charms." Emotional value 33, 344. After a long night, fatigue washed over him, and the system's prompt resonated in his mind, urging him to rest. With a soft chuckle, Jiang Che reached out and playfully pinched Shen Yuxuan's smooth, tender cheek. Shen Yuxuan nodded slightly, then, rising on her toes, placed a gentle kiss on Jiang Che's cheek before returning to her room. Once Shen Yuxuan had entered her chamber, Jiang Che proceeded downstairs, gathering all the residing shadow guards at Qingting Manor to assign them their tasks. He then reached out to Lu Mingxi and Lang Qingxiu, sharing his plans with them. Mengxi will listen to her brother. Seeing Lu Mingxi's response filled Jiang Che with nostalgia. He realized it had been quite some time since he had last encountered this adorable, sweet, and charming little girl. With school set to commence in 3 days, he anticipated the start of their cohabitation. Perhaps he could also entice Lang Qingxiu to join them at Qingting Manor for a game of mahjong? After the shadow guards received their orders and departed, Jiang Che returned to the hall, embracing the purple-haired little girl and initiating a system lottery. Unbeknownst to him, before Xiao Chen's demise, he had somehow contributed a staggering 50,000 emotional points to Jiang Che. The king of soldiers rarely shows such generosity, and naturally, Jiang Che felt a sense of gratitude, immediately preparing for a draw. After a period of relentless harvesting, his emotional value had accumulated to over 150,000, allowing for a direct 15 consecutive draws. System, grant me 15 consecutive draws. Xiaoyi subtly lifted her gaze to glance at Jiang Che, her expression stoic. Yet she nestled obediently in the man's embrace, her delicate white feet swaying gently. Bayan Mountain, nestled within the tranquil confines of Jiangzhou province, is surrounded by towering peaks, shrouded in mist, with clear waters and lush scenery, resembling a picturesque landscape. Due to its remote location, Bayan Mountain is seldom visited, with only a handful of villagers residing there. On the summit of a cliff, several thatched cottages stand tall. A young man reclines leisurely in the shade of a tree, a blade of blue-silver grass between his lips, basking in the warm sunlight. "In 3 days, I shall descend the mountain. Old man, you have truly put me through hardship. Had it not been for these 3 years of tomb guarding, with my exceptional medical skills, I could have long been living a life of wealth and luxury, surrounded by beauties." The young man continued to speak to himself, his face displaying an air of arrogance. As he spoke, he sprang up from the grass and briskly approached a tombstone not far away. "Let me see what treasures you have left for me, you old rascal." He opened a hidden compartment on the tombstone and discovered the items within. A marriage certificate? 18 of them. He chuckled. "Ah, old man, you truly understand me." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly reached for the marriage certificates to inspect them, only for his smile to freeze in place the moment he read the names. Yang Tsuhua, Wang Dainiu, Lu Area, Zhang Taidan, Chen Ergu, Zhang Sanfeng Li Sigi. After perusing the names inscribed on the marriage contracts, Chun Hao's mouth twitched violently, his expression darkening to an ominous pallor. What the hell? Is this old man truly not playing a prank on me? What respectable woman bears such names? They sound like the derogatory nicknames given to men in rural areas. After 3 arduous years of guarding the tomb on Bayan Mountain, this was the reward he received? The old man was truly wicked. Henceforth, I shall only offer incense to you if I do not bear the surname Chen. Unbeknownst to Chen Hao, his master, that old rascal was indeed not jesting. His master, the eccentric Master Zhuozhi, had a peculiar fondness for women weighing over 250 pounds. Having inherited his master's legacy, it was only natural for Master Zhuozhi to assume that Chun Hao shared the same preference for robust, voluptuous women. To obtain these 18 marriage certificates, Master Zhuozhi had traversed the length and breadth of the land, expending considerable effort to gather them. His medical prowess was exceptional, and with a profound understanding of ancient medicine, he could roughly ascertain whether these women would meet his expectations as they matured, hence the arrangements he made. Of course, in order to ensure that Chun Hao does not feel lonely in the years to come and to allow his cherished disciple a change of pace, Master Zhuozhi has chosen several ordinary women as engagement candidates for him. Upon seeing the names of 3 exceptionally lovely girls inscribed on the marriage certificate, Xiaqinga, Chun Hao's feelings of frustration began to dissipate somewhat, though he remained filled with resentment towards the old man who had passed away 3 years prior. "You old fool! Since you dared to toy with me for 3 years, I shall not honor your grave during these last 3 days." Chun Hao muttered through clenched teeth as he glared at the tombstone before him. After a few expletives, he swiftly returned to his humble abode, gathered a canvas bag, and hastily packed his belongings, ensuring to secure the 808 yuan he had secretly saved over the years. With one last glance at the tombstone, he turned away, leaving the mountain without a hint of nostalgia. On this descent, Chun Hao had but 3 objectives: to annul the engagement, and once again, to annul the engagement. Although he had never laid eyes on these women, he was well aware that the old man had undoubtedly chosen none who possessed beauty. They were likely to be formidable creatures, each weighing over 300 pounds. After all, having lived together for many years, Chun Hao understood his master's peculiar tastes all too well. The old man frequently visited Widow Wang's home at the foot of the mountain, obsessively clinging to those memories until his last breath. Widow Wang, robust and towering, tipped the scales at nearly 280 pounds, and the village men steered clear of her. Save for his master, who was inexplicably enamored. After 12 years of quiet cultivation, it was time to soar from the abyss. Henceforth, the skies would be vast for the birds to fly, and the seas would be wide for the fish to leap. Old man, watch closely from below. I, your disciple, shall traverse the flower-laden cities, sail the vast seas, and command the world, embracing beauty on either side. Chun Hao scoffed, as he envisioned a future surrounded by stunning maidens, reveling in a life of opulence and indulgence, excitement dancing on his lips. With a few swift movements, he vanished into the boundless wilderness. In a lavishly decorated villa in Linjiang City, a young man stared blankly at his reflection in the mirror, murmuring to himself, "Have I traversed dimensions? Have I entered the mindless and exhilarating urban medical drama? The divine doctor descends with 18 marriage certificates? Am I the first major victim, the protagonist's brother and underling? That foolish rich second generation, Mu Feng, who showers gifts and brides upon the protagonist." After sorting through the chaos in his mind, Mu Feng's expression darkened to a frightening degree. Utterly speechless. Why must I be Mu Feng, this foolish sycophant, instead of anyone else? Just before his journey into this new life began, Mu Feng had fortuitously read this very urban medical novel and was thus well acquainted with the protagonist, Chun Hao, and the trajectory of his own future. Chun Hao descended the mountain to Linjiang City, bearing 18 marriage contracts, embarking on a journey to annul them one by one. This marked the beginning of a remarkable ascent in his life, where he encountered a myriad of captivating women, including elegant ladies, charming maidens, and diligent nurses. It is perplexing whether the author of this tale is lacking in judgment or deliberately crafting a stark contrast, as among Chun Hao's 18 betrotheds, aside from Xiaqinga, Yu Linglong, and Tang Tang, the remaining women are grotesquely overweight, resembling demonic figures. As the fated son, Chun Hao naturally looks down upon these unappealing prospects and is determined to annul the engagements, thus setting the stage for the unfolding narrative. When he arrives to annul the marriages, the families of these women are understandably displeased and seek to make an example of Chun Hao, providing him with ample opportunity to showcase his prowess and skill. Consequently, Chun Hao, through his extraordinary medical talents, infiltrates the upper echelons of Linjiang's elite, earning the admiration of numerous influential figures and establishing his dominance in the city, with a beautiful CEO in one hand and a campus belle in the other. Moreover, Mu Feng not only showers Chun Hao with wealth and women but also, in a moment of folly, gives him his long-adored goddess, Li Yanran, whom he had pursued for 7 years under the pretense of fulfilling Chun Hao's desires. Just as Li Yanran was on the verge of accepting Mu Feng's proposal, this impulsive act incited her deep-seated disdain towards Mu Feng, leading to their inevitable separation. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Hao, with his miraculous medical skills, successfully treats Li Yanran's gravely ill brother, ultimately winning her heart. In a tragic turn of events, Mu Feng, unable to bear the reality of the situation, is consumed by regret and tragically takes his own life by jumping into a river. Following his demise, his father, Mu Yozhong, is left in profound sorrow and soon passes away as well. Naturally, as Mu Feng's close friend, Chen Hao employs various means to take over the Mu family South real estate empire, thus securing his first fortune and laying a solid foundation for his future commercial empire. Upon reaching this juncture, Mu Feng nearly succumbed to a heart attack from sheer frustration, pursuing the inept author with fervent indignation for 7 consecutive days. What sort of mind could conceive such absurd and melodramatic plot lines? After much effort, he finally acquired the author's address, but tragically met his end in an accident involving a construction vehicle on his way to confront the author. Thus, he found himself reincarnated as the foolish and devoted Mu Feng. Is this the retribution for my relentless pursuit of the misguided author? Reflecting on the entirety of events, Mu Feng's expression grew complex as he sighed deeply. Since I am here, I might as well accept it. After all, in his previous life, Mu Feng was an unnoticed, impoverished orphan. His existence was inconsequential. Becoming a wealthy heir at least grants him a taste of a life filled with opulence and indulgence, does it not? Comforting himself with this thought, Mu Feng soon compelled himself to embrace his current reality and tentatively inquired, System? Ding. Chapter 54. The first half of Li Yinran's life. Ding. Host, I am here. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated in Mu Feng's mind. Although devoid of any emotion, to Mu Feng, it sounded like a celestial melody. System, please introduce your functions. Mu Feng's face radiated with joy, his voice quivering slightly, and his demeanor was particularly exuberant, his breathing quickening. Initially, Mu Feng had merely asked out of curiosity and had not anticipated awakening a system upon his arrival in this new realm. Although protagonists in web novels typically awaken systems, Mu Feng held little hope for such an occurrence. After all, his character seemed to be a tragic figure, merely a stepping stone for the main protagonist. To his astonishment, a subconscious call had indeed awakened the system, and Mu Feng could hardly contain his ecstasy. Returning to the host, this system is known as the backstabbing protagonist system. As long as the host continually backstabs the protagonist, rewards in the form of points can be accrued, which may be exchanged for items in the system's marketplace. The system coldly outlined its functions, its voice as frigid as an algorithmic program. Backstab the protagonist? Could it be that I, Mu Feng, am destined to defy fate and become the ultimate villain? With the system's explanation, Mu Feng's excitement surged, and he laughed uproariously, his entire being electrified with exhilaration. In this era, righteous protagonists are often unappealing. While tales of villains thrive, Mu Feng had certainly indulged in many such web novels. Moreover, his system was not designed for villainous roles or mere plot adherence. It merely required him to continuously undermine the protagonist, Chen Hao, in order to reap various rewards. Thus, he would swiftly achieve a reversal of fortune, rising to prominence on the shoulders of Chen Hao, the divine protagonist. Furthermore, as a subordinate to the protagonist, he inherently possessed numerous opportunities to undermine Chen Hao. It could be said that this backstabbing protagonist system was tailor-made for Mu Feng. Imagining a future where he stood triumphantly over Chen Hao, reveling in the company of beautiful women, Mu Feng's smile widened with audacity. Heh, brother Chen Hao. If you cannot manage these heroines, allow your little brother to take over. You should go enjoy your life with your 15 demon companions. As for Xia Qingge, Yuling Long, and Li Yinran, he would graciously accept them on Chen Hao's behalf. In response to Mu Feng's self-indulgent musings and manic declarations, the backstabbing protagonist system remained silent, seemingly indifferent. Reflecting on Li Yinran's character, Mu Feng's expression grew complex once more. Every pitiful person must possess something to be despised, and every despicable person must have something to be pitied. This adage encapsulated the essence of Li Yinran's life. At the tender age of 6, Li Yinran lost her father, and by 7, her mother. She and her brother were raised by their grandmother, relying on each other for support. When she turned 15, her grandmother passed away, leaving her and her brother in the care of an aunt, as per their grandmother's wishes. By then, the 15-year-old Li Yin had blossomed into a striking young woman, her beauty undeniable. At school, she faced the mindless pursuits of delinquents, while at home, she had to constantly guard against the predatory advances of her lecherous uncle, all in a desperate bid to preserve her innocence and survive in a harsh world. In the face of her uncle's harassment, Li Yinran's aunt not only failed to intervene but deemed such behavior as entirely reasonable, justifying it by stating that Li Yin and her brother had been living under their roof and thus owed a debt of gratitude to the family. For 3 long years, Li Yanran endured this dark and wretched existence. This unique ordeal instilled in her a profound aversion to men, leading her to believe that those who approached her harbored ulterior motives, causing her character to gradually darken, despite her life being a tangled mess devoid of hope. Li Yanran refused to succumb to despair. Instead, she immersed herself in her studies with unwavering diligence. She understood that education was her sole escape, not only for her own sake but also for the well-being of her only younger brother. If she were to continue living with her aunt as time passed, her uncle's behavior would likely escalate unchecked, and she would inevitably lose her innocence. Upon receiving her college entrance examination results, Li Yanran successfully gained admission to Linjiang University and quietly departed with her brother from the repugnant household. Although her uncle erupted in fury, he was powerless to prevent their departure. Upon arriving in Linjiang City, Li Yan initially believed her circumstances would vastly improve. However, life dealt her another heavy blow. Lacking funds for tuition and without a guardian, she had no choice but to apply for student loans, which barely covered her meager living expenses at school, leaving her unable to care for her young brother. Without local residency, she could not ensure her brother could attend school like other children. Li Yanran juggled part-time work while studying, striving to maintain an exceedingly frugal existence, doing her utmost to prevent her brother from going hungry. Even when she herself faced starvation, she would find food for her younger sibling. Once in university, Li Yanran's striking beauty naturally attracted considerable attention. Due to her high school experiences, she harbored a deep disdain for men who approached her with ulterior motives. However, this time, she did not entirely shut them out. After taking online courses on how to navigate the world of opportunistic relationships, Li Yanran leveraged her physical allure, suppressing her disgust, and allowed these men to shower her with gifts, all the while maintaining her boundaries, ensuring no man would touch her garment, all to enhance her brother's quality of life. Among her many admirers, Mu Feng, a wealthy heir, stood out as her most devoted suitor, lavish in his generosity. Just as Li Yan believed her life was finally beginning to brighten, fate played a cruel trick on her. Her brother was diagnosed with a rare and serious illness requiring exorbitant medical expenses daily. At this critical juncture, Mu Feng stepped forward, offering to cover her brother's medical costs. Li Yanran felt immense gratitude towards him, yet her deep-seated aversion to men, a result of her traumatic past, made it difficult for her to accept his affections. Instinctively feeling repulsed, after much hesitation, she agreed to become Mu Feng's girlfriend, requesting time to come to terms with the relationship, to which he joyfully acquiesced. Thus began another 3 years of their intertwined lives. After reminiscing about Li Yanran's early life, Mu Feng gently shook his head, his mood serene. Humanity is an exceedingly complex creature. To evaluate a person solely on a binary scale of good and bad would be rather simplistic. To him, Li Yanran is undoubtedly a thoroughly wicked woman, a materialistic individual, a white lotus. Yet, to her brother, she is a devoted, selfless sister who showers him with affection without seeking anything in return. Viewing life from different perspectives often reveals starkly contrasting narratives. The unfortunate spend their lives healing from childhood traumas, and Li Yanran is no exception. As for the reasons behind Li Yanran's tragic existence, it is intrinsically linked to her fateful destiny. Were it not for these antecedent conditions, the dual affliction of misandry and psychological turmoil stemming from her upbringing, and her gravely ill brother, how could the miraculous healer Chun Hao ever hope to win the heart of a beauty? Reflecting on Chun Hao, Mu Feng let out a cold laugh, filled with anticipation, and inquired of the system. System, is there a novice gift pack available? Indeed. Host, would you like to open the novice gift pack now? Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a physique of 10. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 chiffon tissue papers. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 9,999 pairs of Balenciaga black stockings. Congratulations, host, you have received a fully equipped Volkswagen Passat 380. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 10 small rejuvenation pills. Consuming a small rejuvenation pill can enhance true energy by 5 years and elevate a martial artist to a minor realm, with a chance for a breakthrough for those at the Dan level. Note, a martial artist may consume only one. Further consumption is ineffective. Congratulations, host. You have gained the special ability of linguistic manipulation. This ability allows control over a person's speech and actions for 5 minutes. Applicable only to martial artists of lower cultivation than the host, with no usage restrictions. Congratulations, host. You have received 10-century-old ice mountain snow lotuses. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 dragon vitality pills. These enhance kidney function, preventing fatigue. One pill lasts for 7 days. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 passion induction cards. These cards compel one person to fall in love with another, disregarding gender and race, lasting for 7 days. Congratulations, host. You have acquired God-level medical skills. This skill can revive the deceased and mend broken bones, encompassing the essence of 5,000 years of Chinese medicine, including the Tai Divine Needle, the 13 Ghost Gate Needles, and the 9 Transformations Needles. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 999 exquisite silver needles. Congratulations, host. You have received the 10,000 Medicines Canon, a compilation of various herbs and spiritual medicines throughout China's millennia of history, complete with detailed descriptions. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Heavenly Poison Scripture. Every flower, leaf, grass, and tree can transform into poison. Poison reigns supreme. Upon witnessing the myriad rewards from this draw, Jiang Che beamed with joy, silently commending the system. Only the system truly understands me. According to the narrative, the miraculous healer Chen Hao had descended from the mountains. Winning God-level medical skills at this moment was akin to receiving a pillow when one was drowsy, according to the skills hierarchy of the system in this world. Whether in the art of medicine or any other discipline, the pinnacle is merely that of a master level. Divine medical skills transcend the limits of this realm, existing as a singular entity. Even as Chen Hao progresses towards the later stages of the narrative, he can only elevate his medical expertise to the master level, leaving a vast chasm between him and the divine skills. With the possession of divine medical prowess and the heavenly poison cannon, subduing Chen Hao, the descending divine physician, becomes a trivial task. System, grant me enlightenment. Engaging in a silent communion with the system, Jiang Che closed his eyes and soon entered a state of profound realization. The little girl in his embrace, Xiao Yi, sensed his unusual demeanor. Although puzzled, she refrained from any movement, choosing instead to quietly observe him. After a considerable time, once Jiang Che fully assimilated the system's inheritance, he leisurely opened his eyes. Despite the overwhelming volume of knowledge received, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Approvingly acknowledging the system, his gaze shifted to the purple-haired little girl in his arms, and he smiled gently. Xiaoyi, would you like to restore your voice and speak like an ordinary person? Having absorbed the entirety of the divine medical inheritance and mastered various miraculous acupuncture techniques, Jiang Che found it a simple matter to assist Xiaoyi in recovering her damaged vocal cords. Even though her vocal cords had been compromised for over a decade, he possessed the means to restore them in an instant. Such is the remarkable nature of divine medical skills. Not only could he address Xiaoyi's vocal concerns, but he could also bring back to life a person on the brink of death, forcibly extending their lifespan. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi's purple eyes gleamed with a flicker of hope, and she nodded silently. If given the chance, she too wished to converse like a regular girl and engage in normal communication. Yet, for her, this had always been a distant and unattainable dream. Just watch. Jiang Che did not linger in idle chatter. He gently patted the little girl's shoulder, signaling her to rise from his embrace. Once Xiao Yi settled comfortably on the sofa, he flicked his wrist, causing a series of shimmering silver needles to materialize at his fingertips. Without any superfluous motions, Jiang Che began to employ the miraculous Tai Divine Needle technique. Even as he executed it for the first time, his movements were fluid and harmonious, a seamless flow of action. In a brief span, the enchanting little girl was transformed into a porcupine of silver needles. Xiaoyi felt a warm current coursing through her dantian, flowing through her limbs and body, involuntarily releasing a soft sigh. Her delicate eyelashes fluttering as she closed her eyes in sheer enjoyment. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Jiang Che removed the rows of silver needles from Xiaoyi, retracting them into the system space. All done. Give it a try now. You can speak. Master. Xiaoyi swallowed hard, her lips pursed, hesitating several times before finally uttering a faint, indistinct murmur that barely escaped her lips. After more than a decade of silence, now that her vocal cords have been restored, Xiaoyi naturally finds herself a bit unaccustomed and will need time to adapt. Being of Western descent, although she has dabbled in the Chinese language, she is not proficient. Thus, she speaks in English, which adds a distinct flavor to her words. Her voice, cool and ethereal, aligns perfectly with her persona as a frigid and lethal little assassin. Very good, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he gently reached out, slightly leaning forward to caress Xiaoyi's smooth, silky purple hair. Given his inherently aloof and reclusive nature, Jiang Che does not expect Xiaoyi to transform into a loquacious girl following her vocal restoration. He simply hopes she can behave like an ordinary girl. Moreover, there is nothing wrong with being taciturn. Jiang Che finds himself particularly fond of Xiaoyi's cool and utterly indifferent demeanor. A glimmer of infatuation flickered in Xiaoyi's eyes as she stood on her tiptoes, extending her delicate, fair hand to wrap around Jiang Che's arm. She willingly offered her soft, alluring lips, engaging in a passionate kiss with the man before her. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Jiang Che, still savoring the lingering sensation, licked his lips, unfazed by the prompt echoing in his mind. Although the system did not outline any narrative related to Xiaoyi, Jiang Che was already aware of her destiny as the fated protagonist of the cold assassin archetype. The storyline concerning her would only emerge in the latter stages of the fated trajectory. Consume this, and you will break through to the mid-stage of Danjing, Jiang Che said with a smile, retrieving a white jade vial from the system space and presenting a small elixir to Xiaoyi. While the system indicated that taking the elixir could provide a slight chance for a Danjing practitioner to advance to the next level, Jiang Che firmly believed that Xiaoyi could achieve this, especially considering her exceptional aptitude for martial arts and her prior consumption of a cleansing elixir that had further enhanced her abilities. Xiaoyi nodded slightly, remaining quiet and obedient. After climbing down from Jiang Che's embrace, she cast a lingering glance at him before turning to ascend the stairs towards the training room. Jiang Che, too, took a small elixir, swallowing it and beginning to chew. It's rather sweet, he remarked, as the effects of the elixir began to take hold. Jiang Che's cultivation seamlessly advanced to the mid-stage of Huajin. After all, he had previously consumed a cleansing elixir that had improved his own aptitude. System, review my attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Identity, the destined great villain, the foremost young master of Linjiang. Age, 21. Charisma, 99. Cultivation, mid-stage of transformation. Techniques, 9 Yang Divine Art, Snow Treading Technique. Flame Sword Technique, 10,000 Medicinal Codex, Heavenly Poison Scripture. Skills, Divine Level Medical Expertise, Proficiency in 18 languages, Masterful Piano Skills, Exceptional Hacking Abilities, Superior Stock Trading Skills. Advanced T-Art, High-Level Management Skills. Items, 10 Disguised Talismans, Golden Desert Eagle, 8 Hummingbird Detection Robots, 3 Destiny Child Location Cards, 100 Crazy Pig Tokens, 3 Jet Warrior Experience Cards, 16 Century-Old Ice Mountain Snow Lotuses, 10 Bad Luck Talismans, 3 Madness and Foolishness Talismans, Gene Frost Sword, 10 Dragon Vitality Pills, 8 Minor Returning Pills, 5 Bewitchment Cards. Special Ability, Speech Manipulation. Personal Wealth, 136. 6 billion. Emotional Value, 56, 575. Upon seeing the Bewitchment cards and Jet Warrior Experience cards in the items section, a profound smile graced Jiang Che's face. Having accepted the plot involving the descending divine doctor, Jiang Che was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Chun Hao's 18 betrothed. Except for Xia Qingge and Yu Linglong, none of his fiancées were of sound mind. The only exception, Tang Tang, was a notorious socialite within Linjiang's elite circles, having garnered numerous admirers at a young age, yet afflicted with a plethora of diseases, including HIV, gonorrhea, syphilis, genital warts, and hepatitis B. Moreover, she frequently engaged in online sparring, espousing audacious remarks, epitomizing the contemporary female fighter. After intercepting Xia Qingge and Yu Linglong, how would Chun Hao choose between 15 demonic foes and a woman riddled with diseases? Jiang Che expressed immense anticipation regarding this scenario. System, utilize a Destiny Child location card. Contemplating this wicked amusement, Jiang Che continued to instruct the system. Ding. Usage successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully locating the Child of Fortune, Mu Feng. The related plot. Transmigration of the Divine Doctor. I became a wealthy love-struck fool. Begins to be infused. More experts? This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. After receiving the system's plot infusion, Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback, his expression soon morphing into one of peculiar delight. He had not anticipated encountering a peer so swiftly. Although Mu Feng was a protagonist in a villainous narrative, Jiang Che would not show mercy. He would strike without hesitation. It seemed this time he could remain in the shadows as the orchestrator, watching the storm unfold, allowing the 2 children of fortune to engage in battle. Was it not far more entertaining? Muttering to himself, Jiang Che's mind quickly filled with unseemly thoughts. Summoning several shadowy guardians, he assigned them a task, to journey to Baiyun Mountain and retrieve the complete version of the Ghost Gate 13 needles left for Chun Hao by Master Zhuozhi. Initially, had Chun Hao adhered to the elder's instructions and dutifully guarded the tomb for 3 years, the mechanisms at the tomb's base would have automatically opened, granting him access to the complete Ghost Gate 13 needles. However, upon encountering the names of his betrothed, his blood surged, prompting him to descend recklessly, thus missing the opportunity to receive the elder's medical legacy immediately. Eventually, during the mid-phase of the plot, Chun Hao serendipitously returned to the mountain to pay respects at the tomb, where he finally obtained the complete inheritance of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Initially, Jiang Che held little regard for this matter, as it was inconceivable for Chun Hao to survive until the midpoint of the narrative. However, the unexpected arrival of Mu Feng necessitated a shift in strategy. Mu Feng, a character from another world, possessed knowledge of the plot's trajectory. How could he possibly overlook such a fortuitous opportunity? The complete version of the Ghost Gate 13 needles was sufficient for Jiang Che to master alone, and he had no intention of leaving even a trace for these two individuals. Upon receiving Jiang Che's directives, the shadowy guards exhibited no hesitation and swiftly departed. Once they had retreated, Jiang Che too drove away from the Qingting Manor, once again heading towards the Lanzi group. Originally, Jiang Che had intended to exploit the presence of Li Yin and to incite discord between Chun Hao and Mu Feng after Chun Hao descended the mountain, thereby shattering their brotherly bond. However, with Mu Feng's soul having been replaced and the presence of the confusion card, such machinations were rendered unnecessary. The Aston Martin sped along the road, quickly reaching the Lanzi group. After parking, Jiang Che made his way directly into the skyscraper, proceeding unobstructed towards the exclusive elevator for the president. Previously, when Jiang Che appeared hand-in-hand with Lang Qingxiu in a public setting, the security personnel and employees were well aware of their extraordinary relationship, thus no one impeded his passage. Upon arriving at the top floor, Jiang Che did not immediately head to the president's office, but instead directed himself towards the adjacent office of Li Yanran. As Lang Qingxiu's personal secretary, Li Yanran had her share of documents to manage, warranting her a separate office. Upon entering, Jiang Che quickly spotted Li Yanran, who was engrossed in her work. Li Yanran presented herself as a quintessential professional beauty, dressed in the attire of an urban career woman. She wore a cream-colored blouse with a slightly open collar that revealed her delicate collarbone, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, elegantly tied up. Her long, fair legs were clad in sheer black stockings, and a form-fitting black pencil skirt accentuated her alluring curves, embodying a figure that was both voluptuous and captivating. A visage akin to a peach blossom, she was indeed a striking beauty. After a brief appraisal, Jiang Che averted his gaze with an impassive demeanor. What a rare and exquisite gem. Given Li Yanran's aversion to men, and with his exceptional medical skills at his disposal, he was perfectly equipped to assist her in escaping her plight and embracing a life of happiness. Was this not a match made in professional heaven? Indeed, he considered himself a benevolent soul. Startled by the interruption, Li Yin furrowed her brows slightly and raised her gaze towards the entrance. Upon recognizing Jiang Che, a flicker of astonishment crossed her features, and she promptly rose from her seat to invite him to sit, thoughtfully preparing a cup of coffee for him. Despite her overwhelming discomfort and reluctance, her face betrayed none of her inner turmoil. Instead, she wore a charming smile, her demeanor gracious and inviting. Since enrolling in an online program for aspiring gold diggers, Li Yin had honed her acting skills to a remarkable degree, rivaling that of many popular celebrities. Jiang Che currently holds a 20% stake in the Lanzi Group, granting him absolute authority over personnel matters. Thus, despite her deep-seated aversion to men, Li Yanran finds herself compelled to flatter Jiang Che and ingratiate herself for the sake of her professional obligations. As she draws closer, the unique fragrance emanating from Jiang Che begins to waft into her senses, causing her to involuntarily furrow her brow in distaste. Li Yanran harbors feelings of aversion towards you. Emotional value 2233. Listening to the echoing notifications in her mind, Li Yanran's bright, flower-like smile only serves to intrigue Jiang Che further. The contrast between her internal disdain and the facade of eager compliance she presents is a testament to the privileges of power. Secretary Li, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. There is no need to be so tense, Jiang Che said, lifting his coffee cup to take a delicate sip, a light smile gracing his lips. What is it that you wish to discuss with Yanran, Mr. Jiang? Li Yanran replied, maintaining her gentle smile while inquiring with subtlety. For reasons she could not quite articulate, The sight of Jiang Che in this demeanor awakened a torrent of ominous premonitions within her. Although Jiang Che's public persona appeared nearly impeccable, Li Yanran sensed that it was merely a facade. There was no rationale behind her intuition, just an instinctive apprehension. Her understanding of men far surpassed that of the workaholic Qingqiu. Jiang Che's subsequent words confirmed her suspicions entirely. It is nothing grave, merely concerning your brother, Li Ziming. What does Mr. Jiang mean by this? Upon hearing Jiang Che unexpectedly mention her brother, Li Yanran's unease intensified, yet her exterior remained composed and smiling as she probed further. Your brother was diagnosed with a rare case of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis 3 years ago and has been receiving treatment at the First People's Hospital of Linjiang. Given the current medical standards, treating this condition is virtually impossible. Therefore, your brother has very little time left, Jiang Che stated calmly, recounting the details of Li Ziming's plight with unflinching candor. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis remains one of the most insurmountable challenges in contemporary medicine. One could say that once afflicted, the patient is destined to gradually succumb to the ailment. Generally, individuals with this condition have a life expectancy of 3 to 5 years, although with proper care, it is not uncommon for them to survive for 7 or 8 years. As the disease progresses, patients experience a range of debilitating symptoms, including muscle weakness, loss of mobility, speech impairment, and respiratory difficulties. Effectively, aside from retaining cognitive awareness, they are akin to living corpses. Mu Feng's rise to prominence as Li Yanran's boyfriend is significantly linked to the sudden decline of Li Ziming's health. Due to her unique experiences during high school, Li Yanran developed a profound aversion to men, equally detesting every male. Had it not been for Mu Feng's unexpected appearance, which alleviated her immediate crisis by covering Li Ziming's medical expenses, he would never have succeeded in winning her affection. Although Li Yanran harbored a deep-seated disdain for Mu Feng, she nonetheless felt grateful for his timely intervention, which led to their superficial relationship as a couple. Even the charming and renowned healer Chen Hao, upon descending from the mountains, found himself powerless in the face of Li Ziming's debilitating condition. He could merely delay the progression of the latter's amyotrophic lateral sclerosis without any hope of a complete cure. True healing would only come when he returned to Baiyun Mountain to acquire the complete set of the 13 ghostly needles, a process that took 2 full years to achieve. For Jiang Che, however, curing the ailment was not a formidable challenge. Possessing extraordinary medical skills, he could administer a single treatment to Li Ziming, employing the miraculous 9 needles of creation to stimulate the latent vitality within him, complemented by the extraordinary effects of the Tai divine needle to transform decay into vitality, thus ensuring a complete recovery. As Li Yanran's smile abruptly vanished and her delicate features darkened, Jiang Che appeared oblivious, continuing to speak with unperturbed confidence. While others may be helpless regarding your brother's condition, I am capable of a complete cure. As for your physiological aversion to men, I can address that as well. His tone was remarkably calm, as though he were discussing a trivial matter. Li Yanran suffered from a dual aversion to men that was both physiological and psychological. The 13 ghostly needles could easily remedy her physiological aversion, but as for her psychological resistance, that required Li Yanran to embark on a personal journey of transformation. With Jiang Che merely offering guidance. What, precisely, do you mean by this, Mr. Jiang? Li Yanran inhaled deeply, forcing herself to suppress the emotions that threatened to erupt. Her expression becoming as cold as ice, her voice devoid of the respect it once held. Her brother's illness had always been a topic she deliberately avoided, and Jiang Che's direct confrontation of it left her feeling anything but pleasant. In her heart, Li Yanran held deep skepticism towards Jiang Che's assertions. Firstly, he was not a medical student, nor did he possess a medical license. Furthermore, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis was universally acknowledged as an unsolvable medical enigma. Even though she had consistently chosen to evade this reality, she was fully aware of it. If the world's most renowned medical experts were rendered helpless against this affliction, how could a mere 21-year-old university student possibly succeed? She would rather believe that pigs could fly than accept that Jiang Che could cure her brother. Li Yanran had surmised Jiang Che's intentions with considerable clarity. He sought to use her brother as leverage to manipulate her into becoming his golden canary. Naturally, she was vehemently opposed to such a notion. Her disdain for men was equal across the board, and Jiang Che's striking appearance held no sway over her. Even if he were the chairman of Lingxiao Capital and the foremost young master of Linjiang, she felt no intrigue whatsoever. Having accompanied Lang Qingxiu to various business banquets, Li Yanran had occasionally overheard snippets about Jiang Che, realizing that he possessed identities far beyond that of merely the chairman of Lingxiao Capital. Li Yanran, gripped by trepidation regarding Jiang Che's enigmatic background, refrained from unleashing her fury in that moment. Had it been any other man uttering such words, she would have undoubtedly retaliated with a scathing retort. Observing the icy chill enveloping her demeanor, Jiang Che maintained his composed and unhurried tone. Now, I present you with two paths. First, become my woman, and I shall assist you in overcoming your aversion to men, as well as aid your brother in his battle against ALS. Second, reject my offer, and your brother will vanish entirely. The choice lies in your hands, Secretary Li. With that, Jiang Che lifted his steaming cup of coffee, savoring a delicate sip. In his pursuit of Li Yanran, he had never intended to employ conventional means to attract her. Li Yanran suffered from a profound aversion to men, harboring an equal disdain for every male. And even in the presence of Li Ziming, while she did not feel psychological repulsion, her body would nonetheless respond physiologically. Attracting such a woman through standard methods was utterly impractical. Consider Mu Feng, who had devoted 7 years to his unrequited affections. Despite his eventual success in winning a position of favor, he had yet to even grasp Li Yanran's delicate hand. To sway this extraordinary beauty, one could only resort to coercion and manipulation, gradually chipping away at her psychological defenses. Though Jiang Che had briefly contemplated winning over Li Yanran through affection, he swiftly dismissed the notion. While love could indeed be a potent catalyst, the return on such an investment would be painfully slow. Jiang Che preferred a model where feelings could develop swiftly through shared experiences. In the absence of emotions, simple, over time, affection would blossom. Are you not afraid that I will disclose all of this to President Lang, thereby ruining your relationship? Li Yanran's voice trembled with anger, her complexion flushed, and her body quivered slightly, betraying her agitation. She had never anticipated Jiang Che's audacious proposition, leaving her incredulous. What choice did she truly have? He was, without a doubt, a man devoid of morals and integrity. So, how had the myriad of accolades surrounding Jiang Che come to be? Had no one ever encountered the true nature of this man? Chapter 58. In the name of Jiang Che, arrest me? Jiang Che chuckled, a mocking smile gracing his lips. His tone laced with amusement, tinged with arrogance. Do you know the origin of the Jiang in Jiangzhou province? Are you aware of how the Jiang in Linjiang City came to be? 30 years ago, Linjiang City was not known as such, but rather as Linbei City. As the weight of his words settled, Li Yanran's mind faltered, her countenance betraying a flicker of terror. She swallowed nervously, her lips quivering, struggling to articulate a coherent response. In that fleeting moment, Li Yanran was suddenly beset by a multitude of thoughts, her mind swirling like a tempest, unable to find tranquility. She had been by Lung Qingqiu's side for 3 years, accompanying her to various prestigious events and witnessing countless grand occasions, thus gaining a certain understanding of the power dynamics within Linjiang City. She knew that the city was dominated by 6 prominent families, each holding sway over numerous resources in Linjiang and its surrounding areas, their influence vast and their heritage long-standing, rendering their positions unassailable. Above these 6 families loomed the Jiang family, the foremost aristocracy in Jiangzhou province. It could be said that the Jiang family, a formidable entity, overshadowed all other noble clans in the province. Regarding Jiang Che's identity, Li Yanran, not being truly part of the upper echelons, was somewhat unaware of the intricacies, only aware of his reputation as the crown prince of Linjiang. Lung Qingqiu had never divulged further information about Jiang Che to her. After all, Li Yanran and Jiang Che were destined to exist in entirely different realms, with no possibility of intersection. Initially, Li Yanran merely thought Jiang Che's background was enigmatic and formidable, never contemplating that he could indeed be the legendary scion of Jiangzhou. Such exalted figures, resplendent and elevated, were not meant to associate with someone of her humble origins. These great individuals were born to ascend the peaks, gazing down upon the masses. Yet, reality played a cruel jest on her. The impeccably dressed man before her, with a charming smile and an air of sophistication, was the very prince she had heard whispers of. In that moment, Li Yanran felt utterly disoriented. Li Yanran is filled with trepidation towards you. Emotion level 4444. Li Yanran thinks you are despicable. Emotion level 3333. Indeed, it is as you surmise. I am Jiang Jiangguo. Jiang Che nodded, casting a knowing glance at Li Yanran, observing the shifts in her expression, finding the situation exceedingly amusing. Li Yanran opened her mouth several times, intent on articulating her thoughts, yet each time the words lingered on her lips, only to be swallowed back into silence. Who was Jiang Che? Surely, no citizen of the 9 provinces was unaware of him. Li Yinren naturally held deep admiration for Jiang Che, but when it came to his grandson, she found it exceedingly difficult to harbor any fondness. At this juncture, Li Yin finally comprehended that Jiang Che was not merely using his lineage to intimidate her. If he desired, he could make her brother vanish without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. While circumstances elsewhere might be complex, in Jiangzhou province, was there anything Jiang Che could not accomplish? Faced with Jiang Che, any form of resistance on her part was destined to be futile. In that instant, Li Yinren suddenly recalled her boss, Lung Qingqiu. She had previously struggled to understand why someone as aloof and frostily proud as Lung Qingqiu, seemingly indifferent to all men, would be utterly captivated after merely 2 encounters with Jiang Che. Now, Li Yin suddenly grasped the unsettling truth. It was likely that Jiang Che, that scoundrel, employed similarly unscrupulous methods when he pursued Lung Qingqiu. This realization cast a complex shadow over her countenance. If even the billion-dollar CEO Lung Qingqiu had succumbed, how could she, a mere commoner, hope to escape Jiang Che's clutches? Yet, Mr. Jiang, you are aware that I have a boyfriend. Li Yinren's thoughts raced, and she instinctively blurted out the name of her shield, Mu Feng, in an attempt to dissuade Jiang Che from his pursuit. Although she held no genuine feelings for Mu Feng, surely Jiang Che was unaware of this fact? You need not explain. I am fully aware of the situation between you and Mu Feng. He pursued you for 7 years and was your boyfriend for 3. Yet you have never shared any intimate moments, and your feelings for him are non-existent. That is of no concern to me. Jiang Che chuckled lightly, shaking his head, subtly sidestepping the issue at hand. Just as the Lanzi group represented a vulnerability for Lung Qingqiu, Li Ziming was Li Yinren's singular weakness. Striking at the heart of the matter, Jiang Che was confident that by deftly utilizing Li Yinren's familial affection for Li Ziming, he could coax her into submission. Seeing Jiang Che's smug smile, radiating confidence as if he had already secured her compliance, Li Yinren felt a surge of frustration and oppression, her heart heavy with unvoiced grievances. So, Secretary Li, what is your response? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, regarding Li Yinren with a bemused expression, clearly intrigued. With Jiang Che's stature, did she truly have a choice? Li Yinren offered a bitter smile, resigned to her fate. Before such a formidable figure as Jiang Che, what waves could an ordinary citizen like her hope to create? She had no option but to acquiesce to Jiang Che's demands. Could she really stand by and watch her brother vanish from this world? Though Jiang Che maintained his charming demeanor, exuding sophistication and grace, Li Yinren had no doubt that he was capable of following through on his threats. The moment she uttered a refusal, her brother would surely evaporate into thin air. Born into the prestigious Jiang family, Jiang Che could hardly be characterized as indecisive. Confronted with someone as devoted as Mu Feng, Li Yin could easily manipulate the situation, ensuring he never succeeded. Yet, against the likes of Jiang Che, all her schemes were destined to be futile. Jiang Che would not be swayed by her tactics. Excellent. You have made a wise choice. Since you have acquiesced to this young master, I shall certainly honor my word. Now, allow me to address your aversion to men. Jiang Che beamed, revealing a perfect smile. With a flick of his wrist, a series of glinting silver needles materialized at his fingertips, gleaming ominously, sending a chill down her spine. Mr. Jiang, are you serious? As Jiang Che approached her step by step, Li Yinren's pupils constricted suddenly, her complexion shifted dramatically, and a hint of fear compelled her to swallow hard. Her delicate face gradually paled, and she instinctively retreated a few steps, shaking her head repeatedly. Although she had reluctantly agreed to become his woman under Jiang Che's coercion, Li Yin could not believe that this unscrupulous man possessed any genuine medical skills. Surely she was not merely a guinea pig in his hands. Fear not, he chuckled, my medical expertise is exceptionally sophisticated. Chapter 59. The kind-hearted Jiang Darren cannot bear to see a woman cry. Li Yin curled up on the sofa, her eyes glistening with tears, her vision blurred with sorrow, and her fragrant shoulders trembling incessantly. She was indeed a sight to behold, reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, evoking deep sympathy. Observing Li Yin in such a pitiful state, Jiang Che felt a chuckle rising within him. There was no particular reason, he simply relished the sight of a woman in tears, especially at certain moments. Tell me, Miss Li, is this truly necessary? I merely performed some acupuncture. I did not harm you in any way. Jiang Che maintained a serious demeanor, suppressing his amusement. If he had truly committed some heinous act, he would accept it. But the reality was that he had done nothing more than assist Li Yinren in addressing her physiological aversion to men. He refused to bear the unjust blame. How could you scoundrel? Li Yanran raised her eyes, glaring fiercely at Jiang Che. Her teeth gritted, yet her expression remained one of deep grievance. Exposing her body, even just her back, before a man made her feel profoundly uncomfortable and utterly repulsive. After all, this was her first experience of such intimate contact with the opposite sex. Li Yanran sensed that her aversion to men had not only failed to diminish, but had intensified under Jiang Che's ministrations. Today, she had witnessed a side of Jiang Che that was entirely contrary to the refined and gentlemanly persona he usually presented. Li Yanran is exceedingly frustrated. Emotional value, 2211. Li Yanran feels disgust. Emotional value, 3344. What is wrong with me? In my eyes, you are merely a patient, Jiang Che asserted. Moreover, I have completely cured your physiological aversion to men. Should you not express your gratitude? He returned the silver needles to his system space and, instead, sought a favor from Li Yanran. With that, Jiang Che reached out, grasping her delicate hand, and inquired, "How does it feel? Are you no longer experiencing any instinctual repulsion? Is it true then? You really possess medical skills?" Li Yanran struggled to withdraw her hand, but her attempts were futile, leading her to surrender. Upon hearing Jiang Che's remark, she suddenly realized, her face a picture of astonishment, her cherry lips parted in shock, utterly speechless. Li Yanran was acutely aware that, despite her lingering disdain for Jiang Che on a psychological level, her physiological aversion had considerably diminished, a stark improvement from her previous state. In the past, even the simplest handshake with a man could have made her nauseous, yet now, she found herself devoid of any such physical repulsion. Had this rogue Jiang Che truly alleviated her deep-seated aversion to men? Could it be that this seemingly unrefined scoundrel possessed genuine medical expertise? After contemplating these thoughts, Li Yanran, though still incredulous, found herself compelled to accept the undeniable reality before her. If Jiang Che could effortlessly remedy her aversion to men, perhaps he could also treat her brother's ALS. Even the faintest possibility was enough for her to consider trying. Of course, this esteemed gentleman was a certified practitioner, a legitimate expert in traditional Chinese medicine. Jiang Che nodded solemnly, and with a flourish, he produced his medical license from the recesses of his system space, presenting it to Li Yanran. Regardless of one's exceptional skills, practicing medicine without such credentials was illegal, and Jiang Che was astute enough to avoid such a blunder. After all, obtaining a medical license was an effortless task for him. Li Yanran paid little heed to the origin of Jiang Che's medical credentials. After a thorough examination, she carefully chose her words, slightly pursing her lips before tentatively inquiring, "So, you truly can cure my brother's ALS and are not jesting?" "Why would I jest?" Jiang Che replied confidently, a smile gracing his features. "You are acutely aware of the severity of your aversion to men. Which doctor, apart from me, would dare guarantee a complete cure?" His self-assured demeanor was met with Li Yanran's contemplative silence, resonating with her thoughts. In the past, she had consulted numerous esteemed hospitals, yet those physicians were at a loss regarding her condition, unable to provide any viable treatment. She was astonished that a mere session of acupuncture with Jiang Che could yield such remarkable improvement, akin to the legendary Hua Tuo himself. "I can agree to be your woman, your canary, but you must ensure my brother's ailment is cured," she stated after a prolonged silence. Her tone soft yet imbued with determination, her expression grave. Li Ziming was her only remaining family. Having relied on each other for years, Li Yanran cherished this bond deeply. If Jiang Che could indeed heal her brother's affliction, she was prepared to pay any price for such a miracle, even though she harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Jiang Che. And despite the absence of any emotional connection between them, Li Yanran was willing to offer her own purity. As long as her brother remained safe and sound, she would be utterly content. Cold Qingxiu had shown her kindness, yet she found herself entangled with Cold Qingxiu's man, albeit under duress from Jiang Che, which left her with a profound sense of guilt. With the intention of delaying the inevitable confrontation with her esteemed president, Li Yanran resolved to keep her secret for the time being. "Very well, I can acquiesce to your request. Congratulations on making a prudent choice. You shall find immense relief in this decision in the future. Now, allow me a glimpse." Jiang Che chuckled softly, effortlessly drawing Li Yanran's voluptuous and alluring form into his embrace. The transaction had been sealed, and Jiang Che felt no need for restraint. Having thoroughly eradicated Li Yanran's aversion to men, it seemed only fair for him to claim a reward. "You scoundrel!" Li Yanran exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. her emotional state reaching a peak of 2,233. After half an hour, Jiang Che leisurely exited Li Yanran's office, making his way towards the nearby presidential office. Having assessed Li Yanran's health, he felt increasingly assured of his convictions. Indeed, one Li Yanran was worth 5 Lumingshi. His own adorable and endearing little lowly paled in comparison to Li Yanran, who was simply in a league of her own. It was not a matter of superiority, but rather a contrast of distinct styles, each with its unique merits. As Li Yanran served as Cold Qingxiu's personal secretary. Situated on the same floor with offices in close proximity, Jiang Che soon found himself at the door of the presidential office. Without knocking, he pushed the door open. Feeling entitled to this privilege now that his relationship with Cold Qingxiu had been established, his gaze swept the room, quickly landing on Cold Qingxiu, who was seated at her desk, diligently reviewing various documents. Her expression was devoid of warmth, as frosty as ice, as she meticulously scrutinized the financial reports of the Lanzi Group. Upon hearing footsteps, Cold Qingxiu furrowed her brows in displeasure. How dare someone enter her office without knocking? Whoever it was would surely face dire consequences. Glancing up and recognizing Jiang Che, a flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes, swiftly replaced by delight. Her lips parted in a gentle smile. "Oh, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be the esteemed young Master Jiang. Please, do take a seat. I shall prepare tea for you right away." With that, Cold Qingxiu rose from her seat, fetched a pot of hot water, and began brewing her cherished rare tea. In an instant, the fragrant aroma began to permeate the office. "Well done, you are quite thoughtful," Jiang Che remarked as he lifted the teacup to his lips, savoring the exquisite flavor and relishing the service of the alluring president. "You know how to speak well. You possess a modicum of conscience. This is my treasured Wui Shui Xian tea, a luxury not everyone can enjoy." In the tranquil autumn, Lung Qingxiu cast a charming glance at Jiang Che before gracefully reseating herself. She lifted her teacup, savoring a delicate sip, a hint of enjoyment gracing her lovely face. As an aficionado of tea, her office was naturally adorned with an array of exquisite fragrant teas, among which the Wui Shui Xian was a prized possession she had procured with great effort. Had it not been for Jiang Che's visit, she might have hesitated to indulge in such a treasure. "Since you enjoy tea, I shall bring you 2 pounds of Mother Tree de Hong Pao from home," Jiang Che remarked with a light chuckle, presenting a proposition that Lung Qingxiu could hardly refuse. "Mother Tree de Hong Pao? Are you jesting with me?" Lung Qingxiu momentarily froze, her expression one of incredulity as she scrutinized Jiang Che. While she was not surprised that someone of Jiang Che's stature could possess such rare tea, she was astonished by his audacity to offer a full 2 pounds, being a top-tier fragrant tea with significant prestige in the tea world. Lung Qingxiu was well aware that Mother Tree de Hong Pao was a special supply, not available in the market, and even a small amount was a treasure beyond measure. To propose 2 pounds outright? One could not help but acknowledge the remarkable generosity of this esteemed young master from Linjiang. "Not at all. My family has plenty of de Hong Pao, and no one drinks it," Jiang Che replied, nodding with a calm demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter. Initially, he had indeed found great interest in such luxurious tea, indulging in it daily. However, as time passed and the novelty wore off, it became just another drink. "Then I shall graciously accept your generous offer, young Master Jiang," Lung Qingxiu said with a playful smile and a flutter of her lashes, teasingly acknowledging his gesture. Given that it was a gift from Jiang Che, she would not decline. A true tea lover at heart, she had longed to experience the legendary Mother Tree de Hong Pao, and now that the opportunity had arisen, she would not let it slip away. Having shared moments of subtle intimacy during their previous encounters, Lung Qingxiu had already accepted Jiang Che in her heart, viewing him as a potential lifelong companion. Thus she felt no need for formality. They engaged in light conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from their lives. Once Lung Qingxiu resumed her work, Jiang Che took his leave. Having promised to assist Li Ziming with his ailment, Jiang Che was determined to uphold his word. Moreover, he had heard from Qiangzi, who monitored Lin Ming, that Lin Ming had been receiving treatment at the First People's Hospital of Linjiang since the last incident with the extraordinary takeaway system and had yet to be discharged. After a period apart, Jiang Che found himself missing this unfortunate child of fate. This presented a perfect opportunity to visit the hospital and ascertain Lin Ming's condition. Although Lin Ming was under constant surveillance by a hummingbird detection robot, Jiang Che had been preoccupied with Xiaochun and attending to his own women, leaving little time to check on this hapless fellow's recent developments. Nevertheless, with Qiangzi keeping watch, Lin Ming was unlikely to escape Jiang Che's grasp. merely a lamb awaiting its fate. By the way, you haven't mentioned our affair to President Long, have you? Upon witnessing Jiang Che emerge from the president's office, Li Yanran's mood abruptly shifted to one of anxiety, prompting her to tentatively inquire. She was genuinely apprehensive that Jiang Che, the unprincipled rogue he was, might have just promised her something and immediately turned to divulge the matter to Long Qingqiu. After all, in Li Yanran's eyes, Jiang Che was far from the image of a virtuous gentleman. He was merely a shameless scoundrel. Such a person, regardless of the outrageous actions he might undertake, would not surprise her in the least. I naturally keep my promises, rest assured, Jiang Che chuckled lightly, lifting Li Yanran's exquisitely flawless chin with his hand. Gazing intently at her breathtakingly beautiful visage, one that could easily captivate anyone, though she may not quite rival Long Qingqiu, Li Yanran was nonetheless a leading lady with an allure rating of 92, her beauty undoubtedly surpassing that of many so-called popular stars and internet celebrities. With just a touch of makeup, she emanated an astonishing charm, a beauty that was utterly breathtaking. Feeling Jiang Che's teasing behavior, Li Yanran was overwhelmed with revulsion, instinctively wanting to resist. Yet, recalling the transaction between herself and Jiang Che, she reluctantly suppressed that impulse, maintaining an impassive expression as she allowed him to act as he pleased. Such a good girl. Come, let us visit your brother at the hospital, Jiang Che remarked with satisfaction, having noticed Li Yanran's compliance, as he led her into the president's exclusive elevator. Upon exiting the Lanzi Group building and arriving at the parking lot, just as they were about to get into the car, a voice filled with fury echoed in Jiang Che's ears. Yanran, what are you doing? Hearing the emotionally charged shout, Jiang Che turned to see a young man clad in a blue suit, clutching a bouquet of flowers, glaring at him with a stormy expression. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. Simultaneously, a system notification resonated in Jiang Che's mind. Mu Feng harbors resentment. Emotional value 1233. Mu Feng's mindset is compromised. Emotional value 2233. This individual was Mu Feng, Li Yanran's devoted boyfriend. A favored son of fortune who had traversed into this world? Jiang Che frowned slightly, discreetly employing a probing technique on Mu Feng. Character, Mu Feng. Age, 25. Identity, Transmigrator. Eldest son of the Mu family. Charm, 80. Cultivation, none. Plot, Transmigration of the divine physician. I became a devoted rich second generation with a charm score of 80. Although still notably inferior to his own, Mu Feng could still be considered handsome, fitting the archetype of a wealthy and devoted admirer. Having crossed over without any cultivation to support him, it seemed that Mu Feng's backstabbing protagonist system was rather lackluster, akin to Lin Ming's subpar delivery system. At best a defective product. Li Yanran, what are you doing? Mu Feng's voice was low and filled with suppressed rage, his face alternating between shades of green and white, veins bulging on his forehead, as an overwhelming fury surged within him. Upon accepting the reality of having traversed into the life of a devoted yet unremarkable wealthy heir, Mu Feng's first thought turned to his nominal girlfriend, Li Yanran. Consequently, he hastened to the Lanzi Group, eager to encounter her. Although Li Yanran's character bore some flaws, it was undeniable that she was an extraordinary beauty, a rare jewel in the world, with a perfect figure that could only be described as mesmerizing. As a typical man, Mu Feng was naturally captivated by her allure and had no intention of relinquishing his interest. After all, the previous infatuations were not his doing. They belonged to the former identity he now inhabited. Moreover, with the awakening of his system, Mu Feng felt himself elevated above others, fully confident in his ability to win Li Yanran's heart effortlessly. To this end, he had devised a series of meticulous plans. His purpose for visiting Li Yanran today was to initiate a breakup, to first alter her perception of him from that of a devoted admirer to something more substantial. He intended to establish a successful career, piquing her curiosity, and ultimately, after mastering the legendary 13 ghostly needles, he would heal her brother, Li Ziming. Such actions would surely lead Li Yin and to become utterly infatuated with him. Prior to arriving at the Lanzi Group, Mu Feng had already dispatched someone to Baiyun Mountain to retrieve the complete set of the 13 ghostly needles. With Chun Hao having descended the mountain and his master long deceased, Mu Feng was the sole keeper of the secret regarding the existence of the 13 ghostly needles, ensuring that his plan would encounter no obstacles. Filled with confidence, he parked his vehicle at the Lanzi Group, only to witness Li Yanran holding hands with an unfamiliar man, radiating an aura of sweetness and affection. There was no trace of disdain on her face. This was the very woman he had yearned for over the course of 7 long years, now seemingly claimed by another man, possibly having engaged in unspeakable acts together. Such a sight shattered Mu Feng's composure. Even though he had assumed control of the original owner's body and was capable of wielding this flesh entirely, the profound infatuation of his predecessor still influenced him deeply. Thus, upon seeing Li Yanran entwined with another man, Mu Feng's fury surged, his eyes blazing with rage. "What am I doing?" he thought. "Mu Feng, can you not see clearly? I have found a new boyfriend. You have been cast aside. Allow me to inform you that my boyfriend is Jiang Che, the esteemed young master of the Jiang family, a figure you can never hope to challenge. You would do well to maintain your distance." Li Yanran cast a cold glance at Mu Feng, her voice devoid of warmth, laced with an unmistakable hint of derision. She showed no concern for his furious expression. Her words were intentionally chosen, meant to serve as a warning to Mu Feng. Although she harbored no romantic feelings for him, she was grateful for his chivalrous actions 3 years prior and wished to shield him from any repercussions stemming from her association with Jiang Che. Despite Mu Feng's prominent background and considerable standing, he paled in comparison to the formidable Jiang Che, the most distinguished heir in the region. If Jiang Che were to be truly provoked, the downfall of the Mu family conglomerate would transpire in the blink of an eye. In Jiangzhou province, all the various families, great and small, must consider the Jiang family's stance if they wish to thrive. The moment Jiang Che makes a statement, and even without the Jiang family needing to intervene directly, those eager to curry favor will swiftly dismantle the Mu family group. Jiang Che, the eldest son of the Jiang family? After listening to Li Yanran's words, Mu Feng regained his rationality, a cold sweat breaking out on his back, his lips trembling incessantly, his face turning pale, and his figure staggering. Wasn't this Jiang Che the greatest antagonist of the latter part of the divine physician's tale? Why was he making an appearance now? Moreover, how had this formidable villain entangled himself with Li Yanran? Surely, there should be no connection between them. Could it possibly be the butterfly effect caused by his own transmigration? In that instant, Mu Feng's mind was a chaotic whirl, leaving him utterly disordered. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom why the narrative was veering into such bizarre territory. "Kid, your girlfriend is quite lovely. She is mine now. Any objections?" Jiang Che remarked, patting Mu Feng on the shoulder with a radiant smile, maintaining his refined demeanor. Yet his voice sent chills down one's spine. To Mu Feng, it was akin to the whispers of a demon. In the absence of any onlookers, Jiang Che had no need to maintain any pretense. Before a protagonist as inexperienced as Mu Feng, there was little to conceal. This fellow possessed no cultivation whatsoever and could not stir even the slightest ripple. For Jiang Che, extinguishing Mu Feng was a trivial matter. As he spoke, Jiang Che boldly wrapped his arm around Li Yanran's slender waist, pulling her voluptuous figure into his embrace, savoring the indescribable allure. Li Yanran's brows knitted slightly. A wave of nausea coursed through her, yet she dared not move, her body stiffly leaning against Jiang Che, remaining silent, seemingly acquiescent. Mu Feng's body trembled with barely contained fury, his face a stormy shade, his inner rage teetering on the brink of eruption. Yet he dared not act out in front of this Jiang scion. Despite being a transmigrator, he had no choice but to feign submission at this stage. "What are you going to do? Good dogs don't block the way. Hurry up and get lost." A lackey of Jiang Che stepped forward, brimming with menace, and without a word, slapped Mu Feng hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Chapter 62. The Explosive Mu Feng. A gentle reminder. This chapter contains intense scenes. Please proceed with caution. With a sharp crack, the sound of the slap echoed, and Mu Feng fell instantly to the ground, one side of his face swollen significantly, having lost several teeth in the process. The assailant was one of Jiang Che's bodyguards, known as Big Monkey, possessing late-stage cultivation. Big Monkey was tall, with a shadowy gaze, a rugged visage, and an aura of malevolence, embodying the very essence of a villain. Since Chang had been dispatched to the hospital to monitor Lin Ming, Big Monkey and Lu Ergo had taken over the duty of closely following and protecting Jiang Che. For many years, two individuals had pledged their loyalty to Jiang Che, naturally possessing an intimate understanding of their young master. Seizing such a splendid opportunity to impress their master, the great monkey would not let it slip away. Ugh! Mu Feng, bewildered, lifted his gaze towards the great monkey before him, emitting a low, pained groan, his lungs nearly bursting from indignation. How utterly unprincipled! He had yet to utter a word when this fellow delivered a resounding slap across his face, truly intolerable. "Stop your whining and endure the punishment." Lu Ergu stepped forward as well, delivering another resounding slap to the other side of Mu Feng's face. "Ah, Now it appeared more symmetrical. As Mu Feng's visage began to swell, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes reddening, Lu Ergo nodded in satisfaction. Despite Mu Feng being the eldest son of the Mu family, as a trained assassin of the Jiang family, Lu Ergo harbored no fear of retaliation. Under the shade of a mighty tree, one finds solace, even if Mu Yozhong, that old wretch, were to learn of his son's beatings. He would surely feign ignorance and might even come to apologize in person to their master. You. Mu Feng raised his swollen cheek, his eyes brimming with ferocity. His chest heaving with barely contained fury. How could he, a figure of some repute in Lingjiang City, endure such a public humiliation at the hands of Jiang Che's subordinates? What would others think when word spread? He yearned to utter some fierce retorts before Jiang Che, but the thought of the latter's formidable background quelled his bravado. To utterly offend Jiang Che, the prince of Lingjiang, would be an unwise course of action. He could only watch helplessly as the goddess he had admired for 7 years turned her affections towards Jiang Che. Despite the immense frustration and blood boiling within him, Mu Feng found himself with no recourse but to swallow his pride. Before Jiang Che, even as a transcendent being, he had no choice but to lower his haughty head. Mu Feng, overwhelmed with frustration, emotional value 3344, young Master Jiang, I am but a fool who failed to recognize the mountain before me. Please, in your magnanimity, consider me inconsequential. Yanran will henceforth be yours. I shall not trouble her again. With trembling limbs, Mu Feng rose from the ground, forcing a strained smile. His voice dripping with flattery, utterly sycophantic. With several teeth missing, his speech was slightly slurred, rendering his smile somewhat ghastly. Patience. The humiliation Jiang Che had inflicted upon him today would one day be repaid 100-fold. Having traversed realms and awakened a system within him, Mu Feng was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. How could he allow his journey to be cut short? If Han Xian could endure such humiliation, why could he not? Those who achieve greatness do not sweat the small stuff. Resolutely, Mu Feng endeavored to suppress the impending explosion of his emotions. Let you go? Jiang Che replied with a sardonic smile, neither affirming nor denying Mu Feng's plea. Instead, he directly communicated with the system, employing a madness-inducing talisman on Mu Feng. Eager to witness the effects of such a spell, upon utilizing the madness-inducing talisman, Jiang Che swiftly followed with a linguistic control technique, manipulating Mu Feng's speech and actions. In that instant, Mu Feng's pupils dilated, his eyes becoming vacant and devoid of focus. Turning to look at Li Yin and nestled in Jiang Che's embrace, Mu Feng's expression suddenly morphed into one of sinister intensity, his features contorted like a rabid dog as he spat forth, Li Yanran, let me be frank. The sole purpose of my visit today is to propose our separation. A woman of your ilk is no longer worthy of my attention. You, foolish creature, do not deserve the affection of someone like me. You are merely fit to be a gilded canary by Jiang Che's side. Li Yanran, taken aback, pointed a trembling finger at Mu Feng, her lips quivering and her face flushed with indignation, her chest rising and falling rapidly, revealing the turmoil within. She struggled to comprehend why Mu Feng, who had always been subservient to her, would utter such harsh words. Though she recognized the truth in his statements, that by Jiang Che's side, she was but a pampered pet, the public declaration of such a sentiment struck her differently. Clenching her delicate fists tightly, she soon relaxed them, her countenance transforming into one of icy detachment. If that is the case, then let us part amicably. I ask that you do not pursue me any further. After all, Mu Feng's past assistance to her was an undeniable fact. His loss of affection could even be seen as a blessing. An amicable separation seemed preferable. At least she would no longer bear the guilt of betraying her boyfriend, even if Mu Feng was merely her fade of a partner. Humph. Li Yanran, let me tell you, I dare to consume anything. Mu Feng, seemingly unfazed by her demeanor, scoffed and continued his erratic tirade. With that, he dashed towards the nearby women's restroom, quickly disappearing from view. What an incomprehensible madman. Li Yanran furrowed her brows, utterly baffled by Mu Feng's sudden and abnormal declarations. Was he deliberately feigning madness, attempting to elicit leniency from Jiang Che? Before she could gather her thoughts, Mu Feng reappeared, brandishing a white plastic bag containing the foulest of refuse procured from the restroom, even from 3 meters away. The stench was overwhelming. At that moment, Mu Feng's cheeks were grotesquely swollen, a sight so repulsive it was almost unbearable to behold. Seemingly struck by inspiration, he raised the bag towards Li Yin and with a foolish grin, Yanran, would you care for a taste? It's absolutely delectable. The noxious odor intensified as he approached. And Li Yin's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes filled with terror as she hastily extricated herself from Jiang Che's hold, retreating in fright while screaming, "Perverted monster! Get away from me!" Chapter 63. I am Mu Feng, and I am unbelievably awesome. Li Yin is utterly bewildered. Emotional value 2233. Li Yin harbors extreme disdain for Mu Feng. Emotional value 4455, hearing the incessant notifications echoing in his mind. Jiang Che understood it was time to temper his actions and refrain from excessive antics. Otherwise, this experience may leave a significant psychological shadow on Li Yin. With this thought in mind, Jiang Che controlled Mu Feng's actions, compelling him to cease his harassment of Li Yin and instead engage in even more bizarre behavior. Casting a glance at the imposing figure of De Mahu and Lu Ergu beside him, he commanded, "Record every moment of this youth on video and send it to Yinfu. Invest $1 million in traffic. I want him to explode across the internet. As for the activity funds, simply seek reimbursement from the finance department of Lingxiao Capital." Having issued his orders, Jiang Che frowned slightly, discreetly stepping back to rejoin Li Yin's side. He felt utterly repulsed. How vile. Despite being the architect of this situation, Jiang Che could not shake off the wave of nausea that washed over him. "Rest assured, young master, we will accomplish the task." De Mahu and Lu Ergu exchanged glances, their faces alight with wicked, lascivious grins, eagerly rubbing their hands together with palpable excitement. They relished such indiscriminate antics, particularly when it was a task assigned by the young master, and they were determined to execute it to the best of their abilities. With that, De Mahu and Lu Ergu suppressed their disgust, each retrieving their phones and approaching Mu Feng, activating the recording function. Mu Feng seemed to sense the cameras trained on him. Displaying a strange smile, he posed for the lens, wearing an expression of utter satisfaction. The entire scene was undeniably bizarre and profoundly unsettling. After swallowing the last morsel, Mu Feng let out a contented belch and suddenly began to shout like a mad dog. "Brothers, do you know who I am? I am Mu Feng, the young master of the Mu family in Lingjiang, nicknamed Mu Nyobi. Do you know how remarkable I am? I dare to eat anything." His laughter echoed with exuberance, as if savoring the most exquisite delicacies of the mortal realm, yet his expression lingered on the edge of insatiability. Witnessing this spectacle, De Mahu and Lu Ergu shared a look, suddenly shivering without reason, swallowing hard in fear. What sort of fool is this Mu Feng? Am I going to be indirectly infected by associating with someone like him? Doubts crept into their minds, yet Jiang Che's orders compelled them to continue their unfinished task. Capturing several close-up shots of Mu Feng. In the distance, Li Yin, who witnessed this scene unfold, felt her complexion shift dramatically. She covered her crimson lips with her hand and rushed to the flower bed, retching violently. It was utterly revolting, even with her formidable psychological resilience. The horrifying display shattered her worldview, leaving her nauseated. The thought that this Mu Feng had relentlessly pursued her for 7 long years sent shivers down her spine. Her delicate frame trembling, her face paling, she felt as though she might collapse, questioning the very essence of her existence. Thus, had Mu Feng always harbored such peculiarities? Not merely pretending for Jiang Che's sake? Perhaps he had simply never been discovered before? Li Yin could conceive no other explanation. If Mu Feng merely sought forgiveness from Jiang Che through feigned madness, there would be no need for such extravagant expenditures. Moreover, observing Mu Feng's unmistakable delight, it certainly does not appear to be an act. Thus, this fellow not only has a penchant for consuming stones but also seems to be utterly deranged, perhaps even mentally unstable. Li Yin, plagued by existential doubts, emotional value 4455. Enough of this worthless individual. Our immediate priority is to head to the hospital. For treating your brother's ailment is far more pressing. Jiang Che moved closer to Li Yin, tenderly caressing her back, skillfully employing a touch of his true energy to ease her rapid breaths. His large hands seemed to possess some sort of enchantment. As Li Yin's breathing swiftly returned to a normal rhythm, her chest no longer heaving violently. "Thank you," Li Yin softly uttered, her delicate lips parting to express her gratitude to Jiang Che. After straightening her attire, she resumed her former demeanor of cool composure, her lovely countenance adorned with a breathtaking smile that captivated the heart. Li Yin's acting prowess was exceptional, even with her deep-seated disdain for Jiang Che. She maintained a facade that betrayed none of her inner turmoil, ensuring he felt no discomfort that might provoke his displeasure. With the experiences of the past few years and 3 years spent navigating the complexities of society, Li Yin had mastered the art of concealing her myriad emotions, never revealing them in public. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately conquered her internal strife, extending her hand to link her arm with Jiang Che's, accompanying him towards the nearby Rolls-Royce Phantom. Jiang Che regarded Li Yanran with mild surprise, a hint of flirtation gracing his smile as he naturally encircled her slender waist. It must be said that Li Yanran is indeed an exceedingly astute woman, decisive and resolute in her actions. Aware that she is the sole hope for curing her brother's amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, even though her aversion to men remains unresolved, she is capable of making a decisive choice, overcoming her psychological barriers and suppressing her revulsion to engage with him. Jiang Che is fond of intelligent women like Li Yan and would not refuse her affectionate gesture. After all, he has always been one to cherish beauty, treating remarkable women with exceptional care. Embracing her, Jiang Che led Li Yan into the car. Once the Rolls-Royce glided into motion, it headed directly towards the First People's Hospital of Linjiang City. After Jiang Che's convoy departed, Demahu and Lu Erga completed their video recording. With just a bit of editing, it could be posted online. At that point, Mu Feng, the young master of the Mu Corporation, would undoubtedly become an overnight sensation, captivating the entire internet. After all, there are no formidable figures like the likes of Lao Ba in this world. As for consuming the secret burger in public, Mu Feng is undeniably the foremost pioneer. What to do now? Lu Erga glanced at the still voraciously devouring Mu Feng, an involuntary shiver coursing through him as he discreetly took a few steps back, inquiring of Demahu beside him. He truly feared engaging too closely with this intellectually challenged individual, worried that Mu Feng's madness might inadvertently infect him. Chapter 64. Lin Ming undergoes surgery. The young master's instructions had been fulfilled. There was no need for us to further concern ourselves with this individual. We could return to editing the video and subsequently publish it online. The big monkey cast a glance at the various video recordings saved on his phone, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he let out a series of maniacal chuckles. With a newfound idea, the duo of Wulong and Feng Chu did not linger any longer and swiftly departed from the parking lot of the Lanzi group. After the big monkey and Air Guzzi left, Mu Feng continued to indulge in his voracious consumption of Oreos, moving on to the ladies' restroom to continue his snacking spree before returning to the parking lot to eat once more. This cycle repeated endlessly, much to his delight. As time flowed gently by, nearing noon, the parking lot became populated with numerous white-collar workers stepping out for their lunch break. Upon witnessing Mu Feng's fervent feasting on Oreos, several naive young women were startled into shrieks, igniting a wave of murmurs among the crowd. Who was this individual? What audacity to devour Oreos in public? Is this behavior even permissible? I have never encountered such shamelessness. You'll witness it today. A few junior executives from the Lanzi group recognized Mu Feng's identity, their astonishment palpable as they stood in disbelief. This audacious individual was none other than the young master of Mushy Real Estate Group, Mu Feng. Goodness, has young master Mu Feng lost his senses? Once they regained their composure from the shock, onlookers hastily retrieved their phones, snapping pictures of Mu Feng in hopes of capturing some scandalous material. After all, witnessing an upper-class figure in such a state was a rare opportunity, and their excitement was palpable. As for Mu Feng, the central figure in this spectacle, he remained oblivious to the surrounding chatter, as if deaf to the opinions voiced around him. For the next 3 hours, Mu Feng exhibited no sign of emotion, adhering strictly to the bizarre and unconventional behaviors dictated by Jiang Che. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital of Linjiang City, within a particular ward, Doctor, is there truly no other alternative? Must the urethra be rerouted to the anal position? Lin Ming, clad in a hospital gown, lay despondently upon the bed, his pallid complexion and trembling lips betraying his distress as he posed the question. No one could fathom the harrowing experiences Lin Ming had endured in recent days, and none could replicate the peculiar circumstances he faced. Initially punished by the system, he mourned the loss of his brother for 3 days before he could begrudgingly accept the grim reality. Before Lin Ming could muster the strength to recover, further misfortune struck. The system, having intervened, forced him to undergo a painless abortion, leaving behind no trace of the instruments used, which led to an incredibly awkward and serious predicament. Lin Ming discovered that he was utterly incapable of urinating like a normal person, nor could he even squat like a eunuch to relieve himself. Though unable to urinate, Lin Ming found it impossible to refrain from drinking water, even if he could only indulge in a sip when the insatiable thirst became unbearable after a few days. Lin Ming could no longer ignore the overwhelming urge to relieve himself, as if the pressure within him was nearing a breaking point. This torment left him in a state of emotional turmoil, unable to bear the discomfort, yet powerless to find a solution. Faced with his peculiar predicament, the attending physician proposed three viable options. The first was to undergo gender reassignment surgery abroad, thereby transforming entirely into a woman. Such procedures are deemed illegal in the Jiuzhou nation, and naturally, no doctor would be willing to perform it, particularly since Lin Ming could not present a compelling financial incentive. The second option involved the complete removal of his two leeches, creating a small incision to facilitate subsequent urination. Although this surgery sounded straightforward in theory, it was fraught with significant risks and complexities. A misstep could cost Lin Ming his life. Post-operative complications could include recurrent infections, severe hemorrhaging, emotional instability, and osteoporosis, among others. The third option entailed rerouting Lin Ming's urethra to the vicinity of the anus. Radiographic examinations revealed that, for reasons unknown, his urethra had inexplicably embedded itself deeply in the lower abdomen, positioned perilously close to the anus, thereby making this transfer feasible. This option was comparatively the least risky, earning enthusiastic recommendations from the medical team. Whether to remove the leeches, reroute the urethra, or pursue gender reassignment surgery abroad, we respect the patient's wishes. The choice is yours. The attending physician reiterated, adjusting his glasses with a serious demeanor. Lin Ming's condition could not be delayed. There was a looming threat that his leeches might burst under the immense pressure, leading to a potentially fatal outcome if mishandled. Thus, the physician felt compelled to counsel Lin Ming almost daily, eager to arrange the surgery. Having practiced medicine for several decades, the physician had never encountered a case as bizarre as Lin Ming's, stirring his innate curiosity and desire for study. Let us proceed with the rerouting surgery. What is the estimated cost? Lin Ming hesitated momentarily before resolutely articulating his difficult decision. The deadline for the system's enforced public nudity punishment loomed just 2 days away. Given the capricious nature of the Wangba system, if he did not take initiative, it would undoubtedly compel him to run naked in the streets. Since public disgrace was inevitable, Lin Ming reasoned that it would be preferable to embrace the situation rather than be coerced by the system. At least he could find some solace in the choice. However, before he could consider running naked, he needed to address his pressing urinary issue. Otherwise, he feared he might not survive the next 2 days, succumbing to the unbearable pressure. With this thought, Lin Ming's expression darkened. His skin trembled, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, as he mentally cursed the Wangba system and its ancestors for the predicament he found himself in. If it were not for this absurdly convoluted delivery system, he would not be facing such a dismal fate. How could he, Lin Ming, a figure of wisdom, have awakened to such a ludicrous system? It was utterly infuriating. Despite the seething rage within and towards the godly delivery system, Lin Ming found himself utterly powerless. Compelled to heed the physician's advice to undergo surgery, he had previously inquired whether the system could offer any means of recovery, to which the delivery system provided a clear response. By continuously completing delivery tasks, he could earn reward points, which could be exchanged in the system's marketplace for various abilities, including the restoration of his tools of the trade. With this specific answer from the system, a glimmer of solace emerged within Lin Ming. At least there remained a semblance of hope for him to return to being a normal man, did it not? Although the godly delivery system was a foolish trap, Lin Ming found himself inextricably bound to it, with all his hopes resting upon its shoulders. In light of your unique circumstances, the hospital has agreed to waive your surgical fees. However, we will conduct an analysis of your case and publish our findings in relevant medical journals, contingent upon your consent. Naturally, your name will not be disclosed. The attending physician replied, fully aware of Lin Ming's concerns. After all, he had been hospitalized for several days without a single visitor, likely an orphan, unable to bear the exorbitant medical costs. The hospital is not a charitable institution. Had Lin Ming's situation not been so exceptional, unprecedented, and valuable for research, they would not have granted him a complete fee waiver. I agree. Thus, under the attending physician's arrangements, Lin Ming was wheeled into the operating room half an hour later, embarking on an extraordinarily unique surgical journey. Chapter 65. The manifestation of power. The Rolls-Royce sped along the road, and after approximately an hour, Jiang Che's convoy finally arrived at the First People's Hospital of Linjiang City. Upon parking, the bodyguards disembarked first, respectfully opening the rear door for Jiang Che. Jiang Che and Li Yinren stepped out together, hand in hand. No sooner had they exited the vehicle than a group of doctors clad in white coats hurriedly approached Jiang Che, nodding and bowing, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. Young Master Jiang, greetings. Welcome to our hospital for an inspection. I am Jiang, the director of the First People's Hospital of Linjiang. The foremost figure was an elderly gentleman, around 60 years of age, with graying temples, a kindly smile, and an unassuming demeanor. The Xingqiang Group holds significant shares in the First People's Hospital of Linjiang, and Jiang Che is the undisputed young master. Jiang is merely an employee in comparison. In the presence of the young master, Jiang naturally maintained a cordial attitude. On the surface, the First People's Hospital of Linjiang appeared to be a public tertiary hospital. However, the underlying truths were not meant for outsiders. An hour prior, upon receiving news of Jiang Che's impending visit, Jiang had already been waiting in the parking lot with the group of doctors for over 20 minutes. Few could command such respect. And Jiang Che happened to be one of them. Director Chun. Hello, Jiang Che replied with a smile, extending his hand to shake Jiang's amicably. As the saying goes, one should never strike a smiling face, and Jiang Che was certainly not the type to be arrogant or brainlessly villainous. In the presence of others, he has always been a refined and graceful young gentleman. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang briefly introduced the other attending doctors accompanying Jiang Che. Throughout this encounter, Li Yanren remained silent, her expression revealing a hint of complexity. Undoubtedly, the scene unfolding before her was a profound visual shock. Over the past 3 years of her brother's hospitalization, she had frequented the First People's Hospital of Linjiang City, becoming well acquainted with its corridors. Typically, when she visited alone, it was exceedingly difficult not only to meet the hospital director, but even to catch a glimpse of her brother's attending physician. Yet now, upon Jiang Che's mere arrival, the director eagerly approached, accompanied by department heads, all bowing and scraping in a display of obsequiousness. Such treatment was not afforded to everyone. At this moment, the significance of power was vividly manifest. For the first time, Li Yanren directly sensed the formidable influence wielded by the man beside her in Linjiang City. As a member of the lower class, what more could she desire than to be acknowledged by a top-tier gentleman like Jiang Che? Successfully aligning herself with him could undoubtedly transform her life in unimaginable ways. Countless women in Linjiang City aspired to ascend to Jiang Che's bed. Yet they lamented the lack of opportunity. Now that she had caught his eye, could it not be interpreted as a stroke of divine kindness, granting her a chance to alter her fate? With this thought, Li Yanren gradually developed a sense of affinity towards Jiang Che, her initial resistance fading away. The long-lost feeling of security began to fill her heart, even diminishing her psychological aversion to men. Li Yanren feels an immense sense of peace around you. Emotional value 55-55. Jiang Che glanced at Li Yanren with surprise, deep in contemplation. Jiang's visit was not a deliberate arrangement on his part. Rather, it was an unintended occurrence. Both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. It appeared that this serendipitous event had significantly impacted Li Yanren, subtly shifting her inner thoughts. Jiang Che did not dwell on it further and followed Jiang directly towards the inpatient department building. If he successfully treated Li Ziming's condition today, he would be rewarded with the embrace of beauty, reaping the fruits of victory. The thrill of holding the steering wheel of a Mercedes was intoxicating, and Jiang Che was filled with anticipation. This morning, he had merely sampled the grandeur of the steering wheel. Yet he remained uncertain about the performance and handling of the luxurious vehicle. Under Jiang's guidance, Jiang Che swiftly ascended to the 16th floor of the inpatient department, where he encountered Li Ziming, who lay in a private ward, wearing an oxygen mask and receiving intravenous therapy. Approximately 18 or 19 years of age, Li Ziming appeared emaciated. His complexion pale, with vacant eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Young Master Jiang, Miss Li's brother's condition is rather grim. His amyotrophic lateral sclerosis has progressed to a late stage, leaving him with weakened limbs, immobility, and complete paralysis. He struggles to swallow even the simplest of foods like rice porridge or milk, and can only sustain life through glucose. Breathing has become exceedingly arduous, making it nearly impossible for him to speak as a normal person would. If this situation persists, Jiang's voice abruptly trailed off, his brow furrowing in concern. Initially, he had thought that Miss Li's brother was merely suffering from a common ailment, even considering stepping in personally to demonstrate his skills before Jiang Che. However, after reviewing Li Ziming's medical records, Jiang had completely discarded such unrealistic notions. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis remains one of the most formidable medical challenges, and even the world's leading medical experts would be unable to provide a cure, let alone him. To put it bluntly, one afflicted with this illness can only await their demise. Furthermore, given Li Ziming's current state, It seems unlikely he will see his 20th birthday. Jiang Xiao. Li Yanyan gazed at Jiang Che with an expression of profound hope, her starry eyes brimming with expectation. Having witnessed Jiang Che's extraordinary medical prowess firsthand, she had come to regard him as her last beacon of hope. Rest assured, Jiang Che reassured, gently patting Li Yanyan's shoulder, choosing not to elaborate further. Under the bemused gazes of Qin Jiuren and the assembled doctors and nurses, he approached Li Ziming's bedside, silver needles in hand, moving with deliberate grace. Miss Li, Jiang Gongzi. Qin Jiuren, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, hesitating to speak. Observing Jiang Che's determined demeanor, it was evident that he intended to personally treat Li Ziming using acupuncture techniques derived from traditional Chinese medicine. Surely, this could not be a jest? Setting aside the question of whether such a prominent young master would engage in the tedious study of traditional medicine, even if he had acquired some proficiency, how much expertise could he possess at such a tender age? Moreover, he was confronting amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a conundrum that had baffled the medical community for years. Despite his internal reservations, Qin Jiuren dared not impede Jiang Che's intentions. I believe in him. Li Yanyan discerned Qin Jiuren's unspoken thoughts, offering a faint smile without further elaboration. Qin Jiuren fell silent, relinquishing any further attempts at persuasion. With the patient's family member already in agreement, he felt there was little more to say. As Jiang Che reached Li Ziming, he deftly displayed a series of glimmering silver needles that emanated a chilling brilliance. Channeling his internal energy, he guided the needles, which occasionally emitted a subtle tremor, creating a stark contrast in the hushed hospital room. I'm your brother-in-law, here to save your life, he said, noticing the fear in Li Ziming's eyes. Jiang Che smiled gently, offering a few reassurances before falling silent. First, he employed the divine needle of creation to thoroughly awaken the concealed innate qi within Li Ziming's body, which had remained dormant and unactivated. Following this, he assisted with the Tai divine needle to initiate treatment, with the remarkable ability of the Tai needle to transform decay into vitality. Curing Li Ziming's stubborn ailment was undoubtedly within reach. Jiang Che's movements were fluid and seamless, a spectacle to behold. Before long, Li Ziming was adorned with a multitude of silver needles, resembling a hedgehog, each one piercing his body from head to toe. These needles seemed to come alive, emitting a series of quivering sounds even while attached to Li Ziming's skin. In that moment, everyone present in the hospital room held their breath, fixated on every movement of Jiang Che. The elderly Qin Jiuren, his eyes gleaming with excitement, found himself breathing rapidly, his body trembling slightly. The older one gets, the more perceptive one becomes, having devoted decades to the study of medicine and possessing knowledge of both Eastern and Western practices. Qin Jiuren could clearly discern the extraordinary nature of Jiang Che's acupuncture technique. Even without knowing the name of this technique, he could see that Li Ziming's pallor was gradually giving way to a healthy flush, while the data displayed on the nearby monitors indicated that his bodily functions were steadily recovering. This scene astonished not only Qin Jiuren, but also the accompanying physicians, who exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting profound shock, stirring waves of astonishment within their hearts. Had it not been for the concern that speaking out might disrupt Jiang Che's concentration, they would have engaged in fervent discussion. The spectacle before them was too extraordinary, too absurd. Even witnessing it firsthand left them feeling as though it were surreal. Everything indicated that this esteemed Jiang was indeed capable of completely curing this late-stage ALS patient through the art of acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine. It was simply outrageous. Li Yanyan, too, was riveted by Jiang Che's every action, her beautiful eyes wide with focus, unwilling to miss a single detail. Her body trembled slightly, her emotions surging to an indescribable height, tears beginning to shimmer in her eyes. 15 minutes later, after the innate qi had thoroughly permeated Li Ziming's skin and bones, Jiang Che pricked the tip of Li Ziming's finger, allowing the stagnant blood to flow out, and withdrew all the silver needles from his body, offering a gentle smile. Mission accomplished, little brother-in-law. You are now fully recovered. Jiang Che held no doubt regarding his extraordinary medical skills. There was no need for various examinations. By merely observing Li Ziming's countenance, he could conclude that the latter had indeed made a complete recovery. One must admit, healing others is truly a laborious endeavor. Particularly when faced with a patient like Li Ziming, whose condition was critically advanced, the expenditure of vital energy was immense, and the treatment process demanded absolute precision. Though the journey was arduous, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Having dedicated such effort, he would soon secure the affection of the exquisite Li Yanyan. Oh my! Have I truly been healed? Once Jiang Che had sheathed all his silver needles, Li Ziming felt a resurgence of strength coursing through his limbs. Astonished, he sat upright on the hospital bed, letting out an incredulous exclamation, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He realized that not only could he speak, but his bodily sensations had fully returned, the all-encompassing pain dissipating gradually, and he even sensed a long-forgotten hunger pang. All these signs unequivocally indicated that his health had indeed improved. You little rascal, shouldn't you express your gratitude to your brother-in-law? Were it not for his intervention, you would have had little time left to live. Li Yanran, initially moved to tears, found herself at a loss for words as her unpredictable younger brother spoke. In an instant, her emotional facade crumbled, and she playfully twisted Li Ziming's ear, gritting her teeth to remind him. As for Jiang Che's self-assumed role as her brother-in-law, she did not contest it, fully acquiescing to the arrangement. According to their agreement, having healed her brother's affliction, she would become Jiang Che's woman. Having witnessed her brother's miraculous transformation firsthand, Li Yanran was naturally committed to her word. Just moments before in the parking lot, she had already come to terms with this outcome. Her aversion to men did not extend to her own brother, and she felt no hesitation in maintaining close contact with him. Indeed, what my sister says is true. Li Ziming nodded gravely, pulling the needles from the back of his hand with his bare hands before struggling to rise from the bed. With a thud, he knelt before Jiang Che. Father, please accept this bow from your son. Speak properly. Li Yanran shot a fierce glare at Li Ziming and delivered a light smack to the back of his head. Ouch! Li Ziming dared not retort, readily conceding. No matter how beautiful his sister was, in his eyes, she resembled a fierce tigress. Moreover, he had been acutely aware of her meticulous care over the past 3 years. He was no longer a child and felt immense gratitude. Were it not for his sister's nurturing, he might have perished in the streets long before reaching this day of healing. Thank you, brother-in-law, for curing my terminal illness. I wish for you and my sister a harmonious union. May you soon be blessed with children, bask in love eternally, and may your family be abundant with blessings. Li Ziming babbled, having left school before completing middle school and accompanying his sister to Linjiang City. He had not spoken for nearly 2 years. Thus his speech came out somewhat jumbled. Hearing her brother's increasingly absurd declarations, Li Yanran's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, a mixture of embarrassment and shyness washing over her. How could her brother be so indiscreet? They hadn't even shared intimate moments, so how could he speak of a large family and 8 treasures in one birth? Was this mischievous brother trying to tire her out? Get up. We are all family, no need for such grandiloquence. Jiang Che chuckled as he helped Li Ziming to his feet, amused by the situation. To declare oneself a son without a second thought? One had to admit, her little brother was indeed quite unique. Once Li Ziming was surrounded by a group of doctors for various examinations. Only Jiang Che and Li Yanran remained in the ward. Jiang Shao, thank you. Li Yanran took a deep breath, her face radiant with a smile, excitement palpable upon her features. She slightly bent her body and performed a profound bow to Jiang Che, her heart swelling with immense gratitude. Chapter 67. Jiang Che's dark humor. Is it necessary to express thanks given our relationship? Jiang Che remarked, his words imbued with a hint of ambiguity, subtly retracting his scrutinizing gaze. The peaks loomed majestically, waves crashing tumultuously. A woman like Li Yanran would never have to worry about her child going hungry in the future. Li Yanran gently bit her lower lip, her eyes shimmering with a delicate blush, her heart fluttering with an unfamiliar, thrilling sensation. She had to admit that Jiang Che had indeed stirred something within her, awakening a peculiar feeling she had never experienced before. This gentleman with a mischievous streak was particularly charming when he wasn't teasing her. Li Yanran sensed that her initial aversion towards Jiang Che had significantly diminished, her mindset shifting subtly, and signs of her previously ingrained misandry began to wane. Although she could not comprehend the reason behind this delightful transformation, she recognized it as a promising beginning. After waiting for approximately an hour, Chen Jiren finally returned with Li Ziming to the hospital room, murmuring incessantly to himself. A medical miracle indeed. Following a series of meticulous medical examinations, Chen Jiren discovered that Li Ziming, a patient in the late stages of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, had remarkably improved, showing no signs of the disease, his body restored to the peak condition of a teenager. Young Master Jiang, I have an unusual request. Approaching Jiang Che, Chen Jiren hesitated momentarily before finally speaking up. With Jiang Che's extraordinary medical skills, one could only imagine how many lives could be saved if he were to practice medicine. Of course, Chen Jiren was fully aware that asking this affluent young master to abandon his extravagant lifestyle to become a traditional physician was utterly unrealistic. He held no such expectations. He merely hoped to bestow upon Jiang Che the honorary title of director, so that in the future, should their hospital face particularly challenging medical cases, they could call upon this extraordinary healer. You wish for me to serve as the honorary director at the First People's Hospital, so that I may intervene in any medical dilemmas that arise. Jiang Che glanced at Chen Jiren, swiftly discerning his intentions. After all, given his status, even if he were to pursue medicine, the minimum starting point would be that of an honorary director. Precisely, young Master Jiang, that is my intention. May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter? Chen Jiren asked, his face beaming with a cautious smile. I am currently attending university and managing various business affairs, leaving me little spare time, Jiang Che replied, shaking his head and declining Chen Jiren's proposal without a moment's hesitation. Possessing unparalleled medical skills, Jiang Che's ambition was to utilize such abilities to target the protagonist and pursue the heroine, rather than to become a conventional physician. Furthermore, considering his esteemed position, how many individuals in the entirety of Linjiang City are truly worthy of his intervention? Naturally, should a prominent figure, akin to his father or grandfather, be afflicted by a grave illness, Jiang Che would not hesitate to extend his assistance. In essence, he is disinclined to engage in endeavors devoid of personal gain. After all, he is already adorned with numerous accolades, and the addition of a medical sage's halo would be of little consequence. Upon hearing Jiang Che's refusal, Chen Jiren, though somewhat regretful, refrained from pressing the matter further. After a leisurely exchange with Jiang Che, he quietly departed with a cadre of doctors and nurses. Take good care of yourself in the hospital for the next few days. I shall return to escort you home, he advised. Once Chen Jiren and the others had left, Li Yanran turned her gaze toward her brother, who lay obediently on the hospital bed. With a gentle demeanor and a slightly dazed expression, she spoke softly. The burden of her brother's terminal illness had been lifted, granting her a sense of relief akin to a great weight being lifted from her heart. Although her brother's condition had significantly improved, she was still bound to fulfill her promise that evening, leaving no time to arrange his discharge and subsequent care. It was best for him to remain for a couple more days. All right, sister, do not worry. I will stay here and recuperate diligently, Li Ziming replied, nodding in acquiescence to his sister's wishes without a hint of dissent. As night fell at 8 o'clock, and after ensuring all arrangements for Li Ziming's continued hospitalization were in place, Jiang Che departed the ward alongside Li Yanran. Upon exiting the inpatient building, Jiang Che spotted Xiangzi eagerly awaiting in the square. Young master. Upon seeing Jiang Che, Xiangzi hurriedly advanced with an exaggerated gait, his smile somewhat obsequious and oddly disconcerting. Observing Xiangzi's approach, Li Yanran furrowed her brows, instinctively retreating 3 steps to distance herself from him. It was only then that she realized her aversion to men had not diminished. Rather, it was merely less pronounced in the presence of Jiang Che and her brother. Whenever another man encroached within a meter of her, she instinctively felt a wave of distaste. Li Yanran harbors disdain for Lin Chong. Emotional value, 999. Jiang Che glanced curiously at Li Yanran, his expression a mix of intrigue and puzzlement. Having received no prior feedback from the system, he had assumed her psychological affliction was gradually improving. However, it appeared that was not the case at all. Goodness, does this phenomenon vary in effect based on the individual? How intriguing. Xiangzi's smile faltered as he contemplated the absurdity of the situation. Although he may not possess the same allure as his young master, he considered himself a ruggedly handsome man with striking features. Are you serious about stepping back 3 paces? So, tell me, what is Lin Ming's current condition? Jiang Che inquired, shifting the focus away from Li Yanran's discomfort and directly addressing Xiangzi. Young master, Lin Ming is truly in dire straits. He underwent an unprecedented surgical procedure today. As Jiang Che broached the topic at hand, Xiangzi's smile morphed into one of unseemly glee, animatedly recounting Lin Ming's various tribulations during this tumultuous period. Upon listening to Xiangzi's narration, Jiang Che's expression grew increasingly peculiar, unable to suppress a chuckle. The notion of rerouting the urethra to the anus, was this truly a concept that carbon-based life forms could conceive? One must admit, Lin Ming's existence was rather tragic. The system had only just awakened, and before he could savor the delights of life, it had confiscated his tools for mischief, forcing him into a humiliating public display of nudity. Previously, he had observed Lin Ming vehemently cursing the supreme delivery system through a hummingbird robot. where Lin Ming had mentioned various punishments imposed by the delivery system, of which Jiang Che was fully aware. Contemplating Lin Ming's impending forced public nudity, Jiang Che suddenly conceived a mischievous plan, imagining employing a card of chaotic passion on Mu Feng, causing him to fall madly in love with Lin Ming. Unable to extricate himself from the depths of affection, wouldn't this lead to a spark of romance between the two protagonists? At that point, would Lin Ming's urethra not be on the verge of explosion? Chapter 68. Harvesting the Fruits of Victory, instructing Xiangzi to continue monitoring Lin Ming and to report any developments. Jiang Che entered a Rolls-Royce with Li Yin and, commanding the bodyguard to drive towards Yuhai Grand Hotel. The Rolls-Royce glided smoothly along the road, unobstructed. In the rear seat, Li Yin sat upright, her small hands gripping the edge of her garment, her expression tense and her heart racing with trepidation. "Are you nervous?" Jiang Che pressed a button, raising the partition glass between the back seat and the driver's compartment, casting a playful glance at Li Yin, teasing her. As a luxury vehicle, the Rolls-Royce was equipped with soundproof glass made of superior acoustic materials. Once elevated, the occupants in the rear could listen without the driver noticing a thing. Nor could they see any of the surroundings, particularly as Jiang Che's Rolls-Royce was a specially modified version. The rear seat could gently recline into a small bed spacious enough for two. Fortunately, Li Yinran's delicate, elongated eyelashes fluttered slightly, her voice trembling. "What are you afraid of?" "I am not some ravenous beast," Jiang Che chuckled lightly, reaching out to pull Li Yinran's curvaceous, exquisitely shaped figure into his embrace. Encircling the slender waist of the alluring woman, he positioned her to straddle him. In that moment, the atmosphere turned exceedingly intimate, the temperature within the car rising, and Jiang Che could distinctly hear Li Yinran's short, hurried breaths. "There's no need to be tense. Here, have a sip of red wine to calm your nerves." Jiang Che retrieved a bottle of fine red wine from the refrigerator, pouring 2 glasses and offering one to Li Yin, encouraging her to drink. The wine, while not intoxicating, served to enhance the mood, facilitating flirtation. "All right," Li Yin replied quietly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, her skin taking on a delicate pink hue. Her gaze gradually becoming dreamy. Struggling to suppress her inner discomfort, Li Yin lifted her glass, clinking it against Jiang Che's, and pretended to drink deeply. "Let us share a cup." Upon hearing Jiang Che's earnest words, Li Yin was momentarily taken aback. Observing Jiang Che's serious demeanor, she found herself both amused and perplexed, inexplicably feeling that this fellow was rather endearing. "I'll do as you say," she said, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Casting a charming glance at Jiang Che, her lips parted slightly, her voice cold yet alluring. As she spoke, Li Yin extended her delicate arm, intertwining it with Jiang Che's. Her fox-like eyes narrowing with a hint of mischief, the corners of her lips curving into a beautiful smile that radiated charm. She felt a compelling urge to acquiesce to Jiang Che's request, her heart already inclined towards submission. After finishing her glass of red wine in one gulp, she licked her lips as if savoring the taste, a deeper flush adorning her cheeks, with even her exquisitely shaped earlobes tinged with crimson. A soft belch escaped her lips, alleviating some of her nervousness. As Cold Qingqiu's personal secretary, she frequently attended various banquets and negotiations alongside him. Thus her tolerance for alcohol was commendable. Yet, at this moment, after merely half a glass of red wine, she felt a pleasant haze clouding her mind. The beauty, slightly tipsy, exuded shyness and allure, a captivating blend of charm and grace. In this enchanting atmosphere, Jiang Che felt a stirring in his heart. "Secretarially, it seems your capacity for alcohol is rather limited. Allow me to assist you in sobering up," he said with a light chuckle, setting down his glass before leaning in to kiss Li Yinran's luscious lips. An hour later, a Rolls-Royce gracefully came to a halt in the parking lot of the Yunhai Grand Hotel. After the bodyguard respectfully opened the car door, Jiang Che stepped out, guiding the somewhat unsteady Li Yin, and as they made their way towards the hotel lobby. Entering the private elevator, Jiang Che pressed the button for the 99th floor. The Yunhai Grand Hotel was one of the prestigious properties under the Starry Sky Group and was also the only 6-star hotel in Linjiang City. The exclusive presidential suite on the 99th floor belonged solely to Jiang Che. The last time he had been here, he had brought the adorable little girl, Lu Mingxi. Standing in the opulent presidential suite on the 99th floor, before the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could gaze upon the breathtaking nightscape of Linjiang City, the mountains appearing diminutive beneath one's feet. This exhilarating sensation of elevation and perspective captivated Jiang Che. Thoughts of the sweet and obedient little girl, Lu Mingxi, raced through his mind. since Chen Hao had yet to arrive in Linjiang and with school starting in 2 days. He considered seizing this opportunity to visit Jinxiu Mountain Villa and bring the little girl to his estate. After not seeing her for half a month, Jiang Che felt a profound longing. As for whether Lu Yunshuang would agree, Jiang Che was confident he had ways to ensure her consent, rendering the concern trivial. Upon entering the presidential suite on the 99th floor, Jiang Che casually closed the door behind them, ushering Li Yanran inside. The room was evidently adorned with meticulous care. The expansive living area adorned with 999 vibrant roses, with a red carpet stretching all the way to the entrance. The warm yellow light cascades down, while classical, soothing melodies gently emanate from an exquisite music box. Colorful balloons float above, artfully assembled to spell the name Li Yanran. A variety of delicate and charming dolls adorn the plush bed. In the distance, a square table crafted from pear wood stands tall, flickering red candles casting reflections. The remnants of a meal still warm, and several bottles of Lafite Bordeaux are neatly arranged. Did you arrange all of this in advance? Li Yanran's eyes glimmer as she turns and glances back, astonished. Do you like it? Jiang Che replies with a faint smile, resting his head on Li Yanran's fragrant shoulder. Inhaling her fresh and serene scent. Women are inherently emotional beings, often placing great emphasis on details. Since he intended to indulge both body and soul, Jiang Che naturally aimed to provide Li Yanran with an unforgettable and enchanting night, overcoming her aversion towards men. I love it. Thank you, Jiang Che. Li Yanran nods, her delicate foot in black stockings rising from her high heels, and she plants a kiss on Jiang Che's handsome profile, her gaze filled with admiration. No woman can resist romance, and Li Yanran is no exception. Jiang Che's meticulous arrangements and the deliberately crafted romantic ambience greatly pleased her, easing her inner tension and unease. Go take a shower. Jiang Che gently pats Li Yanran's fragrant shoulder, willingly releasing the embrace around her waist. Li Yanran nods slightly, her steps graceful as she makes her way to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of water rustling fills the air. Jiang Che sheds his suit and shirt, sprawling comfortably on the soft bed, taking out his phone to chat with a few women, passing the final moments of the evening. Minchi, I will pick you up at your home tomorrow. Yuxuan, young master won't be home tonight. Please inform Xiaoi. Qingqiu, darling, I will always love you. After finishing his conversations, Li Yin emerges from the bathroom, freshly groomed. As the alluring figure approaches, Jiang Che swiftly captures her. Chapter 69, Lin Ming. Am I a Walmart shopping bag? The joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. While Jiang Che revels in a delightful evening, Mu Feng and Lin Ming find themselves questioning their existence. At the First People's Hospital of Linjiang City, in a specialized care ward, Lin Ming lies over the hospital bed, his eyes vacant, pupils unfocused, as though his life has lost all color. Following the surgeon's directives and completing the operation, Lin Ming discovers he can indeed urinate normally. Yet, he can no longer consider himself a complete man. Neither male nor female, not quite human or a transgender person. So, what should his gender be now? A Walmart shopping bag? Or psychologically male, physiologically a transgender? Alas, what can be done at this point? At least he is alive now. Is he not? Lin Ming murmurs to himself, comforting his heart, feeling a slight improvement in his mood as his gloom begins to lift. The surgery is complete. What good is regret now? Surely he cannot ask the surgeon to reattach his urethra. Oh, the unfairness of fate. Upon awakening to a system, Lin Ming pondered whether he should not be traversing the vibrant city, enamored by its floral splendor. How had events spiraled into such disarray? Reflecting on his current plight, which was the result of the absurdly flawed God-tier delivery system, Lin Ming felt a surge of indignation course through him, his teeth clenched in frustration. The thought of being compelled by the system to run naked through the streets the following day filled him with despair. He could already foresee the infamous notoriety that would follow such an act on the internet. Within a luxuriously adorned villa, Mu Feng trembled as he perused the trending topics on his phone. At the forefront was the shocking headline, Shock. Mu Feng, the scion of Mu Realty, shamelessly devours Oreos in public. Another read, in the underground parking lot, a man was seen voraciously consuming Oreos. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? After absorbing the related reports, Mu Feng's expression darkened, his teeth grinding audibly as he emitted a hoarse, guttural groan. Jiang Che, without a doubt. Mu Feng realized that the video of him indulging in Oreos had been orchestrated by Jiang Che. With the Jiang family's influence, achieving such notoriety was hardly a challenge. Mu Feng vividly recalled that during his frenzied consumption, Jiang Che had instructed his subordinates to record him, even providing close-up shots. Hence, the videos circulating online boasted such high-definition quality. Was it possible that all of this was the handiwork of Jiang Che? The memory of his outrageous antics in front of Li Yin and sent a chill down Mu Feng's spine, his back soaked with cold sweat, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. It was incomprehensible, even to himself, why he had acted in such a shocking manner. The only explanation Mu Feng could fathom was Jiang Che's involvement. As the principal antagonist in the narrative of the divine healer, Jiang Che might possess some extraordinary abilities. Mu Feng realized that his current state was troubling. After regaining consciousness every 3 hours, he would lapse back into a state of delirium, with no indication of how long it would last. This thought sent a shiver down his spine, filling him with an overwhelming sense of dread. His body slumped onto the sofa, his complexion pale, gasping for breath. In the brief span of a day since his arrival in this world, he had endured such profound anguish, leaving behind the initial vigor he once had, now appearing utterly despondent. Before he could even betray Chun Hao, the protagonist healer, he had already fallen under the scrutiny of Jiang Che, the ultimate villain. Where was the hope for survival? Lost in a whirlwind of disjointed thoughts. The sudden ringing of the phone shattered the silence of the night, its intrusion jarring. Mu Feng snapped back to reality, instinctively glancing at the phone on the table. The caller ID revealing it was his father, Mu Youzhou. His expression shifted to one of complex emotions. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to answer the call. "Hello? Dad? You little rascal, what the hell?" The moment the phone was answered, Mu Youzhou's furious roar reverberated through the line, revealing just how incensed the leader of the Mu group truly was. "What have you done today, you little rascal? Have you lost your mind? Do you understand the impact these trending topics will have on Mu Group's stock price? Get back here immediately." He ended the call in a fit of rage, not allowing Mu Feng a chance to retort. As anticipated, the inevitable had come. Gazing at the flickering phone screen, Mu Feng took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure before rising from the sofa, just as he intended to turn and return to the Mu family villa. A familiar yet strange sensation swept through his mind. No. Mu Feng's eyes widened in terror, his face trembling as an unwilling roar escaped his lips. Before he could react further, his gaze became vacant, an eerie smile creeping onto his face. As if possessed, he began to rant nonsensically, smashing various pieces of furniture within the villa. "Chen Hao, I am your father. Mu Youzhou, you wretched spawn, I am your father." The following day, at noon, with a lazy yet charming sigh, Li Yin opened her drowsy eyes. Staring blankly at the ceiling for a few moments, she noticed pink balloons floating in midair. Memories of the previous night flooded back into her mind, and she recollected all that had transpired. Having been taken advantage of by Jiang Che and coaxed into drinking a toast, she had ended up at the Yu High Grand Hotel with him. Instinctively turning her head, she found herself locking eyes with Jiang Che's enchanting gaze. Awake? Jiang Che smiled gently, reaching out to stroke Li Yinran's smooth, silky hair with a tender expression. Li Yinran murmured indistinctly, her petite frame curling slightly as she nestled closer into Jiang Che's embrace, tracing circles on his chest with her delicate fingers. As reason began to assert itself, Li Yin realized the absurdity of her actions. They had barely met on 2 occasions, and without the time to truly know each other, she had ended up in bed with him. The fact that Jiang Che was still her boss, Lung Qingqiu's boyfriend, filled her with both embarrassment and a thrill. Had she just betrayed her proud and aloof president? With this thought, Li Yin picked up her phone and reviewed her chat history with Lang Qingqiu from the previous night. At 8 p.m., "President, I will work hard." At midnight, "President, I will double my efforts." At 3 a.m., "President, I will never leave Lanzi Group. I shall work for you for a lifetime." Chapter 70. I am a bad woman, unworthy of your regard. Long Qingqiu? Gazing at the messages from Long Qingqiu on her phone screen, Li Yin felt a blush creeping into her eyes, biting her lip as she quickly typed a response. "President, I'm feeling a bit unwell today. A relative has come to visit, and I would like to take a day off." Is it truly right to deceive her in such a manner? Jiang Che wore a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking, as he playfully nipped at Li Yinran's earlobe. "How can you still speak so boldly? If it weren't for your reckless behavior, would I need to request leave from President Long?" Li Yinran's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she shot an indignant glare at Jiang Che, playfully punching his chest with her small fist. If it weren't for this insufferable man, she wouldn't have needed to ask for leave today. Such a man was utterly unappreciative of a woman's delicate feelings. Since becoming Jiang Che's partner, Li Yinran's demeanor had relaxed considerably, shedding the initial constraints she once felt. She was, after all, an astute woman, and following their various interactions the previous day, she had gained some understanding of Jiang Che's character, which allowed her to act more affectionately towards him. "Don't wrong the good-hearted," she protested. "I was merely assisting you with your ailment yesterday." Jiang Che shook his head, maintaining a serious expression, dismissing her grievances. "Assisting with an ailment? Is that truly the case?" Li Yinran paused, her delicate eyelashes fluttering as she narrowed her fox-like eyes, staring incredulously at the man before her, clearly unconvinced by his claims. Although she recognized Jiang Che's impressive medical skills, akin to those of the legendary Hua Ta, she found it hard to believe any doctor would treat patients in such a manner. "Indeed, it is true. Just pay attention. Do you not feel a diminishing sense of aversion towards me?" Jiang Che teased, twirling a strand of Li Yinran's hair between his fingers, a confident smile gracing his face. "Perhaps you are right," Li Yinran admitted, slowly realizing that her initial aversion to this insufferable man had indeed faded. "So everything you said is true?" Her voice was a mixture of astonishment and disbelief, her lips parted in surprise, her expression perplexed. The undeniable truth lay before her. She could no longer deny it. Jiang Che had not intended to torment her, but had genuinely been aiding her. "Naturally, it is true. However, I must confess, I have not entirely resolved your issues. Your aversion to men, aside from myself and your brother, still lingers," Jiang Che explained, elaborating gently to Li Yinran. This was not necessarily a bad thing, and thus he no longer felt compelled to continue treating her. As long as she felt comfortable in his presence, that was sufficient. At this moment, Jiang Che couldn't help but reflect on the profound wisdom of a certain philosophical master, which indeed held true. To alleviate Li Yinran's aversion towards him, it sufficed to take action. The results were evidently remarkable. "Is that so?" Li Yinran pondered, nodding thoughtfully, choosing not to pursue the topic further. She had come to a realization herself and found it inconsequential. Apart from Jiang Che and her brother Li Ziming, she had no desire for excessive interaction with other men. "What are your plans for the future?" Jiang Che inquired, shifting the conversation. "Plans? To bring Ziming home from the hospital and then continue with my work." Li Yinran found herself somewhat bewildered by Jiang Che's unexpected question, her response tinged with confusion. Unlike Jiang Che, the scion of a wealthy family, she could not afford to remain idle without facing dire consequences. "Why not move in with me at Qingting Villa?" Jiang Che suggested, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "You lecher." Li Yinran was keenly aware of the implications behind Jiang Che's words. Her cheeks flushed as she cast him a reproachful glance, her eyes a mixture of annoyance and reproach. With the gentle rain of early spring, a trace of feminine charm graced her features, rendering her particularly alluring. "Perhaps not. Let us discuss this matter at a later time." She hesitated before ultimately declining Jiang Che's proposal, despite having fully entrusted herself to him. The prospect of cohabitation with Jiang Che felt too abrupt for her to accept. "Very well, I shall arrange for several female bodyguards to ensure your safety," Jiang Che replied, masking his disappointment with silence. "I have dozens of private villas at Yujinglong Bay. You may choose anyone that pleases you. I will provide dedicated maids, chefs, and a driver to attend to your daily needs." He then handed her a gilded bank card and an acceptance letter. "This card contains 1 million. The password is 6 zeros, intended as your monthly allowance. As for your younger brother, fret not. I have secured his local residency. He need only report to Linjiang University the day after tomorrow." Linjiang University, renowned as one of the premier institutions in the Dragon Nation, enforces stringent admission standards. Yet those criteria are merely a formality for the likes of Jiang Che. With his status, facilitating Li Ziming's local residency and enrollment was trivial, though it would unfortunately result in a diligent student being deprived of a spot. By arranging for Li Yinran to reside at Yujinglong Bay, Jiang Che harbored his own motives. With his brother-in-law's illness now resolved, it was best that he attend school and not intrude upon the sweet life Jiang Che wished to share with Li Yinran. The proximity of Yujinglong Bay to Qingtung Villa, merely a 30-minute drive, ensured that he could visit her at any moment. "Why are you so kind to me, Jiang Che?" Li Yinran gazed at him, her eyes reddened with tears that glistened as they cascaded down her cheeks, her voice trembling and hoarse. Initially, her agreement to become Jiang Che's partner stemmed from his promise to cure her brother's illness, coupled with the coercion she faced. She had not anticipated any further gains from their relationship. Jiang Che's gestures were entirely beyond her expectations, catching her off guard. "Because you are my woman. And you deserve all of this," he replied with a gentle smile, wiping away the tears from her eyes. "From the very beginning, Jiang Che had envisioned a relationship that encompassed both emotional and physical intimacy. Given that Li Yanran was now his, he felt no reluctance in providing for her. As the partner of the Prince of Jiangzhou, it would be utterly laughable if Li Yanran continued to live a life of discontent. Power and wealth can resolve nearly 99% of the matters in this world, and it just so happens that Jiang Che lacks neither. Although the esteemed gentleman is benevolent, his affections for each woman are profoundly genuine. Indeed, it is as such. Li Yanran, utterly captivated, threw herself into Jiang Che's embrace, disregarding her pain. They held each other tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks, her voice quivering and choked with emotion, soon soaking Jiang Che's chest. "Oh, Jiang Che, you foolish man. I am nothing but a thoroughly wicked woman, unworthy of your devotion. You silly, foolish man, do you even know what I have done in the past?" Chapter 71. On the nature of good and evil. With her voice trembling, Li Yanran began to recount her past sorrows to Jiang Che. In times gone by, she was indifferent to the judgments of others, but now, she found herself deeply concerned about how she was perceived in Jiang Che's eyes. With no reservations, she shared the entirety of her life's experiences, her tear-filled gaze fixed upon him, her voice shaking and somewhat hoarse. "Jiang Che, I know I am not a good woman, but I promise to be obedient from now on. Please don't leave me." Given her past, Li Yanran had long labeled herself as a bad girl, well aware that winning Jiang Che's affection was an extravagant wish. Now that she had returned her heart to him, she could not help but fret over the possibility of his abandonment, her emotions fluctuating between hope and despair. After all, a woman like her possessed little beyond her striking beauty and voluptuous figure that might compel Jiang Che to cherish her. As long as Jiang Che did not forsake her, Li Yanran would gladly remain by his side as a docile canary, willing to be at his beck and call, asking for nothing in return. Thus, when a woman falls for a man, she often engages in inexplicable actions. Even a woman as flawed as Li Yanran is not exempt. She has begun to transform herself. It is Jiang Che who has bestowed upon her a sense of security she had not felt in nearly a decade. This feeling of being cared for and remembered was an experience she had long been deprived of. Li Yanran found herself immersed in this newfound sensation, reluctant to leave it behind, unable to extricate herself. "Do not worry, it will not happen," Jiang Che gently reassured, patting her delicate shoulder with a soft touch. He was well aware of Li Yanran's past struggles. Her willingness to bare her soul to him spoke volumes. Jiang Che was unconcerned, after all. He was not a paragon of virtue himself. Furthermore, Li Yanran had been entangled with Mu Feng, a fervent admirer, which had nothing to do with him. At least before meeting him, Li Yanran had remained untouched by other men, and that sufficed. Human nature is inherently flawed. People are naturally inclined toward benefit and away from harm, but it is only through moral education and societal norms that such tendencies are restrained. No one is perfect. Every individual harbors a shadowy side within. It is merely the stringent legal framework of contemporary society that represses this darker aspect. In realms unbound by law, the human spirit's malevolence flourishes unchecked. Shao Chun, the soldier king, stands as a vivid testament to this truth. 6 years prior, he was merely a spirited and compassionate youth. Yet, after enduring the crucible of blood and fire, and spending an extended duration in the lawless territories of Black Continent, engaged in the perilous profession of a mercenary, his inner darkness inevitably magnified. It is only due to the well-established legal system of Long Kingdom that Shao Chun exercised restraint upon his return. Li Yanran presents another compelling example. Her myriad experiences in the first half of her life have magnified her inner shadows, compounded by the tragic circumstances of her childhood and the influences of her upbringing, shaping her current disposition. Unfortunate souls often spend their lives healing from the wounds of their youth, and Li Yanran epitomizes this struggle. From varying perspectives, one can perceive entirely different lives. To Mu Feng, Li Yanran undoubtedly embodies the archetype of a manipulative seductress, while to Li Ziming, she is a devoted sister, nurturing and attentive. In the eyes of Jiang Che, however, she is merely a pitiable individual, desperately employing every means to survive. "Thank you, Jiang Che," she sobbed, her tears flowing more fiercely after his promise. With intermittent expressions of gratitude, she eventually succumbed to exhaustion and fainted in his embrace. After 4 hours of gymnastics training with Jiang Che the previous night, she was already fatigued, and the emotional roller coaster she experienced led her to succumb to sleep in his arms. Even in slumber, she murmured indistinctly, "Don't leave me." Jiang Che made no extraneous movements, cradling the voluptuous form of the alluring beauty, lost in thought as he communicated with the system in his mind. System, how many emotion points do I currently possess? Last night, he had harvested a considerable amount of emotion points from Li Yanran, Mu Feng, and Lin Ming. Coupled with the 50,000 points previously acquired from Xiao Yi, his total must surely have surpassed 100,000 by now. Host, you currently have 154. 588 emotion points remaining. Upon accumulating a total of 500,000, the primary system mall has been activated. You may explore it at your convenience. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated in Jiang Che's mind, delivering a promising message. The primary system mall? Jiang Che paused, intrigued, as he began to peruse this newfound feature. After half a month, the system had finally unveiled a new function. Upon examining the open page of the system mall, Jiang Che fell into contemplation. Though it was merely a primary system mall, it boasted a diverse array of goods, ranging from martial arts techniques to elixirs, and an assortment of divine skills. Truly, it offered everything one might desire. Several names of items quickly caught Jiang Che's attention. The Heart Voice Shield card and the Diary Shield. Upon noticing the special items for sale, Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. At the first glance of these two items, he was reminded of the antagonists he had previously encountered in villainous narratives, where the nefarious characters would pin diaries to relay pivotal plot information to the female protagonists, thereby ensnaring them in their web of deception. If he were to possess these two items, he could simply obstruct their heart voices and diaries, rendering the antagonists utterly impotent. Devoid of these crucial tools, their performances would be indistinguishable from sheer foolishness in the eyes of the heroines. With a light chuckle, Jiang Che commanded, "System, exchange for the Heart Voice Shield card and Diary Shield." The system responded, deducting 40,000 emotional points, signaling a successful exchange. "Now, grant me a tenfold draw." Glancing at his remaining emotional points, Jiang Che unhesitatingly opted to go all in. 100,000 emotional points were deducted, and the tenfold draw commenced. Chapter 72. Darling, what are you doing? Congratulations, host. You have obtained over-the-knee white silk 99.99. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Destiny Child Positioning Card 3. Congratulations, host. You have received Shadow Guards 10. Congratulations, host. You have gained a Cultivation Enhancement Card 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special ability, Dream Infiltration Technique. This special skill allows entry into another's dreams, weaving dreamscapes and creating illusions that last for an entire night. Costing 1,000 emotional points per use. Dream Infiltration? How intriguing. Reviewing the array of rewards from his recent draw, Jiang Che marveled, his smile evolving into something more sinister. The Dream Infiltration indeed proved to be an extraordinarily practical ability. If he were to encounter a particularly challenging woman of destiny, the significance of this skill would become evident. By infiltrating her dreams, he could subtly influence these fated heroines. His persona would be that of a morally upright, noble prince, while the protagonist of Fortune would be portrayed as a morally corrupt, shamelessly wicked antagonist, an inversion of roles. System, activate the Cultivation Enhancement Card. As the effects of the Cultivation Enhancement Card took hold, a familiar sensation enveloped him. A torrent of immense energy swiftly coursed through Jiang Che's entire being, washing over his limbs and vital channels, nourishing his bones and skin. This cycle continued, ultimately converging at the dantian in his lower abdomen. An overwhelming surge of pure energy flooded in, and with a faint pop, the constraints between realms were shattered. Jiang Che naturally and effortlessly ascended to the late stage of the transformation realm. As he grasped the air, ripples surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous crack, showcasing his newfound prowess. Sensing the vibrant and boundless flow of true chi within his dantian, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. From the system's confines, I retrieved one soul-cleansing pill and one beauty pill, turning to gaze upon the still, slumbering Li Yanran, whose sleeping visage was breathtakingly beautiful. A surge of excitement prompted me to lick my lips. Leaning slightly forward, I gently placed the two pills into Li Yanran's mouth before cradling the enchanting form of the black-clad beauty and making my way towards the bathroom. Humph. Upon being unexpectedly lifted, a sweet flavor enveloped her senses, akin to having been offered a piece of candy. Li Yanran, still groggy, resembled a languid little kitten, her voice soft and sweet. Instinctively, she began to chew on the candy, her words muddled and tender. "Darling, what are you doing?" Jiang Che remained silent, merely holding the flustered black-clad beauty as they entered the bathroom. 2.5 hours later, once she had been thoroughly cleansed and had once again fallen into a deep slumber, Jiang Che gently placed her back onto the plush bed. After tidying himself, he glanced at his wristwatch and noted that it was already 2 in the afternoon. With light, stealthy steps, he exited the presidential suite. Young master. Upon stepping out, the 4 shadowy guards stationed outside the door greeted Jiang Che with utmost respect, their eyes filled with fervor and their demeanor humble. These 4 were the elite guards Jiang Che had summoned from Qingting Manor, tasked with the personal protection of Li Yinran. Having recently elevated his own cultivation to the late stage of the transformation realm, it was only natural that these guards had also advanced to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. The presence of 4 mid-stage ancient martial arts experts to safeguard Li Yinran was more than sufficient, and Jiang Che felt no concern for her safety. After all, they were merely in the early stages of the fateful trajectory, where no formidable protagonists were likely to emerge in Linjiang. Moreover, Linjiang's circumstances differed from those of the Dark World. It remained a society governed by law, where the likelihood of encountering reckless individuals was exceedingly low. No matter how skilled one may be, there is always a fear of the kitchen knife. Given that the existence of ancient martial artists could be accommodated, the state naturally had its measures in place to address such matters. From now on, you will be responsible for Li Yinran's safety, ensuring her daily needs are met. Should any suspicious men appear in her vicinity, particularly those with surnames Yi, Chu, Xiao, or Lin, or any man who persistently pursues her, be sure to inform me immediately. Jiang Che instructed the shadowy guards before turning to leave. Having promised to retrieve the little girl, Lu Mingxi, from Qingting Manor for an extended stay, Jiang Che intended to honor his word. After a period of separation, he found himself yearning for the little girl. After all, the thrill of devouring ice cream in one bite was simply delightful. Upon exiting the Yunhai Grand Hotel, Jiang Che was met with a respectful reception as he entered the red flag state gift vehicle, bearing the license plate Jiang 00001. The flag state gift, being the pinnacle of the Hongqi model line, offered unparalleled comfort and cutting-edge technology, rivaling even the likes of Rolls-Royce. The Hongqi National Gift is a commemorative model, valuable yet elusive, often symbolizing the status and identity of its owner. It is a special edition vehicle, not merely obtainable by wealth alone, but requiring considerable influence as well. In the entire Linjiang city, there exists but a single Hongqi National Gift, owned by Jiang Che. As he was on his way to meet his mistress, a sense of occasion was indeed in order. Leading the procession was a Range Rover, followed by a Bentley. As the convoy majestically made its way towards the splendid Jingxiashan villa, reclining on the luxurious and comfortable sofa, Jiang Che languidly inquired of the driver, the imposing Demaho, about the arrangements regarding move phone. Rest assured, young master, Demaho replied with a smirk. The tasks you entrusted to me in Ergo have been completed. Young Master Mufeng has now become an internet sensation. For the top 5 trending topics are all about him. As Demaho recounted the details with a mischievous grin, Jiang Che lowered his gaze to his phone, opening the trending music notes. Shocking. Young Master Mufeng of the Mu family has done something outrageous in public. Indeed, as Demaho had mentioned, the top 5 trending topics were all videos concerning Mufeng. This incident had undoubtedly catapulted Mufeng to fame, gaining recognition that rivaled even some of the hottest stars. However, the repercussions of Mufeng's antics, particularly his indulgence in the viral Ollie Give video, had significantly tarnished the reputation and image of the Mu Group, causing the stock prices to plummet perilously close to the floor. The entire Mu real estate company was thrust into the spotlight due to the actions of this young master. Well done. You and Ergo should go to Qiangzi tomorrow to each collect a bonus of 1 million, Jiang Che said with a peculiar smile, giving his directive. These individuals were his bodyguards, loyal companions for many years, and Jiang Che was not one to be stingy. Clear rewards and punishments would ensure their unwavering loyalty. Understood. Young Master. Chapter 73. The sweet little Lolita. The convoy sped along the road, and after approximately an hour, they arrived at the Jingxiashan villa located on the outskirts of Linjiang City. The security personnel stationed at the entrance, upon witnessing the grand procession, promptly allowed them entry without hesitation. Even lacking discernment, they understood that such a display could only belong to a person of extraordinary stature, and would be foolish to obstruct their path. Inside the villa, in one of the opulent residences, a young girl mused, "Hee, my brother will be arriving soon. Which outfit should I wear to meet him? The Lolita dress or the pleated skirt? The short skirt could work too. It seems my brother has a fondness for white stockings." Recalling the enchanting moments from half a month ago at the Yunhai Grand Hotel, A faint blush graced the smooth, fair cheeks of the little Lolita, her large, glistening eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture, exuding an irresistible charm. It was on that day that Lu Mingxi discovered her brother's peculiar little preferences. After selecting her attire, Lu Mingxi playfully twirled her twin ponytails and bounced down the stairs to find her sister, Lu Yunshuang, who was engrossed in reading the newspaper in the first-floor hall. Behind her, several bodyguards were carrying a multitude of bags, the shadowy guardians dispatched by Jiang Che a few days prior to ensure Lu Mingxi's safety. Lu Mingxi sat obediently on the nearby sofa, playfully swinging her delicate legs, and greeted Lu Yunshuang with a lively wave. The matter of her brother taking her to reside at Qingtung Mountain Villa had already been conveyed to her sister, who had graciously consented. Hence, Lu Yunshuang had chosen not to go to the office today, instead opting to remain at home in anticipation of Jiang Che's arrival. Such a little girl, Lu Yunshuang remarked, lowering her newspaper to glance at her younger sister, shaking her head in resignation without elaborating further, only letting out a soft sigh. As an elder sister, she comprehended the extent of her sister's infatuation with Jiang Che, which bordered on obsession. Learning that Jiang Che was to take her away today had left Lu Mingxi so exhilarated last night that she had scarcely slept, evident in the pronounced dark circles under her eyes. Initially, Lu Yunshuang had vehemently opposed this arrangement, unwilling to acquiesce. But her younger sister's persistent pleas had ultimately worn her down, leading to her reluctant agreement. With the passage of half a month, Lu Yunshuang had come to terms with the reality of her sister becoming Jiang Che's partner, her initial resistance having softened. What more could she do now that her silly sister had already committed herself? Of late, she had observed numerous changes in her sister, and from Lu Mingxi, she learned that her improved complexion and enhanced beauty were attributed to a miraculous elixir received from Jiang Che. Lu Mingxi had elaborated on the remarkable effects of the youth-enhancing pill and the body-cleansing pill. The fact that Jiang Che could bestow such extraordinary elixirs upon her sister, while also assigning several formidable warriors as her bodyguards, clearly indicated the high regard he held for Lu Mingxi. Lu Yunshuang felt no concern for her sister's safety at Qingtung Mountain Villa. With this thought, she lifted her gaze slightly, observing the four silent, stern-faced female bodyguards standing resolutely behind Lu Mingxi, her expression shifting subtly. As the heiress of the Lu family, one of the 6 prominent families in Linjiang City, Lu Yunshuang was no stranger to the realms of elixirs and martial artists. However, elixirs were exceedingly rare and seldom circulated in the market. While the Lu family did possess some martial artists, they were more akin to vassals, requiring substantial care and sustenance, not readily available to serve as mere bodyguards for anyone. This only underscored the Jiang family's status as the foremost aristocracy in Jiangzhou province, their vast resources surpassing common comprehension, capable of dispatching such rare martial artists with ease. In a strict sense, Lu Mingxi's union with Jiang Che could be seen as an elevation for the Lu family. After all, Jiang Che's status was among the most distinguished in the entire 9 provinces, while the Lu family held merely a degree of influence in Linjiang City, separated by an insurmountable chasm. Upon arriving at Qingtung Mountain Villa, remember to heed Jiang Che's words and avoid unnecessary trouble. Do return home for a couple of days each week. Your sister will miss you, she advised, retracting her scrutinizing gaze and casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Lu Yunshuang gently parted her ruby lips and began to tenderly remind Lu Mingxi of various matters. Rest assured, dear sister, Mingxi will come home to see you whenever she has the chance, Lu Mingxi replied with a soft, endearing smile, nodding with cheerful enthusiasm. Even without her sister's words, she understood these sentiments well, for in her brother's presence, she had always been the obedient, charming, and devoted little sister. Miss, the second young master has arrived, a maid announced respectfully as the 2 sisters engaged in conversation. Brother is here? Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang from the sofa, dashing towards the door with fervent anticipation. Lu Yunshuang shook her head in exasperation, gracefully rising from her seat to follow at a leisurely pace. Once outside, Lu Mingxi quickly spotted her long-cherished, ever-admired brother. With her delicate legs, she moved like a fragrant breeze, swiftly leaping into Jiang Che's embrace. Wrapping her arms around his strong shoulders, she affectionately nuzzled her cheek against his chest, her little nose twitching in delight, radiating pure joy as she resembled a koala clinging to a tree. Brother, I've missed you so much. The little girl gazed up, her youthful face adorned with a hint of baby fat, her eyes captivated by Jiang Che's handsome profile. She reached out, climbing even higher, and planted a tender kiss on his cheek, reminiscent of a dragonfly touching the water, fleeting yet leaving a trace of sweetness. Lu Mingxi is overjoyed, her emotions soaring high. "I've missed you too, Mingxi," Jiang Che replied with a gentle smile, instinctively supporting the little girl by her delicate legs to prevent her from tumbling down. At that moment, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel a wave of sentiment wash over him. Indeed, he found himself particularly fond of this adorable little girl. Although he felt a slight discomfort in his chest from her weight, it did not diminish his affection for Lu Mingxi. After all, who could resist a charming little girl who was utterly compliant and sweetly devoted? Lu Mingxi's features were exquisite. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth complemented by lips like rosy clouds, delicate brows resembling distant mountains, and a petite face that radiated youthful innocence. Her long eyelashes were slender and refined, her enchanting gaze veiled in a mist of emotion, captivating all who beheld her. Her petite stature was both adorable and fragile, her long hair cascading like a waterfall into twin ponytails. She donned a pink Lolita dress, her delicate legs adorned in over-the-knee white stockings. And she wore charming black leather shoes, an embodiment of every Lolita lover's dreams. Particularly with her diminutive frame, Jiang Che could easily cradle her in his arms. With such enticing attributes before him, how could any man possibly resist? Upon hearing Jiang Che express his longing for her, Lu Mingxi beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling with starry admiration, as if the entire world revolved around him alone, leaving no room for anyone else. Lu Yunchuang gracefully advanced toward Jiang Che, her elegant strides accentuated by her alluring black silk-clad legs. Upon witnessing her younger sister's seemingly lackluster demeanor, a wave of silent exasperation washed over her. As one of the renowned four great beauties and a prominent CEO, how could she have such a naive and love-struck sibling? Jiang Shao, Lu Yunchuang collected her thoughts, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she extended her delicate hand. Jiang Che's name resonated throughout the upper echelons of Linjiang society. Who was not familiar with this esteemed young man? Lu Yunchuang had encountered him several times at various business soirees, and although they were somewhat acquainted, this unique meeting marked a first. As she surveyed the refined and handsome Jiang Che, she finally comprehended her sister's infatuation with him. Humans are inherently visual creatures. An exceptional beauty is always well received, regardless of time or place. Over the years, Lu Yunchuang had encountered a myriad of individuals, yet none could compare to Jiang Che's striking appearance and charisma. Even she found herself momentarily entranced, let alone her younger sister, who was in the throes of youth and romantic ideals. "Miss Lu," Jiang Che smiled warmly, extending a hand to grasp hers briefly, while Lu Yunchuang appraised him. Jiang Che was equally intrigued by the illustrious Ice Queen CEO. Lu Yunchuang possessed a captivating oval face, exquisite features, and porcelain skin. Her ruby lips and pristine teeth contrasted with her cold, beautiful eyes, reminiscent of eternally frozen waters. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, dancing in the breeze, with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye adding to her unique allure. Tall and shapely, she embodied both elegance and fullness, her silhouette perfectly accentuated by a pale blue gown that gracefully outlined her curvaceous form. Her demeanor exuded an icy elegance, aloof and distant, akin to a magnificent white lotus blooming in the snowy mountains. Even with a soft smile gracing her lips, an air of subtle detachment lingered about her. While both were notable figures in Linjiang, Lu Yunchuang and Long Qingxiu differed significantly. Long Qingxiu embodied a cool, efficient maturity characterized by a calm and decisive nature. In contrast, Lu Yunchuang radiated an innate icy aura, her cold gaze and ethereal presence defining her as a true ice queen. Such a woman invariably ignites a man's shameful desire for conquest, longing to embrace and cherish her. After their handshake, Jiang Che discreetly employed a probing technique on Lu Yunchuang. Character: Lu Yunchuang. Identity: young lady of the Lu family, CEO of Lu Group. Age: 26. Cultivation: none. Charm: 97. Related plot: the female antagonist sidekick. I reverse the narrative to become the protagonist. The king of assassins returns to the city for a romantic escapade. Having reviewed Lu Yunchuang's attribute panel, Jiang Che pondered thoughtfully. As an Ice Queen CEO, Lu Yunchuang's aura surpassed that of the innocent Lu Mingxi, naturally attracting many protagonists. Thus, upon observing the various narratives associated with Lu Yunchuang, Jiang Che felt no surprise within, silently commanding the system to accept the storyline. Jiang Che cradled the little girl in his arms and entered the villa's grand hall alongside Lu Yunchuang. Once within the hall, the three took their seats in succession. When the maid completed brewing the hot tea, Lu Yunchuang personally poured a cup for Jiang Che, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Jiang Xiao, Mengshi will be residing at your Qingting villa from now on, so I must trouble you to take care of her. Despite her icy demeanor and her usual lack of mirth in the presence of others, she felt no such inclination before Jiang Che. She dared not maintain any pretense, especially after witnessing the formidable foundation of the Jiang family. Even though this man had become her nominal brother-in-law, Lu Yunchuang's attitude remained one of utmost respect. That is but a trifling matter. It is my duty, Miss Lu. Please do not worry, Jiang Che replied with a smile, lifting his teacup to take a delicate sip. Addressing me as Jiang Xiao feels somewhat distant. Given my relationship with Mingxi, you may call me Jiang Che or Xiao Che. I am quite easygoing, though I do not care for beef. Indeed. Brother is incredibly easy to get along with. You need not fret, sister, Lu Mingxi chimed in, nodding enthusiastically. The little girl struggled to comprehend her sister's somewhat reserved demeanor. After all, brother was such a gentle and easygoing person. Why did it seem that sister appeared somewhat fearful of him? Then I shall call you Jiang Che. If you do not mind, Jiang Xiao. You may refer to me as Sister Yunchuang. Lu Yunchuang hesitated for a moment, her lips parting softly as she spoke. Although she found Jiang Che's sudden mention of his distaste for beef rather perplexing, she did not dwell on it and readily assented. Of course, Sister Yunchuang. Jiang Che responded, initiating a leisurely conversation with her. Initially, Lu Yunchuang was somewhat reserved, as they were acquainted but not familiar. However, as the dialogue progressed, she gradually relaxed, shedding her initial timidity. Just as Jiang Che had suggested, Lu Yunchuang indeed sensed that he was a remarkably easygoing individual, gracious, refined, and devoid of the arrogance typically associated with the elite. Do you also have high hopes for the West City Development Zone project? Lingxiao Capital has already entered the fray? Certainly, Sister Yunchuang. It would be prudent for you to enter sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you might find yourself with only scraps to feast upon, Jiang Che replied, nodding with significance, as he gently caressed the cheek of the little girl resting on his lap. Lingxiao Capital had already engaged in the West City Development Zone project. Yet there remained a portion of the pie to be shared. After all, profit is profit, regardless of who reaps it. Allowing Lu Yunchuang to benefit would be no different. While Lingxiao Capital and Xingxiong Group possessed the strength to monopolize this opportunity, it was only fair to allow other families a taste of the bounty. Otherwise, if hearts were to scatter, unity would be an elusive dream. The young girl with white stockings narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile illuminating her features as she playfully rubbed her cheeks against Jiang Che's palm. Her delicate feet swung in the air, exuding an affectionate demeanor, thoroughly relishing the tender affection bestowed upon her by her brother. This overwhelming pampering was something she genuinely felt. Grateful for Xiao Che's reminder, she promised herself that once Sister Yunchuang earned some money, she would repay him handsomely. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Lu Yunchuang understood immediately, her charming face blossoming into a bright smile. With her doubts dissipated, she resolved to return to the company later and finalize the investment plan. Lu Yunchuang held no skepticism regarding the insider information Jiang Che had shared. With a mutual smile, the two swiftly determined the distribution of the profits from the development zone in the western part of the city. Chapter 75, Qin Mengxian, is my son a Lolita enthusiast? I shall eagerly await Sister Yunchuang's generous return. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and spoke with profound implications. Naturally, such gestures were expected of an elder sister. Although Lu Yunchuang was astute, she seldom encountered lowbrow humor, and thus failed to grasp the underlying meaning of Jiang Che's words. To her, it was simply a normal arrangement. Jiang Che provided her with valuable insights, and it was only right for her to reciprocate once she profited, was it not? Giggling while perched on Jiang Che's lap, Lu Mingxi felt enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. Although she could not comprehend most of the conversation between her brother and sister, she understood that her brother was introducing some lucrative ventures to her sister. Was this a clear indication that her brother held her dear in his heart? After conversing with Lu Yunchuang and observing the sky gradually darkening as the sun began to set, Jiang Che finally announced his departure, escorting the young girl in white stockings away from the splendid villa. Goodbye, sister. Mingxi will come to visit you every week. Lu Mingxi waved to her sister, her twin ponytails bouncing as she skipped along, her light steps leaving echoes of cheerful laughter. Following Jiang Che's departure, Lu Yunchuang did not linger at the villa, but similarly headed towards the Lu group. The red flag sedan glided smoothly along the road, gradually making its way towards Yunding Manor. Once the partition in the backseat rose, Jiang Che embraced the young girl in white stockings, allowing her to sit in an intimate position upon his lap, gently stroking her soft, silky hair. Cradling her in his arms and inhaling the unique scent of milk that enveloped her, Jiang Che felt utterly content. Mingxi, let us go home together, he suggested. Is brother planning to take Mingxi to meet uncle and aunt? Isn't that a bit too soon? Plus, I haven't prepared any gifts for them, Lu Mingxi replied. Momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she shyly blinked her beautiful eyelashes. Although she used to visit the Jiang household frequently in her younger days, those were memories from long ago. The last time she recalled going to the Jiang home was when her parents were still alive, accompanying her on that visit. Thus, upon suddenly hearing that Jiang Che intended to take her home, the little girl felt a natural shyness within her. After all, this situation was entirely different from those in the past. This time, she would be returning home as her brother's girlfriend. Don't worry, I have already prepared gifts for you. It's merely a formality. My parents don't mind such things, he reassured her. Does Mingxi not wish to return home with her brother? Jiang Che inquired with a smile, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on the little girl's fair cheek. Mingxi, of course, wished to go. However, she hesitated. But will uncle and auntie not like me? She asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Though she remembered fondly that during her childhood visits to the Jiang family, Jiang's parents had always treated her kindly. The passage of years had left her uncertain of their current sentiments toward her. Much had changed. Her own parents had tragically passed away in an accident years ago. The thought of her parents cast a shadow over her heart. With how adorable Mingxi is, my parents will undoubtedly adore you. Rest assured, Jiang Che said, noticing the little girl's despondent demeanor and deftly shifting the topic. After an hour and a half of travel, they finally arrived at the Yunding Manor before nightfall. Upon entering the estate and parking the car, Jiang Che led the little girl directly toward the villa at the heart of the manor. As the clock approached 8, Jiang Chenzhou and Qin Mengxian had returned home, engaged in quiet conversation, while Jiang Wanning leaned against the sofa, absorbed in her phone. Dad, Mom, Sister, I'm back, Jiang Che called out as he entered the hall. Back already? It seems the sun has risen in the west today. You thought to come home and see us old folks? Qin Mengxian replied somewhat listlessly, casting a casual glance at Jiang Che, her enthusiasm waning. However, upon a fleeting glance, she quickly noticed something unusual. Her mischievous son was accompanied by a little girl. In an instant, Qin Mengxian responded, rising from her seat with a beaming smile. Oh, what a delightful young lady. Mingxi has grown up so much, she exclaimed, bending slightly to affectionately ruffle Lu Mingxi's hair. In the past, the Lu group and the Xingqiong group shared numerous business interactions, and Lu Jingquan and his wife often brought little Mingxi along on their visits. Thus, Qin Mengxian held a vivid memory of Lu Mingxi. Even after years apart, she recognized her instantly. Gazing at Lu Mingxi's still youthful visage and unchanged stature over the years, Qin Mengxuan's expression grew somewhat peculiar as she cast a deep glance at Jiang Che. Had she stumbled upon something extraordinary? Her son seemed to have developed a penchant for younger girls. Even though she was aware that Lu Mingxi was already an adult, an odd feeling lingered in her heart. Anyone would likely mistake Lu Mingxi for a middle school girl at first glance. As the helm of the Xingqiong group, Qin Mengxian, in her leisure moments, indulges in the digital realm, keeping abreast of trends and becoming well-versed in the myriad of popular memes online. She naturally comprehends the concept of a Lolita complex. Hello, Andy. Jiang Che greeted. This is a gift from Mingxi for you and Uncle. Lu Mingxi, with her beautiful eyes fluttering, appeared slightly reserved. A hint of bashfulness evident on her face as she sweetly presented the gift Jiang Che had meticulously prepared for Qin Mengxian. Why bring gifts when you visit? Just your presence is enough. Mingxi is truly well-behaved, far more reliable than your brother. Qin Mengxuan's smile broadened as she praised Lu Mingxi, subtly belittling her precious son in the process. As the matriarch of the Jiang family, she was not particularly concerned about the gift itself. However, she genuinely appreciated the young girl as heartfelt gesture. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxi felt even more bashful, a shy smile gracing her lips. After all, these gifts were all arranged by her brother, and she had brought nothing herself. Once the servants accepted the gifts, Qin Mengxian promptly instructed the kitchen to prepare the meal, then settled down on the sofa with Lu Mingxi to engage in casual family chatter, inquiring about various trivial matters. Meanwhile, Jiang Che took a seat beside Jiang Wantong, engaging in light conversation with his father, hoping to glean more insider information. Aware of Jiang Che's intentions, Jiang Chenzhou was forthcoming, sharing details about several newly planned projects across various departments, albeit with a word of caution. Currently, the entire Linjiang is experiencing a rapid rise. There will be plenty of opportunities to seize. You may claim the lion's share, but do not be too greedy. Ensure that other families, great and small, are left with ample benefits to share. Rest assured, Father, I am well aware, Jiang Che replied. Chapter 76, Jiang Wanang's heart-stirred Xiao Che. It has only been a few days since we last met, and your cultivation has advanced once again? Late stage of transformation? Noticing the unique aura emanating from Jiang Che. Indicative of a late-stage transformation martial artist, Jiang Wantong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her heart filled with astonishment. She scrutinized her younger brother, seeking to discern what set him apart. Merely half a month ago, Jiang Che had returned home at the pinnacle of the Ming stage, and now, within such a short span, he had directly surged into the late stage of transformation, an extraordinary feat even with her broad perspective. Jiang Wantong had never encountered such an astonishing occurrence. In the realm of martial arts, each advancement is typically achieved through years of arduous practice. Who could break through with such ease as her younger brother, progressing as if it were as simple as drinking water? Or perhaps, she pondered, Jiang Che possesses some unique technique to conceal his true martial prowess, deliberately hiding his capabilities? Indeed, sister, I have obtained numerous elixirs from that master Jiang. After taking them over the past few days, I naturally experienced a breakthrough. He claims I am a rare, pure yang body, making cultivation effortless, and that there will be no adverse effects from taking the elixirs. With a smile, Jiang Che nodded and casually made a remark. As he spoke, he channeled the turbulent and unceasing pure yang energy within him, allowing it to escape in wisps, thereby providing proof. Although Jiang Che was not a true pure yang body, under the guidance of the system, he had long since perfected the 9 yang divine art to a consummate level, making it effortless for him to masquerade as a pure yang entity. Upon hearing Jiang Che's explanation, Jiang Wanong finally understood, a subtle smile gracing her exquisite features as she spoke softly. It seems you are indeed fortunate to have encountered this Taoist Jiang. Certain special constitutions indeed require a specific means to be fully awakened. Jiang Wanong had never encountered a pure yang body before. She had only read about it in ancient texts, and thus had no doubt regarding Jiang Che's explanation. With the ability to cultivate, he was destined to shoulder the family's burdens, and she felt genuine happiness for him. Joyful, Jiang Wantong's emotional value reached 7788. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Jiang Che felt no surprise. His elder sister was playing the role of the main female character in Phoenix Emperor Supreme, currently the one with the most potent protagonist halo he had encountered. The slightest fluctuation in her mood could yield him a wealth of emotional value. It seemed prudent to engage more frequently with his sister, as he could continually harvest emotional value from her presence. Jiang Che pondered, clapping his hands to signal. Soon, the large monkey approached, holding a wooden long box before Jiang Che with utmost reverence. The box, crafted from precious fragrant wood, was adorned with an intricate carving of a phoenix soaring, exuding an air of majesty. Approximately a meter in length, it emanated a gentle wood fragrance. Meeting the curious gazes of his father and sister, Jiang Che placed the long box on the table and slowly opened it, smiling as he said, Sister, this is the gift I brought back for you. Inside lay a low-grade heavenly sword, aptly named Qing Shuang. As he presented the Qing Shuang sword to Jiang Wantong, he gestured for her to draw it and examine it herself. Previously, when he had drawn the sword during a system lottery while recruiting Shin Yuxuan, the innocent protagonist, as a maid at the Sunshine Orphanage, he had intended to bestow it upon his sister, but had simply lacked the opportunity until now. The Qing Shuang sword, imbued with elegance, was perfectly suited for a woman of Jiang Wantong's ethereal beauty, who was as otherworldly as she was independent. Low-grade heavenly? Jiang Wantong's beautiful eyes sparkled with light, her pupils contracting in astonishment as her lips parted in disbelief, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. Having spent 7 years mastering various weapons and martial arts, Jiang Wantong was well-versed in the classifications of weapons and understood the immense value of a heavenly sword, which was indeed rare and precious. In the mundane world, high-quality swords for martial artists were already scarce, and only a few martial families possessed a couple of them. What more for a sword of heavenly grade? Such a treasure could likely only be found within the esteemed families of the capital, such as her maternal grandfather's clan. Jiang Wanong lowered her gaze, delicately tracing the intricate patterns of the Qing Shuang sword scabbard. As she drew the blade from its sheath, a cold gleam flickered, slicing through the air and illuminating the room with an impressive aura. Even Jiang Shenzhou, who was unversed in martial arts, could distinctly perceive the sword's extraordinary nature. Not far off, Qin Mengxian, engaged in light conversation with a petite girl in white, also noticed the commotion. She turned, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise and contemplation. As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, one of the 4 prominent families in the imperial capital and the current head of the family, Qin Mengxian possessed remarkable martial prowess and insight, easily recognizing the sword's exceptional quality. Naturally, she surmised that Jiang Che's acquisition of such a treasure must have been facilitated by the Zhang elder from Wudong Mountain, who had generously bestowed not only elixirs but also martial arts techniques in this magnificent sword. However, she couldn't help but wonder about the elder's true identity. Was he perhaps the legendary Zhang Sanfeng? This thought struck her as utterly ludicrous, and she felt she was overthinking it. Is this also a gift from that Taoist priest for your cultivation? Are you really giving me the Qin Shuang sword? Jiang Wanhong raised her gaze to meet Jiang Che's, hesitating to speak. Like Qin Mengxian, she believed that Jiang Che's possession of such a sword must stem from that Taoist master of Wudong Mountain. Faced with such a divine weapon, it would be disingenuous to claim she was not moved. Along with her astonishment, Jiang Wantong felt deeply touched. Indeed, the Qin Shuang sword was designed for women. It was only fitting to present it to her sister. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I truly adore this gift. Jiang Wantong's brows arched in delight, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. A smile graced her lips, exuding an enchanting charm as her gaze softened toward Jiang Che. Since it was a gift from her younger brother, Jiang Wantong would certainly not refuse or be overly polite. She looked forward to showcasing this to her fellow disciples later, eager to demonstrate just how exceptional her brother was. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Jiang Wantong couldn't help but feel a wave of sentimentality wash over her. Her younger brother had indeed grown up, no longer that clingy child who needed her for every trivial matter. He had become fully capable and no longer required her protection or companionship. Jiang Wantong felt a surge of emotion. Emotional value, 99.99. Jiang Wantong reflected on the past, overwhelmed with nostalgia, realizing he had completely matured. Emotional value 22334. Chapter 77. The joyous 7 fairies as long as you are happy, sister. Hearing the system notification resonate in his mind, Jiang Che felt a surge of joy. It must be said that Jiang Wantong was indeed a competent facilitator. In such a short span of time, he had effortlessly garnered an additional 40,000 emotional points. Dad, I need to discuss something with you privately. Seeing Jiang Wantong's jubilant expression, Jiang Che turned his gaze towards Jiang Chenzhou, whose expression was peculiar. Let us head to the study. Without further contemplation, Jiang Chenzhou rose from the sofa and led Jiang Che directly to the study. After the two departed, Jiang Wantong found herself increasingly enamored with the Qin Shuang sword. Unable to resist the temptation to handle it, she took out her phone and captured several photos before sending them to a group chat named Joyful 7 Fairies. Have you all seen this exquisite weapon, ranked among the lower tier of the celestial class? The chat fell into a brief silence before quickly coming alive again. Traditional Chinese medicine? There are treasures within the pages of books. Is this gift from our master? With this sword given by Yi Weiang, I could annihilate the enemy forces. Sister is the queen. The bright moon reflects eternal affection. Strawberry bear gummies. What a beautiful sword. Senior sister, I want one too. Jiang Wantong was initially beaming as she read her junior sister's messages, brimming with pride. However, her smile suddenly froze when she saw a message from her junior sister, and her expression turned icy. Do you no longer want your allowance, Qin Shuang sword? Speak carelessly again, and I shall enforce the rules upon you. Just watch me go to Lingjiang University and deal with you. Strawberry bear gummies. Don't be angry, senior sister. I promise I won't do it again. Traditional Chinese medicine. Ignore her. Our junior sister has always been a bit eccentric. You know that. By the way, was this sword a gift from our master before you descended the mountain? Not at all. It was a gift from my brother. Not only did he give me this sword, but he also bestowed upon me an excellent lightness skill and a mysterious elixir. After much arduous training, I have successfully broken through to the barrier of strength. Congratulations to our senior sister for achieving Grandmaster. Congratulations to our senior sister for achieving Grandmaster. Congratulations to our senior sister for achieving Grandmaster. Sister is the queen. Congratulations to our senior sister for achieving Grandmaster. Strawberry bear gummies. Your brother? Is he the one from our school who was voted the most handsome, Jiang Che? He possesses such treasures. Strawberry bear gummies, coincidentally. I am also a student at Lingjiang University. How about I marry your brother, making our families even closer? After all, it's better to keep the wealth within the family. Qing Sword, you rascal, what are you secretly plotting? Upon reaching the study on the second floor, Jiang Che, seeing Jiang Che's mysterious demeanor, playfully scolded him, feeling quite puzzled. What could be so important that it required a discussion in the study rather than in public? Dad, you have kidney deficiency. After shutting the door behind him, Jiang Che fixed his serious gaze on his father, speaking deliberately and directly. On his way home, Jiang Che had noticed the subtle tension between his parents, and with a little observation, he quickly grasped the situation. His father, nearing 50, was often preoccupied with work and lacked time for training. Thus his vigor was not as robust as that of the young. In contrast, his mother, at 46, was in her prime. Coupled with her martial arts practice, she was indeed a formidable woman, one that his father could hardly resist. The saying that women at 30 resemble wolves and at 40 resemble tigers was not merely a saying. Lacking sufficient nourishment, Qin Mengxian appeared somewhat listless and disinterested. You must be joking. Having his inner thoughts so bluntly exposed, Jiang Chen's expression darkened immediately, and he seemed poised to draw his seven wolves dagger to discipline this indiscreet son. Observing this, Jiang Che's eyelids twitched violently as haunting memories surged forth, prompting him to speak hastily. Father, please calm down. I can remedy this. Is that truly the case? Jiang Chenjo hesitated, regarding Jiang Che with a look of skepticism. Indeed, it is true. Among the elixirs bestowed upon me by Master Zhang, there exists one that can enhance male vitality and invigorate the spirit, tested and proven effective. Jiang Che wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow and discreetly retrieved 5 white jade vials from his system space, containing the potent dragon essence pills, totaling 50 in number. Each pill's effect lasts for 7 days, thus these 50 would suffice for quite some time for my father, possessing the consummate 9 Sons divine art. With pure yang energy flowing ceaselessly and complemented by the Qilin dual kidneys, Jiang Che had never known fatigue and had no need for such remedies. Ahem. Remember to keep this matter confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone. Jiang Chenjo cleared his throat lightly, surreptitiously pocketing the white jade vials from the table, his demeanor solemn. Having witnessed the miraculous transformation of both his father and mother, Jiang Chenjo held no doubts regarding his son's words. After all, since consuming the marrow-cleansing pill his son had provided, his long-standing ailments of back and leg pain had indeed been completely alleviated, and his cultivation had ascended to the initial stage of Mingjing. Although he was not well versed in martial arts himself, with the esteemed Master Qin Mengxian as his wife, Jiang Chenjo was quite knowledgeable about the ways of warriors. As for why he lacked any martial prowess, his days were consumed by meetings and the commutes thereto. With his duties demanding his attention, even when time permitted, he seldom found an opportunity to exercise, let alone practice martial arts. Rest assured, Father, I understand. Jiang Che nodded earnestly, then retrieved a rejuvenation pill and a longevity pill, placing them upon the table. Presently, there was no scarcity of rare treasures like the centenary ice mountain snow lotus, and with ample emotional value at hand, Jiang Che was certainly not stingy with his family. Is there not one for your mother? Noticing there was only a single longevity pill, Jiang Chenjo's brow furrowed slightly, filled with hesitation. If there was only one longevity pill, he would prefer it for his beloved wife. Of course there is. However, I must personally present this to Mother, perhaps in her joy. She might reward me with a fortune of 10 or even 80 billion. Jiang Che chuckled mischievously, displaying a rather shrewd demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chenjo felt utterly speechless. Goodness, all your cleverness is directed towards your mother. My dutiful son, how truly filial you are. By the way, Father, there is something I have always wished to inquire of you. Noticing his father had stowed away the pills, Jiang Che hesitated momentarily before speaking. What is it? Jiang Chenjo, eager, hastily swallowed 2 pills, gesturing for Jiang Che to speak freely. It's just that you haven't fathered any illegitimate children during these years, have you? In the future, might there be individuals attempting to seize the family fortune from the Jiang household? Jiang Che's tone was hesitant, his expression filled with doubt as he gazed at his father. Should a half-brother, destined by fate, emerge to contest the family inheritance, it would indeed be a folly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chenjo's countenance darkened entirely, his face lined with displeasure. Do you think I am like you, merely frolicking about? You little rascal. Just see if I don't discipline you. Chapter 78. Lu Mingxi's life is worth it. At 8 in the evening, the family gathered harmoniously around the dining table. The atmosphere warm and convivial. Mingxi, eat this. It's delicious. This one too, it's made by Aunt Wang, Qin Mengxian and Jiang Wanheng flanked Lu Mingxi. The petite girl, persistently serving her dishes with chopsticks. After many years, it was Jiang Che's first time bringing home a woman from outside, and his favorable impression of Lu Mingxi was undeniable. Naturally, Qin Mingxian regarded Lu Mingxi as a prospective daughter-in-law. Although this daughter-in-law was slight in stature, hardly the type to bear robust children, Qin Mingxian harbored no disdain. After all, being a good luck charm is quite delightful, isn't it? Jiang Wantong shared a similar sentiment, treating Lu Mingxi as her future sister-in-law, and thus, she showered her with gentleness and affection, embodying the role of a caring older sister. "Thank you, auntie." "Thank you, sister." Lu Mingxi beamed, her large eyes crescent-shaped with joy, feeling elated and exuberant, relishing the affection bestowed upon her. This feeling of being cherished by everyone enveloped Lu Mingxi in nostalgia, reminiscent of the carefree happiness of her childhood. Such a good girl. Eat more. If Jiang Che ever bullies you, just tell Annie, and I shall stand up for you. Witnessing Lu Mingxi's adorable demeanor melted Qin Mingxuan's heart, stirring a surge of maternal affection, compelling her to gently pinch Lu Mingxi's delicate, porcelain-like face. "Auntie, my brother treats Mingxi very well. You would never bully her." Lu Mingxi blinked her watery, expressive eyes and spoke candidly. In her memory, Jiang Che had always been amiable, cultured, and exceptionally loving towards her. Except for a few instances, he had never been unkind, and Lu Mingxi felt a deep attachment and infatuation for him, unable to extricate herself from it. "Indeed, I sound as if I am the villain who bullies children," Jiang Che chimed in, making a playful remark. Before presenting his mother with the longevity elixir and the cleansing pill, his face alight with a smile. "Mom, here are the longevity elixir and the cleansing pill." "Very well. My dear son, you are thoughtful." Qin Mingxian received the white jade porcelain bottle, her smile uncontainable. Without further ado, she made a call and transferred 10 billion as pocket money to Jiang Che. "This is your allowance for the month. Remember to take Mingxi out to enjoy yourselves." After dinner, upon seeing Jiang Che preparing to leave with Lu Mingxi, Qin Mingxian felt a twinge of regret but refrained from saying much. She merely instructed a maid to fetch an exquisite wooden box from her room. Opening it, she retrieved a white jade bracelet, slightly bending forward as she presented it to Lu Mingxi with a smile. "Mingxi, this is for you. This is the token of the Jiang family. Wear it, and you shall become a daughter-in-law of the Jiang family." The little girl, clad in white silk, was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a gesture from Qin Mingxian, and she fell into a brief state of astonishment. Once she regained her composure, a delicate blush graced Lu Mingxi's porcelain-like face. Her skin rosy and her sparkling large eyes blinking incessantly, exuding an adorable innocence. Deep down, she felt a mixture of shyness and overwhelming joy. Qin Mingxuan's words were unambiguous. How could Lu Mingxi not understand? Overwhelmed by a wave of happiness, the little girl felt somewhat dizzy. "To be a daughter-in-law to my brother? How wonderful! What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Observing Lu Mingxi's adorable and somewhat silly demeanor, Qin Mingxian couldn't help but chuckle, her expression momentarily shifting to one of seriousness. "Of course, I am willing. I want to be a daughter-in-law to my brother." The innocent little girl believed Qin Mingxian was genuinely upset and hurriedly responded, eagerly reaching out to accept the exquisite jade bracelet, placing it delicately on her wrist. Her movements were careful, as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world. Lu Mingxi felt her life was worth living. Emotional value. 13,134. Qin Mingxian held unlimited approval for Lu Mingxi. Emotional value. 12,121. That's right. Now you're being good. As Lu Mingxi adorned herself with the bracelet, a smile returned to Qin Mingxian's face, and with a satisfied nod, she discreetly glanced at Jiang Che, employing a method of silent communication. "You little rascal. Remember to bring your other girlfriends home next time so I can meet them." Having advanced to the level of Danjing and achieving mastery in martial arts, Qin Mingxian found such covert communication effortless. Though she seldom visited Qin Ting Villa, she was well aware of her son's circumstances, including the presence of other women in his life, yet she chose not to confront him about it. If Jiang Chun were to indulge in affairs outside, she would make him understand why flowers bloom so vividly. However, if it concerned her precious son, that was another matter entirely. Jiang Che nodded slightly, signaling his understanding. After bidding farewell to his family, he turned to leave with Lu Mingxi. As they departed, Jiang Wantong furrowed her brow, her gaze drifting towards the exquisite bracelet on her wrist, lost in deep contemplation. After leaving Yunding Manor, the convoy set off towards Qingting Villa. Jiang Che held the little girl in white silk, inhaling the unique milky fragrance emanating from Lu Mingxi, his expression one of contentment. "So, Mingxi, are Are you happy? Delighted. Lu Mingxi nodded eagerly, her face adorned with a blissful smile. Gaining the approval of Jiang's parents brought her immense joy. Jiang Che smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further, simply savoring the rare tranquility of the moment. Unfazed by the impending storm, Jiang Che exuded confidence, fully at ease with the situation. Currently, the serene Qingting Mountain Villa was devoid of both Lang Qingxiu and Li Yanran. Only Shen Yuxuan and Xiaoyi resided there. With Lu Mingxi's presence, a stable triangular dynamic was established. Indeed, a scene of chaos was utterly improbable. Chapter 79. The Chaos? Non-existent. In the stillness of the night, as Jiang Che returned to Qingting Mountain Villa with Lu Mingxi, the clock struck 10. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lu Mingxi linked her arm with Jiang Che's, skipping joyfully towards the villa's grand hall, her curious eyes darting about in wonder. Envisioning a beautiful life with her brother at Qingting Mountain Villa, her heart fluttered with excitement. However, this joyous sentiment was destined to be short-lived. Upon entering the hall with the little girl in white, Jiang Che soon noticed Xiao Yi and Shen Yuxuan seated on the sofa. Yuxuan, Xiao Yi, I'm back, he called out. Shen Yuxuan's heart leaped at the sound of his voice. With a swift motion, she sprang from the sofa, her delicate legs moving swiftly as she approached Jiang Che, eager to envelop him in a loving embrace. As she drew near, Shen Yuxuan noticed Lu Mingxi holding Jiang Che's hand, her youthful face alight with curiosity as she gazed up at Shen Yuxuan. Wow, what an adorable little girl. Senior, is this your sister? Upon encountering Lu Mingxi for the first time, Shen Yuxuan's eyes sparkled with delight, instantly captivated by the little girl's cuteness, her gaze softening with tenderness. Had it not been for the decorum of a first meeting, Shen Yuxuan would have longed to scoop the exquisite, porcelain-like child into her arms and plant a fervent kiss upon her cheek. If she were to have a daughter with Jiang Che in the future, surely she would be as charming as this little girl, she mused dreamily. People are invariably drawn to beauty, and Lu Mingxi's allure transcended boundaries, effortlessly enchanting both men and women alike. Shen Yuxuan found herself irresistibly attracted, her maternal instincts stirring within her. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, Xiaoyi also rose from the sofa, gracefully making her way towards Jiang Che, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement, her gaze equally captivated by Lu Mingxi. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in her violet eyes as she quickly pieced everything together. It was evident that being brought back to Qingting Mountain Villa by her master indicated that this little girl, who was of a similar height to herself, was undoubtedly one of Jiang Che's women. Yet, Xiaoyi felt no pangs of jealousy. Rather, a sense of relief washed over her, as if a weight had been lifted. With the inclusion of another woman, Jiang Che could not possibly monopolize her attention forever. Xiaoyi possesses a temperament that is cool and reclusive, displaying apathy towards all matters except for the commands of her master. She remains indifferent to the number of women Jiang Che may have. Her sole concern revolves around her ability to escape from all of this. After all, due to Jiang Che's influence, she has scarcely had the opportunity to diligently train, resulting in a significant decline in her proficiency in various combat and assassination techniques. Each day is spent either in a state of languor or in the process of languishing. If this continues, Xiaoyi feels that she might soon be able to gracefully retire from the assassin profession altogether. Brother, these two sisters are. Lu Mingxi nestled quietly into Jiang Che's embrace, her fair face still wearing a gentle smile, though her eyelids fluttered ominously, and a torrent of thought surged within her. Before the college entrance examination, Lu Mingxi would frequently visit Qingting Villa during her holidays, thus becoming somewhat familiar with the place and aware of its many beautiful maids. However, she had never encountered these two women before. Moreover, the roles they played did not resemble that of maids at all. They appeared more akin to wives awaiting their husband's return. With this thought, Lu Mingxi's ominous premonition intensified, leaving her feeling anxious and restless. In the short span of half a month, could it be that her brother had already adorned her with 2 green hats? Yet, he should not be that kind of person, should he? Ahem, Mingxi, this is Yuxuan, a student from Linzhong University and also your brother's companion. You may call her sister Yuxuan. This is Jiang Yi. You can refer to her as Sister Xiaoyi. The day after tomorrow, they will accompany us to school. Yuxuan and Xiaoyi, this is Lu Mingxi, the second young lady of the Lu family and my childhood sweetheart. Please remember to get along well in the future. Jiang Che cleared his throat lightly, seated himself on the sofa, and placed the 3 girls' hands together in a gentle overlap. His expression calm as he introduced them to one another. Earlier, Jiang Che had already sought Xiaoyi's opinion. The purple-haired little girl had expressed her desire to accompany him to school to learn about the diverse cultural etiquette of the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, Jiang Che would not decline this request. While arranging the household registration and enrollment matters for Li Ziming yesterday, he also took the liberty of securing a place for Xiaoyi in the Chinese language and literature program, having the confidence to bring Lu Mingxi to Qingting Villa. Jiang Che was not the least bit concerned about potential complications. A chaotic scene? Unthinkable. At least, for now, that was the case. Xiaoyi needed no further explanation. The purple-haired little girl was undoubtedly the most obedient to him, without exception. Shen Yuxuan was a gentle and considerate treasure of a girl, somewhat self-effacing and timid. Feeling that her impoverished background was a shackling burden she could not escape. Consequently, she often presented herself in a lowly manner, inadvertently revealing moments of timidity and fragility in her demeanor. Furthermore, she had long been aware of the unusual relationship she shared with Xiaoyi before she made her commitment. Yet she still resolutely pursued it, which speaks volumes. As for Lu Mingxi, the little one had always been entirely compliant with him, never refusing, obedient, and well-behaved. Thus, he presumed there would be no significant issues. Understanding the personalities of the three young women was Jiang Che's greatest source of confidence. After hearing Jiang Che's explanation, Xiaoyi remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent and unmoved. Shen Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of peculiar surprise. The sweet and lovely girl before her, delicate and charming, was unexpectedly Jiang Che's girlfriend? This revelation was entirely beyond Shen Yuxuan's expectations. She had never contemplated such an outcome. Anyone encountering Lu Mingxi for the first time would likely assume she was a middle school student of 13 or 14, and Shen Yuxuan was no exception. Had it not been for Jiang Che's clarification, she would have never associated the youthful Lu Mingxi with an 18-year-old college freshman. Though Xiaoyi shared a similarly petite and delicate stature, with features exquisitely defined, yet possessing a cool and indifferent demeanor that distanced her from being linked to a middle school girl, Lu Mingxi was the epitome of innocence. She radiated the essence of a soft and fragrant cake, with a youthful voice, diminutive height, slight frame, and a face that exuded naive charm, making her appear as a blossoming young girl. At that moment, Shen Yuxuan abruptly realized that she had stumbled upon something significant. The senior she admired and idolized, whom she had always regarded as a paragon, was, in fact, a peculiar enthusiast for younger girls. Chapter 80. Brother wants ice cream. Regaining her composure and suppressing her tumultuous thoughts, Shen Yuxuan quickly adjusted her expression and extended her hand with a smile. Hello, Mingxi. You may call me Sister Yuxuan. Hearing Jiang Che utter such absurdly callous remarks, it would be disingenuous for Shen Yuxuan to claim her heart was unperturbed. For a college student with a proper sense of values, such matters were indeed difficult to accept. Yet love has always been about compromise, restraint, and sometimes regression. With Jiang Che, she could not help but view him through a lens of infatuation, forcing herself to embrace the reality before her. Unable to change Jiang Che, she resolved to change herself instead. One could say that all of this fell within Shen Yuxuan's expectations. How could someone as radiant as Jiang Che, who looked down upon the masses, possibly have only one woman? After moving into the Qingting Villa, she had gained a clearer understanding of Jiang Che's formidable background and had long relinquished her unattainable fantasies. However, she did not anticipate that this day would arrive so swiftly, so soon that she had not yet fully savored the gentleness of her senior before having to share that joy with other women. Moreover, it was worth noting that this white-clad young girl was Jiang Che's childhood sweetheart, and if one were to consider seniority, she and Xiaoyi were mere newcomers. Upon realizing this, Shen Yuxuan quickly felt a sense of calm, and her expression turned increasingly peculiar. Did her proactive affection inadvertently mean she had encroached upon the territory of this innocent young girl? Hello, Sister Yuxuan, Lu Mingxi greeted, her sweet smile appearing somewhat stiff and decidedly unnatural. Though she wore a seemingly gentle smile on the surface, Lu Mingxi was deeply troubled within, plagued by the anguish of not being able to monopolize her brother's affection. Despite her inner turmoil, she found it impossible to speak harshly to her brother or to show disdain towards the present Shen Yuxuan, for such behavior was entirely foreign to her nature. Thus, Lu Mingxi could only force a smile, her heart heavy with grievances, embodying a charming little victim, quietly brooding and harboring unspoken resentment. As the late hour approached, a system notification echoed in Jiang Che's mind, prompting him to chuckle inwardly and interrupt the superficial pleasantries between Shen Yuxuan and Lu Mingxi. Exchanging knowing glances, Shen Yuxuan and Xiaoyi turned and ascended the stairs, retreating to their respective rooms. In an instant, The spacious living room was left with only Jiang Che and Lu Mingxi. Who has dared to bully my little darling? Observing Lu Mingxi's pitiable and adorable demeanor, Jiang Che couldn't help but smile, gently bending down to embrace the little girl, teasing her playfully. Humph, brother is a villain, and Mingxi shall no longer pay you any heed. Lu Mingxi pouted, her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish, her voice filled with indignation. As she spoke, the little one began to squirm in Jiang Che's arms, inadvertently kicking off her small white shoes, revealing her delicately wrapped feet. It was clear that Lu Mingxi was throwing a minor fit, visibly displeased, wishing Yuxuan and Xiaoyi present earlier. Lu Mingxi had restrained her words for Jiang Che's sake, but now that the two women had departed, the little girl felt unencumbered to express her dissatisfaction freely. All right, my little Mingxi, do not be angry. No matter how many women your brother has, the one he cherishes the most will always be you. As a self-proclaimed rogue, Jiang Che knew precisely what to say and do in such moments, fully versed in this art. Is that truly so? Does brother really love Mingxi the most? Lu Mingxi's beautiful eyes blinked as she pressed her lips together, lifting her creamy little face, gazing at Jiang Che with evident skepticism. In the past, she would have wholeheartedly believed his words. However, having seen through Jiang Che's true nature, the little girl now found herself bereft of such notions. Indeed, it is true. Have you forgotten the white jade bracelet my mother gifted you at Yunding Manor just moments ago? No other woman has ever possessed such a bracelet, which holds special significance. Since my mother entrusted it to you, it is only you, Mingxi, who will one day be my legitimate wife. Do you understand, my little fool? Jiang Che nodded earnestly, his expression serious and sincere. Regardless of the circumstances, he intended to placate her for the night. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxi murmured to herself, and her inner gloom began to dissipate, allowing her to regain her cheerful demeanor. Although she sensed something amiss in Jiang Che's words, she did not dwell on it and instinctively accepted his assertion, feeling a renewed sense of pride and joy. Humph, those two vixens. Even if they manage to win my brother's affection, what of it? Only I am the rightful one destined to become the mistress of the Jiang family. Lu Mingxi's fleeting melancholy vanished just as swiftly as it had arrived, and she soon ceased to ruminate on the matter. This clearly illustrated her innocent and naive nature, embodying the quintessential sweet and simple romantic. Whatever Jiang Che said, she believed without question, as she once again fell into a daydream. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of flirtation, resembling a delicate, ethereal child. Jiang Che couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for being her savior. Otherwise, Lu Mingxi might have been exploited while remaining blissfully unaware. The hour was late. Mingxi, it is time for us to retire for the night. Brother craves ice cream, Jiang Che declared, enveloping Lu Mingxi in his embrace, slightly bowing his head to inhale the sweet scent of her youthful form, his expression one of indulgence. He licked his lips, his words laden with meaning. Upon hearing Jiang Che's statement, a delicate blush crept across Lu Mingxi's exquisite face. Her eyes shimmering with a soft pink hue, a dreamy gaze clouding her vision, even her delicate earlobes blushing a vivid red. Lu Mingxi was well aware of the implications behind Jiang Che's words, understanding precisely what her brother desired. One couldn't help but remark on her brother's peculiar inclinations, which she found hard to comprehend. Despite feeling exceedingly bashful, Lu Mingxi did not refuse him. Rather, she emitted a soft, endearing sigh, an unspoken agreement. Her long, delicate eyelashes fluttered gently as she buried her head into Jiang Che's chest, attempting to conceal her inner shyness through this act. Such a good girl, Jiang Che remarked with a gentle smile upon receiving her agreement. Adjusting his hold, he lifted the little princess into his arms and descended the stairs towards his room, ready to relish the enchanting night ahead. Chapter 81. Witnessing the diversity of life the following morning, at the First People's Hospital of Linjiang City, within a certain patient room. Lin Ming was soundly asleep when a sudden, urgent system notification jolted him from his dream. Detection indicates the host has failed to complete the system's mandated punishment within the allotted time. The system will now enforce compliance. Dazed, Lin Ming blinked awake. Confusion etched across his face. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the advanced delivery system seized control of his body. After yanking out the soft needle from his hand, and under the astonished gaze of a nurse conducting her morning rounds, Lin Ming, still clad in his hospital gown, bolted barefoot from the room. Hey, where are you going? The nurse, snapping back to reality, shouted after Lin Ming's retreating figure, attempting to halt the seemingly deranged patient. At this moment, Lin Ming's body was entirely under the control of a godlike delivery system, rendering him incapable of responding to the nurse's inquiries. A surge of terror, Confusion and indignation overwhelmed him, yet he could only stare blankly, allowing the system to dictate his movements as he frantically fled outside the hospital. Upon reaching the exterior, he found himself confronted by a bustling thoroughfare, teeming with pedestrians and vehicles. The sight of Lin Ming, clad in a hospital gown, sprinting out in a frenzied manner, quickly captured the attention of passers-by, who regarded him with expressions of astonishment. Emotionless, Lin Ming seemed oblivious to the curious glances directed his way. Under the collective scrutiny, he began to disrobe right in the street. In the midst of the bewildered crowd, he swiftly removed all his garments, leaving even his undergarments behind. Aghast, several female students witnessing this indecent display gasped in horror, hastily covering their eyes. Meanwhile, the male onlookers wore expressions of disbelief, their eyes wide as they observed this peculiarly behaving individual who appeared to be devoid of his manhood. Despite being merely in his 20s, he had inexplicably lost his tools of the trade, leaving only two small, solitary orbs hanging in the open. The shocking scene left the surrounding crowd utterly flabbergasted, prompting a flurry of whispered speculations. "Goodness, this guy is lacking his brothers?" one exclaimed. Could it be that he suffered some profound trauma, leading him to seek surgical intervention for eternal relief? Truly a remarkable individual. I had thought Lu Bu was unbeatable. Who is this brave soul? Is he the last eunuch of the 21st century? Another pondered. Could it be that he aims for internet fame, resorting to such extreme measures in public, even to the point of self-mutilation? A bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses, a glint of insight flickering in his eyes, as he seemed to grasp the underlying truth of the matter. In this digital age, any bizarre incident could rapidly gain traction online, eliciting widespread attention. If someone were to record Lin Ming's actions and upload the footage, he would undoubtedly achieve instant notoriety across the nation. Is it possible that such a ruthless individual exists, willing to harm his own kin for the sake of fame? A well-dressed middle-aged man, exuding the air of a successful entrepreneur, offered a contrasting perspective, his expression contemplative. How could it be impossible? In this fast world, with its myriad of human behaviors, anything can happen. I have even seen news of an 18-year-old engaging in unspeakable acts with the undergarments of a 70-year-old woman. Moreover, just days ago, a video of Mu Feng from the Mu family indulging in Oreos in an underground parking lot trended on social media. Haven't you all seen it? Goodness, that's utterly outrageous. Brother, could you share a link to that report? I am truly intrigued by the nature of the individual capable of such unfathomable actions. If he were merely stealing the undergarments of innocent female university students, I might comprehend it. Could it be that he harbors a peculiar inclination towards older individuals? The crowd around him buzzed with incessant chatter, and as the onlookers multiplied, a traffic jam ensued. Some attention seekers, eager to capture the spectacle, brandished their smartphones, promptly uploading the footage online, hoping to gain fleeting fame from the initial surge of views. A few concerned citizens, unable to tolerate such a disgraceful display, resolutely dialed the authorities, driven by righteous indignation. Amidst the myriad of discussions surrounding him, Lin Ming maintained an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. Under the scrutiny of countless bewildered gazes, he took off running down the street, completely unclothed. Just 2 days prior, he had undergone a significant surgical procedure to redirect his urethra to his anus, and his wounds were still in the recovery phase. The vigorous movement soon aggravated his injuries, causing blood to drip continuously from behind him, creating an unsettling spectacle. Several individuals recording the event hurried to keep pace with Lin Ming, one of whom, a popular outdoor streamer with millions of followers, excitedly pointed his camera at the fleeing man. "Ladies and gentlemen, today I encountered a pervert. Yes, a truly outrageous one. Let us broaden our horizons and witness the diversity of life." It must be said, this gentleman was indeed ruthless in his pursuit of fame. The streamer, in awe, expressed his admiration. Noticing the relentless crowd pursuing him, Lin Ming felt a wave of despair wash over him. The embarrassment and shame were nearly overwhelming. Although his body was under the oppressive control of the system, his thoughts and spirit remained unbound, allowing him to perceive the unfolding events around him. Yet he was powerless to alter his fate and could only submit to the system's whims. At that moment, Lin Ming harbored but one desire: to escape to another planet. It was evident that this incident would rapidly gain traction online, propelling him to notoriety across the land. Even if he were to later ascend to greatness through a divine delivery system, today's experience would forever remain an indelible stain on his life. Finally, after what felt like an interminable 5 minutes, the system concluded its punishment, and Lin Ming regained control over his body. In an instant, He was engulfed by excruciating pain emanating from his rear, causing his body to tremble slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his complexion pale, and his teeth chattering in distress, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Despite the agony, Lin Ming instinctively bent over, shielding his lower half, his face flushed with shame. Glaring at the crowd still capturing the moment, and he shouted hoarsely, "Stop filming. You are invading my privacy, and I will report you." "Report us? Don't make me laugh, my friend. Do you know what your actions are considered? Disturbing public order. A fine of 500 and up to 7 days of detention. Moreover, do you not desire to gain fame through such extreme measures? We are assisting you, so do not be ungrateful." In response to Lin Ming's threats, one of the youths remained utterly indifferent, scoffing at him and even taking the opportunity to enlighten him. Lin Ming, bewildered, found himself questioning his very existence. Following a reduction of 50 points from his intelligence by the system, although he still appeared relatively normal, his thoughts had become exceedingly sluggish. Many of his previous memories had grown increasingly hazy, and he failed to comprehend that running naked in public was unequivocally illegal. Upon hearing the latter part of the youth's remarks, Lin Ming's fury ignited, veins bulging on his forehead, and his entire face began to contort slightly as his body trembled uncontrollably. Damn it, did he truly wish to run naked in the streets? Was it not the absurd and despicable divine delivery system that had imposed this punishment upon him? Otherwise, how could he possibly engage in such a humiliating act? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Ming was consumed by rage, spiraling into madness, and the more he pondered, the angrier he became, mentally cursing the lineage of the divine delivery system. Suddenly, without warning, he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, his eyes rolling back, and he collapsed to the ground, fainted from sheer anger. Witnessing this scene, none of the onlookers rushed to provide assistance. Instead, they continued to gleefully record videos. In light of this situation, it was best to avoid involvement altogether. Otherwise, if they rashly intervened and Lin Ming inadvertently met his demise, they would bear an unavoidable burden of responsibility. Moreover, this man, clearly deranged, could potentially lash out violently. Who could predict his next move? Just as the scene was on the brink of chaos, the sharp sound of police sirens quickly approached from a distance, causing the crowd to part to make way. When the police car came to a halt, a poised, tall, and strikingly beautiful female officer descended from the vehicle. Observing the large gathering of spectators, she furrowed her brow in slight disbelief, as this situation was evidently unexpected. "Xiao Wang. Xiao Li, find out what is happening," she commanded. "Understood, Captain Pei." Through inquiries with the bystanders, the two officers swiftly grasped the entire sequence of events and relayed the peculiar details to Pei Yunqi. "Captain, according to eyewitnesses, this gentleman emerged from the First People's Hospital of Linjiang wearing a hospital gown, then proceeded to strip off his clothes and run wildly, ultimately fainting due to excessive blood loss from his lower body. Stripping off one's clothes and running naked in the streets?" After hearing her subordinate's report, Pei Yunqi's expression turned equally strange. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke deliberately. "First, take the injured party to the hospital for treatment. Then, summon him to the station for questioning, and finally, arrange for a psychiatric evaluation. Disturbing public order, resulting in adverse effects, typically incurs a detention of 5 to 10 days and a fine of 500. Of course, consideration must also be given to the possibility of Lin Ming suffering from a mental illness. If one truly suffers from a mental illness, and there exists no intention, Lin Ming could be acquitted. Otherwise, he faces a 10-day detention. Understood, Captain Pei." Only then did Xiao Wang and Xiao Li summon a stretcher to carry Lin Ming toward the First People's Hospital of Linjiang City, which was not far away. Pei Yunqi, meanwhile, collaborated with the tardy traffic police to alleviate the congestion and resolve the traffic blockade. As Lin Ming was carried away into unconsciousness by two officers, the uproar surrounding him quickly spread across the internet, rapidly escalating. At the same time, at the Linjiang City train station, Mu Feng exited a luxury car. Clad in a mask and sunglasses, thoroughly concealing himself as he began to scan the station, seemingly awaiting someone. Over the past 3 days, videos of Mu Feng voraciously consuming snacks had proliferated online, causing him significant adverse repercussions. Even though the Mu group employed internet trolls to combat this, their efforts proved futile. As if an invisible hand orchestrated everything behind the scenes, keeping the topic of his gluttony at the forefront of public discourse. Without a doubt, Mu Feng knew that the instigator behind it all was none other than Jiang Che, that despicable scoundrel. Given the Jiang family's influence, It would be trivial for them to keep the topic trending on major platforms for an entire month. Despite feeling deeply frustrated and stifled, Mu Feng found himself powerless against this situation, forced to swallow his grievances. Faced with Jiang Che, the supervillain in this narrative, Mu Feng recognized that, with his current capabilities, he stood little chance. After pondering for some time, Mu Feng finally devised a strategy to deal with Jiang Che, intending to employ a tactic of using another as a weapon. As a mere pawn, he could not confront Jiang Che directly, however. Could the protagonist Chen Hao not rise to the occasion? Their bond was as strong as that of brothers, having grown up side by side. And even after Chen Hao ascended to learn his craft, their connection remained unbroken. With Chen Hao's arrogant and overconfident disposition, Mu Feng was fully confident in his ability to manipulate him effortlessly. He understood well that the aura of the protagonist is an unreasonable force. Individuals like Chen Hao are born with extraordinary fortune, destined to thrive. Whatever he undertakes tends to proceed smoothly, be it stumbling upon wealth or fortuitously encountering influential figures. Even a simple outing could lead to unexpected encounters. Tasking him with confronting Jiang Che, Mu Feng had no doubt that Chen Hao would prevail, bolstered by that irrational protagonist's halo. In this process, Mu Feng could continuously undermine the protagonist, reaping system rewards and ascending to the pinnacle of life. As the saying goes, when the clam and the heron contend, the fisherman profits. Having traversed time and knowing the trajectory of the plot, awakening the system, how could he possibly fail? He was destined to stand atop this world. The humiliation before him was merely a transient test from the heavens. Imagining the day Jiang Che would grovel at his feet for mercy brought Mu Feng immense joy, causing him to laugh heartily, unabashedly reveling in the moment. The laughter of Mu Feng quickly attracted the attention of passers-by, who instinctively distanced themselves from this eccentric individual. As Mu Feng eagerly awaited, the train finally arrived. Slowly coming to a stop, at the exit stood a slender young man, with delicate features, dressed in faded denim jeans and worn Beijing cloth shoes. Clutching a canvas bag and scanning the surroundings with a lascivious gaze, this young man was Chen Hao, 2.5 days prior. After sorting through the 18 marriage proposals prepared by his eccentric elder, and with all his possessions amounting to 888 yuan and 8 cents, Chen Hao descended the mountain. A local of Lingjiang City, he had lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his grandmother. After graduating from middle school, his grandmother passed away, and he contemplated dropping out to work, but fate intervened when he caught the eye of the esteemed Master Jiang, who was descending the mountain to explore the world. With his parents' spirits guiding him, extraordinary talent, and a remarkable destiny, Master Jiang recognized Chen Hao's uniqueness and took him as his disciple, bringing him back to Baiyun Mountain for guidance and nurturing. Years swiftly passed, and 3 years ago, Master Jiang passed away. As per their agreement, Chen Hao was to guard the elder's grave for 3 years. Upon the deadline, fury ignited within him upon discovering the bizarre 18 marriage proposals prepared by the elder, prompting his premature return to Lingjiang City 3 days ahead of schedule. Having spent an entire decade in the secluded tranquility of Baiyun Mountain, Chen Hao had only the companionship of Fifth Sister and the occasional sight of the village's wild dogs, leaving him unaccustomed to such a vibrant spectacle. It was the height of summer, and the young women's attire was particularly scant, the sight of their fair, long legs nearly blinding Chen Hao. Ah, those legs, that waist, that figure, truly exquisite. Life down the mountain was far superior. Oh, how the elder had wronged me. Chen Hao's eyes roamed hungrily, and he swallowed hard, contemplating that had he known the allure of the young women below, he would have descended 3 years ago instead of guarding a trivial grave. His life on Baiyun Mountain had been akin to that of a carefree wanderer, isolated from the world, with only 2 large yellow dogs for company. Deep in the mountains, there was no internet. He still used a Nokia from a decade ago. And only on rare occasions when he ventured down to the town's internet CAF could he connect with the outside world. Master Jiang was a physician of remarkable skill and integrity, having saved countless lives, including those of high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants. Amassing a fortune that left Chen Hao with a bank card containing a staggering 1 billion yuan, alongside the complete set of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. If Chen Hao had fulfilled his commitment and dutifully guarded the grave for 3 years, the mechanism at the grave's base would have automatically opened, granting him the legacy of medical knowledge and a flow of 10 billion in cash, allowing him to revel in the pleasures of life. Alas, a single misstep had led to a cascade of errors, leaving Chen Hao with no prospect of such an opportunity now. Mu Feng's gaze swept back and forth towards the exit, and soon he noticed Chen Hao, who was looking around uneasily not far away, clad in torn jeans, Old Beijing cloth shoes, a frayed canvas bag, and a patched short-sleeve shirt. With an unremarkable appearance and bronze skin, he was undoubtedly the protagonist. Even after a decade apart, Mu Feng immediately recognized Chen Hao. After organizing his tumultuous thoughts, Mu Feng quickly approached him. "Brother Hao." Upon hearing what sounded like someone calling his name, Chen Hao furrowed his brow and instinctively turned towards the voice. In his line of sight was a figure clad in a mask and sunglasses, looking rather shifty as they approached. "Who are you?" Chen Hao asked, his expression peculiar, completely baffled by the sudden appearance of this person. "Brother Hao, it's me, Mu Feng. Just 2 days ago, you called me to come to the train station to pick you up," Mu Feng exclaimed, enveloping Chen Hao in a warm embrace. Casually draping an arm over his shoulder, exuding an air of camaraderie without a hint of awkwardness. "Ah, it's you, Feng Di." Chen Hao's face broke into a dawning smile, his heart stirred with excitement as he reciprocated the embrace. During his 10 years on the mountain, Chen Hao occasionally descended to contact Mu Feng through a Nokia phone, and they often chatted online. Thus, he did not feel much estrangement in this moment and saw nothing inappropriate in their affectionate reunion. However, passers-by did not share Chen Hao's sentiment. Witnessing 2 grown men embracing in broad daylight drew curious glances, and whispers began to circulate as onlookers discreetly stepped back, distancing themselves from the pair. Mu Feng, overhearing the various distasteful comments around them, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He quickly extricated himself from Chen Hao's embrace, leading him away from the train station plaza and into his luxury car. Seated in the back of a Bentley, he signaled for the chauffeur to depart, letting out a sigh of relief as he removed his sunglasses and mask. "Brother Hao, it has been 10 years since you last returned to Linjiang. The city has undergone tremendous changes during your absence. Allow me to treat you today and properly welcome you back," Mu Feng said, a sincere smile lighting up his face as he patted his chest, exuding an air of generosity, though internally he felt a twinge of unease. "Damn it. Why does Chen Hao keep scrutinizing me?" he thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. Could he be some philosophical master with peculiar inclinations? Yet, there has been no mention of such traits in the original narrative. "Thank you, brother," Chen Hao replied, not sensing Mu Feng's apprehensions, smiling as he nodded in agreement, his gaze finally withdrawing. His focus was not on any peculiarities, but rather on observing the well-being of his long-lost friend, merely concerned with the latter's health. Possessing masterful skills in ancient medicine, Chen Hao's medical expertise rivals that of seasoned practitioners, even those well past their 60s. With merely a glance at someone's facial features, he can discern a multitude of insights. "By the way, my brother, what about your girlfriend of 7 years? Why isn't she accompanying you?" After a brief exchange, Chen Hao seemed to recall something and, with keen interest, inquired. "He, I have already broken up with her." Mu Feng's smile faltered, a torrent of unpleasant memories flashing through his mind. His expression shifted continuously as he spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. A girlfriend of 7 years? This was the narrative imparted to Chen Hao by the previous incarnation of his foolish, infatuated self, but the reality was far different. Broken up? What a pity indeed. Chen Hao paused, gently shaking his head in sympathy for his good friend. During their conversations atop Baiyun Mountain, even through the dim screen of a Nokia, Chen Hao could sense Mu Feng's affection for his girlfriend through mere text. The conclusion of a 7-year romantic endeavor inevitably left Chen Hao feeling a tinge of regret. It's simply a woman. Out with the old, in with the new. There's nothing to lament. "Brother Hao, let me first procure you an outfit, and tonight I shall take you to a splendid place to broaden your horizons." Mu Feng waved his hand dismissively, speaking with nonchalance. Chen Hao relished the idea of using ragged attire to enhance his own image, playing the role of the underestimated, but Mu Feng had no such inclinations. With Chen Hao by his side, it was only fitting to provide him with a suitable ensemble. Chapter 84. Descending into the abyss after dressing Chen Hao in a fresh outfit, Mu Feng guided him through the bustling streets of Linjiang City. As the clock struck 10, the city was aglow with lights, the night air inviting and gentle. Mu Feng, behind the wheel of a Lamborghini, transported Chen Hao to one of Linjiang City's most opulent bars, the Ink Dawn. The Ink Dawn is an establishment linked to the Jiang Pavilion, one of the 3 premier underground factions in Linjiang City. The Jiang Pavilion boasts numerous disciples, and it is said that its master is an extraordinarily captivating beauty, possessing an alluring charm. However, this enigmatic figure is known for her ruthless nature and has a reputation for violence. Encountering her is a rarity, akin to finding a rose with thorns. In a traditional urban novel, How could one overlook a character akin to an underground queen? Mu Feng's knowledge of this Jiang Che master was limited. The original narrative did not elucidate much. He only knew that she seemed intricately connected to the Jiang family. A puppet in the shadows? That seems unlikely, given the Jiang family's influence in Jiangzhou province. They have no need to cultivate a minor faction like the Jiang Che Pavilion as a mere puppet. Unable to fathom it further, Mu Feng turned his attention back to Chun Hao, who was whistling and engaging in jovial banter with two stunning women, keys to his Lamborghini in hand, thoroughly enjoying himself. Witnessing this scene, Mu Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his face a canvas of exasperation, rendered speechless. Goodness, this Chun Hao truly embodies the protagonist. Not merely some walking teddy bear. How could he possibly be interested in such worn-out company? Although these two women possess a certain charm, should they remove the thick layer of foundation from their faces, they might not rival Chun Hao in appearance. Could it be that the prolonged stay in the mountains has rendered Chun Hao somewhat subdued? With this thought, Mu Feng fell into a deep reverie. Ladies, let us arrange to meet again sometime, she exclaimed playfully. Hiki, certainly, handsome. I await your call. The two ladies giggled, casting Chun Hao a flirtatious glance before gracefully strutting away on their high heels. Brother Hao, I believe you would greatly enjoy a particular game, Mu Feng suddenly remarked, her tone enigmatic upon their return. What game? Chun Hao inquired, somewhat bewildered by her cryptic comment. It's called Hua. Individuals like you possess the innate potential to become a distinguished disciple of Hua. Mu Feng asserted earnestly, her expression serious. Is that so? Perhaps I shall explore it later. Chun Hao responded with a light-hearted laugh, not pondering it further, and followed Mu Feng into the bar. Welcome, young Master Mu, greeted the passing waitstaff as they made their way inside. As the scion of the Mu real estate group, Mu Feng, while not on par with the elite heirs of Linjiang City, nevertheless represented an unattainable figure for those of lesser means. The waitstaff at the bar, having undergone rigorous training, were well acquainted with the young masters of Linjiang's social circle. Mu Feng nodded calmly, refraining from elaboration, and proceeded directly to the main hall. Sensing Chun Hao's envious gaze, she felt a surge of satisfaction within. What does it matter if you are the favored child of fortune? Until you truly ascend, without power, wealth, or societal standing, who would pay heed to a country bumpkin from the mountains? Upon entering such an entertainment venue for the first time, Chun Hao furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat out of sorts amidst the cacophony of rock music that enveloped him. Surrounding the dance floor, couples embraced intimately, their closeness unabashed. The men were fashionably attired, while the women wore revealing outfits, audaciously showcasing their enchanting curves. Some performers even ascended the stage to execute suggestive pole dances, their expressions and movements exuding allure, seemingly devoid of any sense of shame. The atmosphere in the venue crescendoed, reaching a fever pitch filled with exuberant cheers. All of this was overwhelming for Chun Hao, challenging his perceptions. He was well aware of the liberal ambience of large cities, yet this felt excessively so. It could be said that he witnessed everything that was both appropriate and inappropriate. Mu Feng patted Chun Hao on the shoulder, choosing not to say much more, and boldly stepped onto the stage. Stimulated by the vibrant environment, she found it increasingly difficult to contain her desire to show off. Once on stage, she seized the microphone, cleared her throat, and spoke with a commanding voice. Everyone, please quiet down. I have a few words to share. As the music and the sounds of argument gradually faded, vibrant lights illuminated the scene, and Mu Feng found himself invigorated by the spotlight of public attention. Tonight, all expenses are on me, young Master Mu, he declared. Let us all have a great time together. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence before erupting into a frenzy of cheers. Long live young Master Mu. Long live young Master Mu. A few flamboyantly dressed, alluring women, captivated by Mu Feng's extravagant display, sparkled with excitement and leapt into his embrace, their eyes glistening with springtime affection. They posed playfully, their voices sweet and enchanting, exuding irresistible charm. Mu Feng reveled in the glory that was uniquely his emotions soaring beyond expression. This is life. How wonderful it is to have wealth. Without money, one can never fathom how proactive these women can be. In that moment, Mu Feng fully grasped the essence of that statement. Under the relentless flirtations of the two women, he became intoxicated. Casting aside thoughts of revenge against Jiang Che and betrayal of Chun Hao, all he desired was to relish the splendid moments before him. At the Qingting Villa, Jiang Che lounged on the sofa, flanked by the young girls Lu Mengxi and Xiao Yi, while Xin Yuxuan stood behind him, her delicate hands gently massaging his shoulders, her gaze filled with admiration and tenderness. Under Jiang Che's formidable presence, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. With Jiang Che's sweet words and the realization that she could never compete with him alone, Lu Mingxi's initial resentment had faded, though feelings of jealousy remained inevitable. Observing Jiang Che's closeness with Xiao Yi, she maintained an outward composure while internally simmering with frustration. Jiang Che picked up a tablet to review the high-definition images transmitted by the Hummingbird reconnaissance robot. Upon seeing Chen Hao and Mu Feng reveling in their carefree demeanor, a peculiar smile crept across his face, and a plethora of mischievous ideas began to form in his mind. The effects of the crazy Sao drug were exceedingly potent, colorless and tasteless. Even a drop could ensnare a master-level warrior. With Chen Hao currently at the peak of his hidden strength, he could not escape its grasp. Given Jiang Che's exemplary medical skills, he would not be able to detect the aphrodisiac beforehand, and even if he sensed it afterward, he would be powerless to provide a remedy. Tonight marked the inception of Chen Hao's descent into chaos. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Jiang Che's eyes as he swiftly devised a plan targeting Mu Feng, the antagonist. By administering the crazy Sao on both Chen Hao and Mu Feng, he intended to humiliate Mu Feng while allowing Chen Hao to experience a taste of adversity. Wouldn't this lead to an irreparable rift between the two close friends? How could a revered healer like Chen Hao endure such an egregious humiliation? Imagining the scene of Chen Hao and Mu Feng's mental collapse, questioning their existence, Jiang Che couldn't help but chuckle sinisterly. With a command, two shadowy guards soon entered the villa's grand hall. "Young master," the two shadowy guards respectfully spoke, their gazes fixed on Jiang Che with an intensity that conveyed deep admiration. "Take this to the Mo.Se Li Ming bar, and find a way to make Mu Feng and Chen Hao consume it. Locate the bar owner, Bai Huame, and convey that this is my directive. Instruct her to procure some empty bottles of fine liquor to ensnare Mu Feng and relieve him of a sum of money. Remember to serve him some exquisite drinks tonight, creating an illusion of authenticity." Jiang Che retrieved 2 bottles of Mother Pig Goes Wild from the system space and placed them on the table. He then accessed high-definition photographs of Mu Feng and Chen Hao from his tablet, casually instructing, "As soon as Chen Hao descends from the train today, I will be aware of his every movement." These images were captured by the station's surveillance cameras. The Zhuke Pavilion stands as one of the 3 foremost powers in the underground society of Linjiang City, presided over by Bai Huame, a stunning and enchanting beauty. Just as Mu Feng had speculated, this woman indeed possesses some connection to the Jiang family, though she is not one of their covert operatives. Bai Huame is one of Jiang Wantong's junior disciples, who, upon returning to the world after her training, whimsically aspired to become an underground queen. With her formidable strength and Jiang Wantong's clandestine support, Bai Huame swiftly established a formidable reputation in the underground realm of Linjiang City within just 2 months, founding the Zhuke Pavilion, gathering numerous followers, and successfully positioning herself among the top 3 forces. Jiang Wantong, naturally, would not refuse Bai Huame's modest requests. It was merely a matter of her saying a word, albeit with a cautionary note to refrain from crossing the boundaries of vice. Bai Huame complied obediently. Steering clear of Jiang Wantong's moral limits and focused on managing the bar and nightclub as part of her gray enterprises. While it would be disingenuous to claim there is no gambling or drugs involved, the extent of any illicit activities remains known only to Bai Huame herself. Certainly, with Jiang Wantong's covert assistance, none dare challenge the Zhuke Pavilion's domain, which is a significant factor in its growing prominence. Beyond the Zhuke Pavilion, the underground society of Linjiang also comprises the Qinglong Gang and the Heihu Gang. In stark contrast to the Zhuke Pavilion's discretion, these 2 gangs are far more brazen, engaging in every conceivable crime, embodying a fully formed malevolent force. The police have conducted several crackdowns in the past, apprehending numerous individuals, which compelled the 2 gangs to adopt a more subdued demeanor. As for why the Qinglong Gang and Heihu Gang have not been eradicated entirely, there is a saying, nurturing the tiger to guard the mountain. These individuals, believing themselves to be untouchable due to their connections, are merely large fish cultivated by a certain powerful figure, serving as glaring achievements at any given moment. When the influence of the Qinglong Gang and Heihu Gang reaches an unprecedented zenith, it will herald the final moment of their capture. The simultaneous dismantling of these 2 major criminal organizations would facilitate promotions for nearly everyone involved, as their leaders have long been ensnared in a trap meticulously laid by certain individuals, oblivious to their fate. In the presence of true aristocrats, no matter how ruthless or cunning one may be, With countless subordinates at their disposal, they are but small fish, incapable of stirring any significant turbulence. Previously, Jiang Che had not made any acquaintance with the female protagonist by Huame, but since it was a force supported by his beloved sister, he naturally would not be courteous. Understood, young master. The two shadow guards cast a lingering glance at the two photographs on the tablet, nodded earnestly, and after receiving the white jade porcelain bottle, they bowed and departed. Senior, do Chenhao and Mu Feng harbor a grudge against you? After the two shadow guards left, Shen Yuxuan blinked her beautiful eyes, gently pursed her lips, and curiously inquired, her lively gaze revealing a hint of confusion. In Shen Yuxuan's impression, Jiang Che had always been a gentleman of refined elegance, possessing a harmonious demeanor and embodying all the qualities of a high-status, handsome man. Since Jiang Che had instructed his subordinates to target these two individuals named Chenhao and Mu Feng, Shen Yuxuan naturally assumed that they must have some enmity with her senior, and undoubtedly they were despicable scoundrels. Otherwise, why would her suave senior deliberately set his sights on them? Surely, her senior was acting as an instrument of divine retribution against these evildoers. He was the very embodiment of justice. Seated beside Jiang Che, Lu Mingxi lifted her youthful, fair face, her wide eyes twinkling with curiosity as her eyelashes fluttered gently, waiting in silence for Jiang Che's next words. Only the purple-haired lowly, Xiao Yi, showed no interest in the conversation, instead snuggling in Jiang Che's embrace, her gaze fixated on the television screen, utterly absorbed in a mindless romantic comedy. There are indeed some grievances. These two are not virtuous beings. They bully the weak, commit murder and arson, and act with impunity, committing every conceivable atrocity. Jiang Che nodded, casually spinning tales without a hint of remorse as he spun a web of deception for Shen Yuxuan. He felt entirely justified in tarnishing the reputations of these two scoundrels, with no trace of guilt. Truly two wretches. Shen Yuxuan's beautiful eyes flashed with disdain as she made a remark. The little lowly echoed in agreement, her voice soft and endearing, radiating cuteness and innocence. Sister Yuxuan is right. Brother must teach these two scoundrels a stern lesson. Shen Yuxuan feels disgust toward Chenhao and Mu Feng. Emotional value. 1666. Lu Mingxi believes Chenhao and Mu Feng are not decent individuals. Emotional value. 1213 Of course, I would not allow these two to continue their misdeeds. I have already prepared a grand gift for each of them. Jiang Che nodded with a smile, lifting the fragrant little lowly in his arms and taking a hearty breath of her delightful scent, feeling thoroughly satisfied. While conversing with the two young ladies, Jiang Che immersed himself in thought, directly communicating with the system in his mind. System, how much emotional value do I currently possess? Although merely 2 days had passed since the last lottery, Jiang Che had garnered substantial emotional value during this time. Whether it was his sister Jiang Wanhong, Lin Ming, or his 3 women, they had all contributed significantly to his emotional reserves. Returning to the host, your current remaining emotional value is 131 for 156. Let us proceed with 13 draws. Jiang Che resolutely opted for a high-stakes gamble, for at this juncture, there was little in the system's shop that piqued his interest. After deducting a substantial emotional value of 130,000, he commenced his lottery draw. Chapter 86. Does the senior wish to engage in a game for 4? Congratulations, host. You have received blue and pink knee-high socks. 99,999. Congratulations, host. You have acquired master-level assassination techniques. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a supply of tissues. 666,666. Congratulations, host. You have received a cultivation enhancement card. 1. Congratulations, host. You have. Congratulations, host. You have received a Jet Soldier Package Experience card. 3. Congratulations, host. You have attained divine-level musical talent, a paragon of musical artistry encompassing various instruments such as the guqin, guzheng, and pipa. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Death Substitute Puppet. 1. A one-time consumable that can absorb a fatal blow in moments of life-threatening crisis. Upon reviewing the diverse rewards from this lottery, Jiang Che's countenance blossomed into a radiant smile, filled with immense satisfaction. With the Death Substitute Puppet in his possession, it was fair to assert that he had essentially gained an additional life. Although it was a one-time use item, it could prove crucial in critical moments. System. Activate the Cultivation Enhancement card and impart the master-level assassination techniques and divine-level musical talent, he commanded, suppressing the exhilaration bubbling within him. Given Jiang Che's current advanced stage of transformation, Accepting the impartation of master-level assassination techniques and divine-level musical talent would pose no discomfort. Ding. The cultivation enhancement card has been successfully utilized. The impartation begins. As the system's voice faded, a familiar wave of comfort enveloped him, leaving Jiang Che feeling relaxed and content. He leaned back against the sofa, his eyes gently squinting in bliss as he reveled in the exquisite process of cultivation impartation coursing through his being. Chi surged through his meridians, ultimately returning to his dantian, cycling in a harmonious rhythm. The experience was undeniably enchanting, one that could only be felt by martial artists upon breaking through their cultivation boundaries. Lu Mingxi and Shen Yuxuan had both attained the early stage of Mingjin after consuming the cleansing pills. While they were significantly stronger than ordinary individuals, a considerable gap remained between them and Jiang Che, rendering them oblivious to the wondrous transformations occurring within him. Only Xiaoyi noticed that her master had once again entered that profoundly mysterious state of breakthrough, her violet eyes widening slightly in surprise. She distinctly recalled that just 2 days prior, Jiang Che had only reached the mid-stage of transformation. Having returned home yesterday at the late stage of transformation, he was now on the verge of yet another breakthrough, truly astonishing. Despite the confusion swirling in her mind, Xiaoyi refrained from overthinking it. After all, in the eyes of the purple-haired little girl, her master was perpetually enigmatic, seemingly capable of anything. Even her vocal cords, damaged for over a decade, had been healed. What could he possibly be incapable of? 15 minutes later, having completed the system's impartation, Jiang Che's cultivation progressed smoothly, breaking through to the pinnacle of the transformation realm without any hindrance. Simultaneously, his mind was flooded with an abundance of techniques related to assassination and various methods of playing the guqin and guzheng, instantly elevating him to the zenith of mastery. System. Please review my attribute panel. Jiang Che gently exhaled a breath of turbid air and continued conversing with the system. Host. Jiang Che. Identity. The fated great villain. Age. 21. Charisma. 99. Cultivation. Peak of transformation realm. Techniques. 9 Yang divine art. Snow treading without a trace. Flame blade technique. Myriad medicine classic. Heavenly poison scripture. Skills. Supreme medical expertise. Proficiency in 18 languages. Masterful piano skills. Exceptional musical talent. Elite hacking skills. Expert stock trading skills. Master-level assassination techniques. Masterful tea art. Advanced investment acumen. Advanced management skills. Items. 10 disguised talismans. Golden desert eagle. 8 hummingbird detection robots. 5 destiny child positioning cards. 98 crazy pig. 6 jet warrior package experience cards. 15 centenarian ice lotus. 10 bad luck talismans. 2 mad fool talismans. 3 bewilderment cards. 8 little returning pills. 1 heart voice shield card. 1 diary shielding device. 1 substitute puppet. Special abilities. Word spirit technique. Dream induction technique. Personal wealth. 158. 7 billion. Emotional value. 1456. Upon seeing the remaining little returning pills in his inventory, Jiang Che pondered thoughtfully. Both Lu Mingxi and Shen Yuxuan had embarked on their martial journey, and as the man supporting them from behind, Jiang Che naturally intended to assist his 2 beloved wives in rapidly enhancing their cultivation, with the little returning pill being a fitting choice. After consuming the pill, even those at the transformation realm could elevate to a small level, let alone his 2 wives who were merely at the initial stage of the bright realm. The effects would undoubtedly be even more remarkable when applied to Lu Mingxi and Shen Yuxuan. Yesterday, on his way home, Jiang Che had casually requested an internal martial art manual suitable for women from his mother, which he was now eager to utilize as an opportunity to impart to the 3 women. As a man of great affection, Jiang Che ensured equitable treatment for all. What Xiaoyi had, Lu Mingxi and Shen Yuxuan would naturally receive as well. He also considered arranging similar opportunities for Li Yin and Long Qingxiu in the future. With this thought in mind, Jiang Che directly retrieved 2 little returning pills from the system space and presented them to the 2 women, followed by producing a manual titled Sunu Heart Sutra. The Sunu Heart Sutra was ranked as a low-grade heavenly technique. While it may not be the pinnacle of internal arts, it was more than adequate for the 3 women to cultivate, allowing them to reach the realm of Gang without any issues. Brother, what kind of pill is this? Lu Mingxi inquired, gazing at the translucent, golden pill in her hand that emanated an enchanting fragrance, her lively eyes sparkling with curiosity. Having previously experienced the effects of the cleansing marrow pill and the youth-retaining pill, Lu Mingxi was accustomed to Jiang Che occasionally producing various pills and was not surprised. though she was intrigued by the effects of this particular one. After all, the appearance of these pills was generally similar, all resplendently golden, making it difficult for anyone unversed in the art to discern their specific effects based solely on appearance. Shen Yuxuan awaited Jiang Che's response, while Xiaoyi expressed considerable interest in the Heart Sutra. Even without perusing it yet, she believed that since it was presented by her master, it could not possibly be of inferior quality. This is the little returning pill. Consuming it will assist you in enhancing your martial cultivation, and it can be effectively paired with the Heart Sutra. Come, brother will take you 3 to practice right now. Jiang Che chuckled, rising from the sofa. He picked up the 2 little girls and headed straight towards the training room upstairs, with Shen Yuxuan closely following behind. Great, great. Hee, I love my brother the most. Upon hearing Jiang Che's intention to teach her martial arts, Lu Mingxi was ecstatic, her eyes sparkling like gems. Her delicate porcelain-like face radiated joy, and she clapped her hands in delight. Without hesitation, she planted a kiss on Jiang Che's cheek. As the second young lady of the Lu family, Lu Mingxi was no stranger to martial artists. Now, with the opportunity to formally embark on her martial arts journey, the little girl was naturally thrilled. Shen Yuxuan trailed beside Jiang Che, a faint blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. Her eyes, a soft pink, glistened with moisture as she bit her lip, feeling quite bashful. The thought of practicing together with her sisters under the guidance of their senior seemed to spark a hint of mischief in her heart. Surely, her senior did not intend to indulge in a 4-person escapade, did he? Chapter 87. The young brothers' mischievous thoughts in the early hours of the morning at the Dark Dawn bar. Time passed slowly. As the night deepened, the bar grew increasingly crowded, the atmosphere electric with revelry as men and women raised their glasses and danced wildly. Mu Feng and Chen Hao lounged on the sofa, each flanked by 2 red-haired beauties, their faces aglow with satisfaction and comfort. Brother Hao, how do you find the arrangements? Are you satisfied? Mu Feng raised his glass of red wine, downing it in one gulp, his expression lewd as he teased Chen Hao, seated across from him. Having the intention to eliminate Jiang Che through the hands of Chen Hao, Mu Feng knew that the first step was to deepen their relationship. For men, the fastest way to forge bonds is through drinking and flirting, undoubtedly the most efficient method. Once Chen Hao was thoroughly intoxicated, Mu Feng was confident he could lead him astray. Burp. Satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Brother Feng, you are my lifelong good buddy. Chen Hao burped, his mind slightly foggy, his face alight with excitement. Although he had often fantasized about returning to the city and living a life of indulgence, he understood it was no easy feat yet. Here he was, on the very first day of his descent, already reveling in such a heavenly existence. How could he not be thrilled? After spending over a decade in the deep mountains, Chen Hao was not accustomed to drinking and had little tolerance. Now, without the aid of his true energy to dispel the effects of alcohol, he was becoming increasingly dazed, on the brink of losing consciousness. As long as Brother Hao was satisfied, observing Chen Hao's state, Mu Feng inwardly chuckled, knowing the moment was ripe. He playfully patted one of the girls beside him and grinned wickedly. Let the music play, let the dancing continue. After receiving Jiang Che's instructions, 2 shadowy guards swiftly arrived at the Dark Dawn bar. After revealing their identities, they were promptly led by a server to a private VIP room on the 2nd floor, where they encountered Bai Huamei, the owner of the bar. What brings you 2 here? Bai Huamei lifted her glass of red wine, taking a delicate sip, her charming face blossoming with a hint of flirtation. Rising gracefully from the sofa, she stretched her alluring waist and cast her gaze upon the 2 shadowy guards before her. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, she spoke with a radiant smile. Tall and voluptuous, Bai Huamei exuded an enchanting allure with every smile and frown, embodying a captivating charm. Sensing the formidable presence of the 2 women, who belonged to the realm of advanced martial artists, Bai Huamei felt a tinge of surprise, though it did not shock her unduly. After all, they were sent by her elder sister as family, and even as practitioners of the Dan realm. She was not the least bit taken aback. On behalf of the young master, we have a matter that requires your assistance, one of the shadowy guards stated calmly, maintaining a demeanor of respectful authority. The young master? Bai Huamei inquired thoughtfully, raising an eyebrow as she pressed for clarification. She was well aware that the young master referred to was Jiang Che, the brother of her elder sister Jiang Wantong, a man known as the Prince of Jiangzhou. The privileges she enjoyed were largely due to her elder sister's discreet support, and thus, she would not refuse Jiang Che's request. During her training at Fengming Mountain, Bai Huamei had often heard Jiang Wantong speak of her brother, understanding the deep bond shared between the siblings. Therefore, It was no surprise to her that Jiang Che was aware of her connection with her elder sister. The young master intends to. The shadowy guard began to elaborate on Jiang Che's various schemes, divulging every detail to Bai Huame. Mufeng? That young master of the Mu family who indulged in snacks at the parking lot? Upon hearing the account, Bai Huame's expression morphed into one of bemusement. A smile graced her lips as she playfully licked them, her voice languorous and laced with an enticing allure, evoking a tantalizing thrill. Rest assured, I know precisely what to do. To her, whether it involved deceiving Mufeng or administering a drug was merely a trivial matter, and Bai Huame readily acquiesced. While others might tread carefully around Mufeng's identity, she remained utterly unfazed. Once the two shadowy guards departed, Bai Huame reclined once more on the sofa, discarding her high heels. She elevated her long, elegantly shaped legs, adorned in sheer black stockings, onto the coffee table, swirling her glass of red wine as she murmured to herself. Could it be that Mufeng has some grievance with Jiang Che? TSK. The young brother certainly has his share of malice. But how delightful for an elder sister. With a soft chuckle, Bai Huame drained her glass of wine. Her eyes fluttering closed as a look of satisfaction graced her beautiful face. She then summoned her two female subordinates to make arrangements. Mix these 2 bottles of aphrodisiac into the 2 bottles of Louis XIII red wine and present them to Mufeng and Chunhao, enticing them to drink. The 2 women, Xiaohong and Xiaohua, were the prime saleswomen of the possessing both charm and beauty, capable of achieving an impressive score of 80 post-makeup, and were adept at winning the affections of men. Bai Huame was completely confident that Xiaohong and Xiaohua would effortlessly ensnare the 2 gentlemen. Understood, boss. Xiaohong and Xiaohua replied obediently, not asking further questions, and set to work immediately. After taking possession of 2 exquisite white jade porcelain vases, he turned and exited the supreme private room, gently closing the door behind him. Upon descending the stairs, in accordance with Bai Huame's instructions, 2 young ladies mixed a wild concoction of mother pig and Louis XIII cognac, each cradling a bottle as they made their way toward Mufeng and Chunhao. At that moment, Mufeng was fervently lamenting and indignantly denouncing Jiang Che's myriad transgressions, incessantly casting aspersions upon him. In his narrative, Jiang Che emerged as a nefarious scoundrel, a vile miscreant who preyed upon the wives and daughters of others, a true villain born of depravity. What a rogue he is! Fear not, my brother. I shall avenge your grievance of the stolen wife. After hearing Mufeng's account, Chunhao was equally incensed, thumping his chest and, without a moment's hesitation, wholeheartedly agreed. Having already consumed copious amounts of alcohol and firmly believing in Mufeng's word, Chunhao did not pause to consider the veracity of Mufeng's claims. He simply did not care, even if Jiang Che were not a quintessential villain. The mere fact that he had taken his good brother's girlfriend was enough for Chunhao to ensure retribution. He was the inheritor of the medical sage. Having cultivated for 10 years on Baiyun Mountain, with the left hand, he saved lives, with the right, he took them. Dealing with a debauched youth would be an effortless endeavor, wouldn't it? Really? Then I thank you, Brother Hao. Upon hearing this, Mufeng's sobs abruptly ceased, and he quickly donned a visage of overwhelming gratitude, his expression brimming with excitement. It's but a trivial matter. Now, let us continue to drink. Tonight, my brother, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Chunhao waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor one of nonchalance, and with a grin. He raised his glass in a toast. Cheers. The 2 clinked their glasses and downed their fine wine in one gulp. Chunhao set down his glass, shaking his somewhat befuddled head, and was about to continue speaking when he suddenly froze. In his line of sight, 2 alluringly attired young ladies, with voluptuous figures, approached him, each cradling a bottle of fine wine. Gazing upon their enchanting forms, Chunhao's eyes sparkled, his gaze becoming fixed. Chapter 88. The Day of Chunhao's Tribulation. Remarkable. Beyond words. Chunhao swallowed hard, his eyes unable to divert. Naturally flirtatious, he had suppressed his desires for many years on the mountain. Coupled with the effects of the alcohol, his head was already in a haze. The sight of such magnificent beauty sent his blood racing, and he felt himself becoming intoxicated by the allure. Upon seeing these 2 voluptuous ladies, he instantaneously felt as if the 2 women in his embrace had lost their charm. Handsome, this is our bar's treasured Louis XIII cognac. Would you care to indulge in a bottle and savor its exquisite taste? Should you purchase this bottle? I would be delighted to share a toast with you, one of the ladies said, her voice sweet and enticing. Noticing Chunhao's captivated expression, Xiaohong's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain, though her face bore a charming smile, her tone soft and alluring, exceedingly seductive. As she approached Chen Hao, slightly bending forward, she drew closer, her breath fragrant, allowing Chen Hao an even more intimate observation. The myriad scents of cosmetics danced around him, rather than feeling overwhelmed. Chen Hao's excitement grew, yearning to envelop the alluring beauty before him in his arms and shower her with affection. Unconsciously, Chen Hao cast a glance at Mu Feng, who was seated opposite him. Without inquiring about the price, Chen Hao was well aware that the beverages here were far beyond his financial reach. Sit tight. I shall take these 2 bottles of red wine to enjoy with my friends. Noticing Chen Hao's gaze, Mu Feng spoke with grandiosity. You truly are generous, brother. Let us sisters accompany you 2 brothers in this revelry. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua signaled to the 2 ladies nestled in Mu Feng's embrace. The 2 women instantly understood. Gracefully departing from Mu Feng's side, along with the 2 women by Chen Hao's side, thus leaving the space for the 4 of them. Come, dear brothers, let us drink. Under the deliberate allure of Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua, both Mu Feng and Chen Hao found themselves enraptured, with the adoring gazes of the 2 ladies upon them. They drank glass after glass of red wine. Dear sisters, why are you not partaking? Forgive me, brother Mu Feng, for I am unwell today and can only substitute with soft drinks. I hope you do not mind? Of course not. Thank you, dear brother. Might you procure another 10 bottles of Louis XIII? Doing so will allow me to fulfill my quota for the month. Then I can accompany you to the hotel for some fun. 10 bottles? That will not suffice. Bring me 100. He cackled. Tonight, you are destined to be mine. Brother, you are quite wicked. 10 minutes later, both Mu Feng and Chen Hao were thoroughly intoxicated, utterly unconscious. Without hesitation, Xiao Hong delivered a resounding slap to Chen Hao's face, her expression one of disdain as she stood up and summoned 2 waitstaff. Since her task was completed, she had no interest in continuing the charade with Chen Hao. A woman of her ilk could never harbor genuine feelings. Everything was merely a performance. With the assistance of the 2 waitstaff, Chen Hao and Mu Feng were soon escorted to the men's restroom of the bar. Young Master Mu, you wish to relieve yourself, correct? Please be careful. After guiding Mu Feng and Chen Hao to the wall of the restroom, the waitstaff turned and left. Once they departed, both men could no longer endure the heat of their intoxication and began to discard their garments one by one. Observing Chen Hao leaning against the restroom wall, Mu Feng's eyes sparkled as if beholding an exquisite beauty, and he pounced upon Chen Hao, bringing him to the ground. Brother, you smell delightful. Chen Hao, with a lesser tolerance for alcohol than Mu Feng, had long succumbed to unconsciousness, showing no signs of awakening. Hee, brother, you are mine. With no resistance from Chen Hao, Mu Feng's demeanor grew increasingly frenzied as he laughed maniacally, his grin unabashed. Host detected a successful betrayal of Chen Hao, rewarding 100 points. Host to subdue Chen Hao. Successful betrayal, granting initial stage of Mingjing cultivation. Please continue your efforts. At that moment, the system's notifications echoed in Mu Feng's mind. Yet he was in a stupor, unable to heed them. Soon, patrons began to enter the restroom, and upon witnessing such an outrageous scene, they were left dumbfounded. Their jaws agape. What the hell are these 2 doing? Damn, this is truly an eyesore. Ugh. I want to be able to eat for 3 days. This is not a matter to be trifled with, especially in such a setting. Behold, is that not the renowned influencer Mu Feng, who recently captivated the internet? Truly, he is a remarkable talent. In a dazed state, Mu Feng seemed to perceive whispers surrounding him, as individuals captured images of him with their phones. However, under the influence of medication, his thoughts were clouded. His consciousness briefly flickered to clarity before succumbing once more to the depths of oblivion. Amidst it all, Mu Feng momentarily reverted to his old ways, engaging in activities of a rather graphic nature, the intensity of which could scarcely be borne. Concealed in a corner of the restroom, a hummingbird detection robot recorded every detail of the unfolding events, leaving nothing to the imagination. Thus, Mu Feng and Chen Hao shared an extraordinarily unforgettable night at the bar, their exploits soon becoming the stuff of legend among patrons. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight filtered into the restroom, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon Mu Feng and Chen Hao. Bathed in the warmth of the sun, Mu Feng was the first to awaken, sensing an unusual presence near his lips. A noxious odor assailed his senses, and his complexion shifted dramatically as he realized the nature of the offending substance, prompting him to rise in shock. Fragments of the previous night began to coalesce in Mu Feng's mind, his expression oscillating between hues of green and white as he grappled with disbelief. What had transpired? Had he truly engaged in such acts with the esteemed healer, Chen Hao, within the restroom, and worse yet, had it been captured on video by a crowd? To his horror, he had reverted to his former reckless behavior once more. Internally tormented, Mu Feng stumbled to the sink, compelled by instinct. Gazing into the mirror, the harrowing reflection met his gaze, awakening buried memories that assaulted him with vivid clarity. Overwhelmed, he retched violently, leaning over the sink as he expelled the remnants of last night's meal, filling the air with a foul stench. In an instant, the repugnant odor began to permeate the restroom. The assault of this noxious miasma roused Chen Hao, who grimaced and gradually regained consciousness. Initially bewildered by the unusual aches in his body, he soon recalled the events of the previous night, and fury ignited within him. Mu Feng, what have you done? Chen Hao bellowed, his face contorted in rage. I will make you pay for this. Chapter 89, The Cold and Elegant Policewoman. The sensual Queen Chen Hao felt as though he were on the brink of madness, now fully aware of the humiliating events that had transpired. His initial gratitude towards Mu Feng for his kindness had evaporated, replaced by a seething wrath that yearned for vengeance. How could it be that on the very first day of his descent from the mountain as a healer, he had been so disgracefully compromised by another man? It was a profound dishonor. Mu Feng's apparent benevolence had concealed ulterior motives, plotting such a scandalous affair behind his back. Chen Hao, consumed by rage, his eyes bloodshot and breath-quickening, gritted his teeth as he strode towards the wash basin in the restroom. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised a leg and forcefully kicked Mu Feng away. Caught off guard, Mu Feng was propelled 5 meters back, crashing against the corridor wall before finally collapsing to the ground. Despite having received a reward from the system that granted him the initial stage of Ming gene cultivation, it was evident that his meager abilities were utterly insufficient in the face of Chen Hao's prowess. With a thud, Mu Feng fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Chen Hao, who approached him step by step. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but Chen Hao would not afford him that opportunity. Brother Hao, you must listen to me. In an instant, a heart-wrenching wail echoed through the bar's corridor. On the second floor, in the VIP room, Bai Huamei observed the scene with keen interest via the surveillance cameras, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. She had not anticipated that Chen Hao was a martial artist, and moreover, his cultivation was quite formidable, having reached the peak of the Engine realm. Only a hair's breadth away from her own level. Although Engine practitioners are not extraordinary masters, they are indeed rare in the secular world, far from being commonplace. What does it matter if he is Engine? Offending Jiang Che only leads to a dead end. Bai Huamei chuckled lightly, unconcerned, as she turned to her companions. Xiaohong and Xiaohua, when the police arrive, remember to act convincingly. Just say these two fellows failed to settle their bill after drinking last night and harassed you. Since she intended to scheme against Mu Feng for a monetary gain, Bai Huamei was determined to cover all bases. The surveillance had captured every detail of Chen Hao and Mu Feng's inappropriate actions towards Xiaohong and Xiaohua the previous night. Even though the two women were merely mercenaries for money, without prior consent, the actions of these two men fell within the realm of sexual harassment, which could escalate to charges of forcible indecency. Once categorized as forcible indecency, it would become a public prosecution case. If these two did not wish to face incarceration, they would have no choice but to comply and compensate. Although she was the leader of Zhuke Pavilion, Bai Huamei was no ignorant brute. In fact, to manage her numerous underlings, she had thoroughly studied the laws of Longhua and was well informed. In addition to seeking reparations for damages and mental anguish, she would also demand payment for the drinks consumed and the reputational harm inflicted on the Mo Se Li Ming bar. Altogether, a sum of 200 million would not be excessive, considering Mu Feng had indulged in expensive imported wines, and there were no limits to mental anguish claims. Understood. Sister Huamei, Xiaohong and Xiaohua exchanged knowing smiles, both responding obediently. They were more than willing to partake in an opportunity that promised benefits. After all, their leader had connections. They would not suffer any repercussions regardless of the outcome. Brother Hao, we must have been drugged last night. Otherwise, how could I have acted in such a manner? As Chen Hao finally expended his anger, Mu Feng seized the opportunity to speak, his face a mask of despair. His words slurred and indistinct. At that moment, Mu Feng's appearance was nothing short of tragic, his lips swollen to the size of sausages, blood dripping incessantly from the corners of his mouth, his cheeks grotesquely inflated, rendering his visage unrecognizable. His sunken eyes resembled those of a madman, stripping him of any semblance of humanity. It was likely that even his father, Mu Yozhong, would fail to recognize his own son in such a state. Fortunately, Chen Hao managed to retain a sliver of rationality amidst his fury. Otherwise, with his peak strength in the realm of hidden power, Mu Feng would have been brutally dispatched. With a cold snort, Chun Hao's countenance darkened as he unceremoniously lifted Mu Feng, intent on reviewing the surveillance footage to confront the bar owner. It was evident that he subconsciously acknowledged Mu Feng's claims. Upon arriving at the bar's front desk, before he could locate Bai Huamei, Chen Hao found himself confronted by a group of armed police officers, their guns pointed directly at him. This unexpected turn left him momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. "I am Pei Yunxi, the captain of the criminal investigation team of the Lingjiang City Security Bureau. Release your hostage immediately, or I will not hesitate to open fire." Pei Yunxi's brows furrowed as she regarded Chun Hao with an icy glare, her expression as frigid as the winter air. After receiving a report from Bai Huamei about disturbances and harassment at the Ink Dawn bar, she had promptly arrived with several subordinates. As the leader of one of the three major underground forces in Lingjiang City, the fact that the bar would call the police after being attacked was perplexing. Initially skeptical of Bai Huamei's report, Pei Yunxi's doubts began to dissipate upon witnessing Mu Feng's wretched condition. Although this unforeseen circumstance irritated Chun Hao, finding himself at gunpoint, he had little choice but to comply. Within a mere 7 steps, the officer's aim was swift and precise. Even a martial artist of his caliber would find it impossible to evade a barrage of bullets at such close range, unless he had achieved a breakthrough to the realm of transformative power. Finally liberated, Mu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, hastily retreating behind the police officers to vociferously denounce Chen Hao's transgressions. "Officer, this man is a violent criminal. You must ensure justice is served and imprison him." Mu Feng's face was flushed with righteous indignation as he fervently recounted his grievances, having fully severed ties with Chen Hao and eschewing any pretense of civility. He was acutely aware of the nature of the protagonist, realizing that this breach would leave him with no refuge from retribution, regardless of their previously amicable facade. "Silence!" Pei Yunxi admonished sharply, casting a frosty glance at Mu Feng. He immediately shivered, a chill running down his spine as he swallowed nervously, promptly falling silent. Despite her striking beauty, the formidable aura she exuded was undeniably intimidating. It was often said that female police officers in urban novels were brutish and lacking in intellect. Yet she defied such stereotypes with her commanding presence. How is it that this woman before me appears somewhat different? Her figure is undoubtedly ample, yet she does not seem to lack intelligence. At this moment, Mu Feng felt a sense of disarray. Could it be that this is a consequence of the butterfly effect caused by his crossing over? Chapter 90. The spirited young physician arrest both of them and bring them back to the precinct for interrogation, Pei Yunxi commanded coldly to her subordinates nearby. Chun Hao made no attempt to resist as the officers handcuffed him. Instead, he brazenly whistled at Pei Yunxi, winking and making suggestive gestures. "Beautiful sister, do you believe that even if you lock me up, I will be released swiftly?" Before descending the mountain, Chun Hao not only inherited 18 marriage certificates from the trenches, but also retained some connections left by his master, including several influential figures. Thus, he did not perceive this encounter with the police as a significant predicament. Upon seeing the delicate beauty of Pei Yunxi, Chen Hao's eyes sparkled, instantly banishing the unpleasantness of the previous night from his mind. Moreover, through keen observation, he discerned that the cold and alluring policewoman bore an old injury on her right arm, which could flare up at any moment, causing her movements with the firearm to appear slightly uncoordinated. Upon realizing this, Chun Hao was filled with elation. What a fortuitous coincidence. This aligned perfectly with his expertise. While the doctors and hospitals could not cure Pei Yunxi's hidden ailment, he could, if he were to heal this police flower's concealed affliction and employ various courting tactics. How could he not win her heart? The immediate priority was to leave a profound impression on Pei Yunxi, even if it were a negative one. Thus, he persisted in making flirtatious gestures toward her. "Be more composed." The two officers restraining him wore solemn expressions, their hearts jolted as they cast sympathetic glances at Chen Hao, understanding that this fellow was about to face dire consequences. How dare he flirt with this formidable woman in broad daylight? Once inside the precinct, he would surely experience the full extent of their memory restoration techniques and would not be leaving anytime soon. Is that so? Pei Yunxi's expression was playful, her delicate face breaking into a knowing smile as she contemplated how to deal with this audacious individual once she returned. She had encountered such situations before. Many a rogue had attempted to charm her with their words, only to find themselves thoroughly subdued in the end. "Of course, dear sister, we shall see." Chen Hao remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of his situation, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, contorting into a peculiar angle, as he wore a devilish grin. This scene caused Pei Yunxi's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably, and she hastily turned away, almost losing her dinner. What the hell? Is this truly a human smile? How revolting, she thought. Where on earth did this gem of a person come from? Thus, the overly confident Chun Hao and the despondent Mu Feng were ushered into a police car, while Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua boarded another vehicle. As the parties involved, they naturally followed to the police station to provide a record of Chun Hao and Mu Feng's criminal activities. Once Chun Hao and his companions were taken away, Pei Yunxi approached the leisurely sipping Bai Huamei. Madam Bai, since it was you who reported the incident, I kindly request that you accompany me back to the Safety Bureau. Officer Pei, are you certain? Bai Huamei, seated comfortably on the bar's sofa, elegantly crossed her finely clad legs and leisurely savored her exquisite red wine, casting a curious glance at the frosty female officer before her. Certainly, this is a summons. Pei Yunxi's enchanting visage broke into a slight smile, her lips curving upward as she produced a summons notification and presented it to Bai Huamei. Although it was Bai Huamei who had alerted the authorities, she was merely the bar owner and not directly involved. Thus, while she was obliged to cooperate with the investigation, she was not compelled to return to the police station for interrogation. Pei Yunxi had anticipated this and was therefore unfazed, driven by a sense of justice. She vowed to bring all the lawbreakers in Lingjiang City to justice, restoring peace to the citizens. Bai Huamei had long been on Pei Yunxi's radar, as the officer had intended to investigate Zuke Pavilion but lacked the proper justification until now. This situation presented an opportune moment. It seems Officer Pei is quite determined. Very well, I shall accompany you, Bai Huamei replied with a gentle smile, saying little more. She set down her wine glass, rose from the sofa, and followed Pei Yunxi without hesitation. Having a clear conscience, she feared no scrutiny. She had never engaged in illicit activities and thus had no reason to dread Pei Yunxi's investigation. After all, her initial desire to establish Zuke Pavilion stemmed solely from a whimsical notion of enjoyment. Moreover, her elder sister Jiang Wantong regularly provided for her and her 5 sisters, supplying them with pocket money, so she had no financial need to resort to illegal enterprises. Engaging in such activities would only place her elder sister in a precarious position, creating immense embarrassment. Yes, I, Bai Huamei, have always been a legitimate businesswoman. Her subordinates might be daring and ruthless, but that bore no relevance to her. Meanwhile, Jiang Che was en route to the Lanzi Group. As the Hongxi National Gift Vehicle traversed the road, Jiang Che utilized the Hummingbird surveillance robot to monitor the movements of the Ink Dawn bar, keeping himself well informed about Chen Hao and Mu Feng's situation. After all, these two had recently contributed significantly to his emotional value, yielding him substantial benefits. After reviewing the footage transmitted by the Hummingbird robot, Jiang Che closed the trifold screen of his phone, lost in thought. He could not help but acknowledge that Bai Huamei was indeed a remarkable talent. Initially, he had intended for Bai Huamei to orchestrate a rift between those two close friends, but he was taken aback when she subsequently reported the incident, labeling it as sexual harassment and sending them behind bars. If convicted, those two would find it exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves without considerable repercussions. Furthermore, Lin Ming remained detained at the station, currently in a state of custody. Before the results of the psychological evaluation are released, he cannot leave. With the convergence of favorable circumstances, why not take advantage of the situation by employing the confusion card, allowing Mu Feng to directly eliminate Lin Ming within the confines of the prison, subsequently facing a death sentence? Should the act of murder occur outside, the severity of the circumstances might lead to a life sentence or a suspended death penalty. However, should it transpire within the detention center, given the grave repercussions, a death sentence is inevitable. Lin Ming is now utterly incapacitated, and Mu Feng is in a state of half dysfunction, with their fortunes rapidly depleting. The fate of the child of fortune is at risk of decline, and the emotional value they can offer diminishes by the day. Since they are two blades of grass with little utility, Jiang Che will not show any mercy. After maneuvering for so long, it is time to send these two on their way. With this thought, a sinister chuckle escaped Jiang Che's lips, brimming with malice as he instructed the driver, the great monkey, to turn around and head to the security bureau. The effective range of the confusion card is 500 meters. To instill in Mu Feng an instantaneous and profound love for Lin Ming, he must visit the police station to utilize the card in person, which also presents an opportunity to meet the two female leads. Understood, young master. Chapter 91. The first encounter with Pei Yunxi, the protagonist's unwavering confidence at the security bureau. After bringing Chun Hao and his group back, his subordinates proceeded to interrogate Xiao Hong, Xiao Hua, and Mu Feng, while Pei Yunqi intended to personally question Chen Hao, who seemed somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation. As for Bai Home, she bore little relevance to the case and posed no suspicion, merely being placed in the reception area until Pei Yunqi could engage with her following the interrogation of Chen Hao. In the detention room, Pei Yunqi operated the computer, pen in hand, her expression impassive as she went through the motions. Name: Chen Hao. Age: 24. Gender: Dear beautiful sister, can you not tell whether I am male or female? Chen Hao raised an eyebrow, his expression playful as he cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the striking figure of the cold and elegant policewoman seated across from him. His eyes filled with admiration and a fervent warmth within. Truly exquisite. In comparison to Pei Yunqi, Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua appeared significantly less remarkable. Upon first laying eyes on Pei Yunqi, Chen Hao silently vowed to win her over, having already envisioned her as the woman of his dreams. As the heir of the legendary medical sage, it is only natural for him to embrace both healing and destruction, to hold beauty in both arms, right? After all, with great power comes great responsibility. Although he was handcuffed to the chair, Chen Hao remained unfazed, knowing he could break free at any moment should he desire. Of course, he was well aware of the consequences of such an act, and he would not be foolish enough to attempt it in front of Pei Yunqi. Furthermore, he possessed a wealth of connections left by his mentors, leaving him entirely composed. This is an interrogation room. I ask that you maintain a level of respect and cooperate with my inquiries. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Pei Yunqi's brows furrowed slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of disdain, her voice growing increasingly cold, sending chills through the air. Originally, she intended to employ the grand memory restoration technique on Chen Hao only after the interrogation was completed. However, should this individual prove uncooperative, Pei Yunqi would not hesitate to accelerate her plans. She had encountered many obstinate individuals like Chen Hao before and had developed a specialized protocol to deal with such scoundrels. What does the policewoman intend to do to me? Bring it on. I can withstand it. Upon hearing Pei Yunqi's words, Chen Hao's thoughts took a turn. His mind flooded with images from the films he had observed in the internet CAF in town, depicting prison dramas. With some difficulty, he swallowed hard, his face alight with anticipation and excitement. Indeed, the allure of this divine healer was truly immense. It was only their first meeting, and she was already so eager? Chen Hao mused contentedly, naturally believing that the striking policewoman had succumbed to his devilish smile, secretly harboring feelings for him. Her current icy demeanor was merely a protective facade of her pride. What an intriguing woman. I find her quite appealing. He felt assured that he could withstand any tactics the policewoman might employ. The devilish smile was a flirtation technique imparted to him by his master, the renowned master Zhuizhuizi, who had once thrived in the realm of romance. With this signature smile, his master had charmed many in his youth, and Chen Hao was determined to replicate that success. As he observed the corners of Chen Hao's mouth rise again into an oddly sinister shape, Pei Yunqi felt a sudden chill down her spine. What kind of fool is this? Is such a bizarre smile even humanly possible? Sensing Chen Hao's eager expression, Pei Yunqi could easily guess the lewd thoughts swirling in his mind, sending a wave of disgust through her. Casting a cold glance at him, she chose not to say more, simply rising from her seat, turning off the surveillance in the interrogation room, and lowering the air conditioning to its lowest setting before exiting. Beautiful sister, I await your interrogation. Chen Hao remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, continuing to shout enthusiastically. The air conditioning in the interrogation room was a specially modified version, capable of cooling to -30 degrees Celsius. Even though Chen Hao possessed peak dark energy, he would be frozen into a fool in under half an hour. After leaving the interrogation room, Pei Yunqi took a moment to regulate her breathing and calm her emotions. Just as she was about to check on the progress of the interrogation with two colleagues, she turned and spotted her superior, Director Li. Bowing and scraping before a young man, his demeanor exceedingly respectful, Pei Yunqi furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of unease. In her recollection, Director Li was typically a serious and unyielding individual. What remarkable background must this young man possess to warrant such deference? At that moment, Li Limin noticed Pei Yunqi standing in the corridor and waved to her with a smile. Xiao Pei, come here quickly. Let me introduce you to this gentleman. At this moment, it was impossible to feign ignorance. Pei Yunqi had no choice but to comply, stepping forward to greet Li Limin. Director Li, this is Mr. Jiang Che, one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Linjiang City, a representative of our city council, and a renowned philanthropist, deeply passionate about charitable endeavors. Li Liming extolled Jiang Che's various merits as if he were the singular paragon of virtue in the world. Once the introduction was complete, Li Liming turned to Jiang Che and smiled. Mr. Jiang, this is Officer Pei Yunqi, the deputy captain of the criminal police team, an officer of immense integrity with numerous accolades. Given Jiang Che's distinguished status, it seemed somewhat inappropriate to address him as young Master Jiang, as one would with others. He was not particularly familiar with this individual. Therefore, referring to him as Mr. Jiang felt more prudent. Upon learning of Jiang Che's arrival at the security bureau, Li Liming promptly set aside his work to offer a warm welcome. Few could command such deference, and Jiang Che was indeed one of them. Hello, Officer Pei. Jiang Che greeted with a smile, his face adorned with a warm and inviting expression as he extended his right hand, his gaze appraising the strikingly poised and elegant police officer before him. Pei Yunqi possessed exquisite features, her eyes like paintings, lips resembling the hues of dawn. With a refined countenance and deep-set eyes, her skin was fair, delicate and flawless, a natural beauty with a complexion that could rival the moon and flowers. Standing at approximately 173 centimeters tall, she donned a sleek black uniform that accentuated her graceful and curvaceous figure. Her bangs were neatly styled, and her short hair framed her face with a competent charm, presenting a strikingly alluring presence. Such breathtaking beauty and voluptuous physique would inevitably lead one to believe she was the protagonist of a tale. In truth, Jiang Che was already aware of Pei Yunqi's status as a leading lady. Their paths simply had not crossed extensively. After all, she was one of the four sisters related to the god of war, Lung Qingqiu. Hello, Mr. Jiang, Pei Yunqi reciprocated, extending her right hand to briefly shake his. Following Li Liming's account, Pei Yunqi had come to fully grasp the identity of the man before her. Jiang Che, wasn't he the esteemed young master of the Jiang family? Initially, she had been puzzled by Li Liming's deep respect for him, but upon learning his identity, everything became clear. As the grandson of Jiang Jiangguo and son of Jiang Chenzhou, it could be said that there was no one more distinguished than Jiang Che in the entirety of Jiangzhou province, even within the vast expanse of the Long Kingdom. Individuals of Jiang Che's caliber were few and far between. While she too had a respectable background, with her father holding a significant position, it paled in comparison to Jiang Che's stature. Fame follows reputation. Jiang Che was adorned with numerous accolades, being one of Linjiang City's 10 outstanding youths. Fervently engaged in philanthropy and charitable contributions, the elite circles consistently held him in high regard, unlike many of Linjiang's second-generation scions who indulged in debauchery and scandal. No whispers of impropriety had ever tainted Jiang Che's name. Possessing such a formidable background, yet adhering steadfastly to one's principles and abiding by the law, is indeed a rarity. After all, in a broad sense, Jiang Che can be considered one of the architects of the rules, standing outside their confines. Yet, he exemplifies them, which is no small feat through various external rumors and the numerous deeds Jiang Che has accomplished. Pei Yunqi naturally harbors an innate admiration for him. What she detests are those who abuse their power and act with impunity, clearly not including the gentleman before her. Moreover, Jiang Che's striking appearance is undeniably handsome. Making it difficult for anyone not to feel a sense of admiration, he effortlessly stirs the hearts of women. Pei Yunqi holds you in high esteem. Emotional value 4,455. Upon hearing the system prompt resonate in his mind, Jiang Che couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After parting ways with Pei Yunqi, he immediately employed a character investigation technique. It proved that the personas he had established previously were indeed effective. Otherwise, approaching Pei Yunqi under the guise of a debauched youth would be utterly impractical, akin to presenting a warm face to a cold backside. Although he could easily coerce Pei Yunqi into submission by leveraging his status, like Cold Qingqiu and Li Yanran did, indulging in such tactics repeatedly would render them rather tedious and uninspiring. Furthermore, Pei Yunqi's character starkly contrasts with those of Cold Qingqiu and Li Yanran. Forcing this alluring policewoman into compliance might grant him her body, but the ultimate outcome would likely be fatal. Besides, surrounded by an array of beautiful women, he felt no urgency to rush. Character: Pei Yunqi. Identity: fourth sister of the war god, deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, Linjiang Security Bureau. Age: 24. Charm: 95. Cultivation: late stage of Mingjing. Relevant plot: the return of the war god. My five sisters are stunning. Wrong table on a blind date. Capturing the enigmatic policewoman. After reviewing Pei Yunqi's character panel, Jiang Che fell into contemplation. When he first encountered Cold Qingqiu, Having absorbed the narrative of the war god, he had already gained profound insights into the circumstances of these five sisters. Cold Xingqiu and Pei Yunqi are not biological sisters. Rather, they share a bond forged through childhood experiences of separation or abduction. By a series of fortuitous coincidences, they were adopted by the parents of the war god, Xiaotianzi, and enjoyed a blissful childhood together. Subsequently, when Xiaotianzi went missing, his parents fell into deep sorrow and passed away, leading to the sisters being returned to an orphanage and eventually reuniting with their respective families, having shared 3 years of collective living during their formative years. The bond among these five sisters has remained strong, and they have kept in touch over the years. As for why these women experienced such a remarkable series of events in their childhood, it is, of course, the deliberate design of the author. The narrative of the war god revolves around Xiaotianzi's return to the city, where he seeks out his sisters while assisting them in overcoming various challenges, ultimately leading to his successful conquest of the 5 divine sisters and numerous enchanting beauties, making it a tale of urban escapism with pseudo-incestuous undertones. Mr. Jiang, may I inquire as to your purpose in visiting the security bureau? Upon observing Pei Yunqi's amicable demeanor towards Jiang Che, Li Limin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead and inquired with a smile. Thankfully, Pei Yunqi had enough discretion this time not to engage Jiang Che in a confrontation, for that would have posed significant complications for him. When titans clash, mere mortals suffer. Both Pei Yunqi and Jiang Che hailed from extraordinarily powerful backgrounds, neither of whom he could afford to provoke. Upon hearing his words, Pei Yunqi blinked her captivating eyes, curiosity sparkling within them as she turned her gaze towards Jiang Che, patiently awaiting his elaboration. It's nothing of great consequence. I merely heard that Officer Pei brought back the owner of the Ink Dawn Bar, by Huame, and thus I came to see for myself. I hope Officer Pei can grant me a favor and not trouble her, Jiang Che explained with a composed smile, having devised this excuse long before his arrival. Little Pei, what on earth is going on? Li Limin furrowed his brow, turning to Pei Yunqi with a serious tone. He was well acquainted with Bai Huame, the leader of the Zhuke Pavilion, one of the 3 major underground forces in Linjiang City. However, she was not listed in the sword plan, which had already received prior notice from above. How had Pei Yunqi managed to apprehend her? She reported an incident of sexual harassment at the bar, claiming someone had refused to pay for their drinks, so I brought her in for questioning. Pei Yunqi replied honestly, casting an unusual glance at Jiang Che, her mind racing with thoughts. Previously, she had indeed heard whispers of Bai Huame's intricate ties to the Jiang family, but she had dismissed them as mere rumors. After all, how could a family of such prominence possibly be entangled with a suspected criminal organization like the Zhuke Pavilion? Now, however, it seemed the rumors were not without foundation. She had only just invited Bai Huame to the station, and here was Jiang Che, arriving promptly to request her release. Given the connection to the Jiang family, it appeared Bai Huame bore no suspicion of wrongdoing, and the Zhuke Pavilion was indeed a legitimate organization. Otherwise, there would have been no need for her intervention. Bai Huame would have been dealt with directly by Jiang family representatives. For a family of such stature, any hint of illicit association would be an irreversible blemish, utterly intolerable. Initially, Pei Yunqi had harbored doubts about the exclusion of the Zhuke Pavilion from the classified sword plan, but now everything was crystal clear. Nevertheless, she remained puzzled about the nature of the relationship between Jiang Che and Bai Huame. Was it possible that Bai Huame was an undercover operative strategically placed within the underground society by the Jiang family? Perhaps this was to facilitate the gathering of evidence against the Qinglong gang and the Heihu gang, thereby safeguarding the sword plan? Otherwise, why would Jiang Che, the most sought-after heir in Linjiang, personally come to the security bureau to request her? As for her ignorance of these matters, it was simply due to her insufficient rank, preventing her access to such core initiatives. It was rumored that all evidence of wrongdoing associated with the Qinglong gang and Heihu gang, currently held by the Security Bureau, was provided by a mysterious informant. As for the true identity of this informant, Pei Yunqi remained in the dark. If Bai Huame were indeed that enigmatic informant, then everything would fall into place. It was no wonder that when Bai Huame was taken away by her, she exhibited such audacity and even a hint of intrigue. In that instant, Pei Yunqi's mind wandered, connecting numerous dots, and she felt as though she had unraveled the entire truth of the matter. Chapter 93. The dramatic Bai Huame. Reflecting on this, Pei Yunqi suddenly experienced a clarity akin to the moment when clouds part to reveal the moon. The fact that the esteemed Jiang Shao personally came to the Security Bureau to rescue someone surely underscored his regard for Bai Huame and the significance of Operation Sword. It was indeed embarrassing to realize that she had inadvertently made such an outrageous mistake. Jiang Che's distinguished status was unparalleled. Pei Yunqi could hardly believe that such an elite young master would have any ties to a nefarious organization. Pei Yunqi, lost in self-reflection, felt a wave of shame. Emotional value 4455. Upon hearing the abrupt notification from the system in his mind, Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback, feeling a peculiar sensation within. If Jiang Che were to learn of Pei Yunqi's current thoughts, he would likely find it both amusing and lamentable, for her conjectures were remarkably close to the truth. Bai Huamei indeed held an identity as a senior agent of the National Security Bureau, affiliated with an official martial arts organization responsible for managing unruly martial artists in the secular world. This identity had been arranged by Jiang Wantong, who, ever prudent and foresight, sought to safeguard Bai Huamei from potential pitfalls. Thus, she was granted the identity of a National Security Bureau agent, ensuring that in the event of unforeseen circumstances, she could navigate safely and land smoothly. The National Security Bureau operated under the direct jurisdiction of the imperial capital, and Bai Huamei's identity was classified as top secret, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary individuals, including Pei Yunqi, who held the position of deputy captain in criminal investigations. Of course, while Bai Huamei possessed such a concealed identity, she was not an informant providing intelligence to the Security Bureau. So it was thus. Had the matter been thoroughly investigated? If there were no criminal suspicions against Ms. Bai, then she should be released promptly. Li Limin pondered briefly before speaking decisively. Given that Jiang Che had personally come to request her release, he could not afford to disregard his request. Regardless of Bai Huamei's alleged transgressions, she would certainly be released today. Understood. Directorly, Pei Yunqi replied with a slight nod, indicating her comprehension, before turning her attention to Jiang Che. With her lips gently pressed together, she spoke in a clear, melodic tone, "Mr. Jiang, please follow me." Thus, Jiang Che accompanied Pei Yunqi down the corridor towards the reception room at the end. Along the way, he communicated with the energy within him, honing his senses to keenly listen to the movements around him, swiftly pinpointing the direction of Mufeng. System, apply the confusion card on Mufeng. With Lin Ming as the target, Jiang Che instructed the system with a peculiar smile. Once the card of infatuation is successfully activated, Mufeng will find himself irresistibly captivated by Lin Ming over the next 7 days, consumed by an overwhelming desire that leads to reckless thoughts. The enchantment of the card will take effect upon their meeting, defying all reason, coupled with a bottle of Mad Sao. It could very well lead Mufeng to a point of utter obsession with Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming has just undergone a significant surgery, rendering him exceedingly frail, with his urethra relocated to a most unfortunate position. The mere thought of such a scenario is quite disconcerting. Ding. The card of infatuation has been successfully activated. Under the guidance of Pei Yunqi, Jiang Che soon found himself in the reception room, face to face with Bai Huamei. Much like Pei Yunqi, Bai Huamei was also a tall and graceful beauty. Her exquisite features included delicate eyebrows resembling wisps of smoke, a refined nose, cherry-like lips, and a complexion as fair as snow, with a radiant smile that revealed pearly white teeth and bright, enchanting eyes. Bai Huamei's figure was voluptuous yet elegant, possessing a captivating presence that was both slender and alluring. Dressed in a light blue qipao, her curvaceous form was accentuated beautifully, while her long legs were clad in sheer black stockings, completing her ensemble with a pair of Valentino high heels. Her wine-red hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, exuding an innate charm that captivated anyone who beheld her, embodying the essence of a mesmerizing femme fatale. Such a woman effortlessly ignites the fervent desires within a man's heart, compelling him to embrace her and shower her with affection. Officer Pei, you finally have time to interrogate me? She teased with a flirtatious smile, her tone playful. Her gaze then shifted to Jiang Che, who stood beside Pei Yunqi, and she paused momentarily, surprised and hesitant. Young Master Jiang, what brings you here? Though it was their first encounter, Bai Huamei had previously seen photographs of Jiang Che and recognized him at once. You came in on my behalf. Naturally. I had to see you, Jiang Che replied with a light chuckle. Young Master Jiang, you overthink it. Officer Pei merely invited me for afternoon tea. I, Bai Huamei, am a respectable businesswoman and do not engage in any illicit activities. However, I must express my gratitude for your visit amidst your busy schedule, she said, winking playfully, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. As the younger sister of her master's fifth disciple and 2 years older than Jiang Che, referring to herself as sister seemed quite fitting. Last time, Jiang Wantong had recounted various tales of Jiang Che in their group chat, piquing by Huamei's curiosity. According to her master's words, Jiang Che had once acquired a pill that enhanced one's martial arts aptitude, undergone a profound transformation, mastered a top-tier lightness skill, and wielded a low-grade celestial sword, all crafted by the very hands of the man before her. Moreover, did not the senior sister mention that her younger brother was a martial arts adept? Lacking any interest in martial training since childhood, how then can he possess such extraordinary prowess at the pinnacle of transformation? Ms. Bai, based on our investigation, your suspicions have been entirely dispelled, and you are free to leave at your convenience. Pei Yunqi interjected, her tone laced with regret. How embarrassing. She had previously dispatched individuals to monitor this lord of the Zhuke Pavilion, only to discover that he was, in fact, one of their own. With her prior assumptions in mind, Pei Yunqi felt she had inadvertently deduced Bai Huamei's identity, requiring only a bit of subsequent verification. Although her position did not grant her access to classified files concerning Bai Huamei, her father certainly could. But what of Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua? And what about the matter of compensation? Those two, Mu Feng and Chen Hao, not only drank without payment but also harassed my employees, committing the most repulsive acts in the restroom, severely tarnishing my bar's reputation. Officer Pei, you must advocate for us common folk. Bai Huamei theatrically unleashed her grievances upon Pei Yunqi, appearing utterly aggrieved. Pei Yunqi's beautiful lips twitched, her forehead adorned with a frown. Can you truly consider yourself among the common people? Even if you were not an undercover agent arranged by the Jiang family. Merely by virtue of your identity as the lord of the Zhuke Pavilion, how many in this vast Linjiang city would dare provoke you? Thus, how much compensation do you seek? Pei Yunqi pondered briefly before tentatively inquiring. Well, regarding that, Bai Huamei glanced at Jiang Che, and upon receiving a confirming nod, she parted her lips and began to speak. Mu Feng and Chen Hao indulged in expensive fine red wine at my bar yesterday, and considering the damage to the bar's reputation, as well as the emotional distress caused to Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua, requesting 200 million would not be unreasonable. Would it? No problem. Please wait here while I discuss this with Mu Feng. Pei Yunqi did not elaborate further, simply nodding in agreement before turning to leave. As Bai Huamei herself stated, there is no upper limit on emotional damages in the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, her request for compensation is quite justifiable. As for whether to agree or not, that is a matter for the concerned parties. The immediate priority is to procure surveillance footage from the bar to ascertain the amount of high-end red wine consumed by Mu Feng and Chen Hao last night, which will aid in determining the compensation amount. She had already heard about the unsavory deeds of Mu Feng and Chen Hao at the Mo Se Li Ming bar the previous night, feeling a profound sense of disgust towards them, and had no intention of interceding on their behalf. Pei Yunqi harbored a particular disdain for cross-dressers, homosexuals, and weak-willed men, and both Chen Hao and Mu Feng fell squarely into that category. Chen Hao's foolish persona had become firmly entrenched in Pei Yunqi's mind. Under normal circumstances, even if Jiang Che refrained from interfering, allowing Chen Hao to act as he pleased, he would never win the affections of this alluring police flower. Of course, if Chen Hao were to harness his protagonist aura and orchestrate a few heroic rescues, the outcome might be less certain. Chapter 94. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive she becomes. Jiang Shao, are you satisfied with my arrangements? Once Pei Yunqi departed, Bai Huamei blinked and gazed at Jiang Che, offering a seductive smile. Her tone languid. The pitiful demeanor she had just displayed had vanished entirely. Indeed, it is a well-known adage that the more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deception. Quite satisfied, Jiang Che nodded, lifting the warm tea before him and taking a delicate sip in agreement. The fact that Bai Huamei had reported Mu Feng and Chen Hao for sexual harassment demonstrated that she was a woman of considerable potential, someone to be reckoned with. As long as Jiang Shao is pleased, that is all that matters. Otherwise, if you are not satisfied, who knows how my senior sister will reprimand me. Bai Huamei chuckled lightly, also savoring a sip of the tea prepared by Pei Yunqi, engaging in casual banter with Jiang Che, though it was their first meeting. Bai Huamei's demeanor towards Jiang Che was warm and inviting, in stark contrast to her usual cold detachment with other men. Her bond with her senior sister was notably close, akin to that of sisters. Since Jiang Che was her senior sister's treasured younger brother, he was, in essence, her brother as well. Is it not completely natural for an elder sister to cherish her younger sibling? Indeed, that was precisely the case. After leaving the reception room, Pei Yunqi approached the interrogation room where Mu Feng was being held, inquiring of the staff, "What is the situation? Has Mu Feng confessed to the harassment? Captain Pei, we have retrieved the surveillance footage from the MO Say Li Ming bar from last night, which indeed corroborates that Mu Feng and Chun Hao harassed the victim. Furthermore, Mu Feng ordered several hundred bottles of expensive red wine in one go. Mu Feng, however, vehemently denied the allegations, insisting that the alcohol was spiked and demanding compensation from the bar owner. The staff reported the latest developments to Pei Yunxi with utmost respect. Refusing to admit it? Have the test results for the beverages come back? Pei Yunxi raised an eyebrow, pressing for more details. She was committed to impartial law enforcement. If Mu Feng's claims were valid, she would not unfairly favor Bai Huamei. The results are in. The forensic department just delivered them. Testing of the remaining red wine glasses and beverages revealed no trace of any hallucinogenic substances. Additionally, many others consumed the same red wine without incident. Mu Feng's assertions are likely baseless, the staff explained, handing Pei Yunxi a testing report. Pei Yunxi accepted the report, reviewing it thoughtfully. The findings, when combined with the retrieved surveillance footage, unequivocally demonstrated the sexual harassment perpetrated by Mu Feng and Chun Hao. Mu Feng was merely fabricating stories, attempting to tarnish Bai Huamei's reputation. With a cold smile, Pei Yunxi commanded, "Take this report in and see how Mu Feng responds." The victim is currently demanding 200 million in compensation, encompassing various costs. Inform Mu Feng that if he admits and agrees to reconcile now, he will only face detention and fines under the charge of sexual harassment. However, should the matter escalate to a certain prosecutor or court, he could very well be classified as guilty of forcible molestation, which carries a sentence of 3 to 10 years. He must grasp the gravity of the situation. Understood. Captain Pei. The staff member paused momentarily, recognizing that the 200 million in compensation was indeed exorbitant, yet chose to remain silent. In his view, Mu Feng, this foolish young master, was clearly ensnared in a scheme, oblivious to the true nature of his predicament. It was evident that the other party was targeting Mu Feng's status as the heir of the Mu family, daring to demand such an outrageous sum. After all, he had dealt with countless similar cases before. In this day and age, consent can be revoked. What other fantastical occurrences are beyond the realm of possibility? Reflecting on the scandalous videos of Mu Feng that had circulated online, realization dawned upon him. This individual had engaged in such repugnant acts, likely indicating a troubled mind. Recognizing that he was being manipulated is a sign of guilt. Even if Mu Feng steadfastly denies everything, as long as the evidence chain is complete, a case can still be established, and he can be convicted without his testimony. After issuing her instructions, Pei Yunxi glanced through the one-way glass at Mu Feng in the interrogation room, picked up the statements from the two women involved, and turned to leave, intending to reward Chun Hao, the traitor, appropriately. Once Pei Yunxi departed, the staff communicated her intentions to the two officers currently interrogating Mu Feng. Receiving the directive, Xiao Li and Xiao Wang exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's silent communication. Clearing his throat, Xiao Li spoke first. Mu Feng, we have solid evidence of your crime, and no hallucinogenic substances were detected in the wine glasses or drinks. At this point, it would be wise to confess. Indeed, those who confess may receive leniency, while those who resist will face harsher consequences. Xiao Wang chimed in, his demeanor grave and earnest, as if he were genuinely concerned for Mu Feng's well-being. No hallucinogenic substances? This cannot be true. Mu Feng was utterly bewildered, shaking his head vigorously, muttering to himself, his emotions spiraling out of control, unable to accept the unfolding reality. Feeling profoundly impacted and on the brink of collapse. If there were no issues with the drinks, how could he have mistaken Chun Hao, the detestable protagonist, for a delicate beauty? Now that he reflected on it, Mu Feng realized that his state last night had been abnormal. Could it be that since being tricked by that scoundrel Jiang Che, his mind had begun to falter, showing signs of a split personality? Otherwise, how could he have engaged with Chun Hao without being drugged? In an instant, Mu Feng was engulfed by existential doubt. Observing that Mu Feng still refused to confess, Xiao Li exited the interrogation room, retrieved the test report, and presented it before Mu Feng, speaking with heartfelt gravity. This is the inspection report, which indicates that the beverages in question are entirely free of any issues. Others who consumed alcohol are in the same position. Your subsequent actions are purely a matter of personal behavior. Should you choose not to clarify the situation here and refuse to settle, it is likely that during the forthcoming investigation, you may be classified as guilty of sexual assault. You are undoubtedly aware of the gravity of such an accusation. The consequences are significant, and the decision lies with you. After delivering this message, Xiao Li refrained from further comment, patiently awaiting Mu Feng's response. They were all professionals trained in various persuasive techniques, adept at extracting confessions with ease. It was evident that this young master of the Mu family lacked experience in such matters, and anxiety began to cloud his mind, leaving him in a state of trepidation. It would not be long before he would likely admit guilt and seek reconciliation. Once Mu Feng voluntarily confessed to sexual harassment and provided a statement, the prospect of reversing the situation would be utterly impossible. In such circumstances, the most prudent course of action is silence, awaiting a meeting with legal counsel. A right Mu Feng is entirely entitled to. As the heir of the Mu family, he surely understands this fundamental principle. As for why he did not express such a request, Shaoli neither knew nor cared to inquire. After all, allowing a lawyer to intervene would only complicate matters unnecessarily, and he had no intention of creating further difficulties for himself. Chapter 95. I am a divine doctor, I shall persevere. So, last night's events were entirely of my own volition? After reviewing the inspection report handed to him by Shaoli, Mu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. A tumult of colors reflecting the turmoil within him, a sharp pang of distress coursing through his heart. The evidence was irrefutable, regardless of his reluctance to accept it. He was compelled to confront this undeniable truth. The surveillance footage clearly depicted him and Chen Hao engaging in inappropriate behavior with Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua. And the expensive red wine he consumed bore no faults. At this juncture, Mu Feng belatedly realized that he had fallen into a trap set by Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua, who were evidently confident in their hold over him. Despite his inner turmoil and frustration, he found himself powerless. Ultimately, what transpired last night was indisputable. Faced with such a predicament, he could only resign himself to fate. If a financial settlement was unattainable, he risked being charged with aggravated insult. Although he had the backing of the Mu family, Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua were equally supported by the formidable leader of Jiang Che Pavilion, a queen of the underworld. Should matters escalate, the Mu family's current stature would be no match for Jiang Che Pavilion. The last time he inadvertently gained fame online, leading to widespread recognition as an oligarchy expert. His identity was thoroughly exposed, resulting in severe repercussions for Mu Realty Group, which suffered a drastic decline in market value. How could they contend with Jiang Che Pavilion? Having traversed to this realm, he had yet to fully indulge in the opulent lifestyle of a wealthy second-generation heir. How could he possibly resign himself to a fate of imprisonment? Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua, these wretched women, dared to report to the authorities despite their awareness of their own identities. They were undoubtedly acting under the influence of that nefarious queen of the underworld. And it seemed that I had become the target of this enigmatic protagonist. This predicament left Mu Feng utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why he had attracted such animosity from her, as he believed he had not wronged her in any way. Why then? Was such elaborate effort exerted to ensnare him? At this moment, Mu Feng was enveloped in frustration, feeling a gnawing discomfort. Damn it. Weren't the predecessors among other transmigrators enjoying smooth sailing, effortlessly defeating second and third generations, and swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of their lives? Why was his situation so drastically different? Driven to the brink of madness, gorging on hamburgers, and wronged by the protagonist. Accused by version 0, could it be that his approach was flawed? Yet it seemed not. Wasn't it true that he had been abandoned by a goddess he had adored for 7 long years right from the outset? It was a classic tale of a male lead commencing with a cuckold's fate. Indeed, based on the current evidence, it appeared that all these events stemmed from his own intentions. Mu Feng, do you acknowledge this? Shaoli inquired, nodding slightly, his demeanor composed. I do, Mu Feng replied. Inhaling deeply, his face pale and lips trembling as he asked, so, how much compensation do they seek? Although he sensed that the officer's words carried a hidden meaning, his mind was too muddled to delve deeper into it. Surely, these individuals could not fabricate a baseless charge against him? You requested imported high-end red wine last night, which severely tarnished the reputation of the Mo Li Ming bar, along with the mental compensation for the 2 victims, totaling 200 million. As he spoke, Shaoli presented the confession and penalty document before Mu Feng, urging him to sign. 200 million. Were they not better off robbing a bank? Upon hearing this, Mu Feng's voice escalated, completely losing his composure, nearly coughing up blood in his rage. Was he to be extorted 200 million for merely indulging in a bit of wine and taking advantage of 2 women? The heart of this underworld queen was truly dark. Could she be any more shameless? You may refuse compensation, and we will proceed with the judicial process. Once the case reaches a certain prosecutor, you may file an appeal. However, it would be prudent to sign the confession and penalty document quickly, Shaoli stated, suppressing a laugh while maintaining a serious facade. Once Mu Feng signed the document, the subsequent matters would no longer concern them. Mu Feng, feeling utterly aggrieved, reluctantly affixed his signature, his mood utterly dismal, barely glancing at the document. Refusal to compensate would result in his continued detention until the court hearing. The pressing issue was to find a way to grow stronger. He had no time to squander in detention. After signing, Mu Feng voiced his demand. I cannot afford 200 million in compensation. I wish to call my father, Mu Yozhong. Very well, that is your right, Shaoli responded. Mu Feng had completely resigned himself to his fate, while Chen Hao, confined in the adjacent detention room, continued to endure with clenched teeth. At this moment, the temperature in the detention room plummeted dramatically, nearing 30 degrees below zero. Even though Chen Hao was a peak martial artist with dark energy protecting him, the chill was palpable. However, without breaking through to the realm of transformation, one cannot achieve the external manifestation of true energy, nor can one traverse the ethereal heavens. Unable to project his true essence to shield himself from the biting cold, Chen Hao trembled uncontrollably, his face ashen, his legs quaking incessantly. Yet, despite enduring such punishment, Chen Hao remained resolute, refusing to yield, a testament to his pride as a disciple of the legendary Ghost Valley medical sage. Proud as he was, he would never show weakness before Pei Yunxi. Maintaining his image as a stalwart figure was essential to capture Pei Yunxi's attention, to spark her curiosity, and ultimately to ensnare her heart. I am a divine physician, I must endure. As he fervently urged himself on, even as his teeth chattered, Chen Hao persevered through 30 grueling minutes of torment. It was only when the air conditioning ceased its chilling operation and the room's temperature began to rise that Chen Hao felt a resurgence of vitality. Exhaling a long-held breath of relief, as the temperature gradually climbed, Pei Yunxi entered the room. Upon seeing that Chen Hao had not succumbed to unconsciousness, a flicker of surprise crossed her enchanting eyes, prompting contemplation. Typically, an ordinary person subjected to such frigid torment would have faltered long before, begging for mercy and confessing their misdeeds. Yet, this peculiar individual, who seemed to relish adversity, had withstood it through sheer willpower? Was it possible that he was not merely a masochist but a rare martial artist? Pei Yunxi herself possessed a profound mastery of the later stages of Ming Jing, rendering her quite familiar with the realm of martial practitioners. Were he an ordinary individual, even if he could withstand such cold through sheer determination, his body would have surely suffered frostbite, leaving visible marks. Yet Chen Hao exhibited no such signs, only appearing somewhat unwell. Realizing this, a mischievous smile crept across Pei Yunxi's face, and a flurry of thoughts surged within her mind. Martial artists were indeed advantageous. They were typically resilient, tough-skinned, and remarkably enduring, an ideal demographic for her experimental pursuits. Had Chen Hao been an ordinary person, Pei Yunxi would have hesitated to push the limits. However, upon discovering his martial artist status, her reservations dissipated. How dare this insufferable male tease me? Let us see how he fares under my trials. At this moment, Chen Hao remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Observing the fleeting surprise in Pei Yunxi's gaze, a triumphant grin spread across his face. Chapter 96. The cat at my sister's house performs backflips. Pei, my dear beauty, your tactics leave much to be desired. Why not increase the intensity? Bring it on. Chen Hao can withstand it. With a demeanor of nonchalance, he bore the chill in his spine, his brow slightly furrowed, speaking with an air of casual indifference, embodying the image of an otherworldly sage. Do you find it enjoyable? Pei Yunxi regarded him with a peculiar expression, her eyes filled with skepticism. This fellow was not only a submissive but harbored an unusual penchant for masochism. Indeed, it seemed that none of these philosophical masters were entirely sane. Indeed, as long as it is your punishment, my dear Pei, I shall embrace it all. Chen Hao nodded, casting a gaze filled with longing towards Pei Yunxi, his lips uttering the most cringeworthy and banal expressions of affection. Pei Yunxi's eyelids twitched violently, taken aback as she staggered backward, her complexion turning ashen, her demeanor frigid, her teeth clenched in a silent fury, her voice chilling to the bone, provoking a sense of nausea. Silence. Clearly, Chen Hao's unrefined words had inflicted considerable damage upon Pei Yunxi. Particularly, considering Chen Hao's submissive role, Pei Yunxi felt utterly revolted, nearly retching up her previous meal. What sins had she committed to encounter such a peculiar and repugnant individual? Ugh, it was utterly revolting. For the first time, the fearless Pei, a resolute policewoman, was gripped by a profound sense of dread. She felt that if she continued to interrogate Chen Hao, she might be driven to draw her weapon and eliminate this insufferable fool. Insulting a public servant only added to his transgressions. Casting a cold glance at Chen Hao, Pei Yunxi turned on her heel and hastily departed, unable to endure another moment in his presence. The man was excessively greasy and repulsive, inciting her disgust. She resolved to summon her colleagues for the interrogation, intending to reward Chen Hao appropriately for his penchant for suffering. Don't you enjoy being tormented? This time, I shall indulge you thoroughly. Observing Pei Yunxi's retreating figure, Chen Hao's smile abruptly faded, leaving him bewildered. Wasn't the scenario supposed to unfold differently? Shouldn't the beautiful policewoman be stirred by indignation, resisting him fiercely, only to succumb to his charm in the end? Such was the narrative in the enthralling novels he had perused on the mountain. Before Chen Hao could fully grasp the situation, several officers entered the interrogation room. Once the door was shut, the trio exchanged glances, raising their batons, and casually switched off the recording device. According to the law of conservation of energy, when the recording device was out of power, the batons would be fully charged, a most reasonable notion. What do you intend to do? This is coercive interrogation. I will file a complaint, Chen Hao exclaimed, his eyes darting towards the crackling electric batons, a twinge of fear gripping his throat as he anticipated the looming events. With little time to ponder, he attempted to break free from his restraints. However, after enduring 30 minutes of extreme cold, his blood had yet to fully circulate, rendering his movements sluggish and uncoordinated. In that fleeting moment, the officers seized the opportunity, swinging their batons down upon Chen Hao with relentless force. In an instant, Chen Hao's face contorted, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring down, his hair standing on end, as he emitted a series of pitiful wails. A sight too harrowing to behold. Regrettably, the soundproofing of the detention room was exceedingly effective, no matter how loudly Chen Hao cried out. His pleas failed to escape the confines of his prison. Before long, overwhelmed by the torment, he rolled his eyes back and fainted in the interrogation chair. Master, what shall we do now? Upon witnessing Chen Hao collapse, a young officer turned to a nearby middle-aged colleague, his gaze faltering as he instinctively averted his eyes. As a newly appointed trainee officer, this was his first encounter with such grim circumstances, leaving him feeling somewhat disoriented. Xiao Deng, you need not concern yourself further. Simply focus on your learning, the seasoned officer reassured him, patting the young man's shoulder, understanding his feelings and apprehensions without elaborating. Together with his colleagues, he brought a basin of cold water and doused Chen Hao, preparing to resume their rigorous interrogation as soon as he regained consciousness. Prior to their arrival, Deputy Pei had thoroughly briefed them on Chen Hao's identity as a martial artist, thus old Wang and his companion acted without hesitation or moral qualms. After all, this group of martial artists was remarkably resilient. No matter the extent of their torment, they would not perish easily. Moreover, the electric shocks would leave no lasting marks, which was precisely the purpose of the super baton. I'm scorched inside and out. Chen Hao cursed vehemently, consumed by impotent rage. Before long, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more, only to be awakened again by the cold water, trapped in an endless cycle. In the detention room, Jiang Che engaged in casual conversation with Bai Huame, while the system notifications echoed in his mind, prompting silent amusement. Without a doubt, Jiang Che knew that Chen Hao was currently enduring inhumane torture. It was beyond comprehension how Chen Hao, in his foolishness, had compelled the formidable Pei Yunxi to employ a significant memory restoration technique on him. What a fool! While others might have reservations about such matters, hesitating to act recklessly, Pei Yunxi was evidently not among them. Her actions were unrestrained. Fiery and forthright, she was known for her straightforwardness and robust sense of justice, epitomizing the archetype of a fierce policewoman in urban fiction. Her temper was notorious, yet she was not devoid of intellect. If provoked, she was capable of anything. The Chaos of Emotions card had successfully been used on Mu Feng, and with a few arrangements, this evening would mark his demise. With the plan set in motion, Jiang Che felt no inclination to linger and bid farewell to Bai Huame. After all, today's primary objective was to accompany his enchanting beauty, to pluck this high-altitude flower. And he did not wish to squander time. Little brother, can't you stay a little longer with your sister? Once everything is settled, will you accompany me home for a drink? I have a little kitten that can do backflips. Bai Huame blinked her beautiful eyes, her gaze sparkling with allure, her brow adorned with a hint of charm. A playful smile graced her delicate features, her lips parting softly, releasing an enchanting breath. Her voice was a tantalizing melody, captivating and intoxicating, a sultry tone that could stir one's very soul. As she spoke, Bai Huame playfully tossed her wine-red, cascading waves of hair, her elegant posture accentuating her alluring black silk-clad legs. Every movement exuded an enchanting grace, embodying a bewitching allure, reminiscent of a walking poppy flower, perpetually tempting men into transgression. Chapter 97. The innate water spirit sacred body. Perhaps another time. I am rather pressed for time at the moment. Jiang Che cast a glance at Bai Huamei, rejecting her proposal without a second thought. Having long accepted the script of the Seven Sisters, Jiang Che had developed a clear understanding of Bai Huamei's character. She epitomized the archetype of a brash and audacious individual, presenting an image of carefree abandon while harboring a conservative disposition within. Moreover, this woman, a natural water spirit's sacred body, delighted in playful banter and reveled in being teased. She was both inexperienced and playful. Her imagination often led her to envision herself as a queen, which prompted her to establish the Jiang Pavilion, thus earning the title of an underground queen. It could be said that Bai Huamei was a woman of striking contrasts, a true embodiment of complexity. The mere thought of taming such a breathtaking beauty left one in awe of the potential joy that awaited. However, Jiang Che was acutely aware of the folly of excess. At this nascent stage of their acquaintance, it was implausible for Bai Huamei to develop genuine feelings. Her flirtations were merely a source of amusement to her. Is that so? What a pity, Bai Huamei sighed, her tone laced with a sense of regret, her eyes sparkling as she suggested, in that case, how about you add me as a green bubble? Whenever you wish to see a little kitty perform a backflip, feel free to reach out to me. With that, Bai Huamei produced her phone and displayed her green bubble QR code, smiling brightly at Jiang Che. He said little in response, scanning the code with his phone and promptly adding her as a friend. By the way, dear brother, do remember to send me your bank account number. Once Mu Feng's compensation is credited, I shall transfer the funds to you. As Jiang Che rose from the sofa, preparing to leave, Bai Huamei suddenly recalled something and called out, her enchanting smile illuminating her face as she winked at him. Although Jiang Che had never mentioned the matter of the transfer, Bai Huamei was not so lacking in emotional intelligence as to hoard the compensation for herself. Jiang Che nodded. Glancing at his wristwatch, his Vacheron Constantine indicated that it was nearing 3 in the afternoon. With a brief farewell to Bai Huamei, he exited the reception room. What an intriguing little fellow, Bai Huamei mused to herself after his departure, pondering aloud. Has my allure diminished if he dared to refuse me? After Jiang Che left, she activated the front camera to admire her exquisite beauty. Women are indeed a paradoxical species. If one displays excessive enthusiasm towards them, they may perceive you as a mere sycophant, filled with disdain. Conversely, if treated with indifference, they may spiral into self-doubt. However, this younger brother of the senior sister is rather different from those other insipid men. With such striking handsomeness, one can only speculate how many unsuspecting maidens he will ensnare in the future. He possesses an innate potential for becoming a heartbreaker. As Jiang Che departed from the detention room and passed through the lobby, he spotted Pei Yunxi leisurely savoring her tea. At this moment, Pei Yunxi sat gracefully, her black uniform clinging closely to her exquisite curves, perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. Jiang Che cast a discreet glance, retracting his gaze without a sound, his thoughts lingering. Among the female leads he had encountered thus far, the most voluptuous was undoubtedly Li Yanran. One Li Yan could rival 5 innocent little girls like Lu Mingxi. Yet, even a talent as exceptional as Li Yan appeared somewhat inferior in the presence of Pei Yunxi. A woman like Pei Yunxi would never need to worry about providing for her children in the future. Mr. Jiang, are you leaving? Not waiting for the resolution of Mu Feng's case? Upon seeing Jiang Che, Pei Yunxi's bright eyes reflected a hint of surprise as she hesitantly spoke. Indeed, there are matters that require my attention, and I must depart now. I will leave the handling of Mu Feng's situation to you, Officer Pei, Jiang Che replied, nodding with a gentle smile perpetually gracing his face. You are too courteous, Mr. Jiang. This is my duty, Pei Yunxi replied earnestly, shaking her head with a serious expression. She was a woman of principles and boundaries, always committed to impartial enforcement of the law. Given the allegations of sexual harassment against Mu Feng and Chen Hao, she would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. Even if these 2 men were suspected of being deliberately set up, the fact of sexual harassment remained indisputable. Officer Pei, the next time we meet, you shall have to address me as brother-in-law, Jiang Che chuckled lightly, leaving behind a meaningful remark as he nodded slightly and strode out of the security bureau. Brother-in-law? Could it be that he has taken a liking to my eldest sister? Or perhaps he has won over my second sister? Watching Jiang Che's retreating figure, Pei Yunxi's brows furrowed slightly as she fell into contemplation. Being the only daughter in her family, she had only 2 male cousins among her peers, with no elder sisters. Upon hearing Jiang Che refer to himself as brother-in-law, her mind immediately wandered to the three elder sisters she had recognized during her childhood. The third sister was the youngest academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, engaged in research work and residing in the capital, thus easily ruled out. The eldest sister was the president of a publicly listed company, while the second sister was a finance professor at Linjiang University. Given their respective statuses and professions, it seemed plausible for either of them to have crossed paths with Jiang Che. With Jiang Che's background, should he truly begin a relationship with one of them, uncovering their backgrounds would be a simple task, and it would not be surprising for him to be aware of her existence. It must be the second sister. After all, the eldest sister is solely focused on her career and has been single for nearly 30 years. How could she possibly be interested in men? If her memory served her correctly, this young Master Jiang was also a student at Linjiang University. A student and a professor? TSK, second sister. I never expected you to be so adventurous. Pei Yunxi was brimming with gossip and intrigue. Were it not for the fact that it was still working hours and she needed to interrogate Chunhao shortly, she would have eagerly dialed her second sister to inquire further. After leaving the security bureau, Jiang Che, surrounded by a group of black-clad bodyguards, settled into his exclusive vehicle, a Hongqi state car, as the convoy made its grand way towards the Lanzi group. On the 16th floor, in the president's office, cold Qingxiu gazed at the radiant and spirited Li Yanran sitting across from her, her expression peculiar, as if she were on the verge of speaking but hesitated. President, please feel free to express your thoughts. Noticing cold Qingxiu's reluctance to speak, Li Yanran's heart raced, and an unsettling premonition washed over her. What if the president had learned about her escapades with Jiang Che? After all, why would the typically decisive and astute president exhibit such hesitation? If their affair were exposed, would the president dismiss her without a second thought? In that fleeting moment, a multitude of scandalous scenarios flashed through Li Yanran's mind, and she braced herself for the worst. Then I shall speak candidly. Yanran, are you still involved with young Master Mu Feng from the Mu Group? Cold Qingxiu organized her words, her expression somewhat peculiar as she directed her gaze at Li Yanran. Li Yanran had been serving as her secretary at Lanji Group for 3 years, demonstrating diligence, quick wit, and keen insight. Such an assistant made cold Qingxiu feel exceedingly at ease. Naturally, cold Qingxiu's attention towards Li Yanran exceeded that of other executives in the company. Thus, she was quite familiar with Li Yanran's circumstances, aware of her romantic relationship with Mu Feng. Cold Qingxiu's sudden inquiry held significance. Just moments ago, upon completing her work, she stumbled upon trending news regarding Mu Feng, discovering that he had engaged in a scandalous act in the men's restroom of the Mo Se Li Ming bar the previous night. Following the trail, cold Qingxiu unearthed other unsavory aspects of Mu Feng's past. A video recorded by an onlooker had circulated online, ensuring that Mu Feng's name echoed throughout the internet. With such repugnant proclivities, how could this man, a self-proclaimed philosophical master, be worthy of her exquisite, charming secretary? No, I broke up with him long ago. Li Yanran gently shook her head, her complexion subtly shifting, her brows furrowing in unease. Upon hearing cold Qingxiu mention Mu Feng, memories of his erratic behavior flooded her mind, sending a chill down her spine. That is for the best. With a yin and s affirmative response, cold Qingxiu felt a wave of relief wash over her, her lips parting as she spoke in a languid tone. There's nothing else. You may return to your duties. Cold Qingxiu had long sensed a shift in Li Yanran's demeanor. The trace of melancholy that often lingered in her brows had vanished, and her smile had become increasingly frequent, radiating a vibrant youthful energy. Though somewhat perplexed by this transformation, cold Qingxiu attributed it to Li Yanran's recent uplifted spirits. All right, President. Li Yanran nodded, and after receiving cold Qingxiu's consent, she elegantly turned and departed, her graceful legs gliding across the floor. Stepping out of the president's office, Li Yanran exhaled a long sigh of relief, her heart still racing as she patted her slightly heaving chest. Fortunately, her greatest fears had not materialized. Long Qingxiu had yet to uncover the improper relationship she shared with Jiang Che. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words in explaining the situation to the president. At 4:30, the convoy arrived at Lanzi Group. Jiang Che alighted from the vehicle and, upon entering the building, made his way directly to the exclusive elevator for the president. After pressing the button for the 16th floor, the elevator ascended slowly, soon reaching the pinnacle of the edifice. The entire 16th floor, aside from Leng Qingxiu's presidential office, housed only a conference room typically used for board meetings, a reception area for guests, and Li Yanran's secretary office. The corridor was empty, desolate, and somewhat forlorn. Rather than heading straight to the president's office, Jiang Che made his way toward Li Yanran's office, where he unexpectedly encountered her just as she returned. Jiang Che, you're here. Seeing Jiang Che suddenly appear before her, Li Yanran momentarily froze, her expression animated, a smile gracing her delicate features, her eyes gleaming with joy, unable to contain her excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, she extended her slender hand, grasping his wrist, and led him into her office. With a swift motion, she closed the door behind them, pinning Jiang Che against the wall. Li Yanran slightly elevated her dainty foot clad in black stockings, wrapping her arms around Jiang Che's neck as she offered her luscious lips to him. The kiss was both bold and clumsy, revealing her inexperience in such matters. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Jiang Che reclined in a comfortable massage chair, while the enchanting Li Yanran nestled against him, her eyes a soft pink, her gaze dreamy and misty, exhaling gently like the fragrance of orchids. Why are you so forward this time? It's only been 2 days. Did you miss me that much? Jiang Che teased, playfully twirling a strand of her hair between his fingers, his expression one of amusement. As he felt the softness of her voluptuous figure against him, he couldn't help but reflect on the bittersweet sensations coursing through him. Yes, I really missed you, Li Yanran admitted, her voice sultry and laced with a hint of languor, her eyes fixed on Jiang Che with an unspoken affection, imbued with tenderness and longing. Through the brief separation of the past 2 days, Li Yanran had come to realize the depth of her feelings for Jiang Che. Her heart and soul were completely captivated by him, leaving her unable to extricate herself. Thus, when he unexpectedly appeared, her eagerness was palpable. It was needless to say that a man of Jiang Che's caliber must be surrounded by countless beauties. Li Yanran, of modest standing, possessed little more than a curvaceous figure, and thus she sought to leave a lasting impression in his heart through her unabashed displays of affection, hoping to carve out a space for herself in his life. Li Yanran desired little. She merely wished for a corner of Jiang Che's heart, a place where she could linger in his thoughts during the quiet solitude of the night. Beyond that, she dared not hope for more. Despite Jiang Che's apparent indifference towards her past, Li Yanran, before surrendering herself to him, had remained virtuous. However, upon genuinely falling in love with this man, she became the one unable to let go. Previously, she had never experienced true feelings for any man, thus feeling indifferent to the myriad of external judgments about her. Yet, after completely succumbing to Jiang Che, her painful memories transformed into an inescapable shadow, making her feel guilt towards him, believing herself unworthy of his goodness, and ensnaring her in a self-affirming trap. Consequently, she approached Jiang Che with a certain timidity, appearing exceedingly proactive and treasuring this hard-won affection. You need not go out of your way to please me. Given our relationship, it's unnecessary. As a man of many affections, well-versed in the ways of a scoundrel, Jiang Che astutely perceived Li Yanran's current mindset, which always bore an undertone of seeking his approval. Well, regardless of anything, you are my man, and I shall obediently heed your words. In this vast world, my husband reigns supreme. Li Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly, her delicate eyelashes quivering gently as she spoke in a sweet, playful tone, her voice soft and mellifluous. She had not anticipated that Jiang Che would so effortlessly unveil her innermost thoughts, leaving her feeling bashful. Could this be what they call a telepathic connection? Chapter 99. Li Yanran drinks Wulianya. Will you truly do everything I say? Upon hearing Li Yanran's words, Jiang Che felt a stir within, his gaze fixated on her luscious, ruby-red lips, a smirk dancing on his face as he inquired with a hint of mischief. Indeed, it is true. You are my dearest husband, and for anything, I shall comply. Li Yanran, her face adorned with a rosy hue, radiated charm. Although she sensed an ulterior motive in Jiang Che's words, she chose not to dwell on it and nodded in agreement. Then, my dear, would you indulge in some Wulianya? Jiang Che asked, maintaining a composed demeanor while attempting to persuade her. Though Yanran had a low tolerance for alcohol, she was willing to drink as long as her husband desired it. Li Yanran paused momentarily but quickly understood. Despite feeling overwhelmed with shyness and finding it hard to voice her consent, she agreed, just as she had thought. To leave a lasting impression on Jiang Che, she was willing to acquiesce to his unreasonable demands, forcing herself to comply. Such a good girl. Since you were so obedient, I shall reward you accordingly. Jiang Che smiled gently, reaching out to caress Li Yanran's glossy, flowing hair, and produced from his system space a pre-copied copy of the Suna Heart Sutra along with a small elixir, presenting them to her. Following her previous consumption of the cleansing elixir, much like Lu Mingxi, Li Yanran had attained the initial stage of bright energy. Jiang Che's purpose for visiting today was to assist Li Yin and Lang Qingxiu in formally stepping into the martial world, granting them a degree of self-defense capability. After Lu Mingxi and Xin Yuxuan consumed the minor elixir, their cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, elevating them from the initial stage of Mingjing to the pinnacle of martial arts. Naturally, Li Yinran could achieve the same, as these women shared a similar protagonist aura. And after taking the cleansing elixir, all had enhanced their martial arts aptitude. "Darling, is this an internal cultivation method?" Li Yinran inquired, observing the antiquated book in her hands. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she spoke, a hint of uncertainty evident in her voice. Given her status, it was originally impossible for her to come into contact with martial practitioners. However, after offering her purity at the Yuhai Grand Hotel, Jiang Che had briefly explained the existence of martial artists in the secular world and the intricate classifications of martial realms. According to Jiang Che, she was currently at the initial stage of Mingjing, having begun to transcend the realm of ordinary people. Li Yinran could deeply relate to this. Ever since she had been fed 2 small pills by Jiang Che in a daze, she had noticed a profound transformation in her body. Not only had her appearance improved significantly, her skin had become more supple and delicate, and her strength had increased manifold. With the power she now possessed, Li Yinran felt confident that she could single-handedly take on several adult men. Indeed, this is a supreme internal cultivation method that can assist you in accelerating your training speed. This elixir is called the minor elixir, and upon consumption, it can elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of Mingjing, Jiang Che explained, nodding in confirmation. "Darling, you are so good to me." After hearing Jiang Che's explanation, even without personally testing it, Li Yinran had complete faith, harboring not a shred of doubt. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at the young man before her, her heart fluttering with uncontainable affection. In that moment, Li Yinran felt that even if she were to die, it would be worth it. Jiang Che was willing to bestow upon her such a mysterious and unparalleled internal cultivation method. Could it not speak volumes? "Just know that you are my cherished one, and of course, I shall treat you well," Jiang Che said, gently wiping away the tears from Li Yinran's eyes, reminding her with a meaningful tone. "Now, let me guide you step by step in your cultivation journey." Jiang Che relished the role of a mentor, enjoying the opportunity to instruct and enlighten. Faced with such an eager and diligent student like Li Yinran, he was more than willing to impart his knowledge generously. "All right," Li Yinran replied, her cheeks flushed with even more color, her delicate lips lightly biting down as she acquiesced. Clearly, she understood the underlying meaning of Jiang Che's words. An hour later, after completing her instruction and guiding her into the basics of the Su Nu Heart Sutra, Jiang Che leisurely pushed open the door to leave. Under the shy gaze of Li Yinran, time was of the essence, as he still needed to accompany Lang Qingxiu for a candlelit dinner that evening. So he decided to leave it at that without fully guiding Li Yinran to the pinnacle of Mingjing. Li Yinran has now successfully completed her introduction to the Su Nu Heart Sutra and is fully prepared to take the Shaohuan Dan alone after work, thereby advancing her cultivation. With 4 late-stage shadow guards by her side, Jiang Che feels no trepidation about any unforeseen circumstances arising for Li Yinran. After leaving the secretary's office, Jiang Che, in high spirits and with a clear mind, made his way towards the president's office. As he passed the lounge, shadows flickered, and 8 shadow guards appeared before him, their demeanor respectful and their eyes filled with fervor. "Young master." These 8 individuals were, of course, the female bodyguards Jiang Che had assigned to the side of Lang Qingxiu and Li Yinran. Upon Jiang Che's arrival at the top floor, the shadow guards had already taken notice of him. However, recognizing that he had returned to the office with Li Yinran, they prudently refrained from intruding. "Well done. Continue your efforts and ensure the safety of the 2 young ladies. Should any suspicious men appear near them, remember to report to me immediately." Jiang Che nodded casually, uttering a few commands and sketching out some grand plans, before retrieving 2 pounds of mother tree to Hong Pao from his system space and pushing open the door to Lang Qingxiu's office. During his last visit to the Lanzi group, he had promised Lang Qingxiu that he would bring her some fragrant tea made from mother tree to Hong Pao, and Jiang Che always honored his words. Upon entering the president's office, he quickly spotted Lang Qingxiu, who was seated at her desk, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses as she diligently handled various documents. In her work, Lang Qingxiu exhibited an unwavering diligence and a demeanor of utmost seriousness, exuding an unparalleled elegance that rendered her an undeniable ice princess, easily stirring the innate desire for conquest within men, though she did not suffer from nearsightedness. The gold-rimmed glasses she wore while working served to prevent it. The glasses perched delicately on her refined nose added a touch of allure to her already captivating presence. Hearing the distinct sound of footsteps, Lung Qingqiu instinctively lifted her gaze and was met with the sight of Jiang Che, her beautiful eyes briefly illuminating with surprise. "Oh, is this not our esteemed young master Jiang? What brings you here today to visit a mere woman?" she remarked, her tone cold yet laced with sarcasm. "Your thoughtfulness is truly touching. Speak properly." Jiang Che momentarily paused, placing the 2 pounds of mother tree de Hong Pao on the desk. He then playfully patted her on the back, his voice laced with irritation. "It's only been a few days. When did this woman learn to speak so cryptically? Ugh. This tea sin is overwhelming. You little rascal, perverted fiend." Caught off guard by Jiang Che's sudden gesture, Lang Qingqiu's composure faltered. A faint blush coloring her cheeks as she bit her lip and muttered a low curse. Seeing Jiang Che raise his hand again, she promptly surrendered, falling silent. With her delicate hand, she removed her glasses and set them on the desk, tousling her silky hair as she spoke alluringly. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Now, tell me, what brings you here today?" "I missed you, so I came to see you. This is a gift from your husband." With these words, Jiang Che presented a beautifully crafted gift box to Lung Qingqiu. "Mother tree de Hong Pao? Hee, thank you, dear husband." Lung Qingqiu eagerly opened the box and discovered that it contained the exquisite fragrant tea Jiang Che had previously mentioned wanting to gift her. A smile spread across her face, filling her heart with a sweet joy akin to tasting honey, causing her to feel an irresistible delight. The sensation of being cherished by Jiang Che brought her immense pleasure. "I require no verbal gratitude," Jiang Che remarked, raising an eyebrow and gazing at Lung Qingqiu with a teasing smile. Lung Qingqiu shot him a playful glare, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. This rogue seemed to possess a childlike charm. Rising from her seat, she gracefully approached Jiang Che, her elegant legs gliding effortlessly. Without hesitation, she settled into his embrace, offering him her alluring red lips. At first, Lang Qingqiu was wholly engrossed, but she soon detected something unusual. How could Jiang Che's lips bear the scent of Givenchy lipstick? How infuriating. Had that scoundrel just been intimate with another woman before meeting her? Realizing this, a wave of frustration washed over her, prompting her to halt the kiss. Confronted by Jiang Che's puzzled gaze, she playfully pinched his waist and demanded, "Tell me, did you just get cozy with another woman before coming to see me?" "Indeed," Jiang Che replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly coming to the realization that the lingering scent of Li Yinran's lipstick had betrayed him. He did not deny it. Instead, he confessed with an air of nonchalance. After all, it was Lung Qingqiu who had originally proposed their arrangement, stating she was unconcerned about his other relationships as long as no one else was around when he was with her. Jiang Che remained unfazed. "Are you not going to try and defend yourself?" Lang Qingqiu, perplexed by his candid demeanor, found herself at a loss for words. How should she assess this little rogue? Should she commend him for his boldness or condemn him for his lack of integrity? "You scoundrel, even if you were with another woman, at least have the decency to be discreet in my presence. What is there to defend?" Jiang Che grinned. "Qingqiu, have you forgotten that it was you who said you didn't mind how many women I had as long as I was with you and no one else was around? Those were your own words. Are you now unwilling to stand by them?" Raising an eyebrow, he gently cupped Lung Qingqiu's flawless chin, gazing into her enchanting eyes with a playful expression, savoring the moment. Lung Qingqiu opened her mouth to respond, but after a moment of contemplation, she found herself at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts, her heart heavy with frustration. There is no way around it. Who could deny that Jiang Che speaks nothing but the truth? It is indeed a case of lifting a stone only to smash one's own foot. Initially, when coerced by Jiang Che, she felt no stirrings of affection towards him, adopting a nonchalant attitude. However, the circumstances have shifted dramatically. Now, she finds herself harboring feelings for Jiang Che, her heart secretly entwined with his, and naturally, she is concerned about the other women in his life. At this moment, Lung Qingqiu feels a profound sense of despair, teetering on the edge of tears, overwhelmed by frustration. Unfortunately, Jiang Che maintains the moral high ground, leaving her unable to retort. After all, she has never been one to behave unreasonably nor engage in petty squabbles. It is truly a folly on her part to have made such a perplexing agreement with Jiang Che. Now, she is indeed reaping the bitter fruits of her own decisions. Fortunately, Jiang Che has kept his promise and has not paraded other women before her. Otherwise, Lang Qingqiu believes she might very well faint from the agitation. The more one cares, the stronger the desire to control becomes. This is not solely a male trait. Women share this sentiment as well, and Lung Qingqiu is no exception. Her situation with Li Yin is entirely different, leading to a vastly different mindset. Oh well. It seems she is fated to remain in the grasp of this rogue for the rest of her life, and she must come to terms with it. Besides, it would be absurd for someone of his stature to have only one woman by his side. With great effort, she mentally reassures herself, attempting to calm the tumultuous emotions within her. Her gaze flitted to Jiang Che, her expression hesitant yet curious. "So, how many women are actually by your side?" she inquired. Her curiosity piqued but lacking the right moment to voice it until now. "Do you truly wish to know?" Jiang Che observed her with amusement, noting her anxious yet eager demeanor, which sparked a playful desire to tease her. "Of course. Hurry up and spill the truth," Long Qingqiu retorted. Her cheeks puffed out like a puffer fish, her beautiful eyes widened, and her teeth clenched, striving to appear fierce. Her comical expression, far from intimidating Jiang Che, instead brought him a sense of unexpected delight. It is hard to imagine that someone as decisive, capable, and coldly proud as Ling Qingqiu could exhibit such a side. "It is utterly charming. Besides you, there is only one," Jiang Che replied without a moment's hesitation, maintaining a straight face as he spun a tale for her. "Lu Mingxi is a well-behaved little sister. Shun Yuxuan is a gentle and lovely maid. Xiao Yi is a cool and composed bodyguard. And Li Yin An is one of his women." That seems reasonable. At least you're perceptive," Lang Qingqiu sighed in relief upon hearing Jiang Che's words. Yet his next statement utterly dismantled her composure. "Of course, this is only temporary. You will have other sisters in the future." "Ah, you heartless rogue, perverted scoundrel. I shall crush you."